Chapter 3002. Ignited storm. After a quiet journey through the majestic Teal Star sector, the expeditionary fleet had become engulfed in another incident. This time, the cause and effect weren't immediately clear. The Golden Skull Alliance fleet had not done anything special at the time that 6 of its starships blew up without any chance of recovery. Suffice to say, the Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers had become incredibly alarmed. They had all raised the alert level to red and sortied every single mech that they could bring into space. Thousands of mechs belonging to many different mech forces joined the patrols that had already become a lot more vigilant for possible attacks. In the end, a total of roughly 9,000 mechs of the Golden Skull Alliance had entered full battle readiness, which was several thousand more than Vase expected. While the amount of available mechs his clan could deploy at this time was still limited, his 2 allies had been working quite hard to raise their effective strength. What gave him a sense of comfort was the Infinity Guards putting their own mechs into the field. The thousands of spaceborne mechs that emerged from their combat carriers might not be up to military standard, but the deterrent they possessed was far greater than their actual battle strength. No one sane in the Star Cluster wanted to mess with the Star Strider security group. This should especially be the case now that the expeditionary fleet had entered Wing Serenade. The headquarters and several powerful fleets of the powerful mercenary organization were based in this star sector. Yet the chunks of debris spreading out in all directions were not illusions. 6 starships blew up without warning. Not just logistical ships, but also a combat carrier became swept by explosions from within. This was an incredibly frightening attack for multiple reasons. The Glory Seekers and the Cross clan weren't known for their sloppiness. Both of them abided by military standards of the states they came from and did not slack off in their security measures. It should have been impossible for saboteurs to plant enormous bombs within the hulls of several starships. From an engineering standpoint, a typical bomb could ruin a few compartments at most. Anything that was more powerful than that should have been large and noticeable enough to be detected ahead of time. This was particularly the case for the bombs that rent the combat carrier apart. It took extreme force to shatter a combat carrier's entire hull. Yet for some reason, these extremely powerful bombs remained undetected until someone finally detonated them at once. If they can blow up 6 of our vessels, they can blow up 12 of our vessels. When Vase raced to the bridge, Nida quickly retrieved a case mounted on the back of her heavy armor and threw it on the deck. The case unfolded and turned into an open suit of combat armor behind Ves's back. Within seconds, the armor engulfed his body and covered him completely except for his head. Though he was still conscious of the possibility that there might be assassins or infiltrators about the spirit of Bentime, he felt that the odds of this possibility coming true was too low. Even if he misjudged, he had nothing to worry about. The bridge of the capital ship was one of the most secure compartments in the fleet. His honor guard were on full alert and kept very watchful eyes on every crew member sitting behind their consoles and workstations. Minutes later, the blast doors to the bridge opened just enough to allow Calabast and her pet to squeeze inside. The spymaster hadn't bothered to don any battle gear. She quickly strode to the Larkinson Patriarch's side and began to give him a short briefing just as she was receiving lots of new information from her black cats. "Tell me what is going on?" Vase asked. Sabotage and infiltration was Calabast's specialty, so it was better to get a situation report from her rather than General Verl. The general was probably too busy directing the mech forces to spare much time to entertain Vase anyway. Now that they had entered a dangerous period, the professionals should be allowed to do their jobs without getting pestered with too many questions. Even Calabast was busy commanding her own force of spies and security personnel. She was just a lot better at multitasking with the help of her advanced implant and impeccable training. "It doesn't look good for the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan," she began with a troubled voice. "While I am still in the dark about the party who attacked us, the simultaneous detonations make it very clear we are dealing with one organization with hostile intentions towards our entire fleet. What concerns me is that this hidden group has managed to infiltrate our alliance to such a deep extent that its agents managed to plant powerful bombs while circumventing every security measure designed to stop these kinds of plots from going through." Vase had a phobia for enemies in the dark. As long as he could anticipate a threat, he could form targeted contingency plans in order to manage his risks. It was a different story when the enemy was too good at hiding. Vase could only form some general plans and hope they fit the situation. He could not make any more specific preparations or warn his guards and soldiers to watch out for specific attack methods. A few concerning fears went through his mind. Freeze all ongoing production operations aboard the Spirit of Bentime. Vase commanded. Keep this ship locked down even if the alert level is lifted. We need to sweep our entire flagship for signs of sabotage. I don't care if we'll delay our journey a bit. Please pay special attention to all recent shipments of minerals and other goods. On it, sir. The production halls have already stopped production, but we will lock it down to the greatest degree. Calabast nodded in approval. This is a good precaution. The reason why those Glory Seeker and Crosser ships exploded without warning is because there were multiple chains of failure aboard those vessels. A traitor is behind each and every chain. The Glory Seekers and the Cross clan both carry tens of thousands of personnel aboard their starships, so it is impossible to ensure that each of them are honest. Yet it is not so easy for our hidden enemies to plant so many infiltrators in a single ship. The fact that this had likely taken place meant that there had to be some high-ranked traitors within both organizations. Otherwise, how could that unknown person concentrate a sufficient amount of saboteurs on specific vessels? While Vase generally didn't bother to think about the internal affairs of his allies, right now he had grown quite annoyed at their lapses. You can't blame them for slipping up, Calabast said. She obviously sympathized with her counterparts in the other two organizations. The Glory Seekers and Crossers don't have our advantages. Aside from very rare exceptions like the one that has beset you on Prosperous Hill V, it is too difficult for any of our clansmen to develop nefarious thoughts and get away with it. Combined with the fact that there are no non-Larkinsons aboard our starships, the only feasible way to sabotage them is to insert infiltrators into them, but a movement as big as blowing up an entire ship at once can't be done in this fashion. The best way to ruin a ship was to have a traitor or two take advantage of their high-level permissions. Since it was practically impossible for the Larkinson clan to have any traitors in their midst, this means had become completely invalid. Vase relaxed a bit as he accepted this logic. The fact that no Larkinson vessel had blown up with the other ones was a clear indicator that this was likely the case. That didn't mean that he completely let down his guard. His clansmen needed to stay sharp and guard against any follow-up attacks. Yet as the minutes continued to pass, no enemy approached their fleet. The relatively quiet star system visited by the expeditionary fleet was just an ordinary low industrial planet. It didn't possess a lot of developed industries and there weren't many fleets within the star system at the moment. Even after performing extensive scans in every direction, the fleet failed to detect any mech or ship within at least a light hour around its current coordinates. The alert level slowly lowered to yellow. Many mechs cautiously flew back to their motherships, but half of the available mechs were still assigned to complete their hours-long guard missions. Calabast had gathered a lot of information by now. She also performed extensive analyses and formed many guesses. While she worked, Arnold comfortably laid on the deck before her feet. From time to time, the spymaster pushed her boot forward, causing its tip to push Arnold's over. Squeak squeak. The eight-legged exo-beast didn't seem to mind getting pushed around. His chubby body eagerly crawled back forward so that he could lick Calabast's boots or rub his nose onto its glossy surface. Meow. Lucky arrogantly turned his head away from the shameless sight. Arnold was a disgrace of a pet in his eyes. The exo-beast was so weak that it couldn't even put up a decent fight against any cat. Even Vase questioned why Calabast took a fancy for a weak and defenseless pet that only knew how to submit or run away. This attack doesn't make sense. Huh. Vase turned to Calabast. What makes you say that? The planning and preparation for this wave of sabotage is quite extensive. She noted. It is already difficult to plant bombs and keep them hidden on a single ship. The fact that it happened on 6 ships of 2 different forces is a sign of deliberate and strategic planning. If those ships blew up during a sensitive time, then the enemy who arranged it all could have inflicted considerable damage to us after triggering other attacks. Those follow-up attacks don't seem to be coming, at least for the moment. The best moment has already passed, Vase. It has become increasingly unlikely that whoever detonated the bombs had anything else in mind. That is also what makes this initial attack so perplexing. What goal does it achieve? What kind of benefit is worth losing the opportunity to inflict greater damage to our fleet at an inopportune time? These were good questions. Now that Vase started to think about this incident from the perspective of benefits and losses, it truly appeared that the masterminds hadn't advanced their interests with this sudden act. The expeditionary fleet still retained virtually all of its strength. Though its journey was delayed by a bit, the delays generated from turbulent FTL travel were greater. In fact, this isolated terrorist attack should be considered a loss for the attackers because the advantage of surprise had been wasted to achieve marginal results. A sensible enemy who was powerful and competent enough to set this all in motion shouldn't have gone through all of that trouble just to inflict the equivalent of a bee sting to the expeditionary fleet. Calabast widened her eyes a few minutes later. She had just received some explosive news that might explain what had happened to their fleet. You should see this, Vase. Instead of explaining any further, she activated a news broadcast. She tuned in on the main broadcast of Galaxy. News 1. The news presenters projected in front of Vase and Calabast were reporting on a huge incident that had just broken out without warning. Opening square bracket ... We are receiving ongoing reports of sudden terrorist attacks of varying scales breaking out across human space. Every star cluster and star sector is beset by both small-scale attacks launched by isolated people and larger attacks orchestrated by larger organizations. The damage is incalculable and the losses are rapidly mounting across the Milky Way as well as the Red Ocean. The news network showed several dramatic clips of footage. In a wealthy state in the new Rubarth Empire, a noble descendant of the current emperor had lost his mind and used all of his potent arsenal to kill his own mother before beheading his sister. In an average state in the galactic heartland, an entire mercenary corps that was relaxing on a resort planet had gone mad. All of its mechs violently slaughtered the tourists and locals who were working and having fun. Though the local planetary guard and some helpers quickly put down the murderous mercenaries, over 500,000 people had died. In a simple town situated in the galactic rim, the core members of a small religious church turned into bloodthirsty madmen. They left their church and used all of the guns in their hands to kill every person they came across. If not for the fact that a retired veteran still had access to a cheap mech, these crazed fanatics could have slaughtered the entire population. It seemed that many people across the galaxy and beyond had suddenly transformed into monsters who only cared about inflicting as much death and destruction as possible. Many of the clips happened to catch a disturbingly common phrase uttered by all of the people that had gone mad. Return our stolen crown. Both Vase and Calabast looked flabbergasted at this civilization-wide development. Neither of them could imagine what had happened to cause so many people to utter the same phrase across so many locations. Calabast slowly narrowed her eyes and gazed at Vase. Did you happen to come into possession of a crown lately? It wasn't me. Vase innocently raised his hands. I swear I did nothing this time. I'm truly innocent. Meow. Lucky, who was still nesting atop Vase, also raised his paws in innocence. Chapter 3003. Sudden uprising. It wasn't just the fleet that was attacked. All of human space was also suffering. When Vase switched to other broadcasts such as Galaxy News Network, the Rubarth Daily, the Terran Telegraph and the Red Ocean Digest, the stories they told were all similar. No state seemed to be spared. Terrorist attacks broke out in even the most secure locations of the Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rubarth Empire. Other first-rate, second-rate and third-rate states fell victim to various attacks. Both poor and rich states had to contend with the ravages of this sudden trans-galactic terror wave. For some stupid reason, Calabast did not immediately allay her suspicions when Vase protested his innocence. Her strategic partner had stirred up so much trouble lately that it seemed that every awful incident was his fault somehow. Vase truly felt wrong though. He didn't think he had anything to do with something that could cause so many people across so many different areas of human space to lose their sanity. I know quite well that I don't have any crowns or other fancy headwear in my possession. Vase emphatically said in order to dispel Calabast's suspicion. I might have picked up some treasures back on Prosperous Hill V, but your black cats should easily be able to trace all of the goods we've plundered and shipped back to our fleet. The other gains of made largely consist of exclusive research data that have no relations to any crowns. The spymaster judged that Vase didn't have any direct relations to the current incident. She lowered her suspicions and opened up another interface. She needed information, a lot of information. Seeing that much of the terrorist attacks happened elsewhere, she couldn't rely on her agents to explain what was happening. Only the news could give her an indication of what was going on. She immersed herself in the news reports that had just been put on the galactic net. Vase browsed the news as well, but not before issuing some commands. We don't have to return to yellow alert, but let's make sure we are on guard. Wherever we go, don't allow any ship or mech to approach our security perimeter. I don't care what the local laws permit people to do, anyone who comes close and ignores our warnings should be shot down without mercy. Yes, sir. Also, please keep an eye on the local unrest in our current star sector. We should steer away from any locations where a lot of trouble has erupted. Yes, sir. Do not answer any calls for help or communicate casually with outside organizations. We need to assume a more cautious posture. Pretend that we are operating in a war zone. Nowhere is safe. We need to revise our planning with regards to when we recruit and pick up supplies. Vase did not want to suffer because he was too complacent. He smelled a grand conspiracy from this civilization-wide unrest. Even though the scale of attacks weren't actually big enough to topple entire states or cause the societies of entire planets to collapse, the bloodshed and material damage that the madman had inflicted was already quite immense. The worst part about it was that humanity continued to be beset by terrorist attacks. A space station has plunged into a city in the galactic heartland. The city's shield generators failed to resist all of the damage, causing at least 3 million humans to die upon impact. A large mech manufacturing complex exploded as several industrial machines overloaded at the same time. The culprit, a rogue mech designer, had eroded the programming of these powerful machines over a span of 4 years. The Komodo War has entered into a temporary lull as both the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony have suffered from many terrorist attacks. The war is unlikely to end due to this incident, but many citizens from both states have decided to return our stolen crown. No matter what kind of person committed the awful deeds, they all shouted the same 4 words. Vase could not fathom how so many people living in so many different parts of human space simultaneously shouted the same demand as if it was their company slogan. It didn't seem as if all of these hidden sleeper agents were instructed to shout this phrase ahead of time. Calabast happened to concur. We still lack a lot of information, but I think I can make a guess. A major incident must have taken place recently. It could have happened a few months ago, but this outbreak of terror is too sudden and seems to be awfully devoid of planning and immediate strategic considerations. Aside from sowing fear and getting their demand across, the perpetrators are wasting too many opportunities. A spymaster like her would definitely think this way. Many of the people who had gone mad were all people who occupied both the lowest and highest echelons of society. The fact that even exalted Rubarthan princes and eminent Terran clansmen became infected by the craziness was enough to showcase the horrible power and influence of the masterminds. Yet all of these extremely hidden assets exposed themselves to the public on their own accord and launched attacks that inevitably led to their deaths without achieving any other discernible value. It was just like the random terrorist attack on the Glory Seekers and Cross Clan. Without enacting some sort of follow-up plan, the random explosions did not fundamentally hurt the expeditionary fleet. You know what I am thinking about. What is it, Vase? This has all of the signs of a boss issuing an impulsive command. I don't know who he or she is, but something must have happened that has obviously tipped this person over. This person must wield an enormous amount of authority to be able to trigger so many people to go mad at once. That, or the loss of this so-called crown is so severe that an entire council of leaders agreed to let their subordinates loose in response to the theft. Cabast grimaced as she continued to flick through news reports across the galaxy. My own analysis concurs with your guess. Every organization is led by people, and those at the top can easily abuse their power whenever they lose control of their emotions. What frightens me is the scale and the background of the organization that is responsible for setting off so many people. It has to be a transgalactic organization, and one that can reach every corner of human space. Not even the Red Ocean is exempt from this terror wave, which means that powerful pioneers that are capable of earning lots of MTA or CFA merits are part of this powerful but evidently hidden organization. There aren't many transgalactic organizations in human space that possess this much reach. Vase lowered his eyes in concern. From the sheer number of people this organization has managed to turn as well as the extremely high status of a number of them, this organization is incredibly powerful. It must be far more powerful than a typical megacorporation. What organization can you think of that comes close to matching the big two? Both Calabast and Vase exchanged concerned glances. They both knew something about the Five Scrolls Compact. There was no other organization that had the ability and the craziness to unleash so many hidden assets at this random time. It makes me wonder what this crown is all about. Vase lightly said, anything that such a powerful organization wants back must be a relic of extreme importance. Don't even think about it, Vase. Calabast growled. Hey, I'm just wondering, that's all. I'm not crazy enough to paint a target on my back. Besides, what are the odds that this missing crown is anywhere near our fleet? Something as important as this relic ought to be stationed close to their headquarters. I heard that it got breached once. Its security likely hasn't improved all that much. Neither of them knew the inside story behind this chaotic incident. They were just swapping guesses at this point. The only reassurance was that they both judged that their clan was not involved. They were just incidental victims, just like many other innocent people in the galaxy. The fact that the expeditionary fleet got attacked was not a sign that the Golden Skull Alliance was specifically targeted. While there was no doubt that the Compact, or most likely one of its branch organizations, had plotted against the expeditionary fleet, neither Vase nor Calabast exhibited too much concern. Massive organizations like these like to have their finger in as many pies as possible. She said, if this particular organization truly has the power and reach to threaten the Big Two, then they can easily plant their own spies in our midst without exerting too much effort. They're probably sleeper agents as well. They could spend their whole lives keeping their true sides in the dark as long as their superiors have no reason to target us specifically. Vase agreed with this guess due to the simple fact that the Compact hadn't gone after him despite possessing the mythical metal scroll. If the cultists truly knew who he was and what he held, then they should have made a much greater effort in infiltrating the Golden Skull Alliance. That doesn't mean that the remainder of our fleet is free of sleeper agents, though. Calabast warned, look at the news. Not all of the hidden assets have shown their fangs. More are emerging after every moment. It is conceivable that more will attack when they see an opportunity to inflict greater destruction. Worse yet, I believe the majority of hostile agents in the ranks of our allies will continue to live among us while wearing their false identities. If Vase was in charge, he would have ordered just 5 to 20% of the agents under his command to go mad and expose themselves in the process. With 80% of the hidden assets still in place, he would still be able to retain a lot of possibilities. Days passed as the expeditionary fleet reluctantly journeyed deeper into the Winged Serenade star sector. Terrorists' attacks continued to break out without any signs of abating. Space stations burned. Starships disappeared into the void. Mechs killed their own mech pilots. Hospital patients mutated into cannibalistic monsters. The news across the galaxy continued to spread more fear among the people of the galaxy. Entire states were becoming paralyzed because too many people had grown too scared to go out and live their daily lives. The news agencies as well as many official organizations such as the Big Two began to refer to the unrest as the Crown Uprising. Everyone who heard the phrase, "Return our stolen crown," had become sick of it. Absolutely no one in the galaxy except for those affiliated with the nefarious organization that sparked the uprising wanted to utter those blasted words. Vase was starting to feel more and more unsafe even though his powerful fleet was traveling along one of the safest transit routes through the Winged Serenade star sector. Plenty of minor and major incidents had erupted in nearby states. It didn't matter whether their security levels had remained high for centuries. The hidden agents were seemingly everywhere. Who thought it was a good idea to steal a relic from the Five Scrolls Compact? It was a lot safer to poke a dragon. Now the entire galaxy had gone mad because someone couldn't resist stealing from the most powerful organizations in human space. Whoever caused the Crown Uprising deserves to get spanked. Vase growled in frustration. That person needs to get punished day and night. I want to squeeze my hands on this blasted thief's throat. I want to tie this stupid crown stealer up and perform lots of experiments. He or she doesn't deserve any mercy. Death is too kind to the criminal who provoked those crazy bastards. Chapter 3004. Shifting human space. The Crown Uprising affected every part of human space. Not even the Golden Skull Alliance remained unaffected by the chaos erupting in every star sector. The expeditionary fleet suffered both directly and indirectly from the ongoing slew of terrorist attacks. The Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan had all entered a heightened state of alert. Every crew member could be a potential traitor. With 6 broken starships as undeniable proof that there were enemies among them, both Colonel Ariadne Woden and Patriarch Reginald Cross implemented drastic measures to prevent any subsequent acts of sabotage. The movements of every Glory Seeker and Crosser became restricted. They were tracked everywhere they went and often had to stay in a team so that everyone else could keep an eye on them. Hordes of security officers manually inspected every accessible space to check whether they had missed a hidden bomb or other illicit equipment. The disruption that all of these extreme measures caused in the past few days was so severe that the expeditionary fleet had to pause its journey. The leaders had no choice but to prioritize safety over speed. Even though the combat potential of the fleet hadn't dropped in the slightest, the explosions along with the heavy-handed checks severely impacted people's morale. The bonds of trust and camaraderie that the Glory Seekers and Crossers had built up with each other became a lot more shaky. If Vase and Calabast could figure out that the organization in the shadows only activated a portion of their sleeper agents, then Colonel Ariadne and Patriarch Reginald could come to this conclusion as well. The latter two leaders didn't even have to be familiar with the Five Scrolls Compact. There were many secretive organizations in human space. Many of them had risen and fallen over millennia. The Big Two did not lack challengers, and there were many delusional people in the galaxy who thought they could defeat the undefeatable. Strangely enough, the Larkinson clan adopted a much more moderate attitude. The existence of the Larkinson network was pretty much an open secret among the clansmen. Both early and late joiners became aware of how they were able to feel an indescribable kinship and closeness to anyone sharing the same affiliation as theirs. Some even discovered that they came under some sort of adverse influence whenever they contemplated decisions that obviously harmed their fellow clansmen. No one else outside the Larkinson clan enjoyed this invisible benefit. This was why the Larkinsons did not institute their own version of martial law. While the leadership did impose some restrictions and performed extensive checks, the crew members weren't forced to abide by too many oppressive rules. Most of the inspections that went on throughout the Larkinson fleet were directed at imported goods and other items brought in from the outside. The Larkinsons held near absolute trust in each other. Only their trading partners posed a risk to them, so checking everything the clan had bought including the graveyard and dragon's den became paramount. Of course, inspecting all of this was an enormous endeavor in itself. If not for the fact that the Larkinson clan hired more than 50,000 people in a short amount of time, it would have become too cumbersome to complete the inspection of the two new capital ships within a year. Though Vase should have been devoting his time to fleshing out the draft designs of the Chimera Project and the Sentry Project, he really couldn't be bothered with his work now that humanity became beset with a crisis from within. The Crown Uprising affected everyone. Vase did not want to cast every concern aside and tunnel vision on his own work like usual only to allow a hidden danger to grow. Perhaps he might get pulled out of his design lab one day to find the massive Hemington Cross activating all of her thrusters and charging bow first into the starboard side of the Spirit of Bentime. For better or worse, the safety and integrity of the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan also affected the safety of the Larkinson clan. As long as they kept traveling together in a single combined fleet, Vase and the other Larkinsons couldn't help but worry about the reliability of their allies. Calabast was obviously working overtime lately. When Vase dropped by her office, she looked like she had injected at least 3 stimulants in her bloodstream in order to cope with her enormous workload. Squeak, squeak, not even Arnold was in the mood to cuddle Calabast or lick her boots. The exo-beast morosely ate his bowl of specially prepared meat while looking as if he was being neglected. Meow. Lucky wasn't even interested in bullying Arnold this time. The gem cat remained perched on top of Ves's left shoulder as if he was a shoulder-mounted missile launcher. Due to the heightened alert status, many Larkinsons opted to wear hazard suits or even better protection. Even Vase opted to wear his unending regalia even though he was quite sure that nothing would happen to him. He still had to set an example though, so he wore his armor even though it gave him bad associations of Prosperous Hill v. "What's up, Calabast?" The older woman sighed. "We're dealing with the situation as best we can. Compared to what is happening elsewhere, we're clearly in a better shape than most, but that is not an excuse for us to lower our guard." Vase grew grim as he sat down in front of her desk. "Tell me your greatest worry." "The Transgalactic Terror campaign has rattled the Big Two quite a lot," she replied, causing Vase to jerk in his seat. "What is happening is so widespread, so damaging and so difficult to prevent that it has injected fear into the hearts of every human alive today. Our society is shifting towards a darker and less optimistic direction. Public sentiment is dropping to levels unheard of since the end of the Age of Conquest. The Age of Mechs was a period of reconstruction, consolidation and accumulation. This might not sound that impressive, but it was heaven compared to the hell that happened in the waning days of the Age of Conquest. This pretty much meant that everything became a bit better with every year that passed by. Humanity today was unaccustomed to universal decline and the prospect of living in a galaxy that was becoming worse over time. What does that mean to us? Vase narrowed his eyes. Tell me your views. Well, first off, many peaceful states don't seem so peaceful anymore. Terrorists can emerge in the largest of cities and the smallest of towns. They're hidden in villages, space stations and starships. Less stable states that are no strangers to war are faring the current crisis better than states that have never confronted violence on a larger scale. As a consequence, a lot of leaders and politicians are overreacting right now. Militaries are being mobilized and the market for mechs and other military goods have become active. Vase shone his eyes. Lately, the LMC had hit a plateau in its growth. The customers who were all interested in acquiring LMC mechs mostly received their orders already. While there was lots of repeat business and a steady influx of new customers, the extended hype from the release of the ferocious Piranha IC and so on had already faded. Yet this time was different. Now that security became a lot more valuable, the demand for mechs that could suppress terrorists and end incidents would definitely soar into the sky. This means big business. He grinned. It also means greater costs and less convenience to our own operations. Calabast retorted. It has already become harder for us to acquire new goods and supplies. Every product that can make us stronger can also make others stronger. If we want to keep our fleet adequately supplied, we need to pay more in order to maintain our strength. I've heard that the average price has already risen by 20%, and it will certainly grow worse over time. As long as we sell more mechs, this price jump isn't a big deal. I'm more worried about losing access to scarce and exclusive goods. Gloriana would definitely get pissed if the deals she made to acquire certain batches of strategic materials fell through. The widespread terror campaign also affected the Big Two in some ways. The MTA has become significantly more active in recent days. She said, the association usually takes months or years to make a high-level decision, but it has made its moves almost immediately after the terror campaign has begun. Its mechs are showing up more often and its agents are becoming more busy. We best stay out of their way when we encounter them. They are all authorized to act with lethal force when they stumble into a so-called crown terrorist. The 5-scroll compact show of force could not go unchallenged. The MTA possessed a charter that granted them the responsibility of guarding the interior of human space. The terror campaign directly undermined the association's mission and threatened to tear down their prestige. Therefore, it was no surprise for Vase to hear that the mechers finally got off their lazy butts in order to show they were still in charge of human space. Vase thought of another possible development. The MTA is big, but I doubt it has enough manpower to address every single priority. I think they will release a lot of missions soon. Human space remained largely stable as a whole. While there were plenty of states going to war on each other, this did not bother the MTA as long as no one broke any taboos. This time was different. The crown terrorists were utterly crazy and did not have any regard for taboos. There were already cases where some of them managed to trigger nuclear bombs, subject an entire city with lethal radiation or poison the water supply with a new and unknown toxin. Calabast nodded in agreement. You're most likely correct. Perhaps you should keep an eye on the mission boards for a time. It's unlikely that any of the missions will pay well, though, and our current goal is incompatible with long-term guard assignments. That was indeed a bit troublesome. One of the reasons why Vase hadn't accepted any mission after leaving the Nixian Gap was that the ones that paid well were too inconvenient. This time might be different, though. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to accept a lucrative mission right away, but as long as the terror campaign continued, the MTA would only become more and more desperate to regain order. After discussing a few other guesses and observations, Calabast finally proposed something significant. I think we should really do something about the ongoing security crisis of our expeditionary fleet. How? By granting the Glory Seekers and Crossers the same advantage that we currently enjoy. She stated, it is the fastest and most efficient way to increase the security of our expeditionary fleet. We can't keep looking over our shoulders like this, Vase. Since we are in the unique position of possessing an answer to this problem, I think you should consider sharing it to our closest allies. What? Absolutely not. Vase became alarmed. The Larkinson network is one of our core secrets and one of the most distinct advantages. Even though we haven't been doing our best to keep it from spreading, as long as there is no solid proof of its existence, we can continue to play stupid and deny that it exists. That will become a lot harder if we spread it out to others. Besides, granting equivalent networks to the Larkinson clan's allies also strengthened them. The balance of power would shift in their favor. Why would Vase ever take the initiative to drop a rock on his feet? The Spymaster sighed in exasperation. You're too short-sighted about this issue, Vase. Stop being selfish for 1 second and think of our greater concerns. Do you want to keep traveling with dependable allies or do you want them to resent us for withholding an easy and effective solution to their trust problems? What you can offer is exactly what they need to stabilize their own ranks. This means you possess an incredible amount of leverage. Think of the deals you can make. Vase had to admit that she made a good point. Once the Glory Seekers and the Crossers learned of what his spiritual networks could do, he would definitely take up an extremely favorable bargaining position. He already began to rub his smooth-shaven chin. If that's the case, maybe I can use this opportunity to gain some valuable and unique benefits. Chapter 3005, Misapplied Logic. Selling a spiritual network to his allies was a major decision. It was not something to be decided on a whim. After discussing this option with Calabast, Vase decided to put her in charge of laying the groundwork of a potential deal. Properly speaking, a trusted diplomat should be doing this job, but a spy usually acted as a decent substitute. Calabast was the sort of person who excelled at seeking advantages for herself. She should know how to maximize the Larkinson clan's bargaining power and persuade their business partners into opening up their wallets. As Vase reluctantly continued to stay on top of the ongoing developments while trying to resume his design work, he received a surprising request from Master Willix. He looked at the notification on his comm with a mild surprise. He never spoke directly to her for quite some time. Vase didn't take the initiative to talk to her because he didn't want to get confronted on what he had been doing back on Prosperous Hill V. What kind of criminal was stupid enough to approach the authorities on his own initiative? Another reason was that it simply wasn't necessary. Gloriana was in charge of the design projects this time, so it was natural for her to coordinate with the master who supervised them. The nature of designing expert mechs was extremely technical, which fully conformed to Gloriana's specialty. Vase even thought that he would be able to spend months without ever speaking with his reluctant patron within the MTA. The longer this went on, the lower the likelihood that Master Willix would confront him on stealing 5 precious vials of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. This was why he became quite nervous after receiving Master Willix's summons. While the timing of this message suggested that the topic she had in mind was likely related to the ongoing terror campaign, Vase still worried whether she would mention some of his misdeeds on the last planet he visited. "I need to control myself," he muttered. He tried to suppress all of his nervous tension before leaving the design lab. Various thoughts swirled through his mind as he moved down to the hangar bay and boarded his shuttle. While Gloriana probably didn't care about discussing expert mech design over the galactic net, Vase was different. The topics that he sometimes discussed with Willix demanded greater precautions. This was why he had to travel all the way back to his former flagship, the Scarlet Rose. He still left the Dark Break module in the mobile supply carrier because Vase simply didn't trust it enough to install it on the Spirit of Bentime. While it was rather inconvenient for Vase to travel all the way back to his old ship, it was a small price to pay in order to gain a lot of peace of mind. "Wait in my shuttle, Lucky. I don't want you to get too close." Meow. Lucky lazily flipped his tail while resting on top of a shuttle seat. Vase threw a viable exotic towards his cat in order to keep the pet happy. Meow tilde. Though Vase hadn't stepped aboard the Scarlet Rose for many months, he was still familiar with her layout. He entered the dedicated communication chamber and approached the dark metal slab that rested in the center. After inputting a few commands, he waited until the Dark Break module established a highly secure connection to Master Willix. The woman looked the same as ever. Vase had met her enough times by now to shake off his instinctual fawning and worship towards Master Mech Designer. Though he respected their formidable design ability, they were human in some respects. That didn't mean he underestimated her. Vase only possessed a partial glimpse of her role within the association. He didn't know how much power she wielded, but he could definitely make some guesses. "Master Willix." Vase pasted on a sincere-looking smile on his face. "I've missed you quite a lot. I was wondering if you forgot about me or something. You seem to have grown very chummy with Gloriana lately." The great mech designer remained calm and collected. The projection of her lab-coated body barely showed any sign of tension despite the severe crisis the MTA faced. A modest smile appeared on her face. "Miss Gloriana is quite devoted towards her work. It is a pleasure to feed her passion and guide her into developing her own solutions. She is a fantastic young woman to work with. You are lucky to have her as your partner." Vase briefly coughed. "Yes, I'm very lucky, yes. I couldn't ask for a better collaborator. Perhaps you might not be aware of her brilliance at the moment, but you will assuredly find out once you have moved past the preliminary phases and proceed with the main design work. She has developed some new methods that will surely play well with the expert mechs that we are developing." He already heard his wife mention that a few times. Just like how Vase was constantly building up his spiritual toolbox, Gloriana was also building up her own array of exclusive tools. Perhaps she never had the opportunity to use most of her tools when she worked on mass production mech design projects, but now that she was working on mech designs more suitable to her inclination, she would definitely be able to make use of her most potent methods. Vase continued to discuss various issues about the expert mech design projects with Master Willix. She remained annoyingly reticent about various topics that Vase most wanted to know. You don't have to concern yourself too much with reserving space for resonating exotics. Willix dismissively answered one of his questions. Just design your expert mech as if it is just a standard mech. I can easily modify the structure and components in a particular section so that they incorporate the right amount of resonating exotics. I will take care of all of the matters related to combining the resonating exotics in ways that will result in resonating abilities when activated by a compatible expert pilot. It is too soon for you to involve yourself in this process. Naturally, she gave no exact reason why this was the case. Vase expected this already, so he wasn't too upset about the lack of answers. He could at least use this opportunity to ask other questions that were relevant to his work. I'm guessing Gloriana must have told you about the mounted wargear concept that I am attempting to apply to the Chimera project, ma'am. He began. What do you think about it? Am I going in the right direction, and what aspects do I need to pay attention to in order to make it work? The master directed a twinkling gaze towards him. The idea of equipping mechs with swappable, external equipment is not a new one. The logic of it is similar to the reason why individual soldiers equip combat armor and other gear when they are in service. The assumption is that human bodies are weak and unable to exert enough strength in combat. It is for this reason that they need to rely on highly sophisticated equipment to leverage power that is far beyond their ability to exert through natural means. Humanity is a technology-based race. We are not endowed with superior strength like some other alien races. We don't fight with our own bodies. We can't grow or evolve our bodies into superior combat forms, though that hasn't stopped people from trying. Willix twitched her mouth into a disdainful sneer. You are quite correct about that. The so-called Uranus that you have experienced in person is but one of a long line of doomed attempts to redefine humanity. I am sure your little ordeal has taught you the folly of abandoning your humanity. We are strongest when we rely on our intellect and our tool-making ability to develop our society. Ordinary mechs are more than adequate for our race to satisfy our need to fight. Vase tactfully didn't mention that warships were even better tools to wage war with. No matter what kind of mech the MTA was capable of designing, he seriously doubted that it could overpower the best of what the CFA had to offer. The incident with Uranus fully reinforced his impression that size mattered. Let us get back to the previous topic, she said. I have just explained to you the rationale for humans to rely on external equipment to fight. Do you believe it applies to mechs as well? Not exactly, ma'am. Vase reluctantly answered as he thought about the issue from this angle. Mechs are different. Human bodies are all inherently weak. Even if you can augment them, it is prohibitively expensive to make them ready for modern combat. Mechs can be weak as well, but more often than not they are quite effective in battle by themselves. Depending on their design, budget, material composition and so on, they can be fabricated in huge batches and allow many mech pilots to exert considerable strength. Yet mechs don't necessarily need to borrow all of that power. Why is that, Mr. Larkinson? Because they are machines. They are works that can be specified and designed with great precision. We can put anything in them as long as we have the resources, know-how and technology to implement our ideas. A mech is already a war platform by itself. Mounting external equipment on it doesn't necessarily make sense from that perspective. I see you have made the most important realization. Master Willix nodded in approval. Mechs, at least the most popular humanoid variety, are designed to imitate the human form, but that does not mean they have to inherit all of the weaknesses associated with our physique. In fact, the goal is quite the opposite. Mechs exist to compensate for our inherent weaknesses. Since they have to be strong in order to be useful, they are already adequate by themselves. Aside from arming them with necessary weapons, the need to mount additional modules and equipment on them grows weaker. Do you know why most of humanity doesn't bother with this versatile option? Vase knew that Master Willix was guiding him towards a deeper answer. He took a couple of dozen seconds to think over this issue. It's not efficient, he finally answered. Sure, mounting extra modules and other gear onto mechs can strengthen their performance, but on a wider scale it is probably better to just design a higher quality mech that incorporates the added strength in a much more effective and cost-efficient manner. Due to the limitations of mounting external equipment onto mechs, a lot of potential is lost and a lot of capabilities are being wasted. In most cases, it is already sufficient to field naked mechs that are designed to handle a job without needing additional assistance. That is a good answer, Mr. Larkinson. Mechs are not as weak as humans, so it is a mistake to blindly apply a model that works for the latter but is never meant to be used on the former. Vase frowned. He could hear the implicit disapproval in the master's guidance. Fortunately, he also recognized a window which he could use to stick to his vision. Even if that is the case, there are exceptions for everything. I can already think of one scenario. Expert mechs and expert pilots are scarce in our clan. While I can just design a vastly superior mech for one of my expert pilots, there are limitations to this approach. Their mass and volume can only be so much before they lose the ability to duel against other expert pilots. Since I don't have that much access to excellent but extremely expensive exotics, the only other method to strengthen an expert mech is to mount wargear on its frame to make it bigger. As long as size and mass limitations are no longer a big consideration in certain battle scenarios, I can make full use of the advantage of scale to design a loadout that can give an expert mech an enormous boost of power without paying too much. The master raised her eyebrow. Your logic is not wrong, but what you save in cost and other resources, you take on significantly more burdens. You already recognize the impact that excessive gear can do to the mobility of your design. I'm told that Miss Gloriana has already told you about the resonance compatibility problem. There are numerous other issues that affect the performance of your work. I can manage the downsides. What we need is to improve our top-end power, and there is no easy way to do so unless you are generous enough to donate first-class exotic materials to our clan. If not, I can only resort to a more stupid method and rely on size to make one of our expert mechs stronger. Unless you can give me a better solution, I will stick to my chosen course. Master Willix let out a soft sigh. Your determination is stronger than I expected. Have it your way, then. I will do my best to help you integrate the resonance characteristics of your mounted wargear with the rest of your expert mech, but only once. You will have to find another consultant in order to integrate additional wargear loadouts to your special expert mechs. Vase smiled. This is all I want. Chapter 3006. Common Interests of Humanity. When Vase heard how hard it was to integrate different resonating exotics into a single mech frame, he became worried that Master Willix would refuse to extend her services to make the Superior Mother's incarnation compatible with the core mech of the Chimera project. Though it was not impossible for Vase to find another consultant to do this job, he would definitely have to pay a bigger price for worse service. Out of every mech designer that he could solicit for this job, Master Willix was by far the best and most competent choice. She would do a far better job at preserving the mounted wargear's existing strengths while adding additional power in the form of resonating abilities. Fortunately, she acquiesced to his demand even if it didn't technically fall into the scope of their original agreement. She was only really obligated to design the core mech, which in this case was the hero expert mech that Venerable Joshua was supposed to pilot. Now that he obtained her promise, he didn't have to worry about screwing up the first incarnation. If he was designing a normal mech, then he wouldn't have to bother with this, but since he was working on an expert mech, it was best if he could gain the cooperation of the best professional he could find. Vase was quite happy that he was able to obtain what he wanted so easily, but he momentarily forgot that Master Willix wasn't so easy to deal with. She might be generous sometimes, but she was never the sort of person who allowed others to take advantage of her without paying something in return. Mr. Larkinson, to be honest, I did not take the initiative to contact you in order to discuss your expert mech design projects. She stated, there are more important matters on my agenda. Naturally, contributing to the design of a handful of second-class expert mechs was just a minor chore for her. All of the difficulties that Vase and Gloriana had to overcome was nothing more than a breeze to a master mech designer. I don't see how that is my business, ma'am. Are you sure about that? The projection of her eyes seemed to penetrate through his mind. Let me ask you frankly, then. Do you have any relations to the Crown Uprising that is sweeping across human space? What? No. Vase immediately replied and adopted the most helpless expression that he could manage. Why would you think that? I'm just a mech designer. I'm an honest businessman. I'm anything but a thief. Did you happen to pick up any crown-shaped objects on Prosperous Hill V or anywhere else by any chance? No. Vase emphatically answered. I'm pretty sure I did not. I can't fully account for the actions of my subordinates, but I think if they obtained a fancy crown from somewhere, our people would have noticed. I am absolutely sure that we are not connected to those stupid terrorists. We are merely their victims, just like all of the other people who have suffered from their random acts of violence. Though Master Willix continued to stare deeper into Vess's eyes, she eventually retracted her presence. I believe you, Mr. Larkinson. It is indeed unlikely that you have any relations to the supposed crown that the terrorists are demanding back. The galaxy is immense and it could be anywhere. Then why did you ask me this question as if there is a realistic chance that I might have taken this crown? Some of our intelligence sources suggest that the crown may have fallen on this side of the galaxy. She casually said, we are not quite clear about this, to be honest. Do not be surprised if you witness much greater activity from all of the nearby branches of our association. Oh, Vase was starting to have a bad feeling about this. Even though he was pretty certain that he and his clan did not pick up a suspicion crown, he did have several dealings with the Five Scrolls Compact in the past. If the crown the terrorists were yelling about was a symbol for something else, then he might be in more trouble than he realized. Though he grew slightly more nervous, he quickly forced himself to relax. His biggest offense to the Five Scrolls Compact aside from possessing their precious sacred scroll was helping his mother banish this temple protector fellow into the higher dimensions. That was already ancient history to Vase. The impulsive and unplanned crown uprising should have erupted right after the end of the Battle of the Abyss if that was the case. Since it was highly unlikely that these two events were related, Vase did not have to bear any suspicion. For some reason, Master Willix looked disappointed for a moment. It was as if she judged that Vase was definitely involved for some reason. This was unfair. This was naked discrimination. Vase was not some kind of repeat offender who screwed up every place he visited. It was purely a coincidence that Uranus activated and almost wiped out an entire metropolis. Is that all you wanted to ask? Vase asked while he defensively crossed his arms. Seeing that this crown business has affected the upper ranks of the first-rate superstates, it is way too big for me to get involved. I don't want anything to do with this conflict. I just want to get to the Red Ocean and start a new life for myself and my clan. I am not stopping you from pursuing your dreams, Mr. Larkinson. Yet it is impossible for any human to remain uninvolved. The crown uprising affects us all. We must each do our duty in order to quell this galaxy-wide rebellion before it breaks the long centuries of stability that we have always enjoyed. Vase furrowed his brows. Why do you call it a rebellion? Isn't this uprising just a simple temper tantrum from some massive organization? This massive organization you are referring to is our greatest enemy. It is one of the most potent hidden dangers of our society. Make no mistake, Mr. Larkinson, this is but the first step to a greater plan to dislocate the mechanisms that keep us united and together. The days of constant peace and quiet reconstruction have come to an end. Forgive me for being blunt, but aren't you exaggerating a bit, ma'am? There are only so many brainwashed terrorists in existence. These guys are dying by the trillions. Sooner or later there will be no terrorists left because the previous ones have already blown themselves up. We don't have anything to fear after that. You are being too naive. Willix shook her head. It is difficult to convey my perspective of this epical shift to you without breaching confidentiality rules. Let me just state in general terms that the enemy that is undermining our society should never be underestimated. There are more ways to damage humanity's institutions aside from launching indiscriminate suicide attacks. If that's the case, then I'm glad that I am leaving the Milky Way. There are lots of old powers and old states here that must have been fertile ground for this great enemy. The Red Ocean is still pristine and the pioneers who are doing business over there are all extensively vetted. Don't have to worry too much about this hidden enemy in the New Dwarf Galaxy. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Mr. Larkinson. Our enemy greatly values phase water for many of the same reasons that we do. It is a substance that allows for large-scale space manipulation. Building Beander gates and equipping mechs with FTL-capable mini-drives is the least of what it can do. It is the key material that is needed to push our civilization to the next level. How? Perhaps you will find out in a couple of centuries. Willix smiled in an intriguing fashion. There are grand and ambitious plans in the making. Our association hasn't been sitting still all of this time. The difficulty we face is that our hidden enemy will not allow us to strengthen all of humanity. We have always waged a war in the shadows, but the outbreak of the Crown Uprising marks the first true turning point where our greatest foe has decided to take a step into the light. This is rather concerning to us because the darkness has always been their home. Was she implying that the Five Scrolls Compact was about to make itself known? Whoever is in charge of public relations over there should be fired. Vase snorted. The Crown Uprising is one of the worst marketing campaigns that I have ever seen. I don't think that any human will look kindly to the source of all of the terrorist attacks. Pretty much everyone hated the Crown terrorists. Vase could not conceive of a reason why anyone would voluntarily join their ranks, but apparently he was wrong. I told you not to underestimate our hidden enemy. Their intelligence and decisiveness are considerable, and they are able to offer unique rewards that will tempt any human no matter their rank or station. All you see is a large number of terrorists losing their lives. What you don't know is that this hidden organization has always been good at enticing more fools to join its ranks. You should take great care when you are approached by one of their recruiters. Do not act clever and think you can take advantage of this situation. It would help me if you can name this mysterious organization. I get invitations to join all sorts of clubs and associations every day. I can tell my assistant to block any letters that come from this great enemy. Denied. Oh well, it was worth a try. He could infer that Master Willix had good intentions in mind. She avoided saying more not just because of confidentiality rules, but also to protect Vase from the compact. It was quite terrible to attract their attention. Fortunately, journeyman mech designers did not register on their radar at all. Not even senior mech designers were impressive enough to get noticed. You are short on merits, are you not? Yes. Then it's your lucky day today. She directed a mild grin towards him. I happen to have a small assignment for you that can net you 2 to 5 million MTA merits depending on your results. The mention of MTA merits instantly made him more excited, but his common sense quickly reasserted itself. Vase knew exactly how difficult it was to earn so many merits at once. The MTA always aimed to make profitable transactions. It was practically their nature as a trade association. Therefore, if they promised to reward someone with a hefty chunk of merits, then the job in question must definitely be difficult. I'm not interested, he immediately replied. I have already used up my danger quota for the year. I just want to sit back and design my mechs in peace. I don't want anything to do with the Crown Uprising. We are at war, Mr. Larkinson. As a mech designer and a member of humanity, it is your duty to contribute to the safety and continuation of our society. We cannot allow malcontents to put an end to our golden age. That sounds noble and all, but would you rather subject yourself to a targeted inspection by our compliance department in order to determine what exactly you have gained from your visit to Prosperous Hill V? Willix pinned Vase with an impatient glance. I would be glad to do my duty and serve the common interests of humanity. Vase finished with a beaming smile. Of course, I don't mind earning a couple of million merits while I am doing my part in ending the Crown Uprising. As a descendant of a long line of dedicated soldiers, I am eager to fight for a righteous cause. Please instruct me, Master. A nervous atmosphere descended upon the communication chamber. Vase had shown exceptional skill at turning around his attitude, but that did not hide the fact that he really didn't want the MTA snooping too closely in his own affairs. Fortunately, Master Willix was willing to let this slide. She slowly nodded in satisfaction. That is exactly the answer I wish to hear. Let me proceed with explaining what I expect from you. I have been covering for you for quite some time. It is only fair for you to assist me in solving a small issue. Vase already dreaded what this small issue might be. He didn't believe it was as trivial as she made it sound. Chapter 3007. Vase the MTA minion. When the MTA came calling, people answered. Only absolute idiots dared to defy the Might Mech Trade Association. The transgalactic organization's stranglehold on the mech industry, its absolute military might and the Big Two's monopoly on life-prolonging serum all ensured that no one rejected the mechers when they issued their requests. Fortunately, the association rarely approached individuals on its own accord. The main reason was that it was already vast and powerful enough to solve its own problems. Ever since the age of mechs kicked off, the Mech Trade Association had become the dominant father of human civilization. Its vast influence blanketed almost every part of human space, and no one could completely divest themselves from this distant but extremely overbearing parent. It was fine if the association remained in the background. Too many events took place in the galaxy for this immense power to devote its attention to each and every one of them. To the upper echelon, the mundane lives of the space peasants under their care were no more consequential than ants locked inside a terrarium. However, once those big round heads loomed close and focused a pair of massive eyes onto a single ant, the little insect in question would definitely not feel comfortable. Vase currently had the illusion that he had become that ant. He did not dare to underestimate Master Willix. Just because she looked like a professional, middle-aged human woman. One of the scariest aspects of the human race was that its most powerful and formidable members often looked no different from other people. If it wasn't for the fact that certain transcendents like master mech designers possessed an air that caused them to stand out from the crowd, Vase could easily be fooled into assuming that Master Willix was just a doting ant. This was why he maintained a lot of vigilance towards Master Willix right now. Since she felt the need to apply coercion in order to get him to cooperate, the task she was about to announce must not be light. Vase hated trouble. He already had his fair share of it during his last adventure and did not have any stomach for more. At the very least, the Great Master could have waited until he completed his expert mech design projects. Not only would he feel a lot more secure with a handful of expert mechs at his disposal, enough time would have passed for the rest of his mech forces to complete their consolidation and expansion efforts. Right now, the strength of the Larkinson clan was rather messy. The new lifers and Heavenswarders had only just begun to get accustomed to fighting as Larkinsons, and his expert pilots were still stuck with prime mechs. Even if Vase and his allies possessed enough strength to fight a military mech regiment head-on, the enemies he faced were only growing more and more stronger. He already had plenty of headaches to worry about. He didn't want to add another major problem to his plate, but his patron in the MTA didn't seem to care. I have already revealed enough about the state of our civilization and how its stability is being undermined by our detractors, she stated in a calm voice. Though our association is mighty, we have many opponents. While our individual enemies cannot compare to us when they confront us by themselves, it is a different matter if they pool their forces together. Conspirators in the shadows, states that dream of becoming nations and vengeful aliens are constantly sharpening their knives. Vase frowned. Even though he did not believe that a little mech designer like him could not possibly influence such high-level power struggles, he still couldn't stop himself from gaming this scenario. Your association is actually in a worse state than I thought, ma'am. He slowly voiced his own views. Since you aren't joking around with this, it means that you are truly concerned about the future of the MTA. This is not what I expected, to be honest. I always thought you guys are too strong to entertain any pessimistic thoughts. Willix sighed. There is much history that is buried from the public. We have been fighting against threats that most people in the galaxy are not aware of. This is by necessity, as the trauma of the second half of the Age of Conquest was too great. Without providing centuries of peace and stability, humanity could not recover to this extent. In fact, our human enemies shared this cognition as well, so they were content to play along. Vase minutely widened his eyes. He always wondered about why the Five Scrolls Compact allowed their existence to be suppressed by the Big Two. He would have thought that it was better for their brand recognition and recruitment efforts if at least some word of their existence leaked out to a portion of the public. Perhaps these crazies realized that there would be nothing left for them to rule over if their actions caused more humans to go extinct. Maybe this was why they shook hands with the Big Two and agreed to stay in the shadows. However, after 4 centuries of long-term peace, humanity was not as fragile in the past anymore. Even though destructive conflicts like the Komodo War continued to rage throughout human space, on a galactic scale the population of humans had grown exponentially. The original rationale for remaining quiet no longer existed. Vase was sure that all of humanity's enemies benefited from the peace and quiet as well. As Vase remained in thought, Master Willix continued to emphasize the gravity of the situation. As I have stated before, we are beset by enemies, but so far they are too afraid to challenge our association when we are at our peak. It would be stupid for them to attack our warfleets and fortifications head-on, so they have wisely chosen not to do so. Instead, they are gnawing at our foundation instead. Our best analysts and strategists are already convinced that the Crown Uprising is only the first phase of a greater plan. It is not as impulsive as it seems. The so-called crown that these terrorists are demanding back might not even be real. Vase didn't think it was as simple as that, but he refrained from contradicting the master mech designer. Our association is able to exist and remain stable in our high position due to the support of the people. If this support erodes, we won't suffer in the short term, but as generations go by, a new perception will take hold among the people that will paint us as incompetents at best and tyrants as worst. Once this transition has taken place, it will not take long before our society begins to crack. She put great effort into painting the MTA as the guardian of humanity, but Vase was not so naive to think that the Mechers just wanted to maintain their supreme power and wealth. They were the biggest winners of the Age of Mechs, so it was logical that they had a vested interest in maintaining the current order. Even if someone else came along and claimed to be able to lead humanity to a better place, the MTA would no doubt smash this challenger to pieces in order to cling to its current throne. Vase let out an impatient breath. Okay, I get it, Master. Humanity, and by extension the MTA, is in grave danger, so it needs all of the help that it can get. Though I still doubt what this has to do with a small figure like myself, can you get on with explaining my assignment already? I am not in the habit of wasting time, Mr. Larkinson. In truth, you should not be hearing about this until you have become a senior mech designer. Once you reach that height, you have gained enough strength to participate in the true affairs of our race. Many of the missions that we issue are all related to them in one fashion or another. The higher you climb, the more you are able to contribute. Never forget that as long as you are a mech designer, you are intricately tied to the Mech Trade Association. She was right, his profession was fully represented by the MTA, and much of his design-related activities could only be performed under the auspices of the very same organization. There was no way that Vase could ever develop a friendly relation with the CFA for this reason. What Master Willix implied was that it didn't matter if Vase was not an internal member of the MTA. His current profession already pushed him into their camp regardless of his actions. He could either resist this fact and piss off his only powerful supporter, or he could just bend over and surrender to this inescapable reality. This was what Master Willix was aiming to achieve. She wanted him to submit on his own accord and stop resisting her authority because he was too insistent on maintaining his independence. He hated it, but what could he do? He literally relied on her favor to keep the rest of the MTA off his back. Fine, he said in a tired but sincere tone. I get what you are trying to say. I truly do. I will do as you say, though don't forget about the merits you've promised. Willix curled her lips into a subtle smile. We always pay for honest work. Have no fear about that. Our association is quite aware that people like you need some encouragement to do your best. Let me introduce you to your assignment. Vase straightened his back and became more attentive. He long wondered what she sought from him. There was very little he could offer that could interest MTA, but he could think of one unique advantage. His spiritual engineering capabilities. Did the MTA intend to borrow his glows in order to identify the rebels or something? Had Willix discovered the existence of his spiritual networks and sought to present the MTA with its own exclusive version? The master seemed to have read his thoughts. She shook her head. It's not what you think. Your expertise has great potential, but it is just that. We have enemies who possess even more profound and unusual capabilities than you. I fear that these enemies can easily warp your immature creations and exploit their vulnerabilities to ferment greater mischief. Do not believe your applications are infallible. You should wait until you have realized your design philosophy before you are ready to fight in this arena. This was actually quite a good point. Vase knew quite well that the Five Scrolls Compact possessed a much richer accumulation in spiritual engineering than him. His works may seem like child's play to them. If this was the case, then he should lay low before he advanced to master. Then what is my task? Vase frowned in puzzlement. If she didn't want any of his spiritual inventions, then what else could he offer? The woman smiled. Your duty is quite simple. I will be transferring a batch of 20 of our specially trained mech pilots to your clan. While they are internal members of the MTA, they are not allowed to reveal this to anyone while they travel with your fleet. What I am asking from you is to take them under your wing and turn as many of them into expert pilots as possible. The stronger and more remarkable they become, the better. Of all the requests he anticipated, Vase never thought she would issue such an ordinary request. What did this have to do with the fate of human civilization and all that stuff? The MTA had plenty of expert pilots in their ranks. A couple of extra additions would never change the strategic outlook. Master Willix didn't seem to notice, though. The Mech Trade Association will reward you with 500,000 MTA merits for each expert pilot that has successfully undergone apotheosis regardless of how much assistance you have provided to them. After 5 years, your mission will end regardless of how many of our mech pilots have succeeded. We will take the remainder back at that point. Of course, we expect you to do your best to fulfill our demands. If you have not achieved any notable results, then don't blame us if we deduct your merits. What? Vase almost shot up into the ceiling. That's not fair. I earned those merits fair and square. Chapter 3008. Dog food. Vase awkwardly coughed. I am honored that you have faith in my ability to train expert pilots, but aren't you being a little too optimistic here? The probability of expert pilots emerging from a crowd of mech pilots is somewhere around 1 to several thousand, if not worse. This means that there is a high chance that the 20 MTA mech pilots you are sending to me simply don't have what it takes to undergo apotheosis. I don't want to waste my time and have my merits deducted from my account for nothing. The Dark Break module continued to project Master Willix's body without fail. It was so high-tech that Vase could easily mistake the physical projection as real if not for the fact that it could not replicate her powerful spirituality. Despite this limitation, Vase still sensed an instinctive source of power from her projection. This was an impression that he could never shake no matter how much he reminded himself that he was looking at a tactile illusion. Right now, he could feel her irritation towards him. He hadn't been behaving very diligently so far. It was hard to blame him as Master Willix essentially roped him into a mission against his will. Just because he surrendered to her authority didn't mean he liked being browbeat. You have already taken on this sort of mission before, have you not? She raised her eyebrow at him. Willian of the Urbesh clan has turned from a cowardly disgrace of a mech pilot to a strong and fearless expert pilot. He's doing quite well for himself last I checked, though he is still mute for some reason. That is not a bad trade-off if I might say so myself. Vase twitched his mouth. Our conventional training programs failed to inject some courage into William. We had to resort to extreme measures in order to kick him into shape. I wouldn't exactly call him a success story. Do you really want me to subject your fancy MTA mech pilots to similar treatment? We must all make some sacrifices in this dire time, she said without any remorse. That said, no one will benefit if you send back just half of the mech pilots I have given you in a broken state. The better your results, the better it will strengthen my position. What are you up to, ma'am? Master Willix sighed. There are many clever people in the Mech Trade Association. I am but one of many masters in its ranks. If I wish to have my voice heard, I must build up my political capital. I am already pursuing several initiatives that will likely increase my standing within my circle of peers, but I am not the only master who is trying to rise to a higher position. Many of my rivals are working as hard as they can to assume a leadership position within our great organization. Vase entered more familiar territory. Though the MTA was unfathomably powerful, it was still an organization comprised of humans. This meant that it was probably rife with factional struggles and selfish power grabs just like any other organization. What does it matter if you fall short, Master Willix? He needled her with a playful grin. You selfless masters are all servants of humanity in the MTA, are you not? It shouldn't matter who among you gets to lord it over the rest. You are all on the same side. I wish that were so. Master Willix disappointingly shook her head. You should already know better, Mr. Larkinson. You have already touched upon the power struggle between the Rim Guardians and the Prime Humans. This is but one of many quarrels that has beset our association. There is an even higher level struggle within the upper hierarchy. The one that I am involved in actually goes all the way to the Galactic Mech Council. What? The Galactic Mech Council was the supreme decision-making organ of the MTA. If Master Willix was chummy with one of the 100 counselors, then she possessed enough influence to change the course of human development. Oh, don't get me wrong. A single master such as myself cannot possibly approach a Galactic Mech Counselor. She quickly clarified. However, I am affiliated with someone who can definitely catch the attention of one of the highest leaders. You're talking about the star designer that you're friends with, right? She nodded. Correct. Even so, there are only around 70 star designers in existence. There are many more masters currently alive today. Do you think it is easy to attract the attention of one of these great designers? The matters they handle and the problems they are dealing with are a billion times more grand than what is going through your head. Even if I have a solid connection with a star designer, there are many more like myself who can say the as me. It is imperative that I get ahead of my rivals and gain a higher standing before the subsequent phases of the enemy plan unfolds. I cannot trust many of my colleagues to act responsibly and do their best to preserve the association. Vase understood her position more and more. She was not so different from himself, in a way. Just like him, she was not assured of letting other people be in charge. She would only feel assured that everything would go right if she assumed leadership herself. Though she painted herself as a noble and selfless servant of the MTA, Vase had serious doubts whether that was entirely true. If Master Willix wanted to climb to a higher position, then she must surely be motivated by a more direct reason. It was none of his business, though. The master did not look willing to elaborate any further, so Vase did not think too much in this direction. All he knew was that Willix wanted to obtain a promotion in order to ingratiate herself to one of the top dogs of the MTA, and to do that Vase had to do his best to pitch in and make her look good. If you expect me to do a good job, then tell me about 20 mech pilots that you are sending. Vase said as he crossed his arms. How old are they? How good are they? What training have they gone through? What are their personalities? Are they pissed at the fact that they're being assigned to my clan? How far can I go in order to push them to their limits? He hoped he wouldn't be getting spoiled brats or something. Perhaps it might be a great way to earn a colleague's support by turning one of their descendants into an expert pilot, but these sorts of signs weren't easy to suppress. I can only speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in general terms, as I have not finalized the section, but you can rest assured that I will only dispatch professional soldiers with native backgrounds. These individuals tend to be the easiest to control. They all answer to different individuals, so they are not a united group. What is the point of turning them into expert pilots when they will just go on to benefit your colleagues? Vase asked. It is a demonstration of ability. She replied. I am essentially proving my ability to deliver expert pilots to the association. As long as I become known for this, my peers will respect me for it. This will help elevate my standing. Don't underestimate the value of doing this. Mature expert pilots have already formed their loyalties, so they are exceptionally hard to win over. In contrast, younger mech pilots can very easily be persuaded to join someone's camp. As long as these talents succeed in breaking through, then you will effectively be able to command an expert pilot. That made a lot of sense. In fact, this was what Vase had been aiming to do as well, with some degree of success. He didn't know where he went wrong with Venerable Janzi, but at least Venerable Joshua's fanatic loyalty towards him had become permanently locked. There was only one big problem with this arrangement. You do know that you are not the person who is actually responsible for enabling this conversion. Vase replied with a brief cough. I'm the one who is doing all of the hard work here. You are the one who gets to reap most of the rewards. The only remuneration that I receive in return is just a paltry sum of 500,000 MTA merits per head. Master Willix did not relent, however. You can stop trying to bargain with me. As I have stated earlier, I have already provided plenty of assistance to you. It is only fair for you to reciprocate. I wouldn't have approached you with this assignment if I thought you were incapable, but since I have confidence in this ability of yours, I think it is appropriate to call on you for this matter. Besides, 500,000 MTA merits is not a trivial amount for what I am asking. Seeing that Vase couldn't renegotiate this term, he gave up. He merely listened to Master Willix as she explained her conditions. I trust in your methods, so I am willing to grant you a great amount of leeway for this assignment. You can be as harsh with the batch of mech pilots as you want. You can even send them into battle and risk their deaths. They cannot use their prior status within the association to call the shots or refuse any lawful orders you give to them. Just take into account that it becomes harder to gain any benefits if too many of them die during this 5-year period. Will they really accept taking orders from the leader of a second-class clan? Vase skeptically asked. No offense, but you mechers are too powerful and full of yourselves. Willix adopted a harsher posture. I can promise you that none of the mech pilots will resist your training or call the MTA in order to stop you from doing what you want. It will not further their career in the slightest if they object to this arrangement. What I cannot do is to persuade them to follow your instructions sincerely. You will have to do that yourself. Vase pressed his lips into a line. These weren't the hardest of conditions that he heard, but he still had his work cut out for him. The status disparity was too big. This was the equivalent of sending one of his children to a space peasant. After issuing a few more specific instructions, Vase roughly knew how he should treat his incoming guests. When will I be receiving these little bastards? He asked. It will likely take a couple of weeks to finalize the list. Once I do, it will not take long for me to send them to you. In fact, I will transfer them over to your care in person. This will also allow me to transfer some important materials relevant to your expert mech design projects. His eyes lit up at this mention. Are you giving us valuable resonating exotics? The master nodded. I might as well. Consider this an advance payment for your services. Don't expect too much, though. It is not good to pair expert pilots with resonating exotics that are too potent. The difficulty of controlling an expert mech and harnessing its resonance abilities increases drastically if you go overboard. It is good for you to aim high, but you must always make sure that you stay measured when you design something as important as an expert mech. Though his enthusiasm dampened a bit after hearing this, Vase still felt pleased at this development. As long as he and his wife gathered enough resonating exotics, they could quickly move on from the tedious conception and research phase and proceed with the actual development phase. He knew what she was doing, though. Master Willix wanted to keep Vase at her disposal, so she cleverly released a string of rewards in order to ensure his compliance. Though his pride took some hits, his greed was satisfied. He didn't mind if Willix wanted to attach a leash to his collar as long as she supplied him with enough dog food. Chapter 3009. Conversion Ratio. So what did you talk about with Master Willix earlier? Gloriana asked as Vase returned to the design lab after departing from the Scarlet Rose. Woof. I beg your pardon. His wife sent a glare in his direction. Meow. Clixie hissed as she sat up from Gloriana's lap. Calm down. I was just distracted for a moment. Vase raised his hands in innocence. We had a lengthy talk about my new assignment. She wants me to do something for her. In return, she'll gift us a number of valuable materials as well as a lot of MTA merits depending on my performance. Gloriana instantly forgot about getting barked at earlier. She rose up from her chair and ran over to Vase until her hands clung onto her uniform. Tell me more. Her lavender perfume already wafted into his nose, causing him to forget about the more unpleasant aspects of his conversation with Master Willix. He agreed to his wife's request and sat down in order to give her a very brief summary, leaving out many details but conveying enough to get her up to speed. In the meantime, Lucky and Clixie cuddled together and began to lick each other's faces. Meow tilde, I see. Her request is not light by any means. Gloriana became a bit more serious. She must have her reasons for approaching you. How confident are you in your ability to turn these random MTA mech pilots into expert pilots? Vase hesitated. It depends. Certain individuals have a talent in this aspect. If the mech pilots that Master Willix has selected all possess this critical quality, then I am fully confident that I can push half of them to expert candidate and maybe expert pilot within 5 years. The issue is that the talent to become an expert candidate is actually quite rare. He was quite afraid that Willix would send 20 hopeless cases to him. If none of the MTA mech pilots possessed spiritual potential, then Vase would have to put a lot more effort into his experiments in order to achieve a breakthrough on this front. So you can't determine your chances until you actually meet the mech pilots, is that right? He nodded. I don't think I'll get lucky, though. I think that mech pilots with the necessary talent are already participating in better training programs. They're stronger and more skilled on average and they learn faster. Anyone who is unlucky enough to be sent outside the MTA in order to train with us will likely be those who have already tried and failed to an extent. He was quite confident about this conclusion. The MTA was not a slouch when it came to training its own mech pilots. Master Willix would have never turned to him if her own organization could already solve this problem in-house. Gloriana was already thinking about the implications of this mission. Have you realized that this might be a repeat deal for you? She pointed out. Think about it, Vase. Let's just assume that you have succeeded, not just once, but several times. It is already a success if just 1 or 2 out of 20 manage to break through. The result won't look very remarkable, though. You may have beaten the statistical odds, but it could always be chalked up to a coincidence. Yet what if a fourth of the MTA mech pilots manage to undergo apotheosis? If we are able to turn 5 out of 20 into expert pilots, then our conversion ratio is insane. This is no longer a coincidence. This is proof that we have an effective formula. Vase placed his hand on her shoulder. Hey, calm down. Don't get too excited. Have you ever thought about what a huge target we'll be painting on our backs once the MTA and the rest of the galaxy finds out that we can transform 25% of all mech pilots into expert pilots? Even if the mech pilots trained by the MTA are a cut above the rest, the association's own conversion ratio shouldn't be higher than 1 in several thousand. If he assumed that the MTA had no way to induce spiritual potential in its own people, then it was impossible for the mechers to form too many expert pilots. They were limited by the same constraints as everyone else. In fact, even Vase couldn't do anything about it unless he resumed his radical and fatal experiments with the aspect of transcendence. While he had the guts to run these experiments on random human criminals, now that he returned to the fleet, it was very hard for him to obtain a large batch of adequate human test subjects. Gloriana looked disappointed. Master Willix needs us to succeed. We shouldn't hold back too much. So what if we succeed 5 out of 20 times? We can just chalk it up to our extreme training program. Maybe you can make it so that the 15 failures have all died in the process. As long as we pretend that there is a very high likelihood of death attached to our method, I bet people will become a lot less interested in our methods. You underestimate the greed that people harbor for a method that can reliably produce expert pilots. Vase shook his head. Manpower is one of the cheapest and most abundant resources in the galaxy. It is well worth the price to exchange the lives of 75% of all of the mech pilots in a batch in order to turn the remaining 25% into expert pilots. The individual combat prowess of the latter is at least 100 times greater than the former. This effectively resulted in a humongous increase in total combat strength. Of course, the higher-ups responsible for the new expert pilots also had to invest a lot of money, effort and resources into supplying them all with expert mechs, but that was not a big problem for huge organizations like the MTA or the first-rate superstates. None of the people at the top cared about the plight of the many failed mech pilots who died over the course of the grueling training program. Then what will you do, Vase? I'm still thinking about that, he said. It depends on how much Willix can shield me from suspicion. I don't mind handing her 10 expert pilots so that I can collect 5 million MTA merits as long as she can take care of the rest. Fortunately, the mech pilots she is dispatching to us will remain incognito while they are serving alongside my men. It's not politically convenient if everyone becomes aware that we are hosting these high-status individuals. Though Vase would not object to that outcome since that meant he could protect himself by using the MTA's reputation as his shield, Master Willix did not allow for that. This assignment already breached the MTA's neutrality rules to some extent. It was only acceptable if few people knew about it, but it was another story if it became widespread. This was why Master Willix had to put a lot of effort into disguising the identities of the MTA guest pilots. The goal was to turn them into expert pilots, and experiencing actual combat was the best way to stimulate their potential. Who would have the guts to fight them if every enemy learned that they were spilling mecher blood? It was too bad that Master Willix couldn't send a batch of 500 mech pilots to the Larkinson clan instead. It would have been much easier to get away with turning all 20 politically important mech pilots into expert pilots if that was the case. Yet transferring 500 mech pilots of unknown origins to the Larkinson clan on a temporary basis was too eye-catching. It was too easy to attract snooping investigators who would definitely be able to expose his improper dealings. In the end, Vase failed to settle on a strategy. He decided to defer his decisions on this assignment until he met the mech pilots in person and learned what they were capable of. It was too premature for him to make an elaborate plan at this point. After he informed his wife of his new mission, he briefly spoke with General Verl over the comm in order to make the appropriate arrangements. He clearly couldn't blend in the incoming MTA mech pilots with the rest of his mech forces. The newcomers would have to join the Larkinson clan in order to do so, but that was unacceptable. The point was to produce expert pilots who would all be loyal to their patrons in the MTA. He wouldn't be able to deliver the desired results if all of the individuals in question turned into committed Larkinsons. This is not an easy request to fulfill, sir. General Verl replied aboard the graveyard. Our armed forces have all been set up on the assumption that we would be fighting side by side with our own clansmen. Our common identity is one of our greatest sources of strength on the battlefield. We risk breaking this implicit trust and camaraderie if we sprinkle random outsiders within their ranks. I haven't heard any complaints about Venerable Davia Stark. She's an expert pilot, sir. Our men trust in her sincerity and she is an invaluable helper to us due to her ranged prowess. Despite the general's skepticism, he agreed to deal with this problem. Perhaps this wouldn't be the last time that the Larkinson clan would temporarily play host foreign fighters. After he ended his call, Vase remained in thought. He knew that the greatest challenge to this mission was to succeed in implanting spiritual potential into the minds of mech pilots who were lacking in this aspect. As long as he made it to this point, everything else was manageable. I guess I'll have to spend more time with the aspects of transcendence. He did not dare to make use of the fourth and most mysterious statue of Lufa since he brought the entire batch back to his personal workshop. So many heads and bodies had exploded in the presence of its glow that Vase had no intention to subject any clansman to this treatment. Yet now that it became more urgent than ever to get this magical process to work without killing anyone, Vase felt a much greater urgency to solve this intractable gridlock. A potentially brilliant idea entered his mind now that he was looking at this problem from a fresh perspective. If I continue to perform the same experiments as before, it's highly likely that I'll have to burn a lot of excess biomass. He concluded. After all, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. This famous quote was very relevant to this particular experiment. While Vase tried his best to tweak the variables for each test, the fact of the matter was that he hadn't changed the most significant variables. What if he changed the nature of the glow? What if he altered it by changing or upgrading its source? What if I upgrade loofah? He voiced his great idea. It had a lot of potential. Previously, Vase never entertained this suggestion because he simply didn't have the resources to afford the upgrade. His circumstances had changed now. With 5 vials of high-grade serum in his possession, he had ample quantities of one of the key ingredients that could qualitatively upgrade and design spirit. What was even better was that the birth of Blinky meant that his own energy limitations were a relic of the past. He had access to multiple sources of excess spiritual energy. This supplied him with more spiritual energy that matches his attributes than he could use up. There would be absolutely no problem with merging any additional ingredients into loofah. The main challenge therefore was to find the right ingredients and come up with a workable plan to evolve loofah into the desired direction. His ultimate goal was to make the aspect of transcendence viable. If I can make this happen, then this mission wouldn't be a challenge for me to complete at all. In fact, I have to try my best to make it harder than it looks. A lot of merits would assuredly land in his pockets if he could pull this off. Chapter 3010. High Impulse Booster Modules. Though the burden of taking on his new assignment troubled Vase a lot, he couldn't neglect his other priorities. With the promise of firm material support from Master Willix, Gloriana's search for compatible and suitable resonating materials became a lot simpler. Now that they had a better idea of what they were working towards, every mech designer was able to do their work in a much more targeted manner. Everyone wanted to complete the preliminary phases and begin with the actual design work. The journeyman of the design department made substantial progress into refining the draft designs of all 6 expert mechs. It wasn't fast enough for Gloriana's liking though. Every day, she cracked her metaphorical whip onto the backs of other mech designers. Gloriana had become so passionate and frenzied that she practically rode the entire design department to exhaustion. This was not all bad, though. What Gloriana lacked in tact, she made up for it with her sound judgment and excellent eye for detail. Her heavy-handed instructions steered every mech designer to the right path and prevented anyone from wasting too much time on fruitless endeavors. Her leadership style caused her to treat every subordinate like an automaton. As long as a mech designer worked as quickly, efficiently and effectively as a well-oiled machine, Gloriana would have no problem. The downside was that as long as anything went wrong, she got triggered. She had a very low tolerance to failure, excuses and inability to comply with her instructions. Vase, you idiot, I told you to lay off with the idea of adding a missile launcher module on the Chimera project. Venerable Joshua doesn't need it and it will only introduce a number of structural weaknesses into the frame. Now remove that stupid module or I will remove your bedroom privileges. No, don't do it like that. You might have become a journeyman, Keddies, but you're a long way into mastering the art of mechanics. The center of mass is too low here. That might not be an issue if we're talking about a landbound mech, but we're talking about an aerial and spaceborne machine. The Decapitator project relies a lot on evasion and maneuverability to fight, so it is pivotal to keep the center of mass closer to the middle. You are completely letting down your Hexer heritage, Juliet. It is no wonder you got exiled from the hegemony. While I admire the solution you have applied to the Disruptor project's flight system, you took thrice as much time to come up with this answer than you should have. Next time, don't explore so many alternate options. Figure out the best way forward first next time. Fortunately, Gloriana had a sense of measure when dealing with the apprentice mech designers. She didn't expect too much from them to begin with, so she only did not raise her voice all that much. The high pressure she exerted on everyone increased their stress levels. Yet none of the lead designers and the assistants hired by the LMC were average. Journeymen were quite competent or they wouldn't have been able to advance to begin with. The apprentices hired by Vase and Gloriana both had their good points. For example, the Braves might not be the smartest and most inventive of the bunch, but they fared quite well under pressure. They were quite suited to complete lots of smaller and easier tasks within tight deadlines. As for the erudites, Gloriana knew them best. She depended on Miles Tovar, Mayor Torto, Merrill O'Brien and other clever heads to solve the more difficult and time-consuming tasks. What especially helped was that the apprentices all started to receive their cranial implants. With the addition of lots of lifer implant surgeons and other related specialists, the Larkinson Biotechnology Institute was able to perform a lot of implantation procedures at once. The excellent and abundant treatment facilities aboard the Dragon's Den increased the capacity of operations even further. Kedis was the first of many mech designers and professionals who fused their minds with life-changing, quality cranial implants. The difference in cognitive abilities was drastic. Even the most average apprentice mech designer became something akin to a genius after receiving a high-quality brain implant. The result of all of this was that the design department under Gloriana's lead got more work done in remarkably less time. As long as people got used to the pressure, it didn't feel all that bad to meet Gloriana's high expectations. True mech designers never shied away from challenges and they always sought to surpass their limits. Everyone in the design department confirmed this description. This was the benefit of maintaining strict and thorough hiring criteria. The design department may be too small and short-handed for the projects they were working on these days, but none of the mech designers were total letdowns. During one briefing, Gloriana focused her attention on the Disruptor project. How much speed and acceleration can I expect from Venerable Tusa's expert mech? She asked. Juliet Stameros pointed to the flight system and additional booster modules mounted onto the most recent draft design. The forward acceleration of the Disruptor project is not the best, but this trade-off has allowed me to implement powerful short-term boosters that can near-instantly push the expert mech in other directions. The impulse that these boosters modules can exert is formidable for their size, but the downside is that they are expensive and use up materials that are not easily found. However, as long as we stock up on the necessary exotics, we won't have to worry about running out for years. That was going to cost a lot of money, but nobody cared about that. Vase had already made it clear that they did not need to limit their budget allocation too much. As long as they didn't buy wildly expensive first-class materials, everything else was fine as long as it could be sourced. Gloriana studied the contextual parameters of the booster modules. By necessity, they had to be placed on the sides in front of the light skirmisher in order to push it in directions other than forward. I don't like how there are so many of them placed in positions that a frontal enemy can easily attack. These boosters are more than adequate when it comes to allowing the mech to evade quickly, but they are not particularly known for their toughness. A single decent attack can knock them offline or even shatter them entirely. We'll quickly go through our stock of spare materials after every intensive battle if that's the case. That is true, but these are the only booster models that provide the performance we need. Juliet replied, I have implemented 2 solutions to reduce their chances of getting damaged. First, every booster is covered by a grid made of unending alloy. While this grid is relatively thin and fragile compared to the rest of the armor system, it should be enough to withstand casual physical strikes by other expert mechs. That doesn't help much with energy attacks. Vase pointed out, a grid can easily block solid slugs and sword attacks, but most of the energy of a laser or positron beam will just slip through the many gaps. Juliet nodded. The Disruptor project is not the most suitable mech to fight against mechs that utilize energy weapons. Striker mechs, laser rifleman mechs and any artillery mech that utilize very precise energy cannons can more easily land their attacks on light mechs. This is not a weakness that we can fully negate. She had a good point. Light mechs and light skirmishers depended heavily on evasion to stay alive. Weapons that affected a wide area such as flamethrowers or weapons that were pinpoint accurate with muzzle velocities that equaled the speed of light such as laser weapons possessed an inherent advantage against these elusive mosquitoes. We can't make too many compromises. I can get behind the choice you've made, Juliet. It is not ideal, but it is truly important that Venerable Tusa gets the power he needs to survive on the battlefield in his own way. He will just have to rely on his superior evasion abilities to prevent his boosters from getting eliminated by energy attacks. I hope he can also make use of his resonance shield to save us the trouble of repairing these finicky boosters. Gloriana reluctantly affirmed. Weaknesses were undesirable, but not completely unacceptable as long as they could be compensated in some fashion. It didn't matter if the booster modules were relatively fragile compared to the rest of the expert mech as long as Tusa was able to use the capabilities he had at his disposal to prevent them from ever getting hit. There were other downsides to the booster modules, though. Part of the reason why they were so powerful and so fast-acting for their dimensions was because they burned a very potent type of high-grade second-class booster fuel. It was quite difficult and expensive to source this fuel. The Larkinson clan would have to make sure to spend big and buy it in bulk so that Venerable Tusa didn't have to worry about running out of this essential combat resource anytime soon. Vase quietly sighed. He already knew that expert mechs were expensive and difficult to maintain, but it was only now that he started to experience the headaches that others in this position suffered. High-end machines were completely different beasts from standard mechs. They required very different logistical approaches. Regular mechs came in lots of copies, so it always made sense for the Larkinsons to buy a lot of necessary supplies and raw materials in bulk. The more copies of a single mech model the Larkinson clan fielded, the easier it was to provide the right support. Still, all of this trouble was acceptable as long as they fully complemented Tusa's fighting style. Juliet was practically gambling on the hope that Venerable Tusa possessed enough skill and piloting acumen to keep the precious boosters out of harm's way. He'll become an excellent dogfighter and duelist with this choice. Vase smiled as he mentally mapped out the probable performance of the Disruptor project. This expert mech will be able to fight at a considerable advantage against other melee expert mechs up close. It is also deadly against larger and more sluggish expert mechs that can't keep up with its speed. Gloriana didn't look as optimistic. The fuel capacity of these boosters isn't much, though. I agree that its performance is excellent as long as it is fresh and fully charged. However, if it fights too intensively, it can quickly run out of steam in just 15 minutes in the worst case. Once the booster fuel runs out, the Disruptor project can only rely on its flight system to remain untouchable. Suffice to say, that is not an ideal situation. I don't think it will come to that unless Venerable Tusa is an absolute moron. Vase quickly commented. Tusa is skilled and experienced enough to know how to conserve the use of the boosters. He won't squander the fuel when he's not being focused upon or not locked into a duel against an expert mech. In any case, many parts of his expert mech can take a lot of hits, so he doesn't have to evade every attack that comes in his direction. The mech designers would have to instruct Venerable Tusa carefully about these considerations. It wouldn't do for him to have the time of his life on the battlefield only to lose half of his evasion capabilities because his expert mech already ran out of booster fuel. What else do we need to talk about concerning this project? I have some questions regarding the possible resonance materials that you plan to attach to the boosters. Juliet spoke up. Do we use them to integrate an ability that increases the impulse of the boosters at all cost, or can we implement a solution that can reduce their fuel consumption and increase their longevity? Right now, the running time of this expert mech is the shortest out of the 6. If we continue in this direction, it will be the first expert mech to enter the battlefield and the first one to exit it as well. That is indeed a problem. Light skirmishers are actually expected to last longer on the battlefield so that they can chase after fleeing enemies and perform other crucial tasks that require a quick response. Gloriana frowned. Let me think about it further. Chapter 3011. The potential of Luminaire technology. Though the journeymen of the design department argued quite extensively about the booster modules of the Disruptor project, they had good reasons to focus on this aspect. Light mechs depended heavily on mobility to perform their roles on the battlefield. This was even more important for their expert mech versions, as it was literally the only reason why they were able to survive in fights against other deadly expert mechs. The opponents that Venerable Tusa would face in the future were far different from the dummies he encountered during his most recent campaign. His battles back on Prosperous Hill V were no different from bullying children in his perspective. The biomechs he faced were sometimes decent, but were mostly lower-end models that could not keep up with the performance of a military-grade mech. Their mech pilots were quite skilled, but that was only due to the fact that second-rate states were able to provide better training to its mech cadets. The criminals and members of various fringe groups that Tusa faced weren't comparable to the elites he fought during the Battle of Reckoning. Since the main goal of the Disruptor project was to enable Venerable Tusa to fight against other expert mechs, the design choices had to prioritize this need the most. It was natural to sacrifice many other niceties in the process. Even if expert mechs possessed a lot more capacity and could integrate a lot more tech, when fighting against other high-end mechs, these advantages no longer seemed as powerful. Gloriana insisted on maintaining a consistent approach to all of their projects, so Venerable Tusa's future expert mech had to give up a lot of staying power in order to ensure it possessed enough peak performance to defeat another expert mech. It's not ideal, but battles between expert mechs don't last too long in most cases. Gloriana stated, it is very much worth it to compress all of the combat potential of our expert mechs so that they can eliminate opposing expert mechs quickly. We don't have to rely on our expert mechs to carry the rest of the battle. Our regular mech forces are already strong enough to win any conventional battle. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Though there were flaws and holes to this logic, it was the most fitting choice to make under the circumstances. The only reason why Vase felt a little queasy about this choice was that the Disruptor project could potentially expend its resources very quickly if locked in a very difficult struggle. He felt it was actually a tad bit too short. This was not a big deal if they fought against weaker opponents or those who were unfamiliar with the combat doctrines of the Larkinson clan. Yet if they fought against enemies that possessed a thorough understanding of the clan's fighting approach, then they could easily employ strategies to drag out a battle and seek to exhaust Venerable Tus's expert mech first. This was a potential danger and one that might actually be used against the Larkinson clan one day. The only reason why Vase didn't speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up about it more was because his mech forces weren't completely helpless in extended battles. His fleet enjoyed the protection of a formidable array of artillery mechs and cannoneer mechs. The former was especially useful in attrition battles as they were much easier to supply and support when they were locked into bunkers rather than launched into open space. Their formidable cannons were still effective against second-class expert mechs. It was just that it took a lot of time for them to deal significant damage against these well-armored machines. In the future, Vase intended to design more mechs that possessed more staying power. He wanted to differentiate the living sentinels and encourage them to trade in their explosive power for stability. That was a matter for another time, though. Before Gloriana rounded up the discussion on the Disruptor project, she briefly turned her attention to its weapon loadout. Kedis, how much progress have you made in refining the weapon design? The newest lead designer of the design department stopped caressing Bloodsinger for a moment. It's going well, all considered. There is not that much complexity as long as we rely on unending alloy as the main material. It's incredibly hard, but aside from that it's not the ideal material to use for a pair of twin knives. It's a dense material and it's difficult to work with. I have no problem with determining the exact shape and length of the blades, but it's annoying to work around the constraints of a material that has already been set. Have you thought about enhancing the penetration capabilities of the knives by empowering them with heat or some other method that can allow them to pierce thicker armor? Vase asked his student. I've already thought of those options, but I don't think they're necessary. Kedis shook her head. Weaker augments aren't worth the trouble. They'll barely make a difference while significantly draining the mech's energy reserves. Stronger augments are even worse. While I recognize that they can enable the Disruptor project to punch its knives through more resilient armor, just activating them for a single second already consumes a lot of energy. It's not feasible or even necessary in my opinion. Why is that? Gloriana questioned with a critical expression. Doesn't this go against our goal to enhance the peak performance of our expert mechs? The Disruptor project already consumed a lot of energy according to its current configuration. It can't really take anything more. Look, light skirmishers aren't swordsman mechs or spearman mechs. The latter two are much better equipped to pierce through frontal armor. A light skirmisher never does that. It utilizes speed and precision to outmaneuver an opponent and sink its short but sharp blades through the weak points of an enemy mech. The weapons don't actually have to be all that powerful for this approach. I understand that, Kedis, but some of the expert mechs we face might not be that easy for Venerable Tusa to outmaneuver. What if we face a high-tier expert mech? Then I hope we outnumber the opponent in terms of expert mechs. Vase said. Enough, Gloriana. I think Kedis has a good point here. The trade-off that you're aiming to make isn't worth it. If you really want to empower the knives in some way, then we need to cut back on the other energy-draining options. That's unacceptable. The mobility of the Disruptor project has to remain high. Then we should just settle with simple, naked blades. Kedis excels in sharpness, so she will definitely be able to ensure their performance is definitely up to par. If nothing else, we can just incorporate a resonating material in the knives so that Venerable Tusa can temporarily empower them with armor-piercing properties or something. His wife reluctantly nodded. Very well, I guess we will have to place even more faith in Venerable Tusa's piloting skill. Right now, the Disruptor project is shaping up to be an expert mech that places an extreme amount of importance on skill. A good expert pilot will be able to create miracles with this mech, but a poorer one will cause it to collapse a lot faster than we anticipated. Unending alloy or not, the Disruptor project was still a light mech, with all of the inherent downsides that came with it. Vase had no doubt that other expert mechs would be able to inflict significant internal damage to Venerable Tusa's expert mech if the latter was caught flat-footed. The overall draft design of the Disruptor project was almost set. The only remaining uncertainty was how the resonating materials that the Larkinson clan was set to gather would enhance the expert mech. Resonating exotics and resonance abilities had the potential to completely transform the combat effectiveness of an expert mech. A more basic resonance ability only provided more generic boosts that weren't all that great, but the better ones often introduced more reality-defying effects that were highly effective in combating other expert mechs. This was also why Gloriana worked so hard to get the best resonating materials she could. Their quantity and quality directly determined how easily the Larkinson clan would be able to fight against other expert mechs in the future. They only had to look at the medium and high-tier expert mechs of the Cross clan to realize the difference. After settling some other matters on the Disruptor projects, Gloriana briefly turned her attention to another expert mech. Vase, how far are you into figuring out the design of the energy rifle for the Sentry project? I'm still working on it. You know I've been busy lately. I'm also taking longer than I thought on how to generate higher quality luminaire crystals. I've been performing some experiments, but I'm not yet satisfied with the quality that I've been able to produce. That's no excuse. Vase raised his hands. Calm down. I may have suffered some delays, but I am definitely getting closer to a viable solution. The Bright Beam Prime has already proven that blending prime mech properties with luminaire crystals can produce a powerful enhancement. The only issue that is bothering me is that the luminaire crystals that we can utilize are still too fragile for second-class expert mech standards. Master Willix hadn't agreed to teach him how to synthesize second-class luminaire crystals. Perhaps he might be able to change her mind by dropping to his knees and pressing his hands together, but he preferred to come up with his own solution. He had already started to create better and more interesting luminaire crystals whenever he was able to squeeze enough time to tinker in his personal workshop. The crystal cube that he managed to salvage from the crystal ruins a long time ago was an essential piece of this. He had always used it to produce higher quality luminaire crystals than usual, but it turned out that he had been using it the wrong way all this time. The Bright Beam Prime proved that luminaire crystals were spiritually reactive. Everything this strange race made out of crystal was therefore designed to interact with spirituality from the start. What if Vase tried to manipulate the crystal cube in the same fashion? He soon discovered that the cube could act as a control interface that could manipulate the properties of every crystal he attempted to synthesize. The only problem was that he didn't know how to use it. He was like a monkey sitting in front of a modern terminal. He could press all kinds of buttons and activate numerous random commands. Yet that did not mean he would be able to design a fully functional mech this way. Luminaire technology was incomprehensible to Vase, but that was not the case for entities that were related to it. Blinky inherited a bit of luminaire influence, but not enough to engage in advanced luminaire engineering. The illustrious one was different. When Vase channeled or asked for help from this recently promoted design spirit, he was able to manipulate the crystal cube in a much more targeted and effective manner. The result was that he was starting to produce better luminaire crystals. Of course, there was still a lot of trial and error involved. It mainly had to do with the input materials he provided to the production process. The crystal cube could enable him to synthesize higher quality crystals, but if the input materials were crap, the end product wouldn't be much better. Vase had ordered a diverse batch of materials that were typically used in the production of crystals in order to achieve a breakthrough on this front. Unfortunately, the outbreak of the Crown Uprising resulted in considerable shipping delays and disruption. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to wait too long until he obtained what he needed to finish this essential chore. He had a hunch that luminaire technology had a lot of potential, and that he was one of the few mech designers who could draw it out. The Sentry project would be his first attempt to prove he could excel in this field. Chapter 3012. Deeper studies. Though Vase was taking longer to finish the configuration of the Sentry project's energy rifle, he believed he was onto something. Luminaire crystals have two distinct advantages compared to other energy weapon catalysts. He enthusiastically claimed to his wife. They are very efficient and effective at their jobs. They can enhance the power of a laser beam without needing to input extra energy. They can also add special properties to the attack when combined with a prime mech. We're only scratching the surface of what we can do with luminaire crystals now that I have figured out how to unlock their potential. Gloriana's face turned sour as she crossed her arms. The room in the design lab turned pretty tense as her heels clacked sharply against the metal deck. She stepped closer to Vase until she loomed over his seated form. Vase, yes, dear, I expected you to spend your time on refining our draft designs. I did not give you a license to get distracted by a random study that takes up way too much of your time. Whoa whoa whoa, calm down, Vase hastily said, you don't understand the benefits yet. Do you really think I'm just doing this to improve the Sentry project? Gloriana narrowed her eyes. What are you talking about, Vase? He was quite used to her blowing up in his face these days. He already prepared a good excuse. How many expert mechs will we arm with laser weapons? How many custom mechs and other special mechs will we arm with laser weapons? Each of them will be able to hit a lot harder if they are equipped with improved luminaire crystals. Our fleet has plenty of melee expert mechs, but we are still deficient when it comes to ranged expert mechs. We can partially make up for this shortcoming if we can add some extra punch to our ranged expert mechs in this way. That sounds fine and dandy, Vase, but couldn't you have just waited until after we have completed our current round of design projects? We have to stay focused on what is important. We already have plenty of design problems to take care of. We'll only get bogged down even more if you add new ones on top of that. Stop chasing after every shiny toy just because you can't control your urges. Vase did not back off. He knew he was right and he had to convince his wife that he was on the right path. I can't just do it later. This is a core feature of the Sentry project. It just wouldn't be the same if I developed this tech afterwards and integrate it with the finished expert mech. As long as I incorporate the new crystals into the Sentry project from the start, I will not only be able to tune the improved energy rifle to the expert mech to a significantly greater degree, but I'll also be able to figure out how to best embed the crystals into the mech frame to produce the greatest possible synergy. It is a lot harder to do this when the expert mech is already complete. I'll have to perform a time-consuming overhaul that will take the expert mech out of commission for quite some time. That is better than wasting time right now and causing the completion of our expert mech designs to be delayed. Come on, Gloriana, don't be like that. Didn't I tell you that it's fine to be a little more adventurous during our design process? The benefits of my little side study are absolutely worth it. Not only will the results immediately strengthen the offensive power of the Sentry project, but it will also enhance the performance of the Chimera project as well. After all, the rifle we're arming it with is also energy-based. His wife briefly paused at that. If Vase chose to invest so much time and effort just to improve a single expert mech, then it was quite questionable whether it was worth it. If his efforts improved multiple expert mechs, then that was a different story. Seeing that Gloriana was leaning towards the other direction, Vase smirked and brought out his killer argument. The expert mech design project you're collaborating with the Hexers is also an energy rifleman mech, right? I'm sure your lovely little brother Brutus would be able to ensure his survival a lot better if he's armed with a rifle that performs as much as 30% better than normal. The other expert mechs of our clan will also be able to provide him with more support on the battlefield. Think of how Venerable Davia was able to save your brother's life in the nick of time during the Battle of Reckoning. My attempt to integrate luminaire crystals with Prime technology is the key reason why the Bright Beam Prime possessed the power to divert a fatal resonance-empowered attack. That was the final push that tipped Gloriana over. Her eyes glazed over a bit before she regained her composure. She directed a measured look at Vase. If that is the case, I expect you to deliver solid results before Master Willix arrives to deliver our much-awaited batch of materials as well as the mech pilots we are supposed to take under our wing. Can you do that, or do I need to revise my estimate of your research capabilities? Hey, I'm a great researcher. I have made many interesting discoveries and came up with a lot of useful innovations. You can disparage whatever you want about me, but don't question my scientific credentials. I am absolutely certain that no one in the clan is better than me in this aspect. I'm the Larkinson clan's version of the Supreme Sage in our fleet. An awkward silence fell in the room. Gloriana blinked. Didn't the Supreme Sage build a monstrous bioaggernaut that proceeded to go out of control, kill millions of civilians with its indiscriminate attacks, wipe out an entire mech division including all of its expert mechs before requiring direct MTA intervention to take down? You're not wrong, but you have to admit that the Supreme Sage is quite brilliant when he's on the right track. After all, the former leader of the Life Research Association had successfully been able to produce a slightly inferior version of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. Vase directly benefited from the success of Special Project V. His wife didn't seem very interested in pursuing this argument any further. She simply accepted his claims and expected him to deliver in a few weeks. Though Vase was already distracted by numerous side projects, he was confident he could meet her expectations. He had a special affinity for luminaire crystals that he was just starting to unfold. The journeyman talked a bit more about the Sentry project and other expert mech design projects. For example, they held a brief discussion on the armor layout of the Bulwark project. None of the journeymen present were true armor specialists. Gloriana came close, but her design choices sometimes led to disappointing outcomes. Gloriana sighed. I am already shouldering a lot of responsibilities, Vase. It would be nice if you can find a defense-oriented journeyman. You know my policy on that, honey. It is hard to guarantee the loyalty and reliability of journeymen when we add them to our clan. You don't want to take in a crown terrorist who will blow up our design lab from the inside, do you? Let's just wait until some of our assistant mech designers manage to break through. That will take years, if not decades. No one aside from Miles is close to the threshold. This was an old argument to them, so Gloriana did not insist too much this time. She was confident she was able to handle this aspect by herself. She might not be able to enhance the defensive properties of the expert mech through some mysterious method, but she was very confident in her ability to optimize the armor layouts of all of the expert mechs to perfection. The journeymen finally ended their lengthy meeting and went on to perform their individual tasks. Everyone had their hands full with work, and Vase even more so now that he committed to completing his studies on luminaire crystals within a handful of weeks. Even so, he still had to allocate his time on other necessary tasks. One of them was checking up on the progress of the Larkinson seeds. He hadn't been spending enough time on them as of late, and that was dangerous. Who knew what Michael and Xanthar Larkinson were doing while there weren't any people to supervise their activities? It was both fortunate and unfortunate that Vase wasn't responsible for Rennie and Maze Ann Larkinson. The two seeds who had briefly attended a Hexer university had turned into eager followers of Gloriana. For her part, his wife attentively guided their studies. You should have reached your second or third year of studies if you were following a normal curriculum. He began as he looked at the two brats across the work table. From what I have seen, the two of you haven't slacked off in the slightest. Good job. It's not easy to maintain your drive when you don't have as many peers around you. Are you still set on pursuing your chosen specialties? Both young men nodded. Vase felt a bit ambivalent towards their response because he wasn't fully comfortable with their chosen paths. Xanthar, how much progress have you made into deepening your understanding towards heavy firepower? I've been mixing both theory and practice whenever possible. The eager adolescent said, it helps a lot if I can study mechs with big guns in my free time. I practically visit the Transcender Punishers every day. Their huge Gauss cannons and their formidable positron cannons are just so huge and imposing that I get inspired every time I look at them. The Eternal Redemption model is a lot harder to see, though. The Penitent Sisters don't visit or get close to the Spirit of Bentime, so the only chance I can catch a glimpse of them is when our fleet has dropped into real space. It's cool to see their big cannons blast distant asteroids to pieces. Vase observed Xanthar carefully. The young student had grown even more passionate about extreme firepower. It didn't appear he would be changing his direction. Don't fixate around specific mech models. Vase gently admonished. If you study the Transcendent Punisher and the Eternal Redemption too much, then all of the work you will make in the future will reflect the heavy weapons that you have admired for so long. This is not good for your future development. I suggest you study some of the more modest ranged weapons of our mech roster. You need to study what makes them different and what choices you can make to increase their firepower. Thank you, teacher. I don't exactly like the weaker guns, but I will do my best to study them, I guess. Every gun shares a common root. If you want to understand everything there is to cannons, then you need to understand their downscaled versions as well. After he finished instructing Xanthar, Vase turned towards his more problematic student. Michael, are you still determined to design living mechs that possess more autonomy? The other student nodded. Yes, sir. I can program my own rudimentary ice now and I can tweak the operating system of a mech to accept them. The results aren't so great, though. In every simulation that I run, the ice always get trounced by the human mech pilots who volunteered to test my work. Vase smirked and crossed his arms. That's because you're pitting ice with the skill of a beginner mech pilot against highly trained human soldiers. You don't know what piloting a mech is like, let alone all of the factors that mech pilots are trained to take into account, so it is natural that your ice are so easy to defeat. This isn't something that you'll be able to overturn unless you invest at least a decade or more on this topic. Are you willing to commit to that, Michael? I do. I knew from the start that I'm not pursuing a conventional specialty, but I've learned from your example. Besides, my eyes don't have to be good enough to fight against other human mech pilots by themselves. They're meant to complement friendly mech pilots. Chapter 3013. Weird Tech. Vase didn't want to raise average mech designers. Anyone who received his tutelage should follow a unique and exciting path. This was why he tried his best to help his students develop in more creative directions. Kedis was a good example of someone who managed to do that. Though Vase wasn't directly responsible for her ascension to Swordmaster, he had succeeded in laying the foundation to her successful rise. As Vase listened to Michael and Xanthar elaborate on how they had narrowed down their studies to their chosen specialties, he felt that the young men weren't quite there yet. Their ambitions weren't small, but they were still a distance away from setting unique and original goals. Well, it wasn't as if he could expect anything more out of students who had yet to graduate. They still needed to learn how to walk before they could run. For a moment, Vase thought about granting them companion spirits as a little experiment. Would he be able to turn them into the next versions of Kedis if he granted them a little spiritual assistance? It was a viable idea. While he didn't want to accelerate the growth of their companion spirit seeds by using up a portion of potent universal life energy, it wasn't necessary to go that far. The two adolescents still needed years before they became ready to do some actual design work. This gave them plenty of time for them to grow alongside their companion spirits. Perhaps this was a better way for them to develop the companion spirits that were most suitable to their specialties. Accelerated growth might provide instant power and allow a companion spirit to become immediately useful, but Vase was not ignorant of the downsides of this approach. The bond between him and Blinky wasn't quite comparable to the bond between Kedis and Sharpie. Whenever he saw the pair, he noticed that they were a lot more in tune with each other. Sharpie automatically assisted Kedis in whatever task she did in the most appropriate manner. In comparison, Blinky spent most of his time sleeping in his mind, trying and failing to defeat Lucky in violent scuffles and trying to deepen his bond with Goldie instead of Vase. He was too much of a playful cat to provide any serious assistance to Vase during his design work. At least he's able to supply me with energy on demand, he muttered. Vase knew that Blinky had a lot of untapped potential. Just his ability to manipulate the wuxia energy in his body was extremely important to his future health. Yet because Blinky grew so rapidly without learning any lessons in between, the Star Cat was like a newly graduated mech pilot who just entered the cockpit of a Valkyrie Brunhild. The disparity was too big. Though this was a serious problem, Vase knew he had to be patient. He could already feel Blinky growing more and more familiar with his new abilities. It would only be a matter of time before Blinky mastered his potential to the same degree as Sharpie. As for granting companion spirits to his students, Vase decided to flesh out this idea later. He still had to find and combine some good ingredients in order to provide Michael and Xanthar with spiritual assistance that fully complemented their future design philosophies. This was the best way to transform them into exceptional mech designers. If the pair managed to bloom under his tutelage, then he would enjoy a very stellar record as a teacher. By that time, Vase predicted that a lot of people would clamor to become his student. "Sir, when will we be obtaining our cranial implants?" Michael impatiently asked. All of the assistant mech designers are already starting to get theirs. Once they recovered from their surgery, their learning speeds increased by multiple times. When will we get to enjoy this enhancement? Vase snapped out of his contemplations. He directed a disapproving glance at Michael. "You little brats, are you that impatient to improve yourselves?" The pair nodded like chicks. "Well, tough luck, because you're not getting any yet if I have anything to say about it." Vase grinned. "What? Why? Because you already have enough augments. Look, the basic courses that you still have to go through aren't that difficult. It is worth slowing down a bit in order to go over them with plenty of attention to thought. Piling up a cranial implant on top of your already formidable genetic augments is completely overboard for mech design students like you. I'm afraid that you'll just rush through the basics without experiencing the gradual revelations that any future mech designer enjoys. It is by thinking about and questioning the theory that design philosophies are born." The two dummies didn't get it. They just thought that Vase wanted to make them suffer by denying them a powerful study aid. As someone who possessed a cranial implant himself, Vase knew how it could distort the mind of someone who depended on knowledge to achieve success. While it was truly worth it to obtain one, it was better to wait until the recipient in question had matured to an extent. Every student who aimed to reach journeyman had to develop an intimate appreciation of the boundless field of mech design. At the same time, they needed to respect the knowledge that their predecessors had accumulated and made available to those that came after. Knowledge had a price, and only those who worked hard to expand their understanding would have a better idea on how to forge their own path into uncharted territory. Of course, this was all his own opinion on the learning process. It might be that he was just pulling guesses out of his butt without knowing whether they reflected reality. He based most of his theories out of his own personal journey into mech design, and that was hardly representative of what other mech designers had to go through. Vase seriously doubted they possessed the system. He finished the little session by handing over some long-term homework assignments to the pair. He was already preoccupied with several different projects and had no time to guide his students as closely as he liked. It wasn't all that bad, though. Despite their complaints, Michael and Xanthar ingested enough candy to turn themselves into formidable learning machines. They could navigate his library on their own. If they really needed clarification, they could always approach one of the apprentices in the design department if necessary. When Vase finally dismissed them, he contemplated whether he should bind them more closely to him in the future. The alternative was to let them develop on their own without trying to push them into a direction of his choosing. If he chose the former, then Michael and Xanthar would very likely become eligible to join his inner circle in the future. Vase turned his attention back to his various projects. Aside from spending time on fleshing out the Chimera project and the Sentry project further, he spent several hours trying to synthesize better luminaire crystals. His progress in the latter was rather inconsistent, but he was slowly learning how to get better at synthesizing luminaire crystals through the process of trial and error. Basically, he made a lot of mistakes and screwed up more times than he could count. Fortunately, his workshop was so well equipped that he could easily synthesize hundreds of modest-sized crystals a day, especially when he was just out to create samples instead of full-sized products. Damn, the hardness of this crystal has dropped by 27% compared to my current best. Vase muttered as he tossed another finger-sized crystal over his shoulder. A pile of hundreds of crystals of different shapes, sizes and colors rested haphazardly on the deck. No cleaning bots had cleaned up this mess as of yet, as Vase may needed to scan or revisit them afterwards. After experiencing yet another failure, Vase started anew and studied the formulas that were heading in the right direction. Blinky, how do you think I can increase the hardness of my crystals? Muro. Okay, let's try this then. Vase reached across the work table and picked up 3 different samples of special materials that he recently received. Out of these 3 materials, which one will increase the hardness of the crystal when added to the formula? Blinky pointed at the sample in the middle. Muro. You sure? Muro. In fact, Vase didn't need to ask. By focusing his attention on what his companion spirit was feeling and thinking, Vase would easily be able to notice a subtle affinity towards one of the materials. What about the illustrious one? What does he think? When Vase briefly channeled the luminaire design spirit, he temporarily viewed reality in a different fashion. It was hard to describe how certain elements stood out more while other elements receded in importance. Yet just because his senses became more freaky didn't mean he could easily piece together the formula to synthesize second-class luminaire crystals. What is the damn ratio? How should I balance out the different materials? It wasn't enough to know the right materials. In order to create a truly superior product, he had to process them and combine them in numerous sophisticated ways. Only by following the right steps would he be able to synthesize crystals that were tough enough to survive the rigors of expert mech combat. Yet in order to get closer to the correct proportions and processing method, Vase could not completely rely on Blinky and the illustrious one to achieve a better result. The most they could do was to give him some hints and give him some sporadic warnings whenever he was doing something wrong. Hence why he had to create a lot of different iterations and perform live tests on what he made. The more data he generated, the more prompts he received from Blinky and the illustrious one. His hand tapped on top of the crystal cube. It would be nice if you came with an instruction manual. This was the downside of working with alien technology. The crystal cube could strengthen many crystals by processing them in a way that caused them to acquire a lot of internal circuits. These alien circuits were completely unfathomable and indecipherable to Vase. Yet they were also the primary reason why the crystals were able to exert additional power or impart different effects. At the end of his session, Vase looked at the 5 new crystals that he deemed the best of the bunch. He picked up a specially fabricated laser rifle that he had specifically designed for testing purposes. He then proceeded to slot in the first crystal into a chamber that was also designed to accommodate the experimental products. He didn't fire the rifle himself. That was too dangerous. Who knew if the crystal overloaded and caused the entire weapon to blow up in his face? Instead, he handed the rifle over to one of his honor guards. The soldier moved to a shielded firing range further back that Vase had set up for this purpose. When the guard fired the rifle, an invisible beam struck a metal dummy bot. Bubbles appeared across the poor target. Soon, the bot shattered as all of its metal surfaces were torn apart by strange bubbles. Vase could only scratch his head at this result. Next one, the second crystal slotted in the test rifle fired a purple beam that caused the target to erupt in corrosive fire. The fumes were so toxic that portions of the platform underneath started to get covered by holes. Next, the third crystal fired an ordinary white beam that did not consist entirely of photons. Though the light beam traveled considerably slower than light, it was able to inflict a small but noticeable degree of physical damage towards the target dummy, causing it to get knocked back by a few meters. Next, the fourth crystal produced a more esoteric effect. Whatever Vase put into it caused the energy beam to follow a spiraling trajectory towards its target. Other than that, it behaved like a normal laser beam, which meant the spirals were almost completely pointless. Useless. Next, Vase perked up a bit after his honor guard slotted in the last crystal. The soldier carefully took aim and pulled the trigger. PV-oomph. A surprisingly loud noise echoed across the firing range as a blinding white beam almost blinded the visual sensors in the space. Vase couldn't even see the light beam that had slammed into the latest dummy bot and blasted it into lots of tiny pieces. The power of this last crystal was the most formidable that he had ever witnessed so far, but it came with a very troublesome downside. The honor guard had already let go of the rifle. Its entire middle section had melted from the excess heat released by the disintegrating crystal. Vase could only sigh at this mixed result. How the hell did you luminaires come up with this weird tech? Chapter 3014. Complete tech base. Though Vase had discovered hundreds of odd applications of luminaire technology, the crystals he made with the help of the crystal cube still failed in one aspect. They broke too easily. The MTA must have figured out a way to synthesize harder crystals that were at least comparable to other second-class materials, but Vase didn't have access to that. No how. He felt tempted to contact Master Willix in order to beg her to grant him access to this crucial research, but he had a very strong hunch that he would return empty-handed. She rejected his request before and had little reason to think it would be any different this time. In general, the MTA did not like it when humans dabbled with alien tech. It was one thing to develop technology derived from alien theories and applications. It was another thing to directly make use of alien technology without understanding their fundamental mechanisms. Right now, luminaire technology was like a black box to Vase. The crystal cube along with the indecipherable crystal circuitry were so different from human tech that he would probably need centuries to understand all of its principles. The most valuable component of luminaire tech was how it seamlessly integrated and interacted with spirituality. Vase was quite greedy to unlock this secret, but he did not intend to devote all his time to do so. He did not specialize in energy weapons or crystal technology. The only reason luminaire technology was relevant to him was because of its relation to spiritual engineering. Yet that was not enough for him to single-handedly transform luminaire technology into something that could be mastered by other humans. Fortunately, I don't have to achieve this much, he reminded himself. I just need to make enough progress to add something of value to our ranged expert mech designs. He was moving closer. Every day, he managed to synthesize crystals that were a little tougher. Even if only 5 out of 500 improved on this aspect, this was still a step in the right direction. The only annoying part of it all was that Vase had no idea when he would be able to reach his goal. The illustrious one was obviously able to manipulate luminaire technology to a degree. Yet his theoretical understanding was still too spotty to provide consistent answers. Maybe I shouldn't have used up the fragment of the blinding one. Vase muttered. If I still retained a piece of the original Dark God, I could have preserved his knowledge to the highest degree. The fact that he used it up as an upgrade material to another design spirit meant that much of that accumulated knowledge and memory became lost. The illustrious one was a separate entity from the blinding one. It did not carry over most of the memories of the blinding one because they defined one's personality. Vase did not want to resurrect the hostile Dark God, so he made sure to cast those irrelevant bits aside in order to obtain his desired result. Perhaps I threw away too much, though. If he knew that luminaire technology became a lot more powerful and practical when combined with spirituality, he would have taken a different approach. Well, at least I'm making some progress. That's better than many other people. I doubt the MTA researchers are able to match my speed if they don't have my advantages. From the research documents that Vase had previously received from Master Willix, he did not get the impression that the MTA research team assigned to study luminaire technology possessed anything comparable to the crystal cube. The elite researchers likely also lacked the ability to harness spirituality, thereby causing them to miss much of the potential of this powerful tech. It was a mistake to underestimate their research prowess, though. Spirituality or not, the MTA's mastery of the sciences was so great that they were probably able to deepen their mastery of the more physical aspects of luminaire technology. As Vase continued to tinker with different crystal formulas, one day Calabast interrupted his current preoccupation. "What's up?" He frowned as he faced her projection. He didn't like it when someone came and interrupted his flow. He had already lost his previous mood. It would become a lot harder for him to get back into the groove for today. The news she presented to him wiped away all of his annoyance. "We've reached an agreement with the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan about imparting them with your so-called networks. Both are willing to provide us with both immediate and ongoing concessions in exchange for your help. I think the deal we've settled upon is very favorable for you, but you should take a look at the terms. I'll be there right away." When Vase left his personal workshop in order to head over to Calabast's office, she had already prepared a brief presentation. "My networks are absolutely unique, you know that," he told her. "While I cannot guarantee that they will be able to discover crown terrorists that are already within the ranks of those organizations, it has at least proven to be effective at identifying those who mean harm when they attempt to join. Our two allies won't have to be so careful about recruiting new people anymore." To be honest, Vase wasn't so eager to empower his allies. Why should he give up his advantage and share one of the core strengths of the Larkinson clan to them? The most important consequence was that the Glory Seekers and Crossers would be able to catch up to the Larkinsons and gain more weight in the Golden Skull Alliance. Yet the situation wasn't as simple as that. With the Crown Uprising still going strong, human space continued to deteriorate. The amount of incidents throughout the galaxy had exploded and even the most peaceful and prosperous states were beginning to experience difficulties. The Larkinson clan couldn't shoulder all of the future burdens alone. For better or worse, his clan would be better off if the rest of the alliance flourished as well. Of course, Vase didn't want to give away his networks for free. Far from it. If he was about to grant his allies such a powerful capability, then he better get his money's worth. "So what does the deal look like?" he asked as he sat down in front of Calabast's desk. Squeak. Arnold noticed his arrival and rose up from his bed below the desk and scurried behind Calabast's boots. The exo-beast wasn't comfortable whenever Vase was around for some reason. Perhaps it had to do with how the mech designer fantasized about performing experiments whenever he looked at the eight-legged beast. A brief smile appeared on Calabast's face. She was not annoyed at her new pet's antics at all. She even allowed the alien critter to lick the surface of her boots. Vase briefly wondered how much alien saliva had already covered her footwear. It must be hell for her cleaning bots to scrub Arnold's donations away every day. "I've tried my best to put your priorities first," Calabast stated as she appeared unaware that Vase was staring at her boots. "First off, several terms of the Treaty of the Golden Skull Alliance will be adjusted as long as the deal goes through and your networks are able to deliver on their promises. Tell me about the ones that matter. Let's talk about the capital ship quota," she said. "Right now, out of the 20 slots that are available, our clan has claimed 8, though technically we only have access to 7. We gave away 1 slot to the Glory Seekers so that they can bring their Indigo Tremor along. The Cross clan are entitled to 6 slots. Vase raised his eyebrow. 6? I thought they only secured 5. The Cross clan's guest designer has been busy lately. Professor Benedict Cortez supposedly completed a big mission for the MTA and received at least 6 million MTA merits as a reward. Damn, and he did all of that while staying aboard the Hemington Cross." Calabast nodded, which caused Vase to feel even more pissed. The only way for him to earn that much merits was to complete high-risk missions in dangerous areas like the Nixian Gap or somehow manage to convert 12 mech pilots into expert pilots. No matter how Vase looked at it, he had to go above and beyond to earn so many merits in a relatively short amount of time. Meanwhile, The man who used to be called the Skull Architect probably earned his merits by sitting behind his desk and working on some kind of advanced mech design or something. It was too easy. If Vase was able to earn merits in such a relaxed manner as Professor Benedict, he wouldn't have gotten involved in so many dangerous incidents. We're not the only ones who are making progress, Vase. The spymaster reminded him once again. The Glory Seekers have absorbed a large batch of Hexer refugees while the Cross Clan has forced itself to open up to recruitment as well. In fact, the Cross Clan are finally beginning to enjoy the benefits of hosting a senior mech designer. The Crossers have already swapped some of their older mech models with improved ones. The merits that Professor Benedict is able to contribute is also critical to the Cross Clan's reconstruction. I've heard that he is already paying for the clan's next capital ships. This was just the beginning. Though Professor Benedict was anything but a conventional mech designer, now that the former pirate lord was settling down in civilized space, his formidable design capabilities were finally starting to be felt. If not for the fact that Ves's design philosophy was so unique and irreplaceable, Professor Benedict would have become the highest-earning mech designer in the Golden Skull Alliance by now. Let's get back on topic, Vase said as he shook aside his worries concerning the rise of a rival within the Alliance. What was that about capital ships? The Cross Clan is willing to give us 2 of their capital ship slots. ... That's all. Don't look down on this concession. Calabast snapped. The Crossers are quite ambitious, and they know that entering the Red Ocean with as many capital ships as possible is vital to starting off on the right foot in the dangerous new frontier. Now, they have not only given away the equivalent of 10 million MTA merits worth of ship slots, but they have passed it on to us. The effect is therefore double of what is obvious at first glance. Vase understood what she was getting at. This modest-sounding concession practically ruled any opportunity for the Cross Clan to become the dominant partner in the Golden Skull Alliance. In this context, giving away 3 ship slots sounded rather excessive. That would weaken the Crossers too much while making the Larkinson clan too dominant. From a neutral perspective, it was not good if the Larkinsons became strong to the point of never getting challenged or pressured by their rivals. This is far from enough to matching the value of my networks. What else do I get? He asked. The complete component license libraries of both the Hexers and the Crossers. You will gain near complete access to all of their exclusive component designs, at least the ones that they still retain. Please note that this also includes several tech that is usually hard to come by in public, such as heavy mech weapons, stealth technology, starship systems, production equipment and other sophisticated designs that are not necessarily related to mechs. The only tech that they have excluded is either related to very fine applications of high technology or trump card designs for high-tier expert mechs. The rest is untouched. In short, what they have promised to us is almost the entire technological foundation of their states. This was a far more interesting concession to Vase. As a mech designer, how could he not be attracted by the prospect of gaining access to more tech? The best part was that the transfer would be permanent. The Larkinsons were actually at a huge disadvantage in this aspect because it was too young and never enjoyed any sincere backing from any state. Though the Larkinsons were able to make up for this shortfall by borrowing from the Hexers, this was a temporary and unstable arrangement. Vase felt a lot better now that he wouldn't have to knock on the doors of the hegemony each time he wanted to design a mech that made use of advanced Hexer components. I'm not surprised that the Cross Clan doesn't value its technological base as much anymore now that it has almost fallen, but what about the Glory Seekers? Is the hegemony okay with this offer of theirs? We've already cleared it with the hegemony, Vase. I wouldn't have presented it to you if this wasn't the case. It's all okay. The Hexers pretty much treat you as one of their own by now. With the Fredamen about to enter Hexer territory, the matriarchs have much bigger problems on their hands than worrying about whether you'll misuse their tech. This was still a very generous concession regardless of the thoughts of the matriarchs. This was exactly what the Larkinson clan needed in order to advance its engineering activities and form an immediate foundation and increase its independence. Chapter 3015. Temporal benefits. The Glory Seekers and Crossers were being quite sincere this time. Calabast did not disappoint him in trying to milk as many benefits as possible. In a time where the entire galaxy became engulfed in mass unrest, it was quite wise for Colonel Ariadne Woden and Patriarch Reginald Cross to pursue any means of increasing the security of their respective fleets. Vase wasn't fully satisfied, though. He knew the value of his networks best. The advantages they bestowed were worth so much that even the Terrans and Rubarthans would be begging on their knees to obtain these powerful spiritual creations. It was too bad that Vase would practically be committing suicide if he did so. The first-rate superstates had very powerful enemies who would stop at nothing to prevent the former hegemons of human space from rising up again. There was also the Five Scrolls Compact to consider. Master Willix had already given him a pointed warning about that, and he did not think she was kidding at the time. As long as he and his partners were flying under the Compact's radar, it shouldn't be a big problem making use of spiritual networks. However, as long as someone capable enough learned of their existence, the Compact would definitely look into his inventions. Since the cult was probably the most authoritative organization in human space with regards to spirituality, who knew how they would react? This was why Vase thought it was best not to spread his spiritual networks that much, especially the more intimate ones like the one presided over by the Golden Cat. It was already quite a risk to spread it out to two other organizations. Technically, the Glory Seekers should have all become a part of the Superior Mother's network by now, but that one was different. The network governing the Hexers was much looser, did not require active acceptance from the Superior Mother, did not watch out for treacherous or harmful thoughts, and did not make everyone who was a part of it more intimate with each other. In other words, the Glory Seekers only enjoyed a very weak preview version of the more intimate spiritual network that was protecting the Larkinson clan. What else did the Glory Seekers and Crossers promise? He calmly asked as he adopted an expectant look. What our allies have promised is already useful, but the scales aren't balanced in my eyes. Well, the third major concession they made is a solemn commitment to stand by the Larkinson clan and defend us no matter the circumstances. They're even willing to hold a grand ceremony in order to formalize and honor this pact. This was the first time since he entered Calabast's office that he snorted. They're simply bowing to reality. Once the Glory Seekers and Crossers adopt my networks, they become dependent on them. The only person who has the qualifications to tinker with them is me. This grants me a lot of power over the two organizations. In fact, Vase could easily abuse his access to their network to insert foreign values to their organizations or even cause them to view Vase with absolute respect. He could pull off so many shenanigans that he could practically collapse their foundation overnight. If not for the fact that strong-minded expert pilots and other individuals were basically immune to the influence of spiritual networks, Vase would have actually felt tempted to pull off a scheme to turn them into vassals of the Larkinson clan. Still, as long as this arrangement went through, the price of falling out became too much for the two partners to bear. If they had any sense of intelligence in their minds, the leaders of the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan would never risk the consequences of proceeding with an ugly breakup. In that sense, the defense pact that the Glory Seekers and the Crossers generously proposed was nothing more than a recognizing reality rather than moving towards it. By making a commitment that was already a fact, the two allies lost nothing while being able to pretend they were magnanimous enough to entertain yet another demand of the Larkinson clan. From the intrigued expression on Calabast's face, she recognized the truth as well, but the forms still had to be obeyed. It would be a lot better if agreements like these were formalized in written agreements rather than remain unspoken. It looks like we'll be together for the long haul then. Vase murmured. We won't merge into a single organization, but we won't be splitting off from each other anytime soon. Calabast nodded. I think this is good for us. No offense, Vase, but you tend to attract enemies a lot easier than others. It would be good if our allies become more committed to defending us. After all, if we fall, who knows what will happen to their networks? They need to keep the only source of tech support alive, which means that your well-being will become one of their core priorities. That only matters as long as our allies can actually keep up with our growth. We've only just begun to ramp up. I don't even dare to guess how many capital ships and mech pilots we have under our control in a decade, but it will definitely dwarf what we have right now. Will the Glory Seekers and Crossers be able to match us, or will they grow into non-entities down the line? The spymaster fell in thought while she bumped the tip of her boot onto Arnold's nose. Squeak squeak. My judgment is that they won't disappoint you. She eventually answered. Let's take the Glory Seekers first. Ostensibly, they're a detached force of household troops of the Woden dynasty. We both know that detached is defined rather loosely here. The influx of Hexer refugees in the past few months has indicated that it is actually functioning as an active arm of the Woden dynasty and by extension the rest of the hegemony. That in turn means that the Hexer state is essentially backing the Glory Seekers. The implications of this will become more and more impactful over time, especially if the hegemony loses the Komodo War and the remnants begin transferring all of their resources and hopes on its diaspora. This was a realistic assessment. Vase had already noticed this in fact from the way that Gloriana was able to cooperate extensively with the hegemony. No ordinary journeyman would have been able to persuade a state to provide so much aid in ordinary times. As for the Cross clan, I've already discussed this with you. Professor Benedict Cortez might not be blessed with an existing industrial and commercial base like yours, but a senior mech designer is always a force to be reckoned with. Depending on his future business endeavors, he will definitely become the primary source of funding and innovation in the Cross clan. His influence will rise and he will be able to drag the rest of the Crossers with him as well. Also, don't forget Patriarch Reginald Cross. I don't know if he'll ever be able to advance to ace pilot, but if he does, if Reginald Cross succeeded, he would become an existence that possessed the same amount of prestige as a master mech designer. In truth, this was something of a complicated subject. Ace pilots were generally equated to senior mech designers first, but as they grew into their power, they quickly became existences that everyone would be forced to look up to. This was similar to a master mech designer. This was why the mech community, unofficially, divided ace pilots into two categories. Junior ace pilots were the ones who didn't have enough time to consolidate their power and master their new capabilities. Senior ace pilots were those who truly made use of their expanded capabilities to fight at a level that was far beyond that of an expert pilot. No matter whether someone faced a junior or senior ace pilot, both of them were easily able to crush expert pilots with ease. This was why the balance of power would definitely shift towards the Cross clan if Reginald succeeded in accomplishing the improbable. Maybe you're right, Vase said. Our two allies do have the capital to keep up with us. From what it sounds like, we might be the ones who have to worry about getting left behind by them. It's a good thing that this agreement will cement our status no matter how much we fall behind. He began to look more and more favorable to this deal. As Calabast proceeded to mention some other, less important concessions, Vase felt pretty good about selling his networks to the partners of the Larkinson clan. Yet Calabast did not sound completely optimistic. Before you go off to sign the new agreement, you should think about it more critically. While my team and I have tried to persuade the Glory Seekers and the Crossers to make more concessions, they are not inept when it comes to bargaining. Consider the temporal nature of the first and second major concession. What? Vase almost wanted to scratch his head. The Cross clan giving us 2 of their capital ship slots and both partners giving us full access to the current version of their tech libraries are extremely useful right from the beginning, but over time, they become less relevant. He frowned at that. You mean we're getting scammed? I wouldn't say that. I am just trying to say that these concessions are mostly short and medium-term benefits rather than long-term ones. She clarified. For example, giving us 2 capital ship slots is extremely critical in our first decade after entering the Red Ocean. Capital ships are direct sources of power in the new frontier and their scarcity ensures that they will play a disproportionate role in every pioneering fleet during the early days of colonizing the dwarf galaxy. Yet what about 50 years later? What if the Red Ocean develops to the point where the production of capital ships isn't bottlenecked anymore? Then, I guess 2 more or 2 less capital ships is a trivial matter to the Larkinson clan. Vase slowly commented. Well, it's not as if ship slots are relevant anymore once we enter the Red Ocean. The slots were only ever about using up the limited ship quota of a Beander ticket. That is true, and it is also important to note that the early impact of extra capital ships is still extremely valuable. Gaining just a bit of greater power in our early period can make a huge difference in our growth down the line. It's an investment that can pay off 100 or even 1,000 times in a few generations from now. That is because we wouldn't be as constrained from the start, thereby allowing us to take greater risks in a period where the Red Ocean is still filled with rapid growth opportunities. This was a rather complicated topic and one that was difficult to quantify, but Vase understood the gist of it. The concept was no different from a startup company borrowing lots of money in the hopes of becoming a unicorn in the future. The tech licenses we gain access to will also decrease in value over time. Calabast noted. Our allies won't give us access to new licenses and innovations for good reasons. They don't mind giving away their existing tech because it doesn't hurt them, it's already there and it will become outdated in a number of years anyway. Granted, getting almost all of their current tech will definitely boost our clan's technical capabilities during our crucial rapid growth phase, so it is not as if we are being scammed. The only issue is that it is impossible for us to continue the development of all of this existing tech. We lack the huge amount of researchers, developers and engineers that can update all of the different pieces of tech. This was true, and this would always be the case so long as the Larkinson clan was not able to match a true state in terms of population, development, territory, industry, commerce and so on. The Larkinsons would still have to depend on outside help to keep up with the newer generations of technology. Still, this was better than their prior situation, so Vase was already happy with this benefit. Even if we can't update all of the licenses and so on over time, it is already useful to have the designs of so many different devices in our central database. This allows us to become self-sufficient because we can just make specific machines that can solve a lot of our problems. It won't matter if the performance of such machines lags behind the more modern ones. It beats having no solution. Chapter 3016. Alliance Considerations. Although the deal negotiated by Calabast presented several caveats and problems, Vase leaned in favor of the terms. So what did it matter if the concessions were slanted towards the short and medium term? This was exactly the most vulnerable period of the Larkinson clan. The previous battles and crises the Larkinsons had gone through had almost killed everyone. The clan's future came into question far too many times to count due to the fact that its military forces were still outmatched on a regular basis. It took an extraordinary effort on the part of Vase and the current and future expert pilots of the clan to snatch victories from the jaws of defeat. This was not a viable approach for the future. A small number of people shouldn't be forced to snatch victories under difficult circumstances over and over again. It was better if those victories never strayed close to the deadly jaws in the first place. In order to accomplish that in the short term, it was okay for the Larkinsons to borrow the strength of others. So far, Vase was quite satisfied with the reliability and competence of the Glory Seekers and Cross Clan. Unlike the Larkinsons, the backgrounds of their two alliance partners were much more solid. They came from true second-class states and were not newcomers to the sort of battles that were being waged at this level. Their civil and intellectual development was also robust. In comparison, the Larkinson clan grew too quickly to build up their foundation in this aspect and more. So the concessions made by the two allies came in very handy. Vase wouldn't have to worry about the Larkinson clan beginning to suffer all kinds of logistical deficiencies due to a lack of technical options. Technology was the foundation of human civilization. Humanity's ability to make tools and machines to accomplish difficult goals and solve difficult problems was its basis for dominating the galaxy. Therefore, it made a huge difference if the Larkinsons obtained a nearly complete tech library. Even if many devices and technical designs could be bought from the open market, the more advanced designs were not so easily obtained. In any case, it didn't matter if this tech library wouldn't be updated. With the current pace of technological development, the designs would still be useful and efficient for at least a century if not more for certain devices. Mechs were rather special in that the smallest differences could potentially swing the outcome of entire wars. The mech industry had to work hard to meet the insatiable demand for better, stronger and more efficient mechs. Anything that wasn't directly related to combat did not possess this urgency. Starship development was much more relaxed as many ships were built with the expectation that they would last at least a century or more under normal operation. Perhaps competitive environments demanded constant progress and faster innovation. Yet if the Larkinsons were just operating a normal expeditionary fleet, it didn't matter that much if their mining machines were 10% slower or if their efficiency in synthesizing a complex fuel formula was 30% worse than the norm. The point was that the Larkinsons possessed the capability to mine asteroids and synthesize fuel on a fully independent basis. In frontier space, there was a huge lack of services. Whatever products and services the early pioneers made available would always be overpriced and in huge demand for at least the first 2 decades. The capability to construct starships and capital ships was a good example. This was an industry with an extremely high barrier of entry due to all of the specialized tech and know-how required to construct the most advanced and modern vessels. As long as the Larkinson clan received all of the knowledge and specifications related to shipbuilding and many other industries, it would have no problem with building ships in-house straight away once the Larkinsons gained the right facilities. Aside from this, Vase also valued the other implications of the deal. The long-term dependence on the new spiritual networks ensured that the Glory Seekers and the Crossers remained shackled to Vase and the Larkinsons. As long as Vase was able to maintain his spiritual monopoly in this new and unique sector, it was extremely unwise for his existing customers to turn their backs on him. He knew his spiritual networks the best and he also possessed the keys to control many of their parameters. Vase faced betrayal more times than he could count. The fundamental reason why people lied or screwed him over was because there were more benefits to doing so than to remain honest. Only a few groups of people like the Sword Maidens and the Kinners were able to resist this impulse and remain true to their principles. As someone who did not fall into this rare and special category, Vase found it hard to trust other people's promises at face value. To him, true trust and loyalty had to be paired with concrete interests in order to remain solid. The intertwining of real interests would naturally ensure that either or both sides of an agreement remained committed. Vase already had various entanglements with the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan, but they were not strong enough for his liking. For example, the Glory Seekers and Hexers liked him in general due to his contributions to the Komodo War, but this did not change the fundamental problem that he was a male. Who knew whether some radicalist would rise up among them who insisted that cooperating with boys was evil? He had to ensure that the Hexers or at least the Glory Seekers in specific remained friendly to Vase and his clan. The Cross clan on the other hand was tied to the Larkinson clan by only two flimsy bonds. Patriarch Reginald and Professor Benedict both latched on to the clan because they believed that Vase could help them break through their bottlenecks and advance to the next step of their careers. What if they achieved their dreams? If both of them achieved their biggest goals, then the Cross clan effectively turned into a much scarier beast now that it was led by both a master mech designer and an ace pilot. It would not make much sense anymore for the Cross clan to continue to hang out with the Larkinson clan, let alone take a lower position. In this case, the existence of a spiritual network watching over the rank-and-file crossers would ensure that the Larkinson clan would never be suppressed even if it became the weakest partner in the Golden Skull Alliance. A great example of what might happen if the partners of an alliance grew too weak was how the Friday Coalition changed since its establishment. Out of the original 9 coalition partners that banded together in order to resist the Hexers, 3 of them had become history. Hardly anyone knew their names or their other characteristics in the Komodo Star sector because they were losers who failed to secure their future. Vase did not want his Larkinson clan to fall off in a similar fashion. He needed to build up as many advantages as possible in order to ensure his clan could keep up with the development of the Golden Skull Alliance. He also had to make sure his clan would still retain the capital to remain independent as the Red Ocean became a playground for increasingly stronger organizations. All of these considerations meant that Vase had many reasons to accept the deal and not that many arguments to reject it. There weren't many long-term benefits, but he was already happy with gaining an extra guarantee that his allies would remain friendly. This was why he allowed Calabas to arrange a personal meeting with the leaders of the 2 alliance partners. A short time went by as the 3 members of the Golden Skull Alliance arranged a small, informal meeting. There was no need for pomp and ceremony in order to hammer out some final details. After a brief discussion, the leaders all decided to meet with Vase aboard the Spirit of Bentime. Since the focus of the meeting was the spiritual networks that he was able to provide, it was best to enter a ship whose crew was most strongly affected by this innovation. When Ariadne Woden and Reginald Cross discreetly shuttled over to the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentime, they curiously studied the Larkinsons as they followed a guide who took them deeper into the bowels of the capital ship. Interesting, the nominal head of the Glory Seekers commented as she was assaulted by glows from various sources. How can anyone work under these circumstances? Their female guide and attendant smiled. You get used to it, ma'am. Most of these glows are quite pleasant to be around, so we rarely shy away from them. It will be a lot less intense once we move away from the hangar bay. All of the mechs stationed here kind of blend in together to produce a stronger than usual effect. Reginald Cross did not issue a word of complaint. He merely remained silent as he felt but remained unaffected by any nearby glows. He was more interested to observe how other Larkinsons interacted with each other. As they moved through the long and spacious hallways, they no longer encountered any glows. While there were certain instances where golden cat statues had some limited effect, the 2 guests were able to observe the Larkinsons without feeling as if they were intruding into something private. These Larkinsons hardly act differently from when they are affected by glows. The older Hexer woman noticed. That's because we carry a piece of the Larkinson clan everywhere, ma'am. Our bright warriors have the strongest effect, but the truth is that we already feel a portion of this glow in our minds. It's a lot less noticeable though, but that does not change the fact that we are constantly connected with our other clansmen. It's a magical feeling that I cannot truly describe to someone who has never felt this way. Has anyone ever wanted to remove this bond? Not really, no. The guide shook her head. It's like living without 2 legs. Getting rid of this comforting connection is no different from sawing off your own limb. Whenever we think back on the period where we lived without it, we feel as if we were living in poverty without even knowing it. There is no way that any Larkinson would ever want to go back to those times where we were alone and not sure if we could ever trust others. Both Ariadne and Reginald frowned a bit at that. While it sounded as if the network watching over the Larkinsons was very helpful and desirable, it also came paired with a dependence or addiction that made it hard to turn back the clock. If either of them chose to go through with receiving a network from the Larkinson patriarch, then they needed to hope that everything remained fine in the future. If the networks malfunctioned or if Vase tampered with them in malicious ways, then the glory seekers and the crossers had few solutions to remedy the problem. Fortunately, they were already aware that the networks were not omnipotent. Strong-minded people weren't as affected. While this was not as relevant to the glory seekers due to their lack of expert pilots, the crossers were in a different position. Reginald Cross had full confidence that he would be able to spot anything amiss and be able to do something about it if Vase ever broke the rules. "We've reached the conference room. Please head inside. Our patriarch is already inside." When the two leaders entered, they saw that Vase wasn't preoccupied with greeting the newcomers. Instead, he was busy with trying to separate Lucky from Blinky. "I told you to cut it out already. Blinky, you're never going to beat Lucky due to your lack of combat experience, so don't pretend you have a chance." "Murrow, Lucky, don't be so harsh on the newest member of our cat family. He's still a kid." Meow. Chapter 3017. Kinship Networks. Both Ariadne Woden and Reginald Cross were taken aback at the antics of the cats. They two visitors already knew that the Larkinsons loved their pets. They had already crossed paths with numerous cats, dogs, birds, lizards and other animals. Vase was also famed for his love of cats. Lucky was practically a permanent fixture by his side. What was different this time was that another pet had entered the stage. Compared to the solid, mechanical form of Lucky, Blinky appeared to be a very different kind of cat. He was obviously not organic. Not with the way his body was slightly translucent and how his entire form glowed and shimmered in front of everyone's eyes. The bright purple exterior did not have the consistency of fur, nor the solidity of metal. The strange light points trailing across Blinky's body made it appear even more mysterious. The closest guess that the visitors could come up with was that Blinky was an electronic cat. In other words, he looked like a projection. Yet neither the Hexer leader nor the Crosser leader thought it was as simple as that. As a spiritual entity with considerable strength, Blinky actually possessed a fairly strong presence. This presence that could not be fully described with words was actually the source of the phenomenon known as glows. Though Blinky's glow was currently mixed and nuanced, Patriarch Reginald was able to perceive more. As a strong expert pilot, he developed a greater sensitivity towards unusual phenomena, especially when it was related to the strengths that expert pilots employed in battle. Blinky had become a much greater existence to him as he instinctively perceived the energy and other traits locked inside the purple cat. Unfortunately, his Hexer counterpart wasn't able to perceive as much. She was still a normal person and did not possess the senses of an expert pilot. Both guests sat at the two chairs on the opposite side of an oval conference table. Vase stood at the far end as he finished admonishing his two cats. Meow. Lucky flipped his tail and floated to an empty chair in order to take a nap or something. Murrow. Blinky dishearteningly returned to Ves's mind in order to figure out a better way to beat Lucky next time. The two visitors did not miss the fact that Blinky literally disappeared into the head of a human. Vase smirked as he saw how he successfully managed to surprise his fellow leaders. He deliberately exposed Blinky to them in order to showcase what he was capable of. Since they were on the cusp of ordering spiritual networks from him, they needed to know what they were dealing with. Introducing a spiritual entity like Blinky to them would allow them to know that the Larkinson Patriarch possessed unusual talents. This was a deliberate choice on his part. Vase knew that he couldn't keep everything hidden forever and he was willing to take a risk and reveal a portion of his capabilities to his allies. Welcome to the Spirit of Bentime. I hope you have gotten a good glimpse of how her crew operates. Vase began. Is it like this aboard every Larkinson ship? The Hexer woman asked. Not quite. The newcomers all possess different cultures and we are still in the process of integrating them. Our clan is large and diverse, and many ships are dominated by specific sub-organizations under our umbrella. For example, the mood aboard a combat carrier of the Flagrant Vandals is a lot looser and more informal than the norm. The Sword Maiden and Heavenswarders are far more serious and constantly engaged in one form of training or another. That sounds like a state. Vase pressed his lips. Somewhat. It's quite impressive how your clan can bring all of these different people together without suffering many of the problems associated with doing so. Patriarch Reginald spoke up. No organization that operates as a clan would recruit as freely as you Larkinsons. Yet you show no hesitation in breaking this convention. That is because we have the capital to accelerate our recruitment efforts. We don't have to be as thorough in rooting out traitors and people with impure intentions towards our clan. I believe that this is why the two of you have come here today. Both of you want to enjoy the same benefits. Vase boasted a bit more about the benefits of the Larkinson clan's spiritual network. He touted the inherent trust it fostered among the clansmen, the monitoring of treacherous thoughts and the easy identification of traitors who were committed to harming the clan. I believe that both of you have learned that not even the most committed and long-standing members of your organizations can be fully trusted. Vase smirked. The Crown Uprising has revealed that everyone has traitors in their ranks. Whether these sleeper agents are unwitting victims who have undergone deep psycho-programming or hardened radicals who have deeply disguised themselves, the fact of the matter is that both the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan are compromised. This was a heavy declaration and one that did not reflect well on his fellow leaders. It wasn't their fault that Crown terrorists lurked within their ranks. The Larkinson clan could have easily ended up in the same position as well if not for the existence of its network. After emphasizing the immediate value that his networks could bring, Vase finally addressed it directly. Colonel Ariadne, Patriarch Reginald, my special networks, Marshal. The Hexer leaders spoke out. Pardon, my new rank is Marshal. Ariadne Woden stated, I received a promotion some time ago, though my role hasn't changed all that much. I am still in charge of the Glory Seekers. Oh, congratulations, then. Vase blinked. Anyway, the special network is a complicated and elaborate innovation that I have developed exclusively for the Larkinson clan. While I can theoretically apply its model to your own organizations, you should know that it will cost quite a lot for me to establish it. This kind of intangible asset can't be made with ordinary materials. I have to use special resources that are very scarce and difficult to source. That wasn't quite true anymore. Perhaps this used to be the case in the past, but the emergence of Blinky solved much of his energy problems. The only remaining materials that Vase might have trouble with was finding the right ingredients, but that was still a lot more manageable than the alternative. We are aware of the proprietary nature of your special networks. The recently promoted Marshal said. However, we don't understand how it's made, nor what resources you need to make them. One of our goals for this visit is to part some of the veil and gain a greater understanding of these matters. That is difficult. Vase deeply frowned. It's not that I am hellbent on keeping my proprietary methods in the dark. It is just that you won't be able to see or understand anything without possessing a talent in this esoteric field. Did you see Blinky earlier? You mean the glowing purple cat? Yes, my new pet is just one of many examples of what I am talking about. If you don't understand anything about him, then you are not really qualified to delve further into this topic. Patriarch Reginald looked as if he knew what Vase was talking about. The kid is right, Marshal. The expert pilot affirmed. I don't know too much about his specialty either, but I am aware that it goes beyond conventional technology. I bet this is the reason why Master Willix hovers around him so much. Anything that can interest the MTA is bound to be sensitive. This remark actually strengthened the mystique of what Vase was capable of doing. Dragging in Master Willix and guessing that she endorsed it all was very useful in legitimizing his innovations. Then tell us what you can provide to us in a message that we can understand. Marshal Ariadne requested in a slightly impatient tone. Vase waved his hand. He projected a rough diagram showing the hierarchy of the Larkinson clan. It didn't go into details, but it was enough to get his point across. Imagine that this is the Larkinson clan. The names in the middle are all clansmen who have been with us for a long time. Those at the edge are not yet aligned with the mainstream of our clan. If nothing is done about them, they might drift apart or do something worse. He waved his hand again, causing an animation to run that slowly brought the many names hovering around the edge to go closer to the center. One of the most important functions of my network is that it encourages closer alignment. While there are many details and nuances about this process, the short story is that it reduces differences over time. Not a lot, but enough to maintain harmony within our clan. This is actually why I like to call it a kinship network. Kinship network was a new term that Vase had come up with after Calabast told him that he needed to label and differentiate his product. It didn't matter before when Vase was the only one who really dealt with them, but now that he was selling it to others, he had to come up with a presentable name that did not reveal too much to others. Vase briefly explained the other functions of the kinship network, such as detecting malice from those attempting to join his clan, monitoring treacherous thoughts, and so on. He did not dare to explain it all in too much detail, so he mostly kept his explanations vague and short. The two leaders still noticed a few important details, though. From my understanding of network systems, many of these functions can't be performed correctly unless there are people or intelligences in charge. Ariadne brought up, who or what controls your kinship networks? Vase smiled. Ah, that is a rather important question. There is indeed an intelligence in place that sits at the center of our network. It is not me, nor a human or an AI for that matter. It is a special kind of existence that I have made for the purpose of uniting my clansmen and binding them together. Goldie, would you like to introduce yourself to our guests? Nya. Goldie materialized in front of Vase, catching Marshal Ariadne and Patriarch Reginald off guard. Compared to Blinky, Goldie's presence was a lot stronger. Not only that, her glow was very familiar to the guests as they had just felt it earlier from the bright warriors they walked past. Several dots began to connect in the minds of the two leaders. They gazed at Goldie and instinctively knew that she was the heart of the Larkinson clan. Vase gently petted Goldie's head before scratching her chin. Though she overlooked over 100,000 Larkinsons, she did not show any strain of having to manage so many minds. Nya tilde Goldie soon disappeared as Vase had already made his point without saying a lot. It took some time before Patriarch Reginald asked a question. If we choose to acquire a kinship network from you, what kind of creature or intelligence will be in charge? This is a very important and personal question for your clan. Vase carefully said, I believe we should talk about this topic further in private. Suffice to say, I can customize one for you from scratch, but I can also derive it out of an existing person or exo-beast. Whatever you choose, the two most important criteria are that the nexus of your kinship network should be absolutely loyal and committed to your organization, and that it represents the values and principles which you aspire to. This nexus can grow and change over time as your organizations develop further, so you don't have to be afraid that it will fall out of alignment in the future. In other words, kinship networks were alive. Chapter 3018. Nexus Choices. Vase was selling a product at the moment, and his first two prospective customers were already hooked. He could tell that Marshal Ariadne and Patriarch Reginald were already determined to get their hands on kinship networks. Vase had dazzled them by showing off Blinky and Goldie before pulling them into his narrative as he continued to give his sales pitch. Though there were plenty of risks and dangers associated with his products, the benefits were also very clear. Vase didn't have to work too hard to emphasize the advantages that he could bestow to their organizations. Now that human space had become more turbulent, it became more crucial than ever to ensure greater loyalty and cohesion within organizations. If either leader rejected this unique product, then they would always have to face the question whether they could truly trust their brothers or sisters. Vase knew that he had the support of the changing trends. A lot more powerful people and organizations were willing to pay much more to obtain their own networks. Yet these huge benefits also came paired with the new reality that they would all become dependent on Vase to service, repair, update and protect their new kinship networks. This condition alone sparked a lot of doubts in the glory seekers and the crossers. Neither of these two groups were enthusiastic about the fact that their sole service provider could also become their greatest threats if relations ever soured. Of course, the easiest way to prevent this nightmare scenario from happening was to keep everyone honest. If everyone played by the rules and abided by their new agreement, then everyone benefited. This was a crucial dynamic that would ensure that everyone involved would feel reassured that no one had any strong desire to turn their backs on the others. The only problem was it was mainly the glory seekers and crossers that felt this way. The Larkinsons didn't have to worry about the fear of their network going out of control because Vase was confident he could solve any issues. The acceptance of this difference was in fact a major concession on the part of his customers. Even though the glory seekers and crossers didn't hand over anything solid to the Larkinson, the invisible bonds that formed between the different organizations became a lot stronger and tighter, and that was all that mattered to Vase. After answering a number of questions and clarifying some details, Vase moved to the most critical topic of this meeting. Marshal Ariadne, Patriarch Reginald, if you are truly willing to receive your own kinship networks, then you will have to set some parameters. He said, first, you need to determine the nexus that will influence your people and regulate their thoughts. This is a deeply personal decision and one that is extremely influential to the future development of your organizations. I suggest you make a list of criteria first by discussing this issue with your trusted subordinates. Once you know what you want, you can, ahem. Marshal Ariadne gently cleared her throat. You don't need to bother with that, Patriarch. We already know our choice. We would like nothing more than to allow the Superior Mother to watch over us. She is already doing so, I think, but some of our mech pilots possess a much deeper personal connection due to what you have done to them just before one of our previous battles. In fact, aren't they already connected to this kind of network? Vase shook his head. Not quite. The mech pilots you are referring to are tied to a different network that does not have the functions of a kinship network but is much more applicable in battle. Before you ask, this product is not on the table. It is one of the most powerful trump cards of our clan and it would be a dereliction of my duty if I sold it off like a prize horse. Neither Ariadne nor Reginald pushed him any further on this topic. Though their eyes sparked with desire, they knew better than to touch someone else's trump card. Besides, their most immediate need was to solve the traitors within their own ranks. Only by completely securing their interior would they have the luxury of thinking about anything else. Perhaps they might have an opportunity to obtain this secret product in the future. Ariadne brought the conversation back to her original choice. What do you think about letting the Superior Mother be in charge? No problem, Vase easily answered. She is a very capable entity and someone who already possesses an affinity with you all. She is already in charge of several networks, actually. She can accommodate an additional one without a problem with the power she wields. Marshal Ariadne looked completely reassured. Thank you. We welcome any opportunity to draw closer to your mother. She has been our people's unflinching support through these trying times. The choice of the Glory Seekers was already clear from the beginning. The faint connection that they had already formed with the Superior Mother had slowly caused them to become more aligned with the Hexer ancestral spirit. Though this effect wasn't as strong as that of a kinship network, it was still influential enough to encourage every Hexer to develop an instinctive respect towards the Superior Mother and some of her values. Vase actually welcomed this development as putting the Superior Mother in charge of the Glory Seekers only accelerated their transition to a more friendly and galaxy-ready version of Hexers. He felt quite smug about the fact that the Super Mother's popularization had already caused the Hexers to deviate from their original trajectory. Though it would still take many years and a lot of effort for the Hexers to change their man-hating ways, he knew that many of the ardent women had already mellowed out after becoming more accepting to the alternative perspectives that Vase had programmed in the ancestral spirit. It was a pity that there was a limit to this development. The Superior Mother still had to retain enough Hexer traits in order to make her relatable to the citizens of the hegemony. She was also constantly being influenced by the values that the Hexer people unconsciously imposed on her. Though Vase made sure that the Superior Mother would not get easily affected, who knew what she was like after his mother intervened. In fact, the biggest influence that could induce change in the Superior Mother was not actually Vase or the Hexer people. It was Cynthia Larkinson. Ever since the Superior Mother's trajectory became skewed after a mutation had occurred during her creation ceremony, Vase already felt that he had lost control of his spiritual product. The Superior Mother lives a life of her own and was more than powerful enough to resist any change that Vase wanted to make. The only way he could affect her at all these days was to propose changes that earned her approval. That was why the Superior Mother didn't push back when he fashioned a crown for her to serve as the nexus of her battle network. Regardless, allowing the Glory Seekers to become more attached to the Superior Mother was a very reassuring choice to Vase. After all, she was his mother in some way, so deepening their loyalty to the Supreme was also deepening their loyalty to her son. After making sure that Marshal Ariadne was willing to subject the Glory Seekers to closer scrutiny from the Superior Mother, Vase turned to the other leader in the conference room. What about you, Patriarch Reginald? Your clan doesn't have a figure like the Superior Mother, so the question of who will become the nexus of your kinship network is not an easy matter. The Cross Patriarch shook his head. You are wrong. We do have a hero who we can all accept. Who are you talking about? My father. Vase looked perplexed. He briefly recalled the namesake of the flagship of the Cross clan. Saint Hemington Cross was the greatest leader of the Cross clan. He was a rare ace pilot and one who possessed unimaginable strength on the battlefield. It was too bad that his competence on the battlefield did not extend to governance. As the leader of clan that governed a lot of territory in the vicious Mountain Star sector, Saint Hemington became consumed by his desire to earn more glory and initiated reckless wars against his neighbors. After the saint's death, the once prosperous clan suffered a dramatic decline. What Vase found perplexing was that despite losing an astronomical amount of territory, people and assets, the Crossers still worshipped the solitary cause of all of their suffering. None of the Crossers ever harbored any spite or blame towards the greater Crossers who had lived among them. Even his son, Reginald, still approved and admired the deceased ace pilot despite the latter's fatal flaws. If St. Hemington turned into the Cross clan's version of the superior mother, Vase would become incredibly worried about the future of one of his allies. He could not allow the Cross clan to repeat the mistakes of its past. Vase plastered a brittle smile on his face. Patriarch Reginald, while I would love to accommodate your request, we should let sleeping dogs lie. St. Hemington has already fought his last battle. He deserves to rest now. Besides, becoming the nexus of a kinship network is a highly technical and sophistical position that requires a different specialty. It's like commanding a fleet carrier. You wouldn't put a mech pilot in charge. The superior mother can function as the nexus of her own network because she is smart, clever and knowledgeable enough to perform her functions, but St. Hemington is just a very good mech pilot. As great as he was on the battlefield, you can't expect him to design your mechs or heal wounded soldiers from the brink of death. Patriarch Reginald Cross looked very disappointed at his answer, but only briefly. You make a good point, but my father is a great man. He is much closer to a god than myself and the little expert pilots in your ranks. He will be able to master the functions that you have described. I am confident in his ability. Vase firmly shook his head. You are not listening to me, Reginald. No one is good at every job. Everyone has different specialties. Your father will not be helpful in managing your kinship network. You should pick out someone else or allow me to create one according to your needs. Unfortunately, the Cross Patriarch dug in his heels. I don't want anyone else. Our entire clan will unanimously reject any other influence. We will only accept my father as our guardian and watcher. If it doesn't work out, we can revisit this discussion, but for now, I do not accept any other answer. Our deal is off if you cannot accommodate this demand. The man drove a hard bargain all of a sudden. Vase was taken aback at the Cross clan's stubbornness, but in hindsight he shouldn't have expected anything different from an expert pilot. Vase still had another excuse, though. There is another reason why St. Hemington Cross is not an option. He's dead and gone. I don't have anything to work with if he isn't around anymore and all traces of him are gone. The superior mother is different because she is alive, if in a different way. That won't be a problem either. If you are willing to follow me back to the Hemington Cross, I will grant you the exclusive right to step into our inner shrine. I will bring you to my father's tomb so that you can ask him in person whether he is able and willing to take on this responsibility. Okay, we'll do that, I guess. Vase answered. He needed to harvest a spiritual ingredient related to the Cross clan anyway. Shrines and any other site of worship were great places to pick them up. Once he harvested a remnant or something, he could use it as the basis of a new spiritual product that was aligned with the Cross clan. Maybe he would shape it into a dog this time. Chapter 3019. Inner Shrine. The mood aboard the Hemington Cross had changed since his last visit to the large fleet carrier. Vase could sense an increasing degree of pride and strength from the mech pilots and crew. The Crossers had been falling and losing strength ever since the remnants of their clan fled from Vicious Mountain. They lost so much after this frenzied period that it was hard for them to feel assured of their own future. All of that had changed. The Cross clan ceased trending downwards and instead began to grow again. The prosperity offered by Professor Benedict Cortez and the constant fighting spirit shown by Patriarch Reginald Cross had become the twin pillars that supported the clan after its precipitous fall. Yet not everything went fine. The Crown uprising and the surprising actions of a few traitors in their midst shattered the wave of cautious optimism that had swept the Crossers. Many Crossers died unjustly as the ships they were stationed on blew up without warning. The former Garliners had to bid farewell to the deceased by sending empty coffins in space because it was too difficult to salvage any remaining body tissue from the debris fields. After performing an intensive investigation, the Crossers discovered that the traitors who managed to rig extremely powerful explosives on their ships did not consist entirely of recent recruits. A considerable proportion of traitors who were almost certainly involved in preparing for the terrorist attacks were old-timers who had spent their entire lives in the Cross clan. It was very hard for the Loyalists to imagine how one of their own blood kin could become a shadow agent to some dark and hidden organization. Wasn't it already great for them to be a part of the Cross clan? There shouldn't be any reason for them to pledge their loyalty to another state. The only viable answer to the traitors in their midst was that they had been brainwashed against their will. The tech already existed, it was just rarely seen and very taboo in civilized space. That did not mean that this phenomenon simply didn't happen in the more secure and civilized parts of the galaxy. Clearly the only way for these loyal and content crossers to turn themselves into suicidal fanatics was because evil people kidnapped them and forcibly reprogrammed their brains. Vase was well aware that not just the crossers, but many other people affected by the Crown Uprising believed in this theory. He was a bit more skeptical though. The Five Scrolls Compact was immensely powerful and was very good at spreading its tentacles everywhere. The unconventional power it offered to people was extremely alluring to individuals who weren't born with extraordinary talent or ability. Regardless, a lot of organizations were already trying their best to root out the dormant Crown terrorists that were assuredly still present among the general populations. Yet whatever means of brainwashing the mysterious organization utilized, no scanning method succeeded in identifying a clear and common marker. The brains of the few Crown terrorists that had been caught in stasis before they could unleash their deadly attacks were pretty much normal for the most part. They exhibited none of the stress and signs of intensive data transfer that ordinary brainwashing methods typically left behind. If not even the Big Two could preemptively identify Crown terrorists, then the Cross clan certainly wasn't better off. This explained why the Crosser crew members also looked a lot less cheerful and a lot more grim. They were proud soldiers, but it was difficult for them to keep their chins high when they knew that not every brother and sister at their side was loyal. As Vase walked through the long and spacious hallways of the Hemington Cross, Patriarch Reginald noticed what his guest was trying to observe. "Please do not mind this shameful sight." The gruff, older man spoke in a rare display of shame. "My men are not as assured as yours. Even if there are only a handful of traitors left alive in my fleet, their presence has already ruined the cohesion among my people. As soldiers, we Crossers have been trained to place our unreserved trust in our fellow comrades. This approach has always served us well because every fighter who bears the Cross name can always be counted upon in battle." Now that this assumption has come into question, the older patriarch did not need to say anything more. His usually boisterous force of will had actually deflated quite a bit as he admitted this frailty. Under ordinary circumstances, Patriarch Reginald shouldn't be talking about this at all. The only reason why he felt compelled to do so was because Vase needed to understand exactly what he needed to solve. If the promised kinship network did not address this fundamental trust problem, then that would have been a waste of a transaction. The contrast between the Larkinsons and the Crossers couldn't be more clear. The former still acted as if they were taking part in the greatest venture of their lives. Their dreams were slowly coming true with each step they took towards the Red Ocean. The Crossers acted as if they had traveled back to the bad old days of the collapse of their original territory. They were beset by enemies on all sides, and even their own relatives and core personnel abandoned the failing clan in droves in order to save their own hides. Perhaps this prior trauma caused the Crossers to appear a lot more morose than other people. Their first-hand experience with treachery and attacks from within caused them to evoke unpleasant memories. "It's not your fault," Vase softly spoke as he continued to walk by the Patriarch's side. "Our clan would have been in the same position in any other case. Everyone else in human space is gripped by the same fears and uncertainty that your people are suffering from right now. As this crisis continues, I'm sure that everyone will eventually toughen up and get used to it all. Life has to go on, and humans are adaptable. I hope that will be the case." His bodyguards and Lucky were silently trailing behind him in order to give the two leaders space to talk frankly. As they ventured deeper and deeper into the upper decks of the Hemington Cross, they encountered fewer and fewer crew members. They stopped before a fortified checkpoint where over 40 elite infantrymen stood guard before a thick and massive gate. If that wasn't enough, numerous heavy turrets offered additional insurance against intrusion. Vase could already glean that these turrets were all manually operated and completely closed. Even if the rest of the fleet carrier was failing, the defense of the inner shrine would still be guaranteed. Vase mentally scratched his head at the sight. The allocation of all of this hardware as well as 40 extremely well-armed foot soldiers was a considerable commitment even to the Cross clan. All of the manpower and resources spent on bulking up the security of a purely ceremonial compartment could have been spent on improving the defenses of the bridge or the engineering bays. The shrine was just an elaborate grave for an ace pilot that had almost driven the Cross clan to extinction. How much honor did he really deserve? They went through a mandatory security check before being allowed inside. Since entering the inner shrine was an extremely solemn honor that was reserved for only the best and most exemplary crossers, Vase had to leave his cat and everyone else behind. As soon as the pair of patriarchs stepped through the opened gates, they both entered a space where the air was different. Vase first looked around the wide open hall. How glorious, he couldn't help but comment. The entire hall was set up like a museum dedicated to exhibiting the accomplishments of St. Hemmington Cross. Statues, carvings and projections displayed the most notable phases in the ace pilot's life. His graduation from the Mech Academy, the aftermath of his first battle and the moments of his numerous breakthroughs were all immortalized in one form or another. Another purpose of the shrine was to showcase the many trophies that St. Hemmington Cross had claimed from his long list of defeated foes. Tattered banners of fallen Mech regiments hung from invisible flagpoles. Burnt and shattered pieces of defeated expert mechs were proudly put on display. Vase could read the backstory behind each of the battles where the expert pilot fell before the former leader of the once ascendant Cross clan. The ace pilot constantly fought and challenged himself. The Garland Empire was filled with warlords that all sought to earn glory in battle, so there was never any shortage of battles in this massive but divided state. Patriarch Reginald gazed at these trophies with pride. When my father was my age, he already defeated multiple times more expert mechs than myself. Do you know that challenging other expert mechs is the best way for true warriors like us to advance? Vase turned around in surprise. I haven't heard of that. I'm surprised. Doesn't your clan have a rich heritage of expert pilots as well? We split off from our original family. Most of the original Larkinsons who moved away with me are less well versed in the traditions regarding expert pilots. It may be that my uncle and grandfather know more, but haven't passed their knowledge to us. The alternative is that they don't really know this rule on a conscious level. Perhaps they just think that serving in the military and defending our state against invaders is how we are able to find our true calling. He was much more inclined to believe in the latter. The Larkinson family, while fairly impressive in the past, was just a relatively modest military family of a simple third-rate state. The Cross clan was the equivalent of a noble house of a massive second-rate state. It not only possessed a lot more direct and indirect members, but also held vast swaths of territory. With so many professionals working for the clan, it was certain that the Crossers knew a lot more secrets than the original Larkinsons. It's not an important detail to know. Patriarch Reginald shrugged. Expert pilots and those who are committed to earn glory will eventually get confronted by an expert mech sooner or later. Facing them directly is a life-changing event, especially to those who have yet to make any progress to becoming an expert pilot. Many mech pilots break, others come away with an incurable sense of awe towards the demigods they fought. Isn't that normal? Vase raised his eyebrow as he briefly turned away from a display that showed off a piece of wreckage from a high-tier expert mech. Everyone in the galaxy looks up to expert pilots. The only ones who don't are high-ranking mech designers and mech pilots. You don't understand, kid. The older man tiredly shook his head. Not everyone can become an expert pilot. Fanboys can never become the idols they admire. No matter how much they try, they can only become a pale imitation at best. The truly successful mech pilots are all warriors or soldiers who possess the heart of courage. Only by boldly confronting the strong is it possible for mech pilot to become someone greater. The moment you bend down, concede or give in to your fears, you lose the qualifications to become anything more than a normal mech pilot. Vase nodded in acceptance. From his own understanding, mech pilots with spiritual potential didn't always succeed in drawing out their hidden strength. Their willpower had to be strong, and maintaining your sense of defiance in the face of a vastly more powerful enemy was a good way to stimulate that potential. He once heard that Venerable Ganso once walked this path after surviving an encounter against a hostile Vision expert mech. A special display suddenly caused Vase to pause. The display was put in a central position and featured a lot more security precautions than usual. He could even sense an active energy shield. The large display only exhibited a mangled finger of a humanoid mech. Compared to the other pieces of wreckage, this one was a lot more special. The material quality as well as the craftsmanship were much more impressive than what Vase encountered from a typical expert mech. As that, Patriarch Reginald looked solemn. It's as you guess. It is one of the few remnant pieces that we have been able to retrieve from my father's ace mech after his final fatal battle. This single mech finger was the real deal. Vase could tell, because he could feel something special from this broken remnant. Chapter 3020. Tomb of St. Hemmington Cross. Vase never saw an ace mech or ace pilot in the flesh. What he knew about them was mostly theory and secondhand information. It was hard to know what was actually true about them because ace pilots were too distant from the general population. It didn't appear the MTA was too keen on teaching everyone what ace pilots and ace mechs were actually capable of. They just allowed entertainment companies to publish action-packed dramas that were filled with wildly unrealistic battles and depictions of mech pilots. The only facts that Vase knew for certain was that ace pilots were much stronger than expert pilots and that they all had the opportunity to advance to god pilot. That was it. Everything else he knew came from unreliable or uncertain sources. For example, while James Ilvain once told him that ace pilots depended much less on their spirituality and much more on their willpower, how could Vase know that this was actually the case? It sounded rather far-fetched that mech pilots or any person could sustain their existence by relying on a different extraordinary characteristic. It was like saying that humans could keep themselves hydrated by drinking oil. However, after sensing the remnants of a will that was more powerful than anything that Vase had ever encountered, he felt that James might actually be onto something. Patriarch Reginald stood still and allowed Vase to behold this broken mech finger for as long as he wanted. Everyone who viewed this surviving remnant had a similar reaction. Ace pilots were surrounded with mystique and it was too difficult for most people to get close to them when they were alive. What a shame, Vase whispered. I would gladly kill to gain the opportunity to see your father's ace mech when it was still whole. I bet it is at least 1,000 times more impactful than viewing this sorry detached finger. We sacrificed a lot of good men to sneak away this finger while there were still hostile ace mechs on the battlefield. We could not allow my father to die without leaving a trace behind for us. He is still our greatest leader even in death. Vase furrowed his brows for a moment. How did you get back his body if it was already difficult for your clan to retrieve this single piece? The traitors passed my father's corpse to us on their own accord. They had already acted disgracefully by deceiving and stabbing a saint in the back. The Praetor and Planet clan had to make large gestures in order to limit the damage and salvage what scraps of honor they could still cling to. Giving us back his body is a relatively cheap and easy way for them to regain some goodwill. The cockpits of ace pilots are extremely well protected, so it is not that difficult to retrieve a relatively intact body after defeating an ace mech. I see. Vase found this story to be very questionable at certain points. He would be seeing the ace pilot's deceased body soon enough, so he'll be able to verify his guesses at that time. He focused instead on the extraordinary characteristics of this broken remnant. The impression he got was rather disappointing to him. It was like looking at a sand depression of a massive whale that had beached onto the shore. He could sense several signs that something powerful had once occupied the finger. All of that was gone now, and the only traces left were merely echoes of what had once infused this mech finger. He still managed to sense a spiritual remnant that was stubbornly clinging to the object. This remnant, while small in quantity, was still a lot more potent than Vase was accustomed to. He could also sense a lingering will that was still clinging to life within the object. Ah, what's the matter, Vase? It's nothing, Reginald. Vase received a painful shock as soon as he attempted to examine this remnant willpower more deeply. It wasn't exactly alive as far as he could tell, but it was extremely strong and territorial for its size and shabby state. Even in death, the remnant of St. Hemington did not allow for others to intrude upon its space. If this little remnant was already as strong as this, a true ace pilot should be a lot more powerful. Vase mentally shuddered at the thought of receiving a backlash for attempting to poke their minds while they were still in their prime. Vase had the sense that ace pilots were just as strong as the dark gods, but developed their powers in a different direction. This was just a vague guess of his, but one that he instinctively felt was right. When the remnant of St. Hemington shocked him, Vase briefly felt the same degree of dread and apprehension as that of the Blinding One or the Unending One. It seemed that humans did have a way of matching the combat prowess of a dark god. The battle against the Abyss could have taken a completely different turn if the Larkison clan was able to field ace mechs. Of course, this was just an extravagant fantasy. The Larkinson clan was nowhere close to hosting its own ace pilot. The expert pilots under his care didn't even receive their expert mechs as of yet. Thinking about anything beyond this point was completely pointless. How strong was his ace mech? Vase softly asked as his mind recovered from the sting it just received. How can I possibly describe my father's war steed with any accuracy? It is a great work designed by some of the most renowned masters of the Garland Empire. As soon as my father advanced to ace pilot, 5 great masters all offered to provide him with an ace mech for free. Huh, Your clan actually didn't pay anything to obtain such a powerful machine. Ace pilots are people who stand at the top of the Garland Empire. My father has gained so much power and status that plenty of masters are more than willing to fund the development of an ace mech out of their own pockets. Vase could imagine that this was the case. Working on an expert mech was already exciting and challenging to him. Ace mechs were so much greater that each of them were probably the greatest individual works that mech designers had ever completed. Such impressive machines were fully qualified to become the crowning achievements of their long careers. He noticed something odd about his explanation. These masters, I take it they don't owe any fealty to the Cross clan. That's correct, Reginald nodded. The greatest and most experienced masters of our state offer their services to all ace pilots regardless of which tribe or clan they belong to. They have even supplied the ace mechs to the enemies who defeated us battle. What, and you guys are okay with that? It is a long-standing tradition in the Garland Empire, Vase. It is not that we are short of master mech designers. There are plenty of them in our state. The issue is that ace pilots should receive the best ace mechs possible. While any master can design an ace mech, there are still differences between the works of a younger one and an older one. It is unconscionable for us to turn to lesser masters for a solution. Vase had several issues with this tradition. As a professional mech designer, he valued the benefits of competition. Just like expert mechs, ace mechs should be designed by different groups of mech designers. This not only meant that they were diverse in terms of design choices, but also ensured that many more masters possessed the knowledge and experience of working on ace mechs. Let me get this straight. The process of developing an ace pilot is concentrated in the hands of just a small group of master mech designers, is that right? Yes, this small group you are referring to is an extremely prestigious gathering. Hardly anyone is ever able to pass through its demanding tests. This ensures that everyone who is a part of it is good enough to carry the responsibility of designing the most important combat partner of an ace pilot. This was an interesting arrangement, to say the least. It was yet another example of the backwardness of the Garland Empire. Their mech industry could have become a lot more vigorous at the top if more masters gained the opportunity to work on ace mechs themselves. Well, it wasn't his business. Their fleet was constantly moving away from that corner of space, so he didn't have to be bothered by how the Garliners managed their mech industry. I've seen enough. Please bring me to his body. Very well. Patriarch Reginald solemnly nodded. Please remain respectful in front of his presence. This is the second time I have brought someone other than a crosser in front of his tomb. Who is the first one? Professor Benedict, of course. He deserved to pay tribute to my father for all of the contributions he has made to our clan. He told me he had become quite inspired after his visit. Anticipation welled up inside Vase. Perhaps he might be able to gain some inspiration as well. Knowing what ace mechs and ace pilots were truly like would help him know what he was working towards. They moved past the central display and passed through a broad hall that finally led to an enlarged chamber. The tomb space looked suitably grand. The bare metal walls were covered by golden filigree that showcased more than human displays of the saint and his ace pilot accomplishing unimaginably powerful feats. From slaughtering a dozen expert mechs over the course of a battle to dealing the death blow against over 500 mechs at once, St. Hemington Cross fully showcased the terror of an ace pilot in battle. Yet these stylized depictions paled in comparison to the grand coffin that lay in the center. Surrounded by torches that would never snuff out, the body of the once powerful ace pilot laid in dignity in a coffin made out of rich and rare crystal materials. The top of the crystal tomb was transparent, allowing those outside to see the preserved body of St. Hemington in full clarity. Vase didn't know how the man eventually died, but evidently his enemies did not hack his body to pieces. It looked remarkably intact and completely undamaged at first glance. Of course, the full dress uniform adorning the body also did a good job at hiding any injuries on his body. The impressive array of medals pinned to the ace pilot's chest only served to complement the saint's incredibly important identity. As Vase solemnly followed Patriarch Reginald, he slowly approached the large and massive tomb. When they finally stopped in front of it, the son of the deceased ace pilot did not bow or show any sign of respect. Instead, the expert pilot's eyes burned with desire and ambition. He followed his own words by not giving in to the awe of a more powerful mech pilot. He wanted to match and surpass the accomplishments of his father. One day, I will fully inherit his mantle. Reginald vowed. I shall lead the Cross clan to greater heights and make sure my father's legacy will not be forgotten. That was interesting and all, but as soon as Vase began to look past the impressive tomb and decorations, he became distracted by a surprising finding. Even though St. Hemington Cross had died years ago, his body used to be a vessel of one of the more powerful extraordinary existences in the galaxy. Traces of the saint's incredibly powerful force of will should have lingered. At the very least, the remnant that was left in his body should have been stronger than the lingering will that was locked inside the giant ace mech finger. Yet instead of perceiving all of that, Vase only felt hollowness. Only a small trace of strong willpower still clung to the body, but Vase had a lot of doubts about that. It was concentrated on a very small part of his head. The rest of the ace pilot's corpse didn't seem to mesh with it that well. Vase began to develop a dreadful suspicion. Was he looking at the body of a clone? Chapter 3021, Grand Catacombs. If someone really gave the Cross clan the body of a clone and passed it off as the real deal, then Vase had to admit that the people responsible pulled off a brilliant scam. He was pretty certain that the entire body was cloned. Vase had a special intuition about that due to his sensitivity towards life and his long and extensive experience with performing research on human test subjects. After witnessing so many heads and bodies explode due to messing with their spirits, Vase had learned many different ways of how spirituality interacted with human tissue. He was pretty certain that the body encased in the crystal coffin was not the ace pilot's original body. The only factor that he found strange was that he still felt the remnant of a strong will inside the body's brain cavity. However, Vase believed this to be a trick. Anyone could easily cut a portion of the original saint's brain and bury it inside the skull of an identical-looking clone. As long as it was done correctly enough, even someone like the ace pilot's own son could be fooled. After all, high-quality clone bodies were truly indistinguishable from the originals. Only the most sophisticated scanners in the hands of the big two or first-rate states should be able to pick up anomalous signs. Everyone else wouldn't be able to detect the difference. Vase was sure the doctors and biotech experts of the Cross clan had combed over the body in order to prepare it for entombment, but obviously they hadn't found anything amiss. Really, the only anomaly was that the sense of presence from the clone was rather lackluster. There were many possible reasons why this was the cause. Perhaps the natural process of death and decay had degraded it. It was unrealistic to expect the remains of an ace pilot to be as strong as he was in his prime. As Vase swept his senses through the body in the coffin more and more, he truly sensed that he was examining a clone. The impression he got vaguely reminded him of the times he met with James Ilvain. The annoying living prophet may have become very human before his life came to a premature end, but that did not change the fact that his birth was flawed and unnatural. The consequences of this affected his health, his spiritual development and more. Just because the designed spirit version of him was able to offset some of these flaws didn't mean that he upgraded to a full human. The supposed body of the ace pilot gave him a similar feeling. Vase knew he couldn't fully prove or explain this assertion, but he knew in his heart that he was standing in front of a charade. Whoever was responsible for passing off the fake product for the authentic version knew what he was doing. This was a deliberate act of fraud and one that completely violated every sense of decency with regards to the treatment of ace pilots. Where was his real corpse? Who was responsible for the swap? Perhaps before visiting Prosperous Hill V, Vase wouldn't be able to make any accurate guesses. However, now that he had gone through the Supreme Sage's Pinnacle Lab, he was burdened with lots of new information that put a dreadful context to this dreadful situation. Vase had a very good idea who swapped the body. He was also able to come up with a powerful motive to tarnish the ace pilot's remains. He directed a very subtle look towards his fellow patriarch. The expert pilot looked like he had no clue that he was gazing at a falsehood. Patriarch Reginald acted as if St. Hemington was still alive. Unlike a normal son, Reginald burned with ambition. Back when his father was alive, he wanted to catch up to the ace pilot. Now that St. Hemington was dead, Reginald hadn't actually changed his goal. In fact, he became more determined to exceed his father's limitations in order to spite the enemies and traitors that plotted the ace pilot's demise. Vase briefly thought about revealing the truth to Patriarch Reginald. From an ethical standpoint, the son deserved to know the truth about the state of his father. If Vase was in Reginald's place, he would have welcomed the truth, however harsh it may have sounded. From a crisis prevention standpoint, revealing the truth would either set off a furious denial or trigger one of the most explosive outbursts of the Cross clan in its history. It didn't take long for Vase to make a decision. There was no way that he was willing to reveal this bombshell. He was almost certainly within the blast radius, so why would he be stupid enough to trigger an explosion that brought no other benefits? While Vase sympathized with Patriarch Reginald and the Cross clan, this conspiracy was deeply rooted and involved powers that were far above his own little head. Small people like him had no ability to change the situation. All he would do was to poke his head out so that the powers that be could easily cut off his neck. There was no other positive benefit aside from soothing his guilty conscience. In fact, Vase didn't think this was beneficial to him in any way. He bore so much blame and fault that he had learned how to cope under all of that weight. In fact, he pretty much denied or ignored all of the recriminations, so he didn't feel burdened in the slightest. Is he as impressive as you expected him to be? Patriarch Reginald broke the silence. Oh, yes. Vase hastily replied, I can certainly see how close St. Hemington has come to becoming a god in human form. It is truly awe-inspiring to know that this man is able to become a terror on the battlefield that could easily crush thousands of mechs and dozens of expert mechs at a time. Ace pilots were no longer bound by the normal rules that governed reality. Whereas expert pilots only reluctantly bent reality, ace pilots practically treated the laws of physics like toys. Vase wished that he was looking at the true remains of Hemington Cross. It was quite frustrating for him to examine a hollow, spiritless copy that looked the part but failed to replicate what he thought was crucial. The relatively tiny remnant buried inside the man's head didn't cut it. It was clearly a butchered piece that had been taken out of a greater whole. It possessed the aura but not all of the facets of the man that had once transformed his will into something transcendent. It was a huge letdown. In other words, if he wasn't afraid of giving away his true thoughts, he would have sighed in disappointment. There was little point in studying the cloned body because there was truly nothing he could learn from it. He didn't dare touch the remnant will and spirit that was locked inside the small sample of genuine brain tissue because that would most certainly pull out the rug underneath Patriarch Reginald's feet. Is it customary to bury the bodies of ace pilots like this? Vase curiously asked. Not at all. Patriarch Reginald shook his head. The true way to honor an ace pilot is to induct him into a true catacomb. It is one of the greatest honors of every expert pilot and ace pilot to intern their bodies in the grand catacombs that the MTA erects in every central star system they control. Under ordinary circumstances, we should have brought my father's body back to the center of the vicious mountain star sector in order to rest my father's body in its rightful place. Oh, are you fine with ending any easy opportunity to visit his body in person? My father deserves his rest, Reginald said in a grave tone. He has fought and struggled to survive for many decades. Ace pilot or not, he does not deserve to get exposed to strife now that he has passed on. It is only right to bury him in the most impressive place of honor. No one is able to beat the MTA when it comes to erecting the grandest burial places. I don't know about how they act in other star sectors, but in Vicious Mountain the Mechers stationed there have always treated the remains of ace pilots with extreme respect. It is a life-changing experience for anyone to visit one of their grand and oversized catacombs. Vase could easily imagine that an organization as powerful as the Mech Trade Association was able to build gigantic, moon-sized satellites in order to house the honorable ace pilots that had once lived glorious lives. The attraction was so strong that most people and organizations in human space dreamt of attaining eternal glory by being buried in those immense burial halls. After all, the continuation of a state or political entity was much less certain than that of the MTA. Who knew whether a tomb located on an average planet would remain standing if an enemy state had conquered the territory? Though it was expected for people to honor deceased expert pilots and ace pilots regardless of their affiliation, humans were flawed and many dishonorable incidents had already occurred in the past. In fact, malice wasn't necessarily required to cause something awful to the resting places of high-ranking mech pilots. Wars that spread across the surface of planets always came paired with an immense amount of collateral damage. Stray shells or crashing mechs could easily tear through any tomb. Therefore, it was a lot more desirable for the bodies of high-ranking mech pilots to be buried in the MTA's catacombs. It didn't always happen, and some cultures and individuals might have reasons to keep these valuable remains to themselves, but the MTA did not lack for business when it came to this aspect. Vase had a very strong hunch that this was a deliberate development on the MTA's part. If the MTA ever needed to gain a stable and abundant supply of input material, then it was best for the suppliers of this rare material to give it to the MTA on their own accord. It was such an elegant arrangement that Vase was convinced that it was a premeditated scheme. Of course, the implications of this conclusion was quite controversial and something that he did not dare to voice out loud. The two patriarchs eventually stepped away from St. Hemington's supposed remains. Vase saw no point in studying a fake any further, and Patriarch Reginald wanted to give his father his due rest. They slowly walked back the path they came from. Vase gazed at the other trophies and embellished depictions of St. Hemington's accomplishment with hidden pity. Who knew where the real body of the ace pilot ended up and whether more had been done to the brain aside from taking out a small sample? Patriarch Reginald would probably believe in the falsehood for the rest of his life. It was rather sad that a son was deceived in this way. When the two patriarchs walked past the central display that showed off the giant mech finger, Vase attempted to harvest an intangible fragment from it. His earlier attempt may have failed, but he already had another solution in mind. Blinky left his mind but remained in his original spiritual form. In order to avoid tipping off Reginald, the star cat waited for the humans to move away. It wasn't until Vase had walked far enough for Blinky to approach the limit of how far he could be that the cat took action. Murrow. In one explosive motion, Blinky flew forward and approached the giant metal finger. It then proceeded to suck out a portion of the intangible energy. Though his energy-devouring ability allowed him to steal a small portion of potent energy, the cat received several powerful shocks in the process. Murrow, Murrow, Murrow. The most troublesome aspect about these instinctive attacks was that they were driven by a very strong and furious willpower component. This will was something completely indigestible to Blinky. It already hurt him quite a bit to hold a portion of siphoned energy in his stomach without attempting to digest it all. It was as if someone was trying to break out of his own intangible belly. Fortunately, Blinky succeeded in his mission. As long as the companion spirit was able to return to the spirit of Bentime, Vase had many ways to contain the stolen spiritual remains. Chapter 3022. Exclusionary Properties. Vase leaned back on his seat behind his workstation while propping up his feet on top of his work table. He gazed at the metal ceiling above his head while his mind wandered off into thought. His personal workshop fell into silence. None of the production machines were active and there were neither mechs nor materials present in the spacious hall. The only objects of note that were present in the workshop were the four aspects of Lufa. Vase was still undecided on how to put any of them at the disposal of the Larkinsons. Though the side project related to releasing the so-called treatment versions of the Sanctuary project was proceeding well, he wasn't really sure whether it was wise to rock the boat when the Five Scrolls Compact was acting out at the moment. I need to stay under everyone's radar, but that's hard to do when I come out with groundbreaking inventions. He muttered. He was constantly plagued by these dilemmas. If he truly got rid of all of his inhibitions, he could immediately disrupt the second-class mech market by releasing public versions of most of the mechs that he had designed for internal use. In fact, just releasing the second-class versions of his popular third-class mech models would already succeed in causing mass disruption. Vase had no intentions of doing so. Not when he was hunted by several major organizations. I should at least wait until I have left the Yena star cluster far behind before I spark a revolution in the mech market. He muttered. His sense for trouble might not be very reliable, but even he could figure out it was best to leave the scene of the crime before it erupted into chaos. He would feel a lot safer if the consequences of his actions weren't able to catch up to him. As long as he left this corner of the galaxy, he could even turn it into his personal experimental grounds as long as he was safely on the other side of a Beyonder gate. Of course, this issue could wait for later. Right now, Vase needed to think about how to approach the kinship networks that he agreed to provide to his two allied partners. Serving the Glory Seekers required very little thought. He knew what they were about and they were already acquainted with the Superior Mother. It also helped a lot that she was already maintaining two existing networks. Since Vase had invented at least 3 different types of spiritual networks, he decided to name and define the remaining one as the population network. It was the weakest but most easily propagated kind of spiritual network. Unlike the battle network and the kinship network, those who aligned with the network and its nexus automatically became a part of it without needing to be introduced by an existing member. It did not come with any immediate boost in combat power like his battle networks. It also lacked the close intimacy and the ability to detect treachery like his kinship networks. However, the population network was undefeatable and harvested large quantities of spiritual feedback. Even if every individual connection was faint and weak, when trillions of people piled up together, the sum of it all was enough to drown the spiritual feedback of any of his mech-bound design spirits. It also had a weak influencing effect, as those who first made a faint connection to the Superior Mother always found it to be pleasant. This encouraged the hexers who dipped their toes in her territory to go even deeper. The best way to do so was to align themselves to her motherly values, so in this way they became incentivized to abandon some of their old ways. It's too bad that there are limits to this shift. It could encourage a leopard to change her spots, but it was not powerful enough to transform this ferocious predator into a tame housecat. The hexers were still hexers, and their insistence on discriminating by gender had been baked into their DNA. There was no way to moderate them quickly enough to make them palatable to the rest of the galaxy. Real and lasting change could only be accomplished over long stretches of time. If the hexadric hegemony enjoyed multiple decades of peace, then it might have been able to turn itself in a state where boys were nurtured and protected instead of treated like devils in the making that had to be suppressed at every turn. Yet the Komodo War seemed hellbent on denying the female-dominated state the time to reform its culture and institutions. Vase shook his head. This is not a failure on the part of the superior mother or her population network. The hexers only have themselves to blame for being so obnoxious. He didn't know what he should do with his mother's population network if the hegemony fell. Though the hexer people would not die out anytime soon, it was a lot harder for them to gather and prosper when they were scattered and trying to survive while wandering through space. Perhaps he should expand the scope of the population network so that it accommodated every mother. That might be a viable idea, he determined. It will be just like how I am planning to popularize Lufa. Though Vase was not short on spiritual energy and feedback these days, it always helped to secure an abundant supply before his future endeavors became more energy-intensive. He could easily imagine how he might need 1,000 or even 1,000,000 times more spiritual energy to create greater works. The problem was that his level of spiritual engineering hadn't progressed to that point yet. He was quite willing but currently unable to match his mother's prowess. Vase eventually returned to thinking on what he should do for the kinship network of the Cross clan. He briefly glanced at the peace stone that he had placed in the middle of one of his work tables. A surprisingly strong remnant will still emanated from within the spiritually reactive exotic. The small fragment that Blinky had managed to harvest was a lot more troublesome to deal with than he thought. St. Hemington Cross was definitely dead, but this stubborn little will fragment was still alive in a sense. Vase knew that because it rejected any intrusion, fought hard against Vase and Blinky and did not accept any of his friendly overtures. What a stubborn little fragment. Vase released a small spiritual projection from his mind and cautiously extended it to the occupied peace stone. Just as it touched the stone, the tiny spirit and will fragment violently lashed out. The indomitable will smashed and ripped apart the incoming projection with ease due to its great concentration of strength. Vase winced a bit. He did not mind the loss of spiritual energy because he could replenish it easily enough. What he actually found troublesome was the fact that fragments that were mostly made out of highly condensed will appeared to possess different properties from the purely spiritual fragments that he previously handled. They're like oil and water. They don't mix together. Different from the lower quality willpower energy that expert pilots had just begun to form, the willpower that Hemington Cross had left behind was a lot more closed. Apparently, advancing from expert pilot to ace pilot induced a qualitative transformation of willpower. It became a lot stronger and more capable of accomplishing something on its own. It had also become a lot less dependent on spiritual energy to serve as a medium and an amplifier for its effects. This came with a downside, though. The willpower of an ace pilot became so strong and domineering that it began to exclude other sources of energy. No matter whether it was spiritual energy or willpower from another source, an ace pilot apparently excluded all of them as long as they were external. The little fragment had taught him a lot about ace pilots. Vase was able to glean several important clues and string them together into tentative theories that possibly explained why ace pilots were stronger than expert pilots. When he combined his new theories with what little reliable information was available in the public, he developed a strong guess about how ace pilots fought. The most important difference between expert pilots and ace pilots has to be the domain. Expert pilots possessed domains of sorts, but they were mostly weak and fairly useless. Their only function was to allow expert pilots to resonate with their own mechs. Ace pilots possessed much stronger domains. These willpower domains not only affected the mech around the ace pilot, but also the space around the machine. How far they extended, Vase wasn't sure, but it should at least be long enough to envelop another enemy mech if the distances were close enough. The consequences were very dire if an enemy fell into the domain of an ace pilot. Perhaps only other ace pilots or god pilots who also possessed their own domains were able to maintain their own strength. Everyone else would just get lost in someone else's domain. Vase possessed a domain as well, but it was of a different kind. Since Vase did not infuse his own domain with extraordinary willpower energy, it was quite open and easy to cooperate with. Vase could bend or combine his spiritual energy with other sources in order to achieve greater outcomes. In other words, the nature of spiritual energy was a lot more inclusive. Their attributes might be different, but as long as they learned how to get along, they could be combined to achieve transformative effects. This was also the basis behind much of his spiritual engineering. All of his design spirits were creations that organically combined his own life-attributed spiritual energy with powerful ingredients from other sources. Hence this was why the will fragment from St. Hemington Cross gave him such a headache. How the hell can I combine this ingredient with other stuff when it tries its best to reject outside influences? Vase didn't think his usual approach of shattering it into little shards before merging it together with other shards would work. As long as their exclusionary nature remained, they would always resist merging with other sources. Would he even be able to create any kinship network by leveraging this key ingredient? Probably not directly, at least. He turned his thoughts into another direction. Instead of creating a new ancestral spirit for the Cross clan that centered around St. Hemington Cross, Vase could create an alternative that did not have any direct relations to the deceased ace pilot. This was a much more palatable solution to Vase. As an ally and partner of the Cross clan, he did not want them to go down the path of Hemington Cross again. The ace pilot's warmongering ways had already caused the Crossers to fall once. Vase did not want to set them up for a second fall. He began to consider an alternate solution. He was much more inclined to create a softer and more generic ancestral spirit. Just like how he was attempting to make the Hexers less extreme, Vase might be able to accomplish something similar to the Crossers. Of course, the new spiritual product he intended to create still had to appeal to Patriarch Reginald and the rest of the Crossers. His client would not accept an influence that was too different from the current Cross clan. Vase began to draft out a profile of an entity that shouldn't elicit too much backlash. The Cross Warlord. Just as its name suggested, the Cross Warlord retained the aggressive and glory-seeking traits of the Crossers. Yet the Warlord was a leader as well as a fighter, so it paid quite a lot of attention to good governance and the well-being of the masses. Perhaps these additional properties were incompatible with the kinds of warlords that emerged from the endless struggles of the Garland Empire, but this was his own version of an ideal warlord. This is a great way to rehabilitate the Cross clan. Vase knew what Patriarch Reginald Cross and his band were like. If Reginald ever advanced to ace pilot, then there was a considerable chance that the son would follow in the footsteps of his father. It's best if I can nip this in the bud. Chapter 3023. New heirlooms. A few days later, Marshal Ariadne Woden and Patriarch Reginald Cross stepped aboard the Spirit of Bentheim once again. The ship and her crew hadn't changed since their last visit. While the visitors encountered different mechs and people, the Larkinson clan remained fairly upbeat and unconcerned about the Crown uprising that continued to unfold across human space. Aside from the initial explosions in the expeditionary fleet, the civilization-wide unrest seemed like a distant affair. Other than the disruption in trade and the requirement to increase their security precautions, the Larkinsons lived their lives just as optimistically as before. Both Ariadne and Reginald wanted to restore this mood to their own people. They were both tired of the constant weight that was pressing on everyone's shoulders. This was why they did not waste any time and urged their Larkinson guide to briskly lead them to the conference room. When they finally entered the room, Vase was already seated at one of the ends of the oval-shaped table. Lucky rested before him on the table and graciously offered his back for petting. Meow tilde. 2 more objects were placed on the table. For some reason, both Marshal Ariadne Woden and Patriarch Reginald Cross were attracted by the items that tugged most closely at their hearts. Please take your seats, Vase commanded or requested as he continued to pet Lucky. Once everyone sat down, the meeting finally began. Are those? Vase smiled. They are the key items which you will be using to interface with my product. I like to call them ancestral heirlooms, because they are alive and can grow over time depending on how you treat them. What they house can't be seen or touched but can still be felt. The exact mechanics are a bit complicated for me to explain to you, but all you need to know is that it is a very bad idea to lose possession of them. I highly recommend you bring them with you at all times. For example, I don't carry the Larkinson mandate personally, but my bodyguard always has it within easy reach. When Vase reached out his arm, Nida strode forward and silently placed the heavy tome into his grasp. The Larkinson mandate had grown warmer and more vigorous since the last time he held it. Vase looked admiringly at his own craftsmanship as he brushed his palm past the solid medallion and special collar affixed to the front cover. He could feel Goldie's rich presence from within the book. The ancestral spirit was the most important guardian of the Larkinson clan because only she was able to protect the Larkinsons against threats that not even expert pilots were able to solve. The Larkinson clan would have become a much lesser organization if not for the Golden Cat. Vase was truly proud that he had managed to create such a friendly and useful spiritual product. She had some additional company now. She was no longer the sole spirit who maintained a kinship network. Though Vase was very possessive of this unique type of network, as someone who bore a lot of responsibilities, he had to take the bigger picture into account. The Larkinson clan could not meet every challenge by itself. Even if Vase valued its future potential very highly, at the moment there were much bigger and scarier fish swimming in the same pond. The only way for smaller fish to survive under these circumstances was to band together and hope that their collective strength was enough to deter bigger predators from taking a bite out of their poor bodies. The other leaders in the conference room also shared this sentiment. This was why they were able to come to an agreement without too much delay or arguments. After Vase finished admiring the Larkinson mandate, he quickly regained his composure and set the heirloom on the table. It rested right between the two other objects that he prepared. When the three were all placed next to each other, they formed an interesting dynamic. They were all similar in a way. Each of the items exuded a presence that was very distinct and appealed distinctly to different people. Two of them exuded much stronger glows than the third object, but it couldn't be helped. Vase gestured towards one of them first. This is for the Glory Seekers. It is an ancestral heirloom that I have created specifically to serve as a uniting symbol for your people, Marshal Ariadne. I've taken some creative liberties with it since I want it to become more exclusive symbol for your subordinates rather than just hexers in general. What do you think about your new glory torch? I think it looks quite amazing. The older hexer woman uttered. Your works have always been impressive to us, Vase. This is no different. Vase created a high-tech handheld torch that was able to float in the air under its own power. The torch possessed a black handle and a black cylindrical head that was made out of high-quality metallic exotics. Though Vase was too stingy to use up any of his unending alloy, he blended in some ground pea stone matter in order to make it spiritually reactive. What really stood out was that it projected a purple flame that crackled with hexagon-shaped sparks. Vase initially thought about creating a torch that burned for real, but that would complicate the logistics. Even the most durable and efficient torch fuel ran out after some time. Needing to supplement the fuel of the glory torch on a constant basis would send the wrong message. He thought about adding a stylized flame or source of light next. He came up with the idea of adding a crystal prism on top of the base and causing it to glow like an actual torch. However, his research on luminaire crystals wasn't quite finished and he didn't think it was appropriate to involve the illustrious one. This was why he settled for a projection. It might be a less technically demanding solution, but from how Marshal Ariadne reacted, the current form of the glory torch already did its job. Vase pushed his hand towards the torch, causing the hovering object to move over to the other side of the conference table. Both the projector and antigrav module that Vase had integrated in the inner structure of the glory torch could last for centuries. Vase had carefully fabricated each component and subcomponent by hand. He assembled them together with so much excruciating care and precision that even Gloriana would clap her hands if she saw how diligently he had worked. As a craftsman and product seller, Vase had his own pride. He did not wish to deliver a substandard or flawed product to his customers, especially when it was a custom job. He had spent hours poring over the design of the glory torch. He made sure to configure and optimize it in a way that every single component and system could last without requiring any maintenance. He chose to integrate robust internal components that could withstand all kinds of shocks. He chose to add multiple different power sources, each of which operated on different principles so that a single negative state would not knock them all out at once. By taking advantage of miniaturization, Vase was able to integrate numerous redundant systems and components inside the torch. Yet the overall structure always remained tough enough to handle plenty of abuse. In fact, the torch could also be used to club someone's skull. When Marshal Ariadne reverently took hold of the base of the torch, the projected purple flared and brightened for a time. At the same time, a small spiritual connection formed between the torch and the person who held the object. What was that? I've programmed it so that the first person to take hold of it will become the inaugural member of the kinship network it supports. In addition, other than the superior mother, you have become its highest authority. While you can't directly interface with the kinship network, you can pass on clear and solid instruction to the torch. Marshal Ariadne had become too engrossed in the faint new sensations that had entered her mind. Connecting to a kinship network was always a magical moment to first-timers. Vase patiently waited for his customer to regain her wits. She looked at Vase with a great degree of appreciation. This is amazing. I feel closer to the superior mother than ever before. In fact, I feel tempted to never let go of this torch. He chuckled. He always found it enjoyable to delight his customers. Take good care of the glory torch, but treat it with respect. The superior mother is always present and watching from this ancestral heirloom. He meant that literally, as Vase had inserted a small spiritual fragment of the superior mother in the torch. The hexer sincerely bowed towards Vase. We will treat it with dignity. We do not dare to do anything that dishonors the superior mother. Just like Vase, she did not opt to carry the torch personally, but passed it over to one of her silent guards. Now that he handled the hexer marshal, Vase turned to his other customer. Patriarch Reginald, your case is a little more difficult. He slowly said, while I have tried my best to accommodate your demands, I wasn't able to put your father in the position you desired. The cross-patriarch frowned. He already had a hunch that he would be getting something different when he gazed upon the object that was supposed to transform his clan. What is the matter? Saint Hemington Cross has already died and moved away. What is left of him in this realm is not enough. He has already done enough in his past life. He deserves to move on. Keeping him here will only do him a disservice. Though his excuse sounded rather vague and flimsy, Vase just wanted to move on from this point. Though Patriarch Reginald found it difficult to accept this answer, what Vase said next distracted him from his current thoughts. I have formed an alternative solution that should serve as a proper nexus for your kinship network. I did my best to recreate the spirit of your father before housing him in this exclusive ancestral heirloom. Please accept the cross of rebirth that I have made for your clan. The large, arm-sized cross looked a lot different from the torch he made. In order to reflect the cross clan's martial culture, Vase made a heavy metal cross that gave an angular and industrial impression. There was nothing elegant or refined about the cross. It did not even contain any antigrav modules or other fine systems. It was just a metal block that Vase had carved in the shape of a cross. When Patriarch Reginald took hold of the cross of rebirth, he underwent the same reaction, though to a much lesser degree. Due to his much greater spiritual strength, he was able to control what happened to an extent. Don't resist. The connection that the cross of rebirth and the nexus inside is trying to make is completely benign. It only took a dozen seconds for the relic to complete its first connection. Patriarch Reginald gazed curiously at the cross of rebirth. He could clearly feel a bond between him and an entity that resided inside the relic. What am I dealing with here? The Cross Warlord is the nexus to your kinship network. Vase dutifully explained. The Cross Warlord is based on your father, though I did not dare to copy him directly. The Cross Warlord hasn't developed much as of yet, hence why he feels much weaker than the superior mother, but he will rapidly develop over time as time passes and your clan grows stronger. I know the Cross Warlord isn't what you wanted, but the most important requirement is that it can serve as your nexus. You crossers can't keep harping on the past. You need to look forward, and the Cross Warlord will help you focus on the new heroes that emerge from your ranks. Though Vase not only took some liberties with the truth, but also attempted to steer the development of the Cross clan, Patriarch Reginald didn't know anything better. He just nodded his head and trusted that the professional in this area knew what he was talking about. I will do my best to work with this, Cross Warlord. I might need your help from time to time. That's no problem, Vase easily replied. After sales support is included in the package. Chapter 3024. Great Sweep. Vase wasn't entirely proud of the Cross of Rebirth. The newly fabricated heirloom along with the Cross Warlord that inhabited it were both failed projects in his eyes. Though he tried his best to process or make use of the willpower fragment of St. Hemington, the darned remnant was too combative. The impression that Vase got from the proud and hostile fragment was that it would rather die than to be converted into a tool for someone else's use. Even when Vase attempted to communicate that the fragment would be able to help the Cross clan become more powerful, it simply stuffed its metaphorical ears and refused any other entreaties. Vase did not dare to do anything further to it. He was even afraid of shattering it and using it as a key ingredient to make the Cross Warlord because St. Hemington's willpower was too strong and exclusionary. In the end, he decided to put the P-stone containing this hard-headed fragment aside. He decided to create a more generic and whiteboard ancestral spirit to serve the needs of the Cross clan. The only special decision he made was to create the Cross warlord within the sphere of influence of the willpower fragment. Vase hoped that his resulting creation would start off with a high affinity for the Cross clan in his way. In order to make sure the Cross warlord became acceptable to the Crossers, he blended in ingredients that aligned with their martial values. Both the Solemn Guardian and the Zygra served as the key ingredients. While the two design spirits were rather boring and one-dimensional, they both complemented the professionalism and the pursuit of glory of the Cross clan. Of course, Vase had tweaked the proportions so that there was much more of the Solemn Guardian and a bit less of Zygra in the Cross warlord. He did not want the ancestral spirit to push the Crossers into becoming more aggressive. If Vase had a choice, he wouldn't have included a fragment of the former Crown Cat at all, but that would likely make the Cross warlord too tame for the tastes of the Crossers. He did not add any additional ingredients. In fact, he did not even contribute any universal life energy either. The Cross warlord may be weak at the moment, but with several powerful expert pilots in the clan that it was about to watch over, it would have no problem receiving the high-quality spiritual feedback it needed to jumpstart its own natural growth process. In any case, unlike the superior mother, the Cross warlord was purely a product meant for sale, nothing more. Vase had no emotional connection to it, and he had no reason to commit his most valuable and non-replenishable resources to an ancestral spirit that benefited someone else than his own people. As Reginald Cross began to admire the masculine-looking cross in his hand, he became more accepting of what he received. He shouldn't be asking for more as long as Vase was able to deliver what he originally promised. The immediate priorities of his clan took precedence over his desire to get a portion of his father back. Once Vase made sure that the products he delivered to his customers met their needs, the three moved on to the next step. You need to be careful about the implementation of your kinship networks. Vase warned his fellow leaders. There are not only Crown terrorists in your midst, but also other spies and people who are not actually friendly. Some of them pose a deadly threat to you and your group, while others are simply bastards. The latter will probably keep complaining when the kinship network has marked them out, but the former, terrorists are terrorists. They won't surrender peacefully. Patriarch Reginald ominously determined. Just so. Vase nodded in agreement. You will need to prepare extensively before inducting your people in your new kinship network in one go. The less time and preparation you give them, the lower the likelihood that they will be able to harm too many people. It's actually best to round everyone up and detain them so that they can be inducted into the Cross clan under controlled circumstances. The key is to immediately suppress those who have been found out, either because the network rejected them or because they tried their best to weasel their way out of this necessary step. No one in the conference room dared to underestimate the Crown terrorists. They had already shown their means by affecting the highest levels of the first-rate superstates. They discussed this issue for an entire hour. Vase freely gave them plenty of advice on how they could leverage the kinship network to best secure the internal situation of respective groups. A few days passed by as the expeditionary fleet continued to make its way deeper into Wing Serenade. The highly developed star sector should have been a pleasant place to be in due to its high economic and cultural development. Yet due to the constant incidents incited by the Crown terrorists, the busy star sector had turned into a dangerous region of space where any random person on land or in space might turn out to be a threat. Different fleets and individual ships kept a much further distance from each other than before. Anyone who intruded in another vessel's personal space was immediately considered suspect. Plenty of fights had already sparked across the galaxy due to ships mistakenly straying too close to other ships. The Golden Skull Alliance became vigilant towards strangers who might attempt to get uncomfortably close. Even if the expeditionary fleet entered a star system that was devoid of other ships, the Alliance members didn't slack off and diligently deployed their mechs and manned their stations in the event of an attack. Yet as everyone directed their focus outwards, many glory seekers and crossers were suddenly ordered to assemble in a central area. Once they gathered in the hangar bay or some other large assembly area, armored soldiers along with their accompanying officers all compelled everyone who arrived to undergo a special ritual. Since it was too troublesome to use the glory torch and the cross of rebirth to induct tens of thousands of people in a short amount of time, Vase made sure to provide his customers with additional tools that could be used as substitutes. Every ship hosted a simple but functional statue of the Superior Mother and the Cross Warlord. Though Vase did not spend too much time on each of them, they were more than capable enough to function as an interface for their respective kinship networks. Vase waited quietly on the bridge of the Spirit of Bentime while his Larkinsons went on high alert. The Larkinsons had deployed all of the mechs they could put out into space. Even the expert pilots deployed with their prime mechs, though their presence was completely overkill as far as many people were concerned. 2 hours passed by as the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan both underwent drastic changes. Though Vase did not have access to direct feeds that showed what took place aboard the ships of his allies, he could imagine the confusion among the people and the delight that they experienced once they first formed a connection to a kinship network. Yet not everything was destined to go smoothly. We've detected an energy spike in the rear of the Glory Seeker fleet. An explosion has just detonated inside one of their repair vessels. What is the damage? Grand Captain Daria Maria Vraken turned to face the sensor operator. It appears a fuel tank has exploded. Though the ship's hull has been breached, the rest of the vessel is still sound. The explosion took place in the lower decks where she only stored her cargo. The damage appears to be purely material. This was not the first incident that occurred in the combined fleet. Multiple explosions set off. The worst one was caused by a deranged engineer who had somehow sabotaged all of the security measures surrounding a power reactor and rigged it up to blow. The explosion of this unit not only wrecked the entire engineering bay of the logistical ship, but also killed all of the engineers that had been vetted beforehand. Vase sighed and closed his eyes. He had enabled all of this to happen. Rooting out traitors from the ranks of the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan was a necessary process, but that did not mean he liked it. Everyone just had to clench their fists and pull out their aching teeth as quickly and decisively as possible in order to put an end to the pain. Several more damaging attacks occurred, but none of them were major enough to be of concern. It had become a lot harder to destroy an entire ship after the security forces woke up and performed much more stringent checks. In the end, 7 more ships got damaged. Fortunately, the damage was rather isolated and even the weakest civilian vessel in the Allied fleet could take at least some beating. Meanwhile, the Glory Seekers and Crossers managed to go through all of their members. It may have taken an entire day, but everyone left was either inducted into a kinship network or became exposed. Vase could vaguely sense the 2 kinship networks expanding explosively over time. It was quite amazing to see how the networks had to stretch again and again to accommodate all of the newcomers. When Marshal Ariadne and Patriarch Reginald contacted Vase by remote, all 3 of them looked tense and tired. It's never pleasant to go through this ordeal, Vase softly said to his peers. I predicted that it would be bad, but I never expected that we would find over 300 suspicious members in our midst. Marshal Ariadne revealed. Granted, the majority are not related to the Crown terrorists, but the fact that they answer to another Hexer dynasty or foreign organization is already bad enough. What about you, Patriarch Reginald? How is your situation? Anger began to well in Reginald's mind. If Vase was meeting him in person, he would probably get flooded by the expert pilot's angry aura. This is unforgivable. We have found hundreds of dubious individuals in our clan as well. Their motives and their true allegiances differ, but it is distressing how the Planet Clan, the Praetor Clan, the Billard tribe, the Chardon tribe and many old enemies managed to insert their own people in our ranks. I fear what they could have done if they were left unchecked. Despite Patriarch Reginald's outburst, Vase didn't think it was a big deal. The spies were mostly deep agents planted by other Garliners. They weren't elite saboteurs who were trained to destroy entire ships from within. The Cot spies were mostly tasked with keeping an eye on the Crossers and discreetly passing on any important information they came across. The actual damage they could do was very limited and indirect. Of course, as someone who loathed treachery a lot, Vase would have reacted just as strongly as Patriarch Reginald when he discovered so many problem individuals. What will you do with them? Vase curiously asked. Patriarch Reginald let out a harsh noise while cutting his palm across his neck. His message was very clear. Marshal Ariadne was more moderate. We will perform extensive investigations into the backgrounds of our suspect crew members. We will put each and every one of them through a military tribunal. I see. I hope you don't judge them too softly. Regardless of the final verdict, I hope that none of them are able to leave and spread word of what has happened. It is in our best interest to hide the existence of our kinship networks. Our enemies, both current and future ones, can take much more effective measures against us if they know of our advantages. Understood. We will make sure that neither the guilty nor innocent will ever have the opportunity to spread word. Marshal Ariadne vowed. How she would be able to guarantee this, Vase didn't know. He just lamented that a lot of potential test subjects were about to be discarded. If he could get his hands on them, he could perform some extra experiments. Chapter 3025, Extra Protection. Dang dang dang. Vincent, can you stop doing that already? You've been hitting it at least 100 times, and it's only morning. Hey, let me enjoy my moment, Rayla. It took an annoyingly long time for me to receive my custom piece. Now that I finally have it, I need to make sure its protection is up to my expectations. The two young Larkinsons were just finishing their breakfast at the dining table in their stateroom. Rayla had a busy day ahead of her like always. As the director of the Larkinson Mech Games circuit, her workload had practically doubled after a large number of lifers and Heavenswarders joined the clan. The latter especially gave her a headache. The former citizens of the Heavensward Association were so accustomed to competitions that they demanded a lot more matches than her department could currently organize. A lot more swordsmanship and swordsman mech competitions had popped up as of late. Most of the participants consisted of swordmaidens and Heavenswarders, though a number of Larkinsons from the other mech forces took part as well in order to gain more effective practice. Though Rayla was glad that the Larkinson clan acquired a more competitive spirit, the clan didn't have enough venues to organize all of the matches. It was rather fortunate that she received permission from General Verl to borrow some free space from the graveyard and the Dragon's Den as temporary ground-based mech arenas. While it was rather expensive and troublesome to reinforce the borrowed spaces and set up numerous energy-intensive shield generators, she was glad that she received the support from the higher-ups. Evidently, they agreed with her that all of the restless mech pilots in their ranks needed an outlet to experience more visceral combat and enjoy a form of entertainment that was fully Larkinson. Neotilda, Minxie had just finished her bowl of cat food and began to brush her white fur against Rayla's hands. The woman petted her cat's long, white fur and smiled. Have you been up to any trouble lately? Neo, don't run around too much. We might stumble in a combat situation and I don't want you to be stuck somewhere dangerous. The forward observation chamber might be nice and open, but it is very vulnerable to attack. If you want to go out, then settle somewhere deeper in the ship, like New Durham or something, alright? Neo, as Rayla communicated with her elegant cat, her boyfriend stood up from his chair and boldly stretched his legs and began to take long, exaggerated steps. A gleeful smile appeared on his face as he started making exaggerated kicks in the air. The new baggy uniform pants he started wearing recently helped a lot with allowing him to exercise his recently grown legs. Those lifer docs sure know what they are doing. Vincent admired his new limbs. I can hardly feel the difference from my old pair of legs. Even though the operation already happened a month ago, it took quite a lot of time for everything to settle and for him to complete his initial rehabilitation process. Right now, Vincent was still prohibited from running marathons and so on, but that hardly mattered since he mainly piloted mechs for a living. In truth, the real reason why he wore a wider and baggier uniform wasn't so that he could kick in the air whenever he felt like it. He also didn't wear it in order to hide the fact that his athletic, toned physique had deteriorated a bit after being unable to exercise as vigorously as before. No, the real reason he wore his current outfit was because he received too many complaints from others when he wore his normal, slim-fit uniform. The source of other people's complaints pertained to one crucial addition to his daily wardrobe. Vincent formed a fist and gently rapped it downwards. Dang dang dang, a sturdy metal sound rang from his waist. The moment he received his new, protection gear, and wore it underneath his pants, it was as if he finally turned invincible. Though the metal device was a bit bulky and troublesome to operate whenever he needed to go to the bathroom, why should he aim for comfort when protection was all that mattered? He never wanted to end up in a position where his manhood was at risk ever again. He would rather lose his legs 100 times than harm his original organ. Vincent couldn't even imagine how he would end up like if he had to live his life while carrying a cloned, third leg. Just the thought of it was a nightmare. A bot came to clean up the dishes while the pair prepared to go their separate ways. They briefly embraced each other for a kiss before leaving for work. While Rayla strode off to manage her expanded department, Vincent moved down to the hangar bay in order to gather alongside a special group of Larkinson mech pilots. He approached with a casual stride and waved at his peers. Hey, what's up, fellas? The three gathered expert candidates did not respond well to his casual greeting. Their rigid postures and their serious demeanors made it clear that they took their duties a lot more seriously than Vincent. They were true professionals. Not only that, they rarely relaxed these days. Even when they were off duty, they constantly poured themselves into additional training. Whether it was taking sword lessons from the Heavenswarders or learning some tips on how to bolster their defenses from Venerable Janzi, the trio standing before him were thinking day and night about how to better their performance. Vincent couldn't imagine living like this. Life was too beautiful for him to squander all of his time on training. Though he knew this was the Larkinson way, he felt that too many people were taking it too far. He didn't sign up to the Larkinson clan to subject himself to military standards. Unfortunately, his current identity made it impossible for him to shirk all of his new duties. Lieutenant Hector Larkinson voiced his usual disdain this time. "Did you take too long in gearing up your lower shield this time? You can't rush this important ritual. I have to make sure it won't chafe against anything over the course of my day." Vincent nonchalantly replied, "I really don't know how you managed to become an expert candidate with an attitude like yours," Trinity said while she impatiently tapped her foot against the deck of the hangar bay. "There are many more deserving Larkinsons who could contribute much more to the clan with your strength." "Well, tough luck, babe, because my power is all mine. God or whoever is watching me from above has finally given me some slack after giving me such a hard time throughout my life. I earned my gift and I won't let anyone question my worth." Percival Larkinson didn't even deign to comment on that. The fourth expert candidate who gathered here was consumed by much more important thoughts. Though all of them were honored expert candidates whose skill in battle prowess had surpassed that of their regular colleagues, they were actually in a rather awkward position. They were nothing compared to actual expert pilots. Even if the current expert pilots of the Larkinson clan had yet to receive their expert mechs, the prime mechs they piloted for now were already strong enough to tear through entire mech companies. Though Vincent was very confident in his skills, even he acknowledged that he couldn't defeat so many mechs by himself. A mech captain of the Hall of Heroes eventually approached the foursome. "I see that none of you are late this time. Good. You are all in luck for today. We've managed to come to an arrangement with our crosser allies. We are increasing our cooperation with the other clan in several important ways, and one of them is holding joint training sessions. The crossers are much more knowledgeable when it comes to training expert candidates and expert pilots, so we have worked hard to grasp this opportunity for you and our other expert candidates." "What do you mean by that?" Vincent puzzlingly frowned. "We're not training under Larkinsons this time." "Not this time, no." The officer grinned. "We have something special planned. Our crew has already equipped the right practice loadout to your mechs. Go ahead and deploy into space. The crossers will take over from there." The four expert candidates received no clarification. They had no choice but to keep their questions to themselves and do as they were told. Each of them surged into space in their own individualized mechs. While they didn't receive any extravagant treatment, the expert candidates were still entitled to some personal accommodations designed by low-ranking mech designers. Vincent opted to pilot a ranged mech after losing the Adonis Colossus. His near-death experience against a Fredaman expert mech had firmly taught him that it was best to keep his distance from his enemies. This was why he settled on the rifleman configuration of the Bright Warrior IB. Though the mech did not grant a lot of possibilities to skilled mech pilots, it was a solid platform that offered decent all-round protection even when it was prepped for ranged combat. The only personal accommodation that his individual Bright Warrior received was some added protection that slightly decreased the mobility of his mech. The difference was clear to see once it deployed in space. Out of the hundreds of Bright Warriors on patrol at the moment, Vincent's customized machine was the only one that carried additional armor plating on a very prominent spot on its frame. From a technical standpoint, it did not make a lot of sense to armor this section in particular. The cockpit and the most important parts of a spaceborne humanoid mech were all situated around the chest area. Yet Vincent never thought about adding additional armor to that section for one simple reason. "I want to look like a man, not a woman." The four Larkinson mechs flew further ahead and reached a point in space that was fairly distant from the fleet. It didn't take long for the Cross clan to dispatch their own mechs. Much to Vincent's surprise, a small group of 4 mechs approached. 3 of them were typical military-grade mechs, but the 4th one was special. The Crossers sent an expert mech. "Larkinsons." The voice of Venerable Linda Cross transmitted over a communication channel. "We've been assigned to polish your training, so that is what we will do for today. Since we're not familiar with what you can do, let us start with some live sparring sessions. I have brought some of our elite pilots to challenge you on your respective strengths. Don't take them lightly. You might have the edge on talent, but these are some of the most experienced mech pilots of our clan." The 3 expert candidates of the Living Sentinels soon paired up with the elite mech pilots of the Cross clan and began to spar against each other with special practice weapons. Vincent was the only one who was left without a partner. Where is my sparring partner, Venerable? You're in luck, Mr. Rickle and Larkinson. I'll be personally whipping you into shape. The female expert pilot announced. What? Why, I've heard that your motivation ranks at the bottom among all of the expert candidates of your clan. I know just how I can fix that. Get ready, Vincent. The Amphies was a space knight, but that did not mean it lacked ranged solutions. The Crosser expert mech activated one of its compact shoulder-mounted laser turrets and fired a low-powered beam straight onto the most heavily armored portion of Vincent's bright warrior. Ah, why did you hit me there? Why are you firing at me with a real laser weapon? Don't you have any practice weapons? Stop complaining and start fighting. If you want to drag your mech back with an intact codpiece, then you better work for it. We'll keep this up as long as possible until you are finally good enough for my tastes. Chapter 3026. Costly shortcut. Much had changed in the week after the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan brought their kinship networks online. They simultaneously performed lightning actions that brought every loyal member to the fold while exposing hundreds of traitors and those with different thoughts. Dealing with these people was difficult, especially since only a minority of them turned out to be Crown terrorists. The Crown terrorists were easily enough to handle. These hidden sleeper agents acted very violently when they were discovered. Their personalities seemed to switch to a completely different mode and they became incredibly rabid. Yet as long as their identities became known, they no longer had any chance to cause any further harm. They all possessed methods to end their lives without a word and did not hesitate to activate them upon capture. Vase requested to see the bodies of these dreadfully fanatic enemies, but when he finally swept them with his senses, he came out disappointed. He thought that the 5 Scrolls Compact employed spiritual manipulation in order to turn random, decent people into suicidal terrorists. Even though he failed to study a living Crown terrorist, he saw no traces of obvious spiritual tampering from the bodies of the exposed individuals. Vase had a pretty good sense when it came to detecting any tampering or other anomalies related with people's spirit. He had experimented on so many people that he would have to be an idiot if he still couldn't tell the difference between a natural condition and an artificial condition. He became disappointed when he found out that the 5 Scrolls Compact relied on some other method to turn people into their tools of destruction. Our findings haven't different from others who have studied the physiologies of Crown terrorists. A Crosser medical expert sighed as he commanded a bot to wrap another cadaver with a shroud. The prevailing theory on the galactic net is that these Crown terrorists haven't been subjected to technological brainwashing methods at all. They were simply subjected to lots of ordinary influencing. Teaching, in other words. This answer made a lot of sense. The best way to avoid any unnatural traces from showing up was to teach or indoctrinate people with ordinary methods. Was it illegal for people to teach others in a normal fashion? No, teaching was one of the fundamental activities that kept human civilization aloft. Outlawing teaching sounded just as absurd as outlawing love or hunger. Taking it away directly undermined the future of the human race. The Big Two would probably get overthrown before they could succeed in implementing such tyrannical directives. In order to make sure he didn't miss anything, Vase requested the doctors to vacate examination chamber before setting up a jammer. Blinky, Murrow, his companion spirit emerged from his mind once again. The purple starry cat let out a cute yawn. It had been napping peacefully before Vase rudely woke up his spiritual cat. Go sniff these corpses. Try and find out if there are any unusual energy traces. Murrow. The star cat not only examined the body lying on the examination table, but also the ones that were stored in coffins stacked in an adjacent compartment. Sadly, Blinky returned empty-handed. Vase could do nothing else than to rub Blinky's head. It's okay. It was a long shot anyway. You can go back now. Murrow. Since his own investigation had reached a dead end, Vase decided not to spend any further time on this issue. He had already solved the main problem by giving his allies the tools needed to root out traitors and prevent other ones from infiltrating their ranks. The expeditionary fleet should not have any concerns about threats from within at the moment. The Glory Seekers and Crossers had also become very enamored by the effects of their new kinship networks, so the wave of mistrust that previously dampened their moods was no longer casting a shadow over their heads. This left Vase free to return his attention to his design work. Gloriana did not look pleased when he finally returned to the design lab. Master Willix is due to arrive soon. I want us to be able to move on to the next phase of our design projects by then. Will you be able to complete your assignments in time? Vase briefly looked surprised. She's coming in a few days. Yes, and I want to present everything that we have accomplished so far in the most perfect state possible. I can't do that when you have been spending your time on other matters lately. Hey, don't blame me. I had to bail the glory seekers and the crossers out of their own predicament. Aren't you grateful that I have brought the glory seekers closer to the superior mother? You could have done that after we had completed our projects, Vase. You keep getting distracted by this and that. Can't you just sit down and work on our expert mechs for a long and uninterrupted stretch of time? Hey, I promise I'll maintain my focus this time. You know I want to design the best expert mechs as well. I'm still a mech designer, you know. Peef. His wife crossed her arms. Well, that's hard to tell these days. You've spent so much time managing clan affairs that your primary title should have been clan patriarch. Vase hunched over a bit and accepted his wife's admonition. She was right in a way. Though he felt justified in securing a favorable agreement with his allies, it did detract from his main work. Gloriana continued to rant for several more minutes before she recalled her tight schedule. You're behind schedule, so I don't want to see anything else but results from now on, okay? Start first with completing the improved luminaire crystals that you have promised to deliver. We can't form any plans if we don't know what we're dealing with. I need you to deliver samples to me so that I can figure out their exact properties. The success of the Chimera project and the Sentry project hinges on this result. She piled up a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but Vase did not shy away from it. It was the opposite in fact. He needed a kick in the pants and Gloriana had just thrust her sharp-heeled boot right between his legs. Naturally, he did not dare to slack off any second. After discussing some other issues, Vase left the design lab and briskly headed for his personal workshop in order to complete one of his side projects. Ordinarily, Vase still believed he needed at least a couple of days or even an entire week to complete his objective. There were so many different permutations of formulas that it took too much time for him to narrow down a correct solution. While he didn't mind spending a week on increasing his depth of knowledge towards luminaire crystals and the odd effects they evoked, he made a firm promise to Gloriana earlier. The downside of relying on trial and error to find solutions was that there were always way too many dead ends. What Vase needed to accomplish right now was to find a shortcut that could allow him to skip these dead ends ahead of time. He needed to find the right direction straight away so that he could complete this chore as fast as possible. He considered several different ideas. The most viable one was using up some of his valuable design points to acquire new crystallography-related sub-skills from the system. Yet Vase had big plans for those points and did not want to squander it on another ordinary benefit. He kept pressing his mind for new solutions and eventually stumbled on an idea that might actually work. It's been a long time since I did this. Previously, I've always been reluctant to use it because I have to expend too much of my spiritual energy to maintain this state. Now, though, with Blinky around, Vase no longer needed to worry about running out of his own spiritual energy. In fact, he already filled up a lot of his P-stone with excess spiritual energy converted by his companion spirit. Since this is the case, I guess I can try out my idea. He moved over to a nearby storage cabinet and retrieved a small mech figurine. At the same time, he ordered one of his honor guards to retrieve a couple of P-stones from the vault. The P-stones that arrived were fairly ordinary ones that did not contain any spiritual fragments or other notable ingredients. Instead, they exuded a vibe that completely matched Vase. Every single stone had been pumped full with spiritual energy with attributes that fully conformed to Vase. Before he engaged in his experiment, he briefly activated Blinky. The companion spirit silently emerged and settled a small distance from Lucky. Blinky, I need you to keep monitoring my state. If my condition ever looks dangerous to you, then do your best to interrupt it. Also, keep monitoring my actions while I am in a special state. I never really figured out how luminaire technology ties in with spirituality, so I hope you'll be able to glean some insights. Muro. Vase turned to Lucky next. As for you, I hope you can keep an eye on my condition as well. You probably won't be able to help me as much as Binky, but who knows what might happen. Meow. After making sure his two cats were watching out for him, Vase took a deep breath and began to connect to one of his design spirits. Illustrious one, descend into my mind and help me make the crystals that I need. A grand presence entered his mind. This time, Vase did not form a shallow connection for the purposes of communication. He did not establish a slightly deeper connection that allowed him to exchange more direct thoughts. Instead, Vase opened up his mind and welcomed a portion of the illustrious one in his mind. Though this move was not without his risks, Vase believed this was the best way to address his current issue. His entire demeanor changed. Since Vase knew that he had lots of spiritual energy to spare, he did not hesitate to pull the illustrious one deeper into his mind. This was very intensive, and Vase could already feel that he was burning a copious amount of spiritual energy in order to maintain the demanding connection and keep his mind in working condition. Yet by paying such a huge price, Vase truly began to embody the illustrious one. The changes were too many to count. While he hadn't literally turned into a design spirit, a part of him had undeniably changed. Under his new and unusual state, he calmly picked up the crystal cube and felt an inexplicable familiarity to this pivotal alien relic. He no longer regarded it as a black box. Its strange internal circuitry used to look like indecipherable symbols to Vase. That hadn't changed, but he possessed a much greater insight into the major functions of the crystal cube. So this is why you are able to operate this device. Vase gasped. Vase immediately knew the value of what he learned. He already formed notes in his mind before storing it into his cranial implant. What he recorded would still be there even if he ceased to channel the illustrious one. Though it was tempting for him to keep recording all of his new observations, he still had to complete his primary task. When he gazed upon the stack of luminaire crystals that he created in previous sessions, he no longer viewed them as regular crystals. Each of them shone, sang and shimmered to him in different ways. They weren't exactly alive, but they might as well be now that he had gained the senses of the illustrious one. Vase was able to glean so many more details about these special crystals that he felt as if he had been blind prior to this moment. This is amazing. I've actually missed so many details about these crystals. They've got a lot more potential than I thought. He even identified a possible solution to strengthening the structure of the crystals just by looking at some of the samples. Chapter 3027. Luminaire Circuitry Patterns. Vase placed his hand on a stone and absorbed a significant proportion of stored spiritual energy. His current state was very special at the moment. He channeled the illustrious one to such a deep extent that he truly started to entertain illusions that he had become a luminaire. Of course, this was still an illusion. He retained enough awareness as a human to retain his original cognition. The only difference was that he had plugged in something extra to his mind that vastly expanded his perspective and allowed him to think and perceive in a completely different manner. If it didn't cost so much spiritual energy to maintain this deep immersion state, Vase would have gladly spent hours in this state in order to understand technology and reality from a completely alien viewpoint. As it was, he had a job to do. His glowing eyes settled onto the crystal cube and the machines he used to synthesize his crystals. I know what to do now. He had already warmed up the production machines and prepared all of the necessary materials. He decided to test out his current hunch by creating a luminaire crystal using a formula he had already used before. As the production machines went to work, Vase constantly monitored the process. He only took action when the initial form of the crystal took shape. Different from last time where he only tentatively interacted with the crystal cube, this time he manipulated it as if he was an old hand at it. The crystal cube seemed as familiar as the design suite he often used to design his iconic mechs. While he hadn't mastered all of the secrets and intricacies of luminaire technology, the bounty of knowledge and perspective that the illustrious one brought him had given him a lot of revelations. Vase never knew that the luminaire design spirit possessed so much understanding and technical proficiency in crystal technology. It probably inherited this legacy from both the ancient crystal builder and the blinding one. Yet inheriting didn't necessarily translate into understanding. Perhaps the ancient crystal builder or the powerful blinding one was able to make extensive use of luminaire technology, but the illustrious one was a separate existence. It had essentially memorized a lot of information by rote but completely lacked the training and skills to actually make use of it. The scattered but priceless pieces of technical information was nothing but gibberish to a design spirit that never went to school. Vase understood now why the illustrious one was only able to provide him with limited help before this. The design spirit wasn't actually an expert in these matters, and his ability to interpret all of this inherited information was severely constrained. Yet now that a real mech designer came in touch with all of this inherited information, the story had completely changed. Though Vase wished he could understand even more crucial knowledge, the insights he had already managed to glean in this short time was already enough for him to figure out a solution to his current problem. As a luminaire crystal slowly took shape, Vase continued to input different commands into the crystal cube. In fact, now that he began to channel the illustrious one, he felt as if the alien relic had truly opened up to him this time. The cube executed each of his commands with greater diligence. Slowly but surely, a complex array of alien circuits formed within the crystal he was making. There were twice as many circuits as before, as Vase had deliberately inserted a specific array that was actually quite common in the more advanced crystals that the aliens used to make. Though this circuitry pattern was actually quite complicated and had to be rearranged on an individual basis depending on the properties of every crystal, the crystal cube was able to automate all of these calculations and ensure that each circuitry pattern integrated adequately with every crystal. Vase suspected that a true crystal specialist might be able to perform this process to a much more effective degree, but Vase lacked the foundation to do so. He could only take a step back and activate the right settings so that the crystal cube did most of the work on his behalf. This is actually quite a handy tool. The crystal cube actually had more functions than forming internal circuitry, but the illustrious one wasn't able to figure them out yet. Perhaps that might in the future. Soon enough, the production machines finished synthesizing and polishing the crystal. Vase picked it up and inserted it in the test rifle before handing the weapon over to his honor guard. "You know what to do. Just fire a couple of test shots." The loyal guard nodded and moved to the firing range. When the soldier pulled the trigger, the rifle spat out bright white beams that mainly dealt physical damage to the target dummies. Compared to before, the conversion of thermal energy to kinetic energy was a lot higher than before. Vase didn't need to look at the sensor readings to know that the target dummies got punched significantly harder than before. Vase wasn't that excited about the effect, though. The efficiency of the transformation was too low and a lot of energy was wasted in the process. In fact, it was much simpler and more effective to employ a railgun or a Gauss rifle in order to deal physical damage to an enemy. There are still a few advantages to this type of luminaire crystal though. For one, just like any other pure energy-based rifle, it produced no recoil. This led to the odd and extremely special instance of a mech being able to deal a powerful punch without worrying about enduring the opposite and equal reaction. On the surface, it was a gross violation of Newton's third law of motion. This opened up the possibility of arming laser rifleman mechs with specially designed rifles that could be loaded with different crystals like the test rifle that his honor guard had just fired. When the ranged mechs faced an opponent that was resistant to laser beams and positron beams, they could slot in a different luminaire crystal in their weapons and suddenly fire odd beams that hit like solid projectiles. In the same way, when facing an opponent that was resilient against physical damage, the rifleman mechs could swap out their physical luminaire crystals for one that allowed them to fire powerful lasers or other energy-based beams. His glowing eyes brightened. This was a great way to increase the versatility of Venerable Joshua and Venerable Davia's upcoming expert mechs. In fact, he even wanted to apply this weapon technology to the next generation of his ranged mech designs. "I can definitely turn the next edition of my Crystal Lord design into something special." This wasn't the time to design the Crystal Lord Mark III, though. He quickly reminded himself that he was actually trying to improve a different aspect. "Please bring back the rifle." When his honor guard passed on the slightly heated weapon, he commanded a bot to remove the freshly used luminaire crystal. Vase deployed some scanners and began to record a lot of readings. He noticed plenty of difference from the last crystal he synthesized with the same ingredient formula. The increased utilization of the crystal cube had made a huge difference. It was like the auto designer that Vase had previously used to develop the initial form of the Ouroboros. Its simplistic design interface was so dumbed down that even a child could design a working mech with this user-friendly system. Yet without understanding how mechs actually worked and how many variables affected their performance, it was impossible for an amateur to design a good mech. Only someone with the right expertise was able to make full use of all of the range of possibilities offered by these interfaces. Though Vase did not feel that he had reached the level of a master mech designer in the art of manipulating the crystal cube, he definitely felt as if he had graduated from a novice to an apprentice. Vase did not claim to reach a higher level than that. The crystal cube possessed a lot more depth that he and the illustrious one had yet to decipher. When the bot removed the luminaire crystal, Vase commanded it to place the object in a special chamber that he had also set up beforehand. For safety's sake, Vase took a lot of steps back and hid behind a shielded enclosure. After activating a number of sensors, he activated a command that quickly resulted in a loud noise. Clang! A solid metal rod dropped down from above and fell straight through a pipe before colliding against the luminaire crystal placed directly below. If the heavy metal rod fell right on top of Ves's body, his skull would have probably shattered on impact. Yet when it impacted against the luminaire crystal, not a single crack emerged. Under ordinary circumstances, luminaire crystals were much less capable of resisting physical damage. They were naturally good at absorbing or at least resisting energy damage, but they fared worse when hit by hammer-like blows. Yet despite launching a powerful physical attack right away, the crystal still remained remarkably intact. Did I succeed? Vase performed extensive scans just to be certain. The scanners failed to detect any significant damage even on a microscopic level. Then let's amp up the damage. If it can remain functional against a second-class attack, then that is enough. The metal rod spontaneously floated up into the air again. Once it had reached the ceiling, it began to drop downwards but with greater momentum than last time. Clang! The crystal still remained intact. Vase repeated the test several times. It wasn't until Vase employed enough force to make a second-class light mech feel pain that the much-abused luminaire crystal finally began to crack. Of course, the prior blows must have caused it to accumulate a lot of stress, but that still didn't change the fact that the crystal he made had finally met his minimum standard. It's a success. Vase grinned. Even though he only obtained a preliminary result, he was pretty sure that he could replicate this result on other types of luminaire crystals. As long as he integrated the same physical reinforcement circuit pattern on his next batch of crystals, he would be able to obtain definitive proof that this was the right way to make second-class luminaire crystals. I don't even have to make use of high-quality exotics or other extravagant materials in order to make these new crystals. Previously, Vase had continually tried out formulas that utilized a greater proportion of higher-quality materials. This was actually a stupid way to make a better product. The luminaires may have been successful in the past, but he seriously doubted that they were willing to squander so many resources on inefficient production methods. Vase had plenty of hours left to refine his initial result. He did not hesitate to drain his P-stones of accumulated spiritual energy in order to sustain his deep immersion state with the Illustrious One. By continuing to meld with a portion of the Illustrious One, he managed to make some progress in optimizing and improving his new method. The physical reinforcement circuit patterns that he applied to his subsequent crystals all became a bit better, allowing them to resist more damage before cracking. The rate of improvement eventually plateaued as Vase hit a bottleneck, but by this time the crystals he made were so hard that they could even be used as the basis of a low-quality crystal-based armor system. Sadly, there were so many practical problems involved with trying to design a mech that was made completely out of crystals that Vase rejected the notion of designing such a ridiculous machine. Even so, the hardness and toughness of his latest batch of crystals were more than enough to be utilized in his upcoming expert mech design projects. Chapter 3028. Show and tell. When Gloriana visited her husband's so-called man cave, she expected to be let down by her husband yet again. Didn't he realize how much effort she was putting into elevating the Larkinson clan's first expert mechs? These stellar machines would definitely play a pivotal role to the clan for many years to come. As a mech designer who yearned to design the most powerful mech that embodied all of her ideals, the opportunity to lead not one, but several expert mech design projects with hardly any stringent requirements was extremely precious. It was even better that she was able to embark on these projects when she was just a young journeyman. As long as she successfully completed them, the experiences she gained and the lessons she learned would definitely be able to supercharge her progression to the rank of senior. Therefore, she did not hesitate to commit everything she had in order to succeed. Yet how could she know that her own husband would turn out to become a major stumbling block? His multiple responsibilities, his scatter-brained mind, his lack of regard towards her priorities and his unmerited optimism all threatened to drag down her projects. If he didn't play such a pivotal role in providing all of the expert mechs with greater strength, she would have removed him from the projects a long time ago. Damn Vase, she muttered under her breath again. Why can't you be more focused for once? You are so productive when you invest yourself in a pursuit. Why aren't you doing that this time? Meow. Clixie felt Gloriana's frustrations and offered her support by swishing her tail. Maybe I should tell you to keep watch over my husband. Just claw him whenever he slacks off or gets distracted. Meow. He's such a boy. When she finally entered her spouse's personal workshop, she adjusted her expression and stormed right at Vase as he was tinkering with some sort of rifle or something. Do you Feel remorseful now, she began. Are you finally feeling guilty at letting us down? Your huge delays are causing all of our projects to run behind schedule. You should feel ashamed for presenting unfinished work to Master Willix when she arrives. If you just did your job properly, we could have shown her something substantial and proved that we aren't squandering this opportunity. Huh, don't you have anything to say for yourself? Both Vase and Lucky looked befuddled at the woman. Gloriana, I didn't fail this time. I finished my side project, pretty much. I've succeeded. You succeeded. Gloriana abruptly lost her rhythm. Meow. Even Clixie didn't know how to respond to this situation. Shouldn't Vase be groveling and apologizing in front of his wife by now? Why wasn't he following the script this time? Vase slowly began to grin and pointed his thumb at the array of crystals that he had prepared on the work table. I've already prepared my samples a couple of hours ago. They're the best that I can come up with so far. The crystals not only satisfy our durability requirements, but also come with a number of really neat effects that are very difficult to replicate through ordinary means. I've become so inspired by them in fact that I have even taken the liberty of drafting some energy rifle designs that take full advantage of their versatility. Gloriana looked as if she had just short-circuited. The conversation swung in a direction that she had not anticipated. Privately, she judged the odds that Vase would be able to complete this side project at less than 1%. In fact, 1% was a very generous estimate. Having worked with Luminaire crystal technology several times due to Vase, she knew quite well that the alien tech was very difficult and abstruse. It was the signature technology of an extinct alien race. Every alien race and civilization that had reached the stars excelled at certain techs. Just like how people specialized in different professions and how mech designers specialized in different design philosophies, different intelligent species also chose to pour the greatest emphasis of their technological development in specific directions. Perhaps their research and development in other fields of science and engineering were merely average, but as long as they poured their efforts into the tech that resonates with them most, they could absolutely surpass the efforts of other, more established species. This meant that even if the Luminaires invented their distinctive crystal technology a long time ago, it was not necessarily a given that subsequent races were able to inherit and master all of this unique knowledge. Under these difficult circumstances, someone who didn't specialize in crystallography or reverse engineering alien tech like Vase shouldn't have achieved any results at all. In fact, Gloriana had long wanted to convince him to set aside his silly fantasies of empowering his mechs with alien tech and go back to using proper hexer systems and components. You don't believe me? Vase frowned a bit. Give me a minute to tweak this demonstration weapon. This is going to be my concept for the Sentry Project's main rifle. He turned his back to his wife and quickly picked up his multitool in order to make some hasty adjustments to the rifle he had been working on. It didn't take long for the weapon to be ready for light usage. Gloriana had to rein in her temper when she saw the rifle. Even though she knew it was just a momentary test object, the weapon had obviously been made in haste and with no regard for longevity. Just the sight of it was enough for her to feel as if her eyes were stabbing needles in her brain. What the hell are you doing, Vase? Hey, you just gave me a single day to come up with a working proof of concept. Don't blame me for lacking time to fabricate a proper rifle. Let's just get this over with so you can take this foul piece of junk out of my sight. Vase knew he had to work quickly, so he skipped some safety checks and went straight to prepping the weapon for battle. He first inserted an energy battery in order to power it up. He then moved over to the sample crystals he prepared. Each of them looked different in several ways. Due to their different material compositions, they came in different shades. The more orthodox crystals were either transparent or white, while the more exotic ones came in shades of blue and purple. He manipulated his rifle so that a large chamber opened up in the center. Vase picked up a crystal and slotted it into a cavity. He then rotated a cylinder and placed another crystal into the next cavity that faced the opening. He repeated this loading action several times until he loaded the internal revolving chamber with 6 different crystals. Once he finished loading the rifle, he handed it over to an honor guard, who already moved to the firing range. Vase confidently moved over to Gloriana's side and pulled her closer to him. He breathed deeply in order to delight his nose with his wife's light and ocean-fresh scent. Watch carefully, honey, you're about to witness a good show. The first beam that emerged from the test rifle was a bog-standard laser beam that melted the dummy bot on the other side of the firing range. Though there was nothing special about this attack on the surface, Vase waved his hand and activated a projection that showed all kinds of rifle parameters and sensor readings. Gloriana quickly interpreted the data and widened her eyes. Compared to the current generation of luminaire crystals in use by mech models such as the Crystal Lord Mark II, the Bright Warrior Mark I version B and most notably the Bright Beam Prime, the leap in improvement was substantial. The efficiency of your new crystal is higher. She gasped. Hardly any waste heat has been generated by this shot. This rifle can fire continuously for many minutes without growing too hot to handle. Vase grinned even wider now that Gloriana finally acknowledged his work. That's right. While this is merely the least exciting sample crystal that I've prepared, its value is already evident. This is the perfect crystal to use when a battle has dragged out for a time and the rifleman mech has already heated up due to firing lots of damaging beams. As long as the mech still possesses a reserve of energy, it can steadily use it up with constant attacks that won't drain the mech too quickly. It was actually the perfect crystal to use for mechs designed for attrition warfare. The crystal practically generated no heat at all when put to use. It absorbed thermal energy instead. This allowed it to serve as a heat sink for the rifle, allowing it to be used more intensively without worrying about pushing it to breaking point. Gloriana looked enamored by all of the possibilities, but she soon grew a bit suspicious. Nothing can be this good without a price. What are the downsides to this crystal? Vase sheepishly shrugged. The crystals that I have prepared today all suffer the same faults. They seem to be common deficiencies that affect all crystals derived from luminaire technology. First, though these crystals are harder than the ones I've made before, all of the energy pouring through the internal circuits causes them to wear out over time. The more intensively they are used, the faster they deteriorate. Perhaps they might have to be replaced after a single battle. That doesn't sound so bad. They can be used like ammunition but for energy rifles. He shook his head. This is not a practical solution for every mech. This is their second fault. If scaled for mechs, these crystals are powerful enough to be employed in custom mechs and expert mechs, but they can cost as much as several mechs put together. They also have to be made by hand by me, since I am employing special techniques to make them. Mass-producing them is pretty much out of the question. Gloriana grew a lot less enthused once she heard that. The innovations that Vase had accomplished were very significant, but if their application was too limited, then they could forget about popularizing it in all of their products. Are there any other faults? There are some, but I'll just write that in a report. Let's proceed to the next test shots. My rifle can discharge much more exciting attacks. The next attack was a positron beam. Compared to a standard beam, this one hit harder and had a considerably faster propagation speed. While positron beams already traveled to their targets at a significant fraction of the speed of light, any additional speed was absolutely useful for long-range combat in space. The third attack was the light beam that the luminaires pretty much treated as their most favorable attack method. It dealt more damage than a typical laser beam but not that much. However, after repeated observations, Vase discovered the true value of this attack mode. What's the secret behind this odd light beam? Gloriana asked. While this beam is effective against material targets, it is also effective against non-material targets. In fact, I think that is actually what they are mainly used for. This is an all-round attack method that is very suitable for hurting intangible opponents that can't be harmed with conventional attacks. What does that mean, exactly? Don't you realize the implications? Vase excitedly turned to his wife. This light beam attack can effectively hurt powerful entities like the Dark Gods. Though a single beam won't actually be able to hurt them that much, what about 100? What about 1,000? In theory, they could even be used to hurt his design spirits, though in practice that was difficult to accomplish. Spiritual entities ordinarily resided in a different realm where material attacks could never reach. There were also many other ways for intangible existences to avoid getting hit by such straightforward attacks. However, against more substantial opponents, the value of these light beam attacks might be much greater. These light beam attacks might also be a lot more effective at harming expert mechs. Vase revealed his most explosive guess. Gloriana looked completely shocked. What? Do you realize what kind of claim you are making? Chapter 3029. Limited use. Had humanity successfully come up with attack methods that specifically harmed expert mechs? The answer to this question was likely yes. These special weapons were not unheard of, but they were actually very rare because they were too high-end. Their cost was so prohibitive and their material requirements were so absurd that only special mech units of the Big Two and several first-rate states ever employed them in battle. There was just something about expert mechs and expert pilots that produced results that couldn't be fully replicated through standard methods. True resonance, while difficult to accomplish, possessed potent extraordinary properties that served as a powerful amplifier. Countering it was very difficult. In general, employing overwhelming firepower was the easiest but also the stupidest method. Resonance shields were specifically geared to resist a lot of ordinary attacks. It was a lot better to deploy an expert mech against another expert mech. This was because resonance-empowered attacks dealt much greater damage to resonance shields. Since they shared a common root, it was logical for them to have this interaction. Yet was it easy to acquire an additional expert mech? No, the Hexadric hegemony wouldn't be in such a sorry position if it could pull out expert mechs and expert pilots out of its hat. If the Hex army was able to equip its ranged mechs with rifles that fired light beams like the one that Gloriana witnessed earlier, then this solution could effectively solve the biggest fundamental shortcoming of the hegemony in the Komodo War. Unfortunately, before her optimism soared any further, Vase rudely reminded her of the shortcoming of this tech. I know what you're thinking about. I entertained those thoughts as well. Vase softly spoke to her. There is no way to mass-produce these crystals, though. Perhaps the ancient luminaires managed to develop a viable mass-production method, but I don't have the know-how. I can only make these crystals one by one on an individual basis. It will take centuries for me to equip every ranged hex or mech with the right luminaire crystals. This was a huge letdown to Gloriana. Though she didn't know why it was so troublesome to produce this special crystal, she didn't think her husband was lying. How difficult is it for you to develop a viable mass production method? I wouldn't know where to begin. I'm still scratching the surface when it comes to grasping and utilizing luminaire technology. If I perform this research by myself, I will probably have to squander my entire life to achieve a result. The Komodo War will be long over by that time. Then why hand over the results you've gained so that others can set up a research group around this topic? Didn't I tell you already? Other people won't be able to replicate my results. One of the critical discoveries I made about luminaire technology is that it is dependent on a different power. A normal approach won't work. In truth, the real reasons why Vase didn't want to share his results or propagate his new discovery were much simpler. The first reason was because he didn't want to lose the crystal cube. It was an extremely crucial piece of alien tech that was essentially irreplaceable. Until he was able to decipher most of its functions and replicate them on his own, the crystal cube absolutely had to remain in his possession. It would be a huge waste to hand it over to someone else. Vase was pretty certain that there was no other human in the galaxy who was adept at spiritual engineering while at the same time possessing an insider's look on luminaire technology through the illustrious one. The second reason was because Vase was very mindful of the general policies of the MTA. The association always worked hard to increase the emergence of more expert pilots and higher-ranking pilots. Whether it was because they wanted humanity to gain more god pilots or because they wanted to harvest more ingredients, the fact of the matter was that the MTA took a very dim view on weapons that threatened or diminished the role of these transcendent pilots. Even if Vase was able to solve the mass production problem, he wasn't stupid enough to violate the MTA's bottom line and promote a new weapon that could easily strip the defenses of expert mechs. It should be fine if he kept it to himself. Every organization developed some trump cards and special solutions that served as the foundation of their strength. The overall impact of revolutionary technology was much less if it remained contained. While Vase didn't say all of that to Gloriana, he already told her enough to set aside her unrealistic hopes. Let's move on with the demonstration, he said. I've discovered several more weapon effects that I think are useful enough to be applied to our ranged expert mechs. The fourth attack launched by the test rifle came in the form of a so-called physical beam. The sheer oddity of an energy attack that didn't heat up the target that much but instead hit like a physical projectile instantly distracted Gloriana from her earlier musings. She couldn't help it. The effect of the physical beam was too inexplicable. How does this work? How can the rifle let out a beam that is pure energy when it shoots out of the muzzle but somehow transforms into a kinetic attack when it reaches the target? It doesn't make any sense. Gloriana obsessively pored over the charts and other data in order to figure out the working principles behind the physical beam. Yet try as she might, she found nothing that could give her a satisfying answer. Vase just shook his head at the sight. He tried to figure out the theory as well, but from the vague impressions of the illustrious one, the actual mechanisms behind this attack method were far from simple. The only reason why it worked at all was because the crystal cube had already been programmed to form such an odd crystal. Without it, Vase wouldn't know what to do. This was a reminder that the tech he was able to employ right now was not actually reliable until he mastered it to the same degree as the ancient Luminaire race. Eventually, Gloriana made the same conclusions as Vase and reluctantly suspended her study. I don't have the time to delve into this topic. It's incredibly fascinating, though. I agree with you. This crystal has massive implications to the expert mechs that we intend to arm with energy rifles. She was already revising her own ideas about the Chimera project and Sentry project. She even thought about arming the other expert mechs with backup pistols that incorporated this tech on a smaller scale. Before the honor guard fired a fifth shot, Vase cautioned her to temper her expectations. I managed to stumble upon the fifth and sixth crystal by chance. Their effects are very remarkable, but their refinement is very rudimentary. The only reason Vase was able to make them in the first place was because he managed to decipher some hints from the crystal cube and glean some vague insights from the illustrious one. When the honor guard pulled the trigger for the fifth time, a very narrow knife-like beam pierced right through the dummy bot and even punctured the metal wall set up to block any attacks from spreading out to the rest of the workshop. This penetration power is remarkable. Gloriana instantly recognized the key property of this attack. It is. Vase nodded. The efficiency of this attack is rather low though. Evidently, it takes a lot of effort to narrow a beam so that it becomes flat but also constant. It was therefore a specialty tool against solid armor that was very hard to damage under normal circumstances. Against large, soft targets such as giant exo-beasts or energy-based protection, the lower than average power of this flat cutting beam was really lackluster. Though Vase was confident he would be able to improve its efficiency and overall performance if he spent more time on refining the relevant crystals, it would take a lot of trial and error to yield superior results. There wasn't anything more exciting about the slicer beam, so they soon moved on to the last test. A very odd and iridescent energy beam impacted a small energy shield that Vase had deliberately projected in front of the target dummy. The strange energy beam easily managed to scramble the energy shield before inflicting light damage to the target dummy. Gloriana looked slightly fascinated. Is this an EMP attack? I'm not sure yet. I haven't had the time to study all of the data and guess the working principles behind this attack method. For now, I just call it a disruptor beam attack, because it can disrupt both energy barriers and delicate electronic systems. It hardly does anything against normal components, and armor plating can withstand the beam with ease. In other words, it was a specialized attack mode that could not be relied upon to carry the entire battle. That didn't make it useless. There were many instances where energy shields could extensively increase the longevity of both high-end mechs and powerful ships. In fact, a weapon that was capable of firing disruptor beams could do a lot of damage against the Larkinson clan. This was because the Spirit of Bentime relied heavily on her heavy-duty ship-grade shield generators to withstand enemy attacks. The ship possessed both an abundant number of these shield generators and could also supply a lot of power to them in order to sustain this method of protection for a long time. If these shields could be popped with ease, it was a lot easier to penetrate her hull armor. All in all, Gloriana completely forgot about her original intention to admonish her husband after witnessing all of the novel crystals and attack methods they enabled. Just one of these crystal types already conveyed a lot of benefits to their expert mech design projects, but now that Vase came up with 6 in one go, Gloriana wanted to make use of all of them in her projects. In fact, Vase created a lot more crystals that were able to channel even stranger effects, but their power and utility left a lot to be desired. He thought it was best to settle on a limited selection of crystals, at least at first. If we can design a refined, mech-grade version of this test rifle, we can equip the Sentry project with a formidable laser weapon that can switch between 6 attack modes. Just think about it. Venerable Davia's expert mech can employ the best and most optimal attack methods against every specific opponent. If they were truly able to implement this idea on an expert mech, then the versatility and effective firepower of the Sentry project would go through the roof. This was an amazing contribution to the design projects. Even with all of the faults that Vase had mentioned, as long as it was possible to make these crystals on an individual basis, then it was more than enough to service a handful of expert mechs. Gloriana's eyes turned into stars as she gazed towards the man who gave her a pleasant surprise. She leaned forward and planted a kiss on his smooth-shaven cheek. "You did a good job," she admitted. "You came very close to ruining it all, though. Hehe, you underestimate my power. Whatever you say, Vase. Let's figure out how we can leverage these new applications into our expert mechs." The two activated a design interface and began to tweak the designs of both the Chimera project and the Sentry project. While it sounded nice to be able to slot a dozen different crystals in a single weapon, it risked becoming too large and cumbersome if they truly designed such an extravagant rifle. This was why they settled on preparing a larger and heavier precision rifle for the Sentry project. It would be able to accommodate 6 different crystals at best, thereby providing it with 6 different solutions on the battlefield. The Chimera project didn't require that much choice. Since the mech had to be able to wield its weapon with a single hand, the carbine it was armed with had to be small and light enough to be employed in dynamic, mid-range duels. Therefore, it would only have room for 3 to 4 different luminaire crystals, but that was more than enough. Chapter 3030. Incoming Mechers. Vase managed to save his hide from an angry Gloriana by producing solid and usable results. Though he still had a lot more room for improvement, he could deal with them later. The most important point was that he was able to prove his concepts and provide enough solid data for Gloriana and the rest to plan their integration in the expert mech designs. Though it was rather reckless to implement newly invented tech that had not gone through any robust testing, Vase was confident that it would work out somehow. He knew enough about luminaire technology that the crystals derived from it were not unstable or prone to malfunction. While Vase initially aimed to make Gloriana happy, he actually obtained a lot more gains besides that. He didn't even pay much thought to the fact that he managed to avoid her wrath this time. The true gain from this side project was that he had become stimulated to employ an old method to achieve a drastically greater outcome. In the past, Vase connected his mind to his design spirits numerous times. He usually did so in order to borrow their glows to enhance his stature. Vase found this trick to be rather tasteless these days. He had gained enough reputation, prestige and speaking ability to be able to hold his own in front of a crowd. His own identity was more than enough to command the attention of any group of people. Yet that did not mean that melding his mind with his design spirits became obsolete. Vase just lacked a purpose and reason to utilize this technique. It wasn't until today that he found a wonderful new application of this technique. Now that Blinky's existence allowed him to squander his spiritual energy reserves without worrying about running low for weeks or months at a time, he could channel his design spirits to a much greater extent and for considerably longer periods of time without paying a huge price. Of course, this technique was not without its risks. Messing with the spiritualities of living people or entities was always fraught with danger. His attempts could have led to very severe damage to both Vase and the design spirit he was channeling if something went wrong. If Vase was stupid enough to invite a hostile design spirit like Zygra past his mental defenses and right into his mind, then the angry crown cat could easily inflict a lot of damage before being expelled. The only reason he felt confident enough to go through with the attempts was because he implicitly trusted the Illustrious One. Vase made the Illustrious One, along with several other design spirits. Compared to other entities that originated elsewhere like xianxia and Ilvain, Vase deeply understood his own spiritual products as if he was their own father. This bond between them was very intimate and allowed him to feel completely comfortable in the presence of his own creations. The only spiritual product that went out of control and transformed into an existence that was much more powerful and inscrutable was the Superior Mother. He blamed Cynthia for that. In fact, even if the Superior Mother mutated into a vastly more powerful entity than he anticipated, he bet he could still employ the same method to channel her and gain her perspective. His back shuddered at this notion. There was no way he was going to allow his mother to get a first-hand peek at his mind. He had to remind himself that channeling a design spirit was not a one-way connection. Just as Vase was able to borrow aspects of the spiritual entity he invoked, that same existence would also gain a greater understanding of himself. Vase didn't care too much if the Illustrious One learned some aspects of himself. The Luminaire design spirit's personality was quite muted and it was unlikely that he would abuse what he learned. He couldn't say the same for the Superior Mother. As loving and affectionate as she could be, Vase knew very well that he had been a naughty boy sometimes. He did not want to get smacked by a giant spiritual hand. In any case, as long as he did not meld his mind with the wrong design spirit, he could gain a lot of other benefits from performing this action. This had a lot of potential. If he could acquire more alien design spirits with a technological foundation, he could potentially employ more powerful alien inventions. If he melded his mind with design spirits with a considerable arsenal of spiritual techniques like xianxia, he might be able to learn some of her refined applications as well as other insights. If he channeled a design spirit that was representative of a population group, then he would be able to speak, empathize and understand them as if he was their fellow comrade. In short, Vase did not necessarily have to figure out every problem by himself. As long as there was a suitable design spirit around, he could always request their assistance in a much more direct and effective manner than before. Vase had become preoccupied with imagining the possibilities in the next few days. Though he made sure to allocate enough of his attention to rush his remaining tasks, he couldn't get rid of distraction. It wasn't until Master Willix finally met with the expeditionary fleet that Vase had to drop his fanciful thoughts. The Golden Skull Alliance already expected her arrival ahead of time. The Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers all wanted to look their best in front of an important, high-ranked member of the MTA, so they all cleaned up their vessels and adopted an elaborate ceremonial formation. The capital ships of the Allied fleet all formed up in a row. Seeing their bulk lined up in a neat line was quite impressive. What was even more eye-catching was how all of the sub-capital ships formed into a precise, angular box with a clear route running from the front. Every spaceworthy mech deployed in space and formed into uniform rows or followed well-designed patrol routes. She's coming. Let's roll out the welcome mat. A very familiar-looking portal formed in front of the Allied fleet. Its coordinates fell exactly in line with the ones that Master Willix had transmitted beforehand. The ubiquitous force looked surprisingly small in the face of all of the larger combat carriers and capital ships of the expeditionary fleet. Yet no one had any doubt that the high-tech frigate was more than capable enough to wipe out or at least inflict severe damage to the collective might of the Golden Skull Alliance. Vase wondered when he would also be able to design and build such an impressive ship. It was likely that reaching Master wouldn't be enough to satisfy all of the requirements. The ubiquitous force was armed warship, and ordinary people weren't allowed to make and utilize those kinds of vessels. Perhaps the only way for him to ignore this rule was to become a star designer. When Vase reached this exalted height, he would no longer be subject to all of the rules. He would get to make them instead. No one would be able to accuse him of being a war criminal if he had become powerful enough to permit all of his own actions. Before he reached this height, Vase still had to pay due respect to Master Willix and the Mech Trade Association. Humanity might be divided, but nobody denied that the Big Two called the shots right now. Disrespecting them was a very bad idea. A large honor guard that consisted of shiny and gleaming bright warriors from the avatars of myth began to flank the ubiquitous force. Even though the MTA frigate was surrounded by several hundred second-class mechs, the vessel showed no indication of distress. The modest-sized vessel adjusted her pace so that she wouldn't overtake the mechs and allowed them to lead her forward. Along the way, different mechs from different mech forces went on display. The mechs of the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan might not possess any intrinsic life, but that did not detract from their solid designs and robust performance. The mechs employed by the Larkinsons were a bit more eccentric. Each of them possessed a distinct charm that became a bit more amplified when they grouped up together. From the ferocious Piranha to the new and relatively unused Eternal Redemption, the Larkinson clan showed that it had full confidence in using the products designed by its patriarch. Even if Vase was still a journeyman who could not match up to seniors and masters in many aspects, his clansmen all embraced the unique advantages he developed. The only mechs that were missing from the lineup were the prime mechs. Vase chose not to show them off in such an ostentatious manner. He was afraid that Master Willix would take an interest in the unending alloy used to clad the mechs. What if she confiscated it all in the name of research? There was no way that Vase would be able to say no to her request. Fortunately, Vase had a good excuse to keep them well away from the visitors. The prime mechs were the current trump cards of the Larkinson clan. The less they showed up in the open, the less his enemies would be prepared to face them in battle. Down in the hangar bay, a procession of Larkinsons had already lined up into precise ranks. Each of them wore their finest dress uniforms. The Larkinsons wanted to present a unified image to the visitors. If their ranks looked too disorderly or heterogeneous, then there was a risk that the incoming guests would think that the clan was sloppy. This was something that Gloriana absolutely couldn't tolerate. Vase, his wife and their cats all lined up as well. Gloriana even decided to eschew her usual dresses and lab outfits for a slim and well-fitting Larkinson uniform. Relax, Gloriana, I think we're trying way too hard this time. Haven't we met with Master Willix in person several times now? This is different, she hissed. The context of this visit is a lot more formal and important than before. We cannot treat a visiting MTA master as if she is an old acquaintance. Besides, we also have to make a good impression on the mech pilots that she will put under your care. You don't want them to look down on our clan, right? She had a point. Vase already tried to anticipate what kind of MTA mech pilots he would have to train. If they were snobby, arrogant brats who thought they could run the show in his fleet, then they had another thing coming. Since Master Willix already granted him permission to deal with them as he liked, he would not go easy on them. Otherwise, Vase might never be able to push them into becoming expert pilots within just 5 measly years. The ubiquitous force did not enter the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentime. It did not dispatch a shuttle either. Instead, a substantial group of individuals spontaneously teleported to an open area of the deck. It only took seconds for the MTA delegation to arrive. Vase only threw a brief glance towards the unmistakable form of Master Willix. He instead gazed at the 20 strangers wearing a varying mixture of neat, civilian outfits. Even though the MTA mech pilots deliberately loosened their demeanors, Vase could definitely sense that they were more than what they appeared. The members of the Big Two possessed an unmistakable sense of confidence and conceit that was rooted in their bones. Just the knowledge that they were a part of one of the most powerful organizations of humanity was enough for them to develop a superior air. 11 men, 9 women, all relatively young and in their prime. As Vase swept them with his spiritual senses, his heart dropped like a rock. "Damn, you're not making this easy, are you?" he muttered. He didn't need to take a closer look. He could already tell that none of the MTA mech pilots possessed spiritual potential. Chapter 3031. Exclusive research. Vase was certain that Master Willix and the rest of her following weren't impressed by the welcoming ceremony organized by the Larkinsons. The second-class mechs fielded by the Larkinsons and their allies probably looked like toys compared to the fancy first-class multi-purpose mechs the mechers usually handled. Indeed, when Vase carefully studied the expressions of the 20 mech pilots that he was supposed to kick into shape, the highly trained men and women did not show any indication of awe. They were professional though. Even if none of them thought much of the space peasants, the MTA mech pilots still acted in a manner befitting a member of one of the greatest authorities in the galaxy. In fact, they didn't actually have to act in such a prim and proper manner anymore. The fact that they had exchanged their MTA uniforms for very ordinary civilian clothing meant that they were not here in an official capacity. They were just a bunch of random civilian mech pilots looking to take part in Ves's special training program. As long as this was the case, Vase didn't have to be afraid of the MTA mech pilots bossing everyone around. Yet just because they were ordered not to kick up a fuss didn't mean they would cooperate with Vase and his fellow Larkinsons without question. These were true favored sons of the galaxy. Anyone who managed to rise up from the ranks of space peasants and managed to join the MTA were all remarkable in their own way. Their egos alone were probably the size of planets. Making these people obey his instructions and respect the instructions of other Larkinsons would not be easy. Vase already thought about this problem beforehand, but he still wasn't certain about his approach. Well, he didn't have to make a decision right away. He still had an opportunity to pump Master Willix for information. Once the initial ceremony had ended, many clansmen retreated from the hangar bay in an orderly manner. The Larkinsons still had jobs to do and it was impossible for them to drop everything and allow the Spirit of Bentime to go out of control due to lack of supervision. Vase and Gloriana led Master Willix and her entourage deeper into the factory ship. They all remained fairly silent and composed until they reached a formal reception compartment on the upper decks. Nobody paid any mind to the various refreshments laid out on the table. The comfortable decor along with the quaint and harmonious decorations did not attract any interest either. The MTA delegation did not come to the Larkinson clan in order to have fun. Everyone was all business. With Lucky and Clixie scurrying off elsewhere and most of the guards left outside the compartments, the guests and their main hosts were finally able to talk without inhibition. "Both of you have progressed substantially." Mazer Willix spoke as her lab-coated form stepped closer and inspected Vase and Gloriana like a teacher. "I was afraid that I would be wasting my time by traveling to your fleet, but the documents you have sent me have intrigued me quite a bit. You, Vase, have especially given me a pleasant surprise. Your research on luminaire crystals has progressed in a completely different direction from one of our own internal research teams." Vase felt uncomfortable by the praise. He wasn't as impressive as she made it sound. He didn't invent anything new or put too much effort into pioneering a new discovery. He merely took advantage of special circumstances to quickly master some of the nuances of luminaire crystals. He knew very well that his ability to perform true and independent research on luminaire crystal technology was actually not that impressive. In light of this circumstance, Vase made sure to understate and simplify his findings in his logs and reports. He didn't want to attract too much attention from the MTA, yet it appeared that Master Willix didn't easily let him off this time. How much did she know? Vase quickly threw a glance at Gloriana, but she only looked incredibly enthused at meeting the female master mech designer again. Ahem. Vase lightly coughed. My discoveries aren't worth noting yet. Though I have found a new way to leverage Luminaire technology, the approach is rather unique to me. Someone without my design philosophy will have a very hard time replicating my methods. Only the Luminaire race can fully exploit their iconic crystal technology. This hasn't changed, and as long as this is the case, even I won't be able to. Is this your opinion? Master Willix slightly frowned. You know, if you submit all of your research to our association, you will be credited with a large amount of MTA merits. It is not impossible for you to earn several million MTA merits if you have truly achieved a breakthrough in Luminaire crystal technology and found new ways to produce vastly more powerful crystals. Do you think I wouldn't be jumping at that opportunity? Alas, my method isn't replicable by others. Only those who share my design philosophy will be able to make the strengthened and more potent crystals that I have been able to create by chance. If you are able to pass on satisfactory findings to me, your innovations will be tied to me as well. As long as your research can contribute new understanding to the vast repository of knowledge of our association, my standing will rise. This is an alternate way for you to assist me in fulfilling my objective. The whole point of Vase taking on these 20 mech pilots was because Master Willix required more clout. Turning the subordinates of current and potential political allies into expert pilots was a considerable favor that could not be repaid so easily. However, the practice of turning mech pilots into expert pilots was so difficult and fraught with uncertainty that Willix definitely wasn't betting on only this solution. She should be engaging in several different endeavors in order to maximize her chances and put herself ahead of the competition. Now that she saw an opportunity to pick up an easy bargain, she didn't want to let this opportunity pass so easily. It was a pity that Vase really couldn't afford to share all of his current findings to Master Willix. Since the mechers refused to pass on their own research on how to make second-class Luminaire crystals to him, then they shouldn't complain when Vase kept hold of the method he developed by himself. My research wouldn't be of use to you. Vase repeated. Didn't you try and fail to replicate my design philosophy? If you can't get past this hurdle, then you don't have the qualifications to make use of my unique method. Master Willix did not look pleased when she heard that. She scrutinized Vase quite carefully with her observant eyes, but she did not pick up anything suspicious. Vase was actually telling the truth this time. He had nothing to hide and he wasn't trying to pull the wool over the master mech designer's eyes. After all, he was the only one who could channel a composite Luminaire spiritual entity. What he said earlier was all true. Only Luminaires were able to draw out the full potential of their tech, and Vase was the only person who was able to channel the illustrious one. Master Willix eventually dropped this inquiry. Very well, I have taken a considerable time out of my busy schedule for several reasons. Before we discuss your expert mech design projects, I'd like to introduce you to these fine ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you can guess who they are, but their original identities are not important to you for the duration of your training task. Just know that all 20 of them must remain incognito. We have prepared suitable false identities for them, so it will not be easy to find out their true identities. Even their names and appearances are different, so don't expect to be able to track them down once they have returned to the association. I see. Master Willix made thorough preparations for this training task. The only reason for the mech pilots to spend time with the Larkinsons was to break through to expert pilot. Once they achieved this goal, they would leave and have no further entanglement with the clan. It seemed that she had been quite wary of the possibility that the Larkinsons might subvert the mech pilots somehow. It would be very bad if they yearned to become a Larkinson after spending years fighting alongside their hosts. I understand your concerns, Vase said. I will do my best to prevent them from becoming exposed, but the mech pilots themselves also have to do their part. Their current demeanor is quite obvious, you know. Only mechers and fleeters have this supremely confident air around them that make it seem that they can even fight against battleships and win. How could a master as observant as Moira Willix not be blind to this? She just shook her head. They are mech pilots, not intelligence operatives. It shouldn't matter too much as long as your clansmen do not actively investigate. Our clan is quite adaptable and tolerant to outsiders. They won't be anything special anymore. After exchanging a few more words, Master Willix gestured towards the 20 mech pilots she brought. From now on, they are under your care. The MTA and I will not intervene in the slightest for the next 5 years. How do you intend to take care of them, Mr. Larkinson? Vase hadn't made a choice, but he couldn't delay any longer. Master Willix obviously wanted to see him take charge in an effective manner. He had to prove to her that he had a solid approach in mind. He slowly stepped forward. His footsteps echoed against the deck. Though he felt a bit nervous to address the MTA mech pilots in Master Willix's presence, it was not a bad idea for her to be present this time. As long as she didn't say anything, he would basically show these skeptical-looking mech pilots that Master Willix fully backed his decisions. As long as he managed to rub some of Willix's authority on himself, it would be much easier for him to command these mechers in the future. After getting a greater sense of the mech pilots he was dealing with, Vase decided on a more moderate approach. He could not treat them too gently for fear of getting stepped upon by their feet. An absence of pressure would also prevent them from stimulating their potential, thereby allowing them to break through their previous shackles. On the other hand, he couldn't treat them too harshly either. No matter what Master Willix promised to him, he was still dealing with elite MTA mech pilots who all possessed much higher standing than a native of the galactic rim like himself. If he truly pissed them off, who knew what they might do if they returned to their old positions? Perhaps they might use their influence to mess with the Larkinsons or employ their relations to have their allies retaliate against the clan instead. No matter what, Vase had to make sure that none of the surviving MTA mech pilots would have any reasons to blame him for all of their future suffering. This was why he settled on a specific moderate approach that would hopefully shove away as much responsibility towards him as possible. As he continued to gaze at these confident and unflinching MTA mech pilots, he felt this was the right way to go about this task. In any case, he wouldn't be holding their hands all the time in the next months and years. He had a lot of elite mech forces under his command, so he intended to let his own men be in charge of their daily training. This was not a mission that he would be able to complete quickly. Vase still had many priorities to deal with, and working on his expert mech design projects took precedence. Chapter 3032, 3 Training Packages. Let me make this clear from the beginning. Vase spoke up, dispelling the cloud of silence that had descended over the reception room. You are part of the best and strongest mech organization of humanity. You are not children, nor do you lack any guidance or training. I am sure that you can pilot far more advanced mechs that can demolish our entire expeditionary fleet. I respect your strength. I respect your qualifications. I respect your luck in being able to get accepted into the MTA. The mech pilots all looked prouder, and for good reason. They were just like Charlotte Hoffmeister. They started off as average 3rd or 2nd class mech pilots from very normal states, but managed to vault straight into heaven. They enjoyed the most effective scientific training methods. They received extremely effective augmentations. Their salaries were paid with MTA credits which possessed a purchasing power that was so great that their parents probably had to work at least 1 billion years in order to earn a comparable amount of money. All of these circumstances and more meant that these young but highly trained MTA mech pilots were anything but inexperienced dummies who didn't know what to do. It would be a great mistake to underestimate their intelligence and wisdom. Since these mechers were so full of themselves, why not play into their common personality trait? At this moment, Vase knew exactly how he should treat these superior mech pilots. A respectful expression appeared on his face. You are all adults and I'm not your nanny. Only your choices and effort will determine whether you are able to transcend your mortality and step on the path to God pilot. The Larkinson clan and I will merely act as your facilitators. While we will assist you in various ways, each of you must keep in mind that true strength can never be borrowed. You have to earn it yourself. Though the MTA mech pilots may not have paid much mind to him before, the words he said just now caused all of them to look thoughtful. Vase inwardly grinned. Even mechers weren't immune to his charm. As long as he was able to pull them into his narrative, he had already grasped the rhythm of controlling them. All he needed to do was to secure his current impression into their minds. He waved his hand, causing projections of all 5 Larkinson expert pilots to appear in front of his audience. Don't look down on our ability to train expert pilots. Our clan is only a couple of years old, but we have already managed to raise 5 genuine expert pilots despite our relative lack of resources and amenities. We also managed to produce 17 more expert candidates, but unfortunately only 11 of them remain alive. He was sure the MTA mech pilots had already done their research, but the information carried more weight this time. His smile turned grim. You can never gain something without taking risks. The greater your ambitions, the greater the hardships that you have to overcome. This is the core principle of the Larkinson clan and also the reason for our success. None of our expert pilots and expert candidates are flowers in a greenhouse. Each of them has thrown themselves in battle against swarms of pirate mechs, actual warships in a hostile force that has brought a superior number of expert mechs. Each time, we were outnumbered and outgunned. Each time, we have lost thousands of good men and women. Yet the survivors among us managed to persevere. The best even managed to thrive. Each of our expert pilots are among these exemplary figures. It was hard for them not to show their admiration towards other expert pilots. It didn't matter if there was a vast difference in identity between them and the Larkinson expert pilots. The latter had reached a height that the vast majority of mech pilots would never be able to reach. To them, the status of becoming a strong and powerful expert pilot was much more desirable than becoming one of an endless amount of mech pilots in the service of a huge but impersonal organization. If they didn't want to become expert pilots so badly, they wouldn't have shown up here today. Master Willix wouldn't be so bored to select mech pilots who lacked the motivation to work hard. None of these mech pilots were anything comparable to the initial version of William or Besh. They possessed both the skill, heart and courage of a true mech pilot. Yet that was not enough for them to fulfill their dreams. Their weak and undeveloped spiritualities were hard limits that would forever block their attempts of separating themselves from the masses. Only through outside help would they be able to break this limit, and Vase just happened to have some ideas on how to approach this problem. The issue was that his methods might be a bit too extreme. He couldn't force these people to take part in his risky and potentially fatal experiments, but he just thought of a good way to persuade them to become his test subjects. Vase clapped his hands, causing the projections to disappear. My clan and I have a proven track record of raising expert pilots and expert candidates. We are so good at it that Master Willix did not hesitate to arrange for you to serve with us for a number of years. Vase boldly invoked Master Willix's name in her presence. The fact that she didn't say anything but merely stayed silent was a powerful message in itself. His credibility directly rose in the eyes of his current audience. That said, I will not presume to dictate your training without input. As I stated earlier, I am not your nanny. You are capable enough to make your own choices in life. It is for this reason that I have prepared 3 different training packages for you. Each of them differ by intensity, expectations and rules. He began to pace from side to side. The least restrictive option is the self-training package. He introduced. He just came up with it, so he didn't have a fancy name to describe it yet. Just as it says, this package will give you a great degree of autonomy while you remain a guest within our clan. If you think you know how to stimulate your potential the best, then you are free to compose your own schedule. We can offer you plenty of specific training activities that can help you improve. For example, you can choose to receive instruction from our expert pilots, or have us prepare one of our special living mechs to complement your training. While our trainers are willing to give you plenty of suggestions, the ultimate choice lies with you and no one else. Choose this package if you want to grasp your own fate. Vase knew that there should be plenty of skeptical and strong-willed mech individuals among the MTA mech pilots. He didn't want to deal with their stubbornness, so he decided to give them a way out and let them sort their situation out by themselves. Of course, the immediate implications of making your own choices and grasping your own fate was that they fully owned the outcome. If they failed to make any progress, then they had no one else to blame but themselves. They chose to go down their path, so there was no reason to put the blame on Vase. The mech pilots all looked thoughtful at this option. Some became more interested than others. Vase carefully recorded their faces. The second option is our voluntary participation package. You won't be able to make a lot of choices as our trainers, and I will expect you to follow the training schedule that we have prepared for you, as well as take part in any battles our clan gets embroiled in. That said, we will not force you to accept all of our suggestions or abide by all of our requests. If you want to say no, then we won't push you. But remember that expert pilots are extraordinary for a reason. If you don't want to follow our arrangements, then that is your choice, but true expert pilots never make excuses for themselves. This was a middle option that Vase probably would have settled upon if he intended to adopt only a single approach. It was a good enough compromise between cooperation and autonomy. His clan would genuinely put the mech pilots through activities that should be helpful, but some of them might not be very pleasant. If the mech pilots wished to skip out on those, then they had the right to do so, but it would be their fault if they happened to miss out on a great opportunity. Vase set it up this way so that he and his clan would not bear much responsibility if their clients failed. They made their own choices, so they should own up to them. Hopefully, the mech pilots who chose this package wouldn't invoke this right too often. I'm sure you can already guess what the third option is all about. The complete dedication package is the most extreme one. Don't pick it unless you have a lot of confidence in our clan's ability to mold you into an incomparable expert pilot. You have to be on board with us 100% for the duration of our most hellish and high-intensity training package. He adopted a bloodthirsty grin that seemed very out of place on someone who was supposed to be a mech designer. I'm sure you know about hell training programs that have high mortality rates but also happen to have the highest conversion ratios of expert pilots out of actual wars. The complete dedication package is similar, though the risks you face may not be as you think. We have our own unique methods to draw out the potential of our mech pilots, but some of them can be very extreme. If you commit to our decisions, then we will not allow you to refuse. You just have to trust us that we want the best for you as well, but I won't lie to you that death or disablement are very real possibilities. For example, one of my earlier successes managed to turn from a cowardly mech pilot into an unshakable expert pilot. All he paid in return was becoming mute. This was a very worthwhile trade-off to mech pilots. The allure of becoming an expert pilot was just that great. In any case, the MTA had many ways to cure this affliction, and it wasn't as if life was unbearable if they lost their voice. As long as they became expert pilots, their voices gained weight no matter how silent they sounded. However, few of the MTA mech pilots looked enthused at this option. Vase was asking a lot from them if they chose the complete dedication package. They had to put their unreserved trust in Vase and the Larkinsons because a lot of things could go very wrong if it turned out their trainers were doing an awful job. Vase waved his hand and divided the area in front of him in 3 different zones. Each zone represented a different choice. It's time to make your choice, but before you do so, let me give you one more rule. Each training package will run for 1 year. No matter which one you choose, you have to stick to it for an entire year even if you regret it the next day. Expert pilots must be decisive, so I expect you to be nothing less. Even if you think you made a grave error, you can still make the best out of your situation as each option is meant to fulfill your dreams one way or another. Now, don't think too much and decide your training package. Vase deliberately limited their thinking time because he wanted to maintain his current rhythm. The MTA mech pilots all had to know that no matter how they spent their next 5 years, the Larkinson Patriarch would always remain in charge. In the end, 9 mech pilots immediately entered the zone that stood for the self-training package. This caused Vase to dismiss them in his mind. These mechers evidently had little faith in his ability to elevate them to the rank of expert pilot. If that was the case, Vase would just throw them to the trainers of his clan and stop paying any further attention to their progress. 7 mech pilots moved over to the middle zone. Vase had a better impression of these mech pilots. Though they did not put all of their trust in the Larkinson clan, they at least showed a willingness to cooperate and follow the schedule set up by the Larkinsons. That left 4 MTA mech pilots who had yet to make a choice. In fact, they were already staring at the last zone. The decision they were about to make wasn't light at all. They knew that once they stepped into this empty zone, they would be handing over their lives to strangers. They never imagined that mechers such as themselves would be put into a position where they had to relinquish all of their power and decisions to an indigenous organization. Vase merely smiled in expectation at them. His twinkling eyes along with his prior words already conveyed what he thought. Expert pilots never hesitated. If they ever wanted to become equals to demigods, could they afford to be any less? In the end, the last 4 MTA mech pilots simultaneously stepped onto the most dangerous zone. Vase openly grinned. The 4 poor sods had consciously chosen to become his year-long test subjects. With Master Willix as a witness, these unwitting fools would never be able to go back. Chapter 3033, Fixer Iron. After the MTA mech pilots had made their choices, Vase recorded their decisions and sent them off. General Verl had already made adequate preparations to receive the new guests and put them through some introductory training sessions and familiarization activities. Vase planned to discuss with Verl on how to flesh out and organize the 3 training packages later. He knew that he only had to give them his general ideas and let the rest of the military wing of the Larkinson clan take care of the implementation. He was a mech designer, not a mech instructor. Turning mech pilots into expert pilots was not his main job. He only planned to spend enough time on them to further his studies on spiritual engineering and to prevent the mechers from feeling neglected. In any case, he had 5 years to produce solid results. This was plenty of time for Vase to find ways to solve their spiritual potential inadequacies and help them stimulate their potential. If Vase failed to produce any positive results after a year of laid-back instruction, then he would consider upping the intensity and encouraging more MTA mech pilots to choose the more intensive packages. A number of clansmen soon arrived and took the MTA mech pilots away. Meanwhile, Vase and Gloriana guided Master Willix over to the design lab. Every assistant mech designer was present in the main lab. They all stood at attention even before Master Willix entered the compartment. Kedis and Juliet stood in front. Both of them maintained their cool and did not lose control just because they were in the presence of a great mech designer. Master Willix briefly swept her gaze over the assistants. Your manpower here is insufficient. We didn't have any good opportunities to expand our design teams lately, ma'am. Vase excused. You should address this shortcoming soon. The Crown Uprising has already uprooted a decent number of mech companies. There are more mech designers on the job market than before, so it should not be a challenge for you to recruit an extra 100 apprentices. The mech designers from most second-rate states in the Winged Serenade star sector are quite decent. I will consider stopping by to pick up a batch of recruits. Don't delay too long. The higher you set your goals, the greater the need for rigor. You cannot handle every little task yourself no matter how many augmentations you have. Both Vase and Gloriana nodded in acceptance. Well, let us discuss the projects in more detail. I have brought some interesting resonating exotics that can drastically change the fighting approach of the upcoming expert mechs. The journeyman as well as Master Willix entered a secure meeting room. Once they took their seats, Gloriana began to present a quick summary and status update on the 5 expert mech design projects. Master Willix was already familiar with most of the contents, but the presentation still set the stage for their upcoming discussion. Thank you, Miss Woden. I am pleased to hear that you are not satisfied with the current state of the draft designs and are still working hard to improve them. If the new luminaire crystals live up to their promises, then I agree that they can add a substantial degree of power and versatility to the expert mechs armed with ranged weapons. I do caution you not to put all of your stock in proven and experimental technology, though. You must at least perform rigorous tests on the performance of different improved luminaire crystals in order to verify whether they can endure the stresses of high-level combat. I will task a design team to perform this study. Gloriana quickly promised. This was one of the many instances where assistants could take off a burden off the shoulders of the lead designers. Any recent science or engineering graduate could perform these basic tests as long as Vase prepared the test crystals. After Master Willix pointed out a few other details about the expert mech designs, the discussion soon turned to the most important item on the agenda. As promised, I have brought a number of key resonating materials that will complement all 5 expert mechs under development. Not all of them are equal, and not all of them are my first choice, but they will all define your expert mechs for years to come once they are completed. Master Willix brought 2 resonating materials per expert mech. Gloriana had been looking forward to receiving them for a long while. She had already discussed extensively with the Great Master on what kind of resonating abilities their expert mechs should acquire. While Gloriana and the others had plenty of ideas, it was useless to develop them any further when they weren't sure they would be able to get their hands on the right materials. Though Gloriana and the Larkinson clan did their best to procure the resonating exotics they needed, they only managed to satisfy their low-end needs. They weren't powerful enough to gain access to the more expensive and exclusive exotics. The quality of the expert mechs they were designing would have ended up a lot lower if Master Willix didn't come to the rescue. Vase sat up a bit straighter in his chair as the MTA Master started off with his favorite project. Let us begin with the Chimera project. This is the most unfocused expert mech design of the 5, so it is not clear which of its aspects should be strengthened. Whether it is defense, offense, mobility or utility, this hero mech will benefit regardless of how it is augmented with resonance abilities. An abundance of choice can often lead to no choices at all. This is why I am glad that you have still been able to choose your preferences for this project. Both Vase and Gloriana held long discussions on what kind of resonance abilities they should aim to impart in the Chimera project. They eventually managed to settle their differences, which gave Master Willix a solid direction on what to choose. The MTA mech designer introduced the first key resonating exotic for the Chimera project by projecting a mineral in front of the faces of the lead designers. Mr. Larkinson, you are familiar with Rorich's bone, are you not? She asked. Yes, ma'am. I have plenty of personal experiences with Rorich's bone. He replied. Is this resonating exotic related to it in any way? It's not how you think. Rorich's bone is called this way because there are signs that it is derived from organic matter. Fixer iron is an old and well-known metallic exotic that has definite inorganic origins. Vase frowned a bit when he heard this. He always liked Rorich's bone for its seemingly magical regeneration properties. The fact that it had organic origins only increased his opinion about this material. If possible, he wanted Master Willix to provide him with a resonating version of Rorich's bone. Whether it was actually related to Rorich's bone or not didn't matter. What Vase prized was the regeneration property and the organic connection. Fixer iron doesn't sound very sophisticated, ma'am, he commented. Willix lightly shrugged. Most old exotics that humanity has discovered in the early days of our ascension into the stars bear simple names. The material scientists back then did not put much thought behind the implications of their individual naming preferences. That is why a lot of metallic exotics bear the word iron in their name. It didn't help that fixer iron's effects weren't entirely clear before the advent of expert mechs. Does that mean that fixer iron will not perform as well as the alternatives? She shook her head. Far from it. Fixer iron is a staple solution for second-class expert mechs that require battlefield regeneration capabilities. It may not be the most optimal or efficient resonating exotic for the purpose, but it is one of the more widely available resonating exotics. We have substantial stockpiles of this resonating exotic in almost every sector headquarters of our association. Master Willix subsequently elaborated by mentioning some key properties while projecting a table that listed all of the relevant data that Vase needed. He had to admit that fixer iron was quite a practical choice. While it was definitely a strategic material that couldn't easily be found on the market, it was still widespread enough for the MTA to not care if Master Willix took out enough material to satisfy the needs of a single expert mech. So what can fixer iron bring to the Chimera project? Vase pressed. Also, what makes it different from Rorich's bone? Rorich's bone is not a resonating exotic. It works passively by absorbing any heat and ambient energy around it before converting it into matter that conforms to the structure of the objects and components around the exotic. Fixer iron can achieve the same effect, but will only perform it when influenced by a compatible resonance source. Venerable Joshua Larkinson happens to react well to fixer iron and vice versa. I see. Essentially, fixer iron was an active and more potent version of Rorich's bone. Whereas the latter only worked at a slow pace, the resonating exotic that Master Willix had brought could restore heavy damage within a dozen seconds. Of course, the downside of this was that the expert pilot had to actively cooperate and expend his strength in order to sustain the energy-intensive regeneration process. It couldn't regenerate a damaged mech, for free, as it were. This meant that each time Venerable Joshua wanted to repair any battle damage, he would have to pause all other combat actions in order to fix his expert mech. This did not sound ideal. How long can a typical expert pilot regenerate his mech using this resonating exotic? That depends. There are too many variables at play here. I don't need to remind you of that. In my estimation, the current direction of the Chimera project should allow it to regenerate enough battle damage to shatter it entirely twice over. What? That much? Vase reacted with surprise. This is why fixer iron is popular among many expert mechs, Mr. Larkinson. While it is theoretically possible for this material to restore so much damage, the expert pilot will have to expend much if not all of his energy to do so. Don't put too much stock in this material until Venerable Joshua Larkinson has increased his resonance strength. We will pay attention to your advice, Master. Gloriana seriously said. Willix briefly showed them a projection on where she could best integrate fixer iron in order to provide the most comprehensive active regeneration capabilities. Fixer iron is an exotic that works best with components in close proximity. She explained. Also, it can only restore components that are within reach. If an enemy ever manages to sever a section which integrates a large amount of fixer iron, then the damaged mech in question will not be able to regenerate anything because the severed piece is no longer attached. This was why it was best to integrate fixer iron within the torso of a mech. Nowhere was safer than there. By ensuring that the enemy wouldn't easily be able to pry away the fixer iron that kept the Chimera project alive in battle, the latter would always be able to get back to optimal condition. All in all, Vase was generally satisfied with the first resonating exotic that Willix introduced. Fixer iron might not sound glamorous, but its effects were very solid. Willix introduced the second exotic that she prepared. You have conceived the Chimera project as a troubleshooter and a highly versatile combat problem. In this capacity, the expert mech has more than enough defenses to fulfill this role. You still need to increase its offensive power. Regular attacks will not allow it to defeat expert mechs fast enough. This was true. Expert mechs were darn tough. It took powerful attacks to wear out their defenses over time. Vase wondered what kind of solution that Willix was about to present. Would she whip up a resonating exotic that could augment the Chimera project's melee or ranged capabilities? Chapter 3034, Iridescent Mercury. The Chimera project's main theme centered around adaptability and versatility. It did not explicitly aim to be the best at anything. However, it would be nice if it was able to excel at something. Increasing its damage-absorbing capabilities by pairing it up with fixer iron was a good choice. Though the resonating exotic did not excite Vase and Gloriana all that much, it paired well with Venerable Joshua's domain and was easy to integrate in his upcoming expert mech. Increasing its defenses was not enough, though. An expert mech almost always needed offensive enhancements as well. It was a waste of an expert mech and expert pilot if their vast potential wasn't channeled into an offensive direction. Master Willix did not immediately reveal her selection for offense-oriented resonating exotic. She merely smiled and asked a question. How do you envision the Chimera project on the battlefield? What kind of role should Venerable Joshua adopt? Vase thought long and hard about these questions, and so did Gloriana. While their views diverged from each other, they still found a lot of common ground. Since Vase was more passionate about Venerable Joshua's expert mech than his wife, he decided to answer this question. Venerable Joshua is a versatile mech pilot, ma'am. When paired with a versatile mech, he can function as a troubleshooter. In other words, he can shore up any weaknesses in our lineup, rescue any troubled units, or add some extra strength to any important actions we might attempt on the battlefield. What should he and his expert mech excel at aside from the basics you have mentioned? Think beyond the technical and think strategically instead. Master Willix was obviously hinting at something greater. When Vase did as he was told and pulled back his perspective, he envisioned a large battlefield in space where thousands if not tens of thousands of mechs grinded against each other. The greater the amount of mechs, the greater the amount of confusion. The role of individual mechs and mech pilots became smaller, and even expert mechs would find it hard to change the overall strategic outlook of a huge battle. However, was this really the case? A few thoughts flashed through his mind. He had become involved in many instances where a single individual managed to change the course of a major battle. Outside of rare and unpredictable breakthroughs, the role of leaders gained more weight as battles grew larger. This was something that was becoming more and more relevant to the Larkinson clan as its mech forces expanded into the thousands. At this scale, the qualities of regular fighters became less impactful, but the qualities of the senior officers became more pivotal. A good commander was able to stabilize a battle line that was under heavy assault. A poor commander could easily cause it to collapse ahead of time. The role of higher-ranking leaders such as Vase and General Verl became even more evident. Though most of their influence affected the military wing of the Larkinson clan when it was out of combat, they still performed essential functions during a battle. Whether it was boosting morale, issuing broad commands, responding to enemy maneuvers and so on, the mech pilots of the Larkinson clan all looked up to their leaders for hope, instruction and more. It was as if a mech suddenly turned online in his mind. The hint provided by Master Willix allowed Vase to recognize the most suitable role for Venerable Joshua. Venerable Joshua has always been the most likable expert pilot in our current roster. He noted, he doesn't possess any significant leadership qualities, but he is able to befriend everyone regardless of their individual beliefs. From the Penitent Sisters to the Ilvanans, Joshua has earned great respect from all of them due to his amiability and ability to pilot their signature mechs. He is the standard bearer of the Larkinson clan. He could already picture how Venerable Joshua made his mark on the battlefield. His large, imposing mech would shine bright and deliberately attract attention. Whether it stayed in the rear and launched precision attacks on critical enemy machines or charged forward in order to lead an assault, all of his actions would be magnified to those who were able to view or track his actions. While any other expert mech could fulfill this role as well, none of them were quite as suitable. The Bulwark project was too slow and would only be able to provide encouragement from the rear. The Sentry project was too passive and did not fight in an ostentatious manner. The Disruptor project was too fleeting and functioned best when operating far from other friendly units. The Decapitator project and Vanguard project were too offense-oriented and lacked broad appeal. Compared to all of these choices, only the Chimera project possessed the balance and versatility to function well in any place on the battlefield. You understand now, do you, Master? Willix smiled. Vase took a deep breath. I do. We chose to design a hero mech for Venerable Joshua in order to make the best use out of his broad skill set. Yet we did not think sufficiently about what kind of role that he and his expert mech could really play. I get it now. Hero mechs might not be the most efficient or effective mech type we could choose from, but it is the iconic kind of mech to inspire other soldiers in battle. Hero mechs were called this way for a reason. Vase had explored this mech type extensively in the past. From the Ouroboros to the Transcendent Messenger, the few hero mechs that Vase designed had all become iconic standard bearers whose symbolic value surpassed their combat value. Adding such an expert mech to the Larkinson clan's lineup made a lot of sense as well. One of the core doctrines was psychological warfare. According to this school of thought, the Larkinsons should do their best to increase their own morale while damaging the morale of their opponents. Venerable Joshua and his hero expert mech were very well suited to accomplish both objectives. As Vase thought about orienting the Chimera project in this direction, Gloriana began to frown. Master Willix, what does this have to do with the second resonating exotic that you have selected for the Chimera project? Did you select something that isn't capable of enhancing the offensive power of this expert mech? There are many solutions to increase the attack power of your expert pilot, Miss Woden. The selection of enhancing options should fit the role and needs of the expert mech, not the other way around. I have vast experience in judging and determining the roles of expert mechs. In my judgment, the Decapitator project, Vanguard project and Sentry project can already provide you with strong attacks. Instead of trying to force the Chimera project to keep up in an area it doesn't excel at, it is much more fitting to enhance one of its strong points. The master mech designer no longer kept everyone in suspense. She switched the projection to display a light and delicate-looking substance. This is iridescent mercury. It is a mercury-like exotic that is fairly rare but does not see much use as a resonating exotic. Why is that, ma'am? Its perceived combat value is too low in the eyes of most people. Willix simply responded, this is because it doesn't directly enhance any solid combat parameters. When an expert pilot resonates with an expert mech that is laced with iridescent mercury, it becomes more noticeable and harder to ignore. This sounded quite useful, but there had to be a downside to it, or else Master Willix wouldn't have mentioned that it was rarely used. What's the catch? Its compatibility with other resonating exotics is not good, she said. One of the reasons why Fixer Iron is stocked in every star sector is because it has low resonance interference. It either plays well or does not inhibit the performance of other resonating exotics. In comparison, iridescent mercury is a lot more difficult to pair with other materials. If you commit to using this resonating exotic, you will have to forego many other powerful alternatives. You can only add weaker resonating exotics or none at all when you make use of this special material. What Master Willix basically stated was that committing to the use of iridescent mercury came at a heavy price. Vase and Gloriana might have to settle with passing on the possibility of integrating a very powerful attack ability for the Chimera project. Suffice to say, Gloriana did not react well to this choice. Even though she respected Master Willix, that did not mean she blindly followed suit. As a classically educated mech designer who attended one of the best universities of the hegemony, she was trained to form her own opinions even in the face of great authority figures. I do not doubt that iridescent mercury can add a useful function to the Chimera project, Master Willix. However, it does not align with the expert mech's fundamental purpose. What we need the most are solutions against other expert mechs. The Komodo War as well as the Battle of Reckoning that we barely won has both showcased how disadvantageous it is to fight with less expert mechs than the enemy. We are confident that our regular forces can defeat the enemy's regular troops, so we do not particularly need to amplify the Chimera project's ability to affect this lower-level struggle. What we truly need is to guarantee our chances against enemy expert mechs. Did I say that iridescent mercury is irrelevant in expert mech duels? Huh, both Gloriana and Vase looked nonplussed. Master Willix let out a coy smile. I may have been too busy to perform much research in your husband's design philosophy, but I did discover some notable interactions. Iridescent mercury's main effect is rather limited under ordinary circumstances. However, According to my tests and calculations, it has a complementary effect towards glows. If my theories are correct, it can drastically extend the effective range of the Chimera Project's glow to encompass several large formations. What kind of range are we talking about? Vase cautiously asked. Kilometers. Maybe tens of kilometers. That much. The effective range of an ordinary glow was much less. Unless Vase did something special like with the Valkyrie Redeemer, the glows of all of his mechs were only effective at melee range. If iridescent mercury could truly extend the range of a glow, then the significance of the Chimera Project would drastically increase. Vase was already starting to think if it was possible to debilitate thousands of mech pilots at once by integrating the glow of the ferocious piranha in this new superglow machine. Don't get too excited, Mr. Larkinson. My tests also show that the strength of the glow will substantially drop past its usual range. Damn, Vase cursed. While I admit that extending the range of glow to this extent can still be useful, at best it will free more of our regular mechs. Gloriana said, there is a second benefit to iridescent mercury that I have not mentioned yet. While it will weaken the strength of a glow past its normal range, it does the inverse at closer distances. At close distances, I predict that it can strengthen a glow beyond its usual level, even to the point of affecting an enemy expert pilot. What, are you sure about that, ma'am? While Gloriana looked suitably astonished, only Vase knew full well what this possibility implied. A glow that was strong enough to affect the rock-hard mental defenses of an expert pilot was absolutely remarkable. It could definitely swing the outcome of group battles between expert mechs, as this advantage was not limited to affecting just a single individual. Vase finally understood why Master Willix was willing to forego other powerful enhancements in order to settle for iridescent mercury. This resonating exotics effect was absolutely remarkable and one that synergized very well with both Venerable Joshua and the Chimera Project. Chapter 3035. Resonating Alloys. Chapter 3035. Resonating Alloys. From an objective standpoint, the known effects of iridescent mercury were rather marginal and niche. It saw minor use in certain expert mechs piloted by notable leaders and commanders. Yet the allure of using other resonating exotics that improved a concrete combat-related priority was too great. Few expert pilots and mech designers valued the effects of iridescent mercury over the alternatives. The situation was different here. Iridescent mercury happened to resonate quite well with Venerable Joshua. This allowed him to derive greater value from this material than many other mech pilots. What actually stole the show was Master Willix's unexpected discovery that iridescent mercury possessed highly complementary effects towards glows. She even presented a bold theory that explained why this might be the case. If you think about it, iridescent mercury seems almost useless in any other circumstance. I suspect the overall function of this resonating exotic is centered around amplifying mental effects. This is why this material can make expert mechs command more attention. However, when it is paired with a mech designed with a glow, Vase naturally understood the conclusion that Master Willix was hinting at. Everyone else can't make the best use of iridescent mercury. Since they mainly amplify the expert pilot's inherent presence in those cases, much of the potential of this material is wasted. When paired with one of my own mechs, the resonating exotic can affect more factors. This results in a direct strengthening of one of the greatest advantages of my design philosophy. Iridescent mercury had just entered into his crosshairs. Though Master Willix had cautioned Vase that her judgment was largely based on assumptions rather than solid proof, she was not the sort of mech designer who made spurious guesses. If she was willing to mention this material to Vase and Gloriana, then she must have great assurances that it lived up to its promises. Though the Larkinsons still had to perform follow-up studies on iridescent mercury in order to know for certain that it could play a major role in enhancing the Chimera Project's importance, as long as it was viable, Vase was very willing to adopt it even to the exclusion of other powerful alternatives. Master Willix spent the next 5 minutes explaining some of the specifics of using iridescent mercury. The good news was that it did not interfere with the effects of fixer iron. A lot of other weaker resonating exotics would either not be impacted or be subjected to just a minor drop in effectiveness. The bad news was that it truly left Vase and Gloriana with too few options to strengthen the Chimera Project in other ways. You are better off not integrating a third powerful resonance ability to this mech. Master Willix advised. The materials that you can still squeeze in this expert mech are either unattainable or not suitable for this particular mech design. Vase and Gloriana shared a heavy glance. We'll just settle on incorporating lesser amplifiers into the weapon systems of the Chimera Project. Vase spoke his thoughts. His wife slowly nodded. Though this did not fall in line with her original ideas, the option presented by Master Willix made too much sense. As a mech designer who was sensitive towards fit and synergy, she could not deny the huge value of iridescent mercury to the Chimera project. The meeting soon moved on after determining the main resonating abilities of the Chimera project. While this did not exclude the addition of other useful resonance functions, they would most definitely lack the impact of the Chimera project's rapid self-repair and glow amplification capabilities. The Vanguard project is much more straightforward. Master Willix addressed a different project. Since it is based around a simple concept, there is no need for us to overcomplicate its resonance abilities. As an assault expert mech that is meant to resist tough opponents, it can better fulfill its role by amplifying both its defense and offense. She quickly presented two decent but suitable resonating exotics that happened to be compatible with Venerable Rosa Orphan. Surprisingly, Venerable Orphan is actually compatible with a decent range of defense-oriented materials. That is quite uncommon to see in an expert pilot that excels in piloting offensive mechs. This did not surprise Vase that much. Venerable Orphan possessed an undeniable connection to xianxia. In fact, now that he thought about it, xianxia's method of bonding with chosen humans was actually a more primitive but also intimate version of his spiritual networks. A projection of a rather dull and solid-looking metal appeared in front of the mech designers. BSN-17A is a different resonating material from the ones that I have introduced before. Willix spoke. Fixer iron and iridescent mercury are both naturally occurring materials. Ores containing them only have to undergo light processing in order to obtain usable quantities. BSN-17A is different in that it is an alloy that blends several different weaker resonating exotics in order to achieve a stronger effect. The journeymen of the Larkinson clan were no strangers to alloys, but it was rare to encounter one that was still able to interact with expert pilots. What does BSN-17A do, ma'am? Vase asked. It enhances the defenses of a mech by forming a thin but highly resilient energy barrier just above the surface of an expert mech. Isn't that a resonance shield? This is different. Willix shook her head. The coverage area and working principles are different. Ordinary resonance shields extend at least several meters from the upper surface of an expert mech. The barrier formed by BSN-17A only hovers a couple of centimeters above the contours of a frame. The efficiency and resistance of this active ability are quite good. Best of all, the BSN barrier can be stacked with an ordinary resonance shield. This allows the expert mech to brace itself against a very powerful strike such as the charge of a Lancer mech. While this was doubtlessly a useful effect, Vase felt it was a bit boring. There wasn't anything special to BSN-17A aside from passively increasing an expert mech's resistance against various interference effects. Unfortunately, that also caused the resonating alloy to interfere with plenty of other resonating materials. Master Willix did manage to find another suitable resonating exotic that did not interfere with BSN-17A. Pierotis is a rather common resonating exotic that matches well with the role of the Vanguard project. It can amplify physical damage by amplifying the momentum driving a weapon forward. It is most often used in expert Lancer mechs, but it can also be useful for the Vanguard project. Vase adopted a strange expression. Who the hell came up with this awful name? Some boy named Piero most likely. Gloriana guessed. The name was much less important than the effects. Passively, Pierotis substantially increased the resilience of a weapon, allowing it to withstand much more punishment. When an expert pilot resonated with it, Pierotis somehow increased the force behind the weapon in a way that allowed it to strike harder. No matter whether the expert mech was charging at high speeds or simply thrusting its weapon forward, Pierotis directly amplified the attack. The major downside of this resonating exotic was that it was very hard to show its full potential in static combat scenarios. The less the Vanguard project was able to move, the lower the amplification factor of Pierotis. Fortunately, this was not a big deal in spaceborne combat. The void of open space was so big and empty that it was virtually impossible to pin a mech to a single coordinate on the battlefield. It's not an ideal fit for a spearman mech, but Venerable Orphan resonates strongly with this material. Vase noted as he skimmed through the data. There were few resonating exotics that could provide a stronger offensive enhancement to an expert mech while also remaining compatible with the expert pilot. When Master Willix moved on to the Decapitator project, she reused a material she mentioned before. Just like Venerable Orphan, Venerable Dice is also compatible with a range of defensive resonating materials. There should not be any problem with integrating BSN-17A to this expert swordsman mech as well. Are there any other good reasons to opt for BSN-17A again, Master Willix? Gloriana asked. BSN-17A is a favored defensive material for offensive mechs because you do not need to integrate many tons of it into their frames. Just a moderate amount is enough for it to reach optimum performance. What about piling more BSN-17A onto an expert mech? Vase curiously wondered. I bet Venerable Janzi is compatible with this resonating exotic as well. Is it possible for her expert mech to use 3 times as much BSN-17A than the other expert mechs? It won't be as usable anymore, Mr. Larkinson. The defensive attributes of the thin BSN barrier will increase, but the strain on the expert pilot rises too quickly. An expert mech with such an excessively strengthened barrier will not be able to maintain its enhanced defenses for long. I see. That made sense. BSN-17A may have been deliberately designed to complement offensive expert mechs. Willix chose a different offensive material for the Decapitator project. She sent a brief glance over to Kedis. I think you will be happy with the resonating exotic that I have found for our expert swordsman mech. Bisonot is a rather scarce resonating exotic that can directly amplify the cutting power of a sharp or bladed weapon. I imagine it will complement your design philosophy quite nicely, Miss Kedis. The swordmaster's eyes shone when she heard that. Kedis was definitely interested in trying to superimpose the effects of Bisonot with her own specialty. What are the downsides of Bisonot? Vase asked in a critical tone. It is rarer than Pierotis and can cost you a hefty sum. It has a medium interference factor and there is not much room for other options when you use it in a bladed weapon. Its resonance effect is also more strenuous to maintain, so Venerable Dice must use it sparingly unless she must truly use its power to cut through a resilient opponent. Though none of this sounded nice, the trade-offs were worth it. Bisonot's cutting power amplification was substantial. It worked best against solid matter such as resilient armor plating but did not provide a lot of advantages against resonance shields and other energy barriers. All in all, Bisonot was a good choice for the Decapitator project. The whole point of the expert swordsman mech was to provide the Larkinson clan with a solution against more powerful or heavily armored targets. After a short discussion on how Bisonot should be integrated into the mech sword of a swordsman mech, Master Willix quickly moved on to her choices of the Disruptor project. One of the greatest challenges to matching resonating materials with expert light mechs is that you cannot use those that are too heavy or take up too much space. This rules out many exotics that have to be used in greater quantities in order to justify their inclusion. So we can only use lighter resonating exotics. Not quite. You can use dense and heavy ones as well as long as their potency is high enough that you can already obtain a usable result by using just a small amount of it. The problem is that this is a universally desired quality, so lighter and more potent resonating exotics are difficult to procure. Fortunately, the MTA was so wealthy and powerful that these material constraints did not hinder it from stockpiling such valuable materials. The Disruptor project's greatest strength is its evasion capabilities. Since this trait plays such a key role in its performance, I have carefully sought a resonating exotic that can strengthen it while at the same time meet all of the other requirements. The projection changed to show off a bar of metal alloy with a blue sheen. This is perfidious steel. As its name suggests, it is another resonating alloy. What is its effect? It makes an expert mech more perfidious. Master Willix straightforwardly answered. Chapter 3036. Perfidious Steel. Chapter 3036. Perfidious Steel. When Vase implanted the Archimedes ruble in his mind, it didn't take long for him to load it up with a large database of information that might become relevant at some point in the future. This was one of those days. Vase quickly accessed the latest edition of the Standard Language Dictionary and looked up the definition of a word that he had almost never encountered in his life: perfidious, deceitful and untrustworthy. While this dictionary definition clarified the meaning of the word, it did not dispel his confusion. What did deceit have to do with expert mechs? What the hell did perfidious steel have to do with expert light mechs? Master Willix looked amused at the confusion she managed to generate among the journeymen. She did not leave them guessing for long, though. Perfidious steel is the product of an accident. It is an unintentional invention of a company that is dedicated to developing new resonating alloys. While the material does not meet the original goals of the company, its effects are still useful enough to be put on the market. What does perfidious steel do, ma'am? Vase practically begged. This is not easy to explain. The physics and theory is beyond your level, but to put it simply, it can cause a mismatch between the perceived and actual coordinates of an expert mech. That barely offered any clarification to Vase and his fellow journeyman. Master Willix shook her head in disappointment. As mech designers and engineers, you should be familiar with the phenomenon known as refraction. She raised her hand, causing the active projection to switch from showing off a material to a very simple example of refraction. The projection showed off a very simple pool of water with a wooden rod sticking out of the surface. The most notable part about this image was that the angle of the stick above the water did not match the angle of the stick below the surface. Even though the rod was clearly a single, straight piece, the presence of water caused the observer to have the illusion that they were laying eyes on a crooked stick. The concept of refraction is simple to understand in this example. Master Willix adopted the guise of a high school physics teacher. The refractive index of air and water do not match. This means that any light that travels through these mediums actually differs. It also causes the light to bend at an angle when it passes through another material. This was all basic knowledge that any mech designer should have mastered long ago. It was also highly relevant to Vase and anyone who worked on laser weapons. Master Willix waved her hand, causing the simple example to make way for an actual clip of an expert light skirmisher that incorporated perfidious steel. Watch carefully. The expert light mech appeared to be charging towards a distant enemy fleet. Doing so by itself was quite perilous as it was difficult for it to dodge every attack. In order to evade incoming attacks, the expert mech had to dodge in a limited amount of directions, namely up, down, left or right. This was a problem because the light mech had to invest a lot of effort into traveling straight ahead in order to reach its target and fulfill its primary goal. These two priorities conflicted with each other. If the light mech wanted to maximize its dodging chances, then it should direct all of its efforts into dodging side to side or up and down. If the light mech wanted to get anywhere fast enough, then it had to travel forward. Focusing on one directly detracted from the other. A light mech could not simultaneously do well in both without paying an unacceptable price. Though the Disruptor project was a bit better off in this regard due to its plethora of boosters, it did not carry enough booster fuel to keep this pattern up for long. The light expert mech therefore needed another solution in order to ensure that it would be able to reach its targets quickly while still retaining enough combat effectiveness to complete its mission. This was why the archival footage presented Vase with a remarkable sight. Numerous laser beams attempted to strike the approaching expert light mech. Though the mech attempted to perform some lateral movements in order to prevent the enemy from piling up a lot of precise attacks onto its frame, there were just too many attacks. Yet, when the laser beams struck the shape of the expert mech, they went right through as if it was just a projection. Is the real mech under stealth? No, there are no stealth systems on this expert mech. That would compromise its defensive capabilities too much. When the footage continued to roll, Vase eventually noticed that some beams hit the mech. The strange part was that the beam that hit the mark had actually missed the illusion by tens of meters. Yet when the laser beam hit the real expert mech, the damage was reflected on the illusion. It was as if there was some kind of strange dislocation of space that caused the actual coordinates and perceived coordinates of the light mech to diverge. I get it now. Vase spoke. Perfidious steel acts on the observers, is that correct? Is it effective against just humans or can it also fool artificial systems? Both. It distorts perspective. The best part about this material is that it works on more than just visible light. No matter whether you are scanning for heat, mass, air displacement and so on, they will all point to a different coordinate than where the mech is actually positioned. That's incredibly useful. Gloriana gasped. Vase shared her shock. How come he never heard of this material? Perfidious steel should be integrated in every expert light mech if it possesses such an incredibly useful effect. However, there were always downsides. I wouldn't get excited too soon. Master Willix spoke in a calm tone. There are several major downsides to perfidious steel. First, it is an obscure product with low availability. Second, its resonance interference is high, which means that you must forego many other resonating exotics. Third, it is highly effective at longer ranges but is of limited use at shorter ranges. In melee combat, the degree of distortion can only amount to a few meters or less. The last point was especially painful. While it was just enough to allow the expert mech to slip attacks through an enemy's guard, it would not play a significant role in preventing attacks from landing on the machine. Still, Vase was quite satisfied with what perfidious steel had to offer. He did not forget about the superb armor system of the Disruptor project. With a frame clad with unending alloy, Venerable Tusa didn't have to worry about his expert mech falling apart anytime soon. Gloriana made the same realization. With perfidious steel, the Disruptor project will effectively be able to function as a defensive mech. Evasion was another form of defense. Though it was not as simple and direct as resisting attacks with armor, if the Disruptor project could attract a lot of firepower for a long period of time, then it could directly alleviate a lot of pressure elsewhere. Although it sounded stupid for enemies to focus a lot of firepower on a highly evasive machine, sometimes they had no choice. If the Disruptor project unflinchingly penetrated enemy lines and surged towards the more vulnerable portions of an enemy fleet, then the expert mech had to be stopped. Vase looked at Master Willix with a lot of appreciation. Even with all of its downsides, Perfidious steel fit perfectly with the Disruptor project. In fact, using this material would definitely turn Venerable Tus's expert mech into a nemesis against hostile ranged expert mechs. The second key resonating exotic for the Disruptor project was much less exciting in comparison. Due to the fickle nature of Perfidious steel, there were few options left. Since Perfidious steel must be integrated into the frame of the expert mech, it is best to push the other key resonating material onto an external component. The Disruptor project's daggers will suffice. We can apply Bisonot to its blades as well in order to ensure that the light mech can pierce through better protected parts. Vase frowned a bit. Why Bisonot? Shouldn't Pierotis be a better choice? Light mechs move around a lot. Their high acceleration makes it easy for them to build up momentum. If they can initiate a charge, they can inflict heavy damage on an enemy mech's resonance shield. You make a valid argument, but in most cases resonance shields are not that difficult to break with regular resonance-empowered attacks. It is breaking past solid high-quality armor systems that is more challenging. The Disruptor project doesn't have the staying power to get entangled in longer duels. It must assassinate its target quickly. I see. He still felt that Pierotis was a better choice, but Bisonot was not a bad choice. Combining its properties with Katiz's design philosophy would produce remarkable results. The discussion soon moved on to the resonating exotics chosen for the fifth expert mech design. The Sentry project is different from the other expert mechs. Master Willix stated, it is an expert mech that is dedicated to long-range precision marksmanship. The design choices that you have made so far have all been geared towards maximizing its long-range lethality at the cost of diminishing its close-ranged combat capabilities. I must say that you are very brave for doing so. Venerable Davia Stark must trust you to a great degree to design such a one-dimensional rifleman mech. Vase merely shrugged. She can count on other Larkinsons to shield her against incoming attackers. I respect your design choices. Whether I agree with them is not in consideration. The MTA Master affirmed. In any case, I have chosen to bring two resonating exotics that can complement its strengths rather than shore up its weaknesses. The projection showed a ranged expert mech that fired repeated energy beams. The most notable part about this display was that as some of the beams propagated further, they began to bend at angles up to 30 or even 40 degrees. This allowed the ranged expert mech to deal damage to targets that didn't expect to get hit at angles that didn't completely block the incoming energy attack. This is an effect that your strange luminaire crystals haven't displayed yet. Master Willix smiled. Opticonium is a rarely seen resonating alloy that can bend the trajectory of energy attacks. The theoretical maximum is 45 degrees, but the strain on the expert pilot is too great. This resonating alloy is much more efficient when it is used to bend trajectories to a smaller degree. You can still hit targets without warning at very long ranges. Vase didn't see how that could be useful. He was much more interested in the possibilities enabled by bending attacks around solid obstacles such as shields or ship hulls. Bypassing enemy defenses should be the greatest use of this resonating alloy, correct? Master Willix nodded. That is indeed the original purpose for this product. Though the degree of bending is not too extreme, angles of 30 and 40% is already enough to slip attacks around a corner, as it were. It is especially effective if the Sentry project has already positioned itself at an angle from an enemy force to begin with. It will allow the expert rifleman mech to be able to deal effective damage against an enemy force without needing to fly too far away from the main body of friendly mechs. Vase deeply appreciated the tactical possibilities opened up by Opticonium. Though he wanted to strangle whoever invented such a stupid name for such a fantastic resonating alloy, that did not stop him from wondering how Venerable Stark could frustrate a lot of enemies. Opticonium was apparently a rarer and less accessible product than the other resonating materials that Master Willix had mentioned. However, a rifle only needed to integrate tens of kilograms of this alloy in order to produce an effective result. The Sentry project would definitely turn into a confounding sniper when paired with this resonating alloy. Chapter 3037, GT535. This was the first time that Vase truly felt that the expert mech design projects deserved to be treated differently than ordinary mechs. Up until this point, much of his current work did not differ that much from his regular mech design projects. He just felt like designing some really fancy custom mechs. The best way to describe his lack of awe towards his current projects was that it was just one step higher from designing his prime mechs. Though Vase appreciated the current mechs of his expert pilots a lot, he couldn't deny that they fell far short of what expert pilots deserved to depend upon in battle. Vase realized that a void had quietly grown in his heart ever since he embarked on the current round of projects. This empty feeling may have caused him to act less steady than usual. Perhaps this explained why he pushed so much against Gloriana's strict planning. His desire to match or exceed the grandeur of all of the other expert mechs he had witnessed in battle prompted him to explore radical options. This was his usual solution whenever he felt his mech designs were lacking. He put a lot of effort into coming up with unconventional but powerful upgrades such as mounted wargear and enhanced luminaire crystals. These were the solutions that helped him fill up the void in his heart and make the Chimera project and Sentry project more palatable in his eyes. At this moment, Vase began to doubt whether he should have worked so hard in the first place. When Master Willix presented one dazzling resonating exotic after another, he felt that the usage of all of these amazing materials overshadowed all of his efforts. He inwardly shook his head. That wasn't completely true. While he had to admit that resonating exotics did indeed possess the spark that transform expert mechs into brilliant combat assets, they were not all powerful. For one, they only worked when the expert pilot in question actively resonated with the new materials. This was a strenuous task and one that only became harder when the resonating material became more potent and powerful. There was always a price. No resonating exotic could deliver great power without input to power its effects. That power mainly came from the extraordinary qualities of an expert pilot. Yet no matter how powerful a demigod had become, the power they could exert had limits. They were not perpetual motion machines nor unable to violate the law of conservation of energy. As long as these conditions were in place, resonance abilities would always be costly to employ. In most cases, expert pilots were better off reserving the power granted by resonating exotics against other expert mechs and powerful opponents. Against a large number of regular enemies, it was better to rely on the more ordinary properties of their expert mechs. This was where powerful systems and components could make a substantial difference. Besides, the base performance of the expert mech also affected the power of resonance abilities. A cheap and badly designed machine would not be able to produce a lot of output. This was why the mech community obsessed a lot about the mech designers in charge of designing expert mechs. It was always best to have a master or a team of masters in charge of these crucial projects. In short, opticonium is a resonating alloy that suits an immobile rifleman mech better. If the Sentry project is designed as a more traditional mobile mid-ranged combatant, then it wouldn't need to bend its attacks, as it always enjoys the option to relocate so that it can attack the enemy at a more favorable angle. Since this is not the case, the opticonium will provide greater value than a more basic amplification in attack power. Master Willix had just given the 4 journeymen of the Larkinson clan a crash course on the bizarre but incredibly useful effects of opticonium. Though Vase felt a bit uncomfortable that choosing this key resonating material over others would forego the opportunity to increase the impact of Venerable Stark's expert mech, he understood the underlying logic. Mechs and other hardy targets were far harder to take down when attacked from the front. Every mech designer designed their machines in a way that allowed them to fight with great effectiveness when facing a single and ideal direction. In order to strengthen their frontal performance, some sacrifices had to be made when it came to fending off attacks from the flanks and especially the rear. If the Sentry project could curve its beam attacks so that it could attack the sides of any mech, even an expert mech, then the effective damage it could deal would be significantly greater than just firing off an attack that was twice as strong to the front of a target. What is the second key exotic that you have selected for the Sentry project? Gloriana attentively asked. Vase could already make some guesses. From what he saw before, powerful resonating materials generally didn't go along too well with each other. The best way to minimize any potential interference or unstable interactions was to place them as far away as possible. This was why a typical offensive and defensive arrangement worked so well. By putting one key resonating material in the torso of a mech and the other one in the external weapon would put them far away enough to minimize some of the negative consequences. Master Willix didn't disappoint this time. She lifted her finger, causing the projection to switch to a display of the preliminary version of the internal architecture of the Sentry project. Since the Sentry project forgoes defense solutions in favor of strengthening its offensive capabilities, it makes sense to find another solution to increase its damage output. Upgrading the power reactor and the power management system is a popular choice because increasing the absolute power of any mech is a solution that always works. Electricium secundus is a suitable choice to amplify the performance of the power reactor. Electricium secundus was another artificial resonating alloy. It actually belonged to a series of similar materials, as Electricium tertius was cheap enough to be used in third-class expert mechs while Electricium primus was powerful enough to be used in first-class expert mechs. The effects of Electricium secundus were rather simple. It directly increased the energy output of a power reactor without significantly increasing the amount of input. It was actually quite remarkable how this resonating alloy was able to convert resonance strength into a more usable form of energy for mechs. An expert mech that made use of Electricium secundus also didn't have to worry about frying the mech from the inside due to vastly exceeding the amount of energy it could channel. Integrating just a bit of Electricium secundus into the energy transmission systems vastly increased their tolerance. Vase was happy that the Sentry project would be able to pour greater power into a shot after all. Combining Electricium secundus with Opticonium would result in an expert mech that could function as a supreme sniping machine. However, the use of Electricium secundus also came with a major downside. Since this resonating alloy not only had to be integrated in the power reactor, but also laced in the energy transmission systems that was supposed to direct all of the amplified energy to the rifle of the expert mech, there wasn't much room for any other resonating exotic. At the very least, committing to Electricium secundus meant ruling out the use of defensive resonating materials that would also have to be integrated in the frame of the expert mech. Neither Vase nor Gloriana spoke a word of complaint about this, though. They had already set a distinct design direction for the Sentry project. Master Willix merely presented resonating materials that matched their goals. Once she finished explaining her choices for the Sentry project, Master Willix moved on to the final expert mech design project. I saved the Bulwark project for last because I intend to do something different for this special expert mech. She spoke as she commanded the projection to display the planned expert mech revision of the Shield of Samar. Expert space knights are not unheard of, but it is rare to see one of this size and stature. That was because it was a stupid concept in space, at least according to Vase. They were too immobile and their defensive capabilities covered a tiny area. The mismatch in scale was simply too big for heavy space knights to make any sense. Master Willix observed the expressions of the journeyman carefully. Not even Gloriana was able to exude much confidence even if she chose to fulfill Venerable Janzi's vision. I know what you are thinking. Under ordinary circumstances, your doubts may have merit, but have you forgotten what kind of project you are working on? Expert mechs are different from standard mechs. It seems that you have not yet adjusted your mentality sufficiently enough. What do you have in mind for the Bulwark project, ma'am? Vase tentatively asked. He sensed that the master mech designer had subtly changed her demeanor. This meant that there had to be something special with the expert mech that she was currently addressing. Master Willix smiled. Do you recall my specialization? It has something to do with gravity systems. He answered. He would never forget something as crucial as this. It was just that Vase didn't really notice anything related to gravity systems whenever he interacted with the MTA master. As a rational mech designer, Master Willix dabbled in many other design philosophies, so she tended to be neutral whenever there wasn't any need to do anything special. This time was different, though. A hint of enthusiasm appeared on her face as she pointed at the frame of the future version of the Shield of Samar. The Bulwark project's main shortcomings are painfully obvious. Any melee mech can bypass it and attack more vulnerable targets instead. This is not a unique problem for defensive mechs. Many people have developed different solutions that can address this problem. From arming them with chains to imparting them with powerful mobility, expert mechs do not have to abide by the traditional rules that limit the practicality of standard mechs. We know that, ma'am. What if I tell you that I have developed a solution to this sort of problem as well? Huh, Master Willix smiled wider. In the past, I developed a resonating alloy in cooperation with others. When this material is integrated in the frame of an expert mech, it can allow an expert mech to bend spacetime around it as if it is a singularity. All space in its vicinity will be curved so that it becomes much more difficult to bypass it. Not just mechs, but also projectiles will bend when subjected to the artificial gravity well generated by an expert mech integrated with GT-535. In order to illustrate her point, she played a brief animation of the Bulwark project if it was laced with GT-535. The expert mech glowed as violent but barely visible fluctuations appeared around it. Mechs that sought to fly past the relatively immobile defensive mech suddenly found that their straight path no longer brought them away. Instead, they curved right towards the shield of Samar. Due to the strength of the gravity well generated by the indomitable expert mech, the trapped enemies didn't possess the power to pull themselves away from the attraction force. In the end, they collided head-on against the tower shield of Janzi's mech. The collision alone was enough to shatter these unfortunate mechs to pieces. This is amazing. Gloriana's eyes shone like stars. This is everything I wanted for the Bulwark project. This is a much better option than the alternatives I had in mind. Vase was still in shock at the display. The range of the resonance ability along with the strength of its attraction force was too exaggerated. The value of GT-535 should not be comparable to the other resonating materials that Master Willix had brought. Perhaps she was not as impartial as he previously thought. Contrary to his impression of a rational mech designer, Master Willix was openly biased towards the Bulwark project. Chapter 3038, Super Bulwark. The names of resonating materials were all over the place. Different companies and individuals adopted very different naming schemes for the powerful materials they discovered or made. Compared to the more ridiculous-sounding materials like pierotis and opticonium, GT-535 sounded incredibly boring. It wasn't even a real name. It was a code name, a model number or a registration label. Yet the potency and efficacy of GT-535 absolutely trounced all of the other resonating exotics by a considerable margin. Why did she choose to favor the Bulwark project over the other ones? Did she have a soft spot for large and heavy mechs? Did her main specialization cause her to develop a greater affinity towards heavy knights or something? There had to be a reason why she intended to lavish the Bulwark project with a bigger gift than the other expert mech design projects. Master Willix could guess what Vase was thinking. Are you wondering why I chose to grant a more precious resonating material to the Bulwark project in particular? Vase nodded. The rationale is not that deep, the older woman answered. Unlike other resonating materials, GT-535 is a product that I have personally developed. You can say that it is my property. I have vastly greater rights regarding its use and propagation than with other materials. You do not know this, but it is quite difficult to bring out materials such as bisonate and perfidious steel from the association's reserves and transfer them to private individuals and organizations. This is also one of the reasons why I have not given you anything more powerful and potent. GT-535 is not subject to the same restrictions, which is why I can dispose of it with much less scrutiny. I see, Vase softly answered. He wasn't fully aware of all of the rules that master mech designers had to abide by in the MTA. It didn't make much sense for him that Master Willix had greater latitude when it came to using products such as GT-535. Even if she developed it on her own, she was still a part of the MTA, which meant that all of her work should have belonged to it as well. Maybe masters enjoyed special treatment. Maybe the association thought that it could encourage its members to innovate more by promising that they could do what they wanted with their own inventions. If this was the case, then the ambitions of high-ranking mech designers within the MTA were not small. GT-535 potency is high as it was not originally developed for mechs such as the Shield of Samar. It is more suitable to be integrated in a high-tier expert mech that is piloted by an expert pilot of notable strength. Master Willix cautioned, does that mean the Shield of Samar will become too difficult for Venerable Janzi to control? Vase asked while frowning. Not as such. As long as Venerable Janzi Larkinson does not activate this resonance ability, her expert mech will not put her under great burden. In its passive state, GT-535 already provides value in the form of increasing the physical resistance of the expert mech. It has to be able to do this in order to ensure that it can withstand the center of its gravity well. It is only when Venerable Janzi attempts to activate the resonance ability that she will be under strain, but she can scale her own effort to a manageable range. A mech didn't have to fly forward at maximum acceleration. The stress put on a mech and its various systems was substantial if it did everything it could to move forward as fast as possible. In order to preserve the integrity of the mech and prevent it from malfunctioning, it was customary to hold some power back unless it was truly needed. In the same way, Venerable Janzi would be able to activate just a small proportion of the potential of GT-535. While this was not an efficient process, it was a decent solution to the problem of lacking the strength of activating the resonance ability associated with such a potent material. Vase wasn't sure how large the gravity well would be and how strong its attraction force would turn out. Perhaps Venerable Janzi would have to wait for years until she gained the strength to make good use of this promising but incredibly arduous resonance ability. While Vase tried to estimate how much time it took for the upcoming version of the Shield of Samar to show off its full might, Gloriana studied the spec sheet provided by the principal developer of GT535. According to this data, GT535 is not an easy material to work with. She noted, an expert mech will have to integrate multiple tons of this resonating alloy. Concentrating so much GT535 in a single mech frame will result in a high degree of resonance interference. That was a huge downside, especially for an expert heavy space knight that possessed lots of capacity. It meant that they would have to forego many lesser resonating exotics because of interference issues. Master Willix didn't look surprised. GT535 is a hardy and resilient material in itself. It was partially meant to replace the structural materials of a mech in the first place. All of that sounded well and good, but that also made it insanely expensive to repair the Shield of Samar if it ever suffered substantial internal damage. Though Master Willix hadn't mentioned the cost of this material, the fact that it was so high-spec implied that the cost of making it was not low. For someone in the MTA, the cost might not be a problem, but it was different for the Larkinson clan. Vase directed a deep glance towards Master Willix. As far as he knew, she was the only source for GT535. If this resonating material was about to become an essential source of strength to the Shield of Samar in the decades to come, then Vase would have to go back to the MTA Master every once in a while in order to replenish the Larkinson clan's stockpile. The ability to generate a strong localized gravity well and bend the spacetime around an expert mech as sluggish as the Shield of Samar was too valuable to give up. This was especially the case when GT535 would only begin to show its true value when Venerable Janzi developed her strength further and approached the level of Patriarch Reginald Cross. Vase keenly recognized the difference between low-tier expert mechs and high-tier expert mechs. He always envied the Cross clan to possess expert mechs that were more powerful than the ones he had seen before. There was a very definite division between strong and weak among expert pilots and expert mechs. The resonating exotics that Master Willix provided granted the Larkinson clan a chance to skip over low-tier expert mechs and directly obtain higher-quality expert mechs. Even if he had to jump into Master Willix's little scheme and become more dependent on her generosity, the implicit deal she offered was worth the price. In any case, Vase already depended on her for cover from the rest of the MTA and more besides. He did not have a good relationship with any other high official within the association. Under these circumstances, Vase didn't need to obtain the advice of a diplomat to know that becoming estranged to Master Willix was a really bad idea. Don't worry about the cost and supply. I will provide you with sufficient GT535 to realize the Bulwark project and ensure a comfortable reserve. The Master promised. I will have to intervene more extensively in the design process of the Bulwark project, however. This material has to be integrated across the entire frame of the mech. Ah, you are welcome to do so. Gloriana quickly said. No one would say no to extra help from a master mech designer. Once Master Willix explained some additional quirks about GT535 that the Larkinsons should take note of, she moved on to the second resonating material that she intended to integrate in the Bulwark project. Since the future Shield of Samar will carry large quantities of GT535, there isn't much room left in the mech frame for other notable choices. The shield carried by this mech does not fall within this scope, fortunately. The so-called unending alloy you use to form the main layer of this shield is quite interesting. Its resilience falls beyond the scope of second-class expert mechs. This makes it rather difficult for me as strengthening its defense even further is not that useful. There are more ways to improve the shield than that, though. She switched the projection so that it centered around the massive tower shield of the expert mech. When Venerable Janzi resonated with it, a large barrier formed that looked very familiar to Vase. Isn't that a space barrier? A large circular space barrier that was at least several hundred meters across formed just in front of the tower shield. Vase was not that unfamiliar with the sight. He had witnessed Venerable Janzi conjuring such a space barrier during her breakthroughs and when xianxia was able to assist. Since Janzi and xianxia were connected by a bond, it was no surprise that the Shield of Samar would be able to form such a huge defensive barrier. Venerable Janzi has a high affinity towards resonating exotics that manipulate space. Master Willix noted. In fact, Venerable Dice and Venerable Orphan also share this affinity. This is rather curious. Vase didn't say anything. This related to a secret that he did not want to share too easily. He at least had to obtain a high price if Master Willix expected him to spill the beans. Fortunately, she didn't pursue the matter any further. She slightly shook her head and focused on the topic at hand. BSN-11F is the big brother of BSN-17A, in a way. As their naming convention suggests, BSN-17A is a newer product that has been developed to address a different requirement. BSN-11F is more in line with the original intention of this product. It is a defense and utility-oriented resonating alloy developed specifically for night mechs. It aims to substantially increase their applicability by extending the range of their defensive coverage. BSN-11F certainly accomplished this considering how big of an area the space barrier actually covered. At its best, the shield of Samar with this resonating exotic could even cover an entire starship. Yet Vase immediately recognized the possible problems. Forming a space barrier this large should put Venerable Janzi under a lot of strain, right? Correct. Master Willix nodded. I will not lie. While BSN-11F is a good fit for the shield of Samar, it is not a cheap material, nor will it be easy for Venerable Janzi to use it to this extent. She will have to grow stronger in order to defend a large area of space. This sounded quite bad. Sometimes, piling too much good stuff on an expert mech was not a good decision. No matter which resonance ability Venerable Janzi chose to activate, she would not have it easy. If the shield of Samar integrated both GT535 and BSN-11F, then it was practically a given that Venerable Janzi would never be able to activate both of the resonance abilities associated with these materials at the same time. She would probably suck herself dry if she tried out such a foolish act. Vase understood why Master Willix still chose to go with BSN-11F despite the huge burden it brought. The resonance ability it imparted to an expert mech worked great against ranged attacks. If the shield of Samar ever needed to block a lot of incoming firepower onto a vulnerable asset, then it could rely on this massive space barrier to hold the line. All in all, the Bulwark project would gain so much from Master Willix that its actual potential actually caught up to a high-tier expert mech. The disparity between this expert mech and the rest was too great. If Master Willix chose to lavish so many goodies on the Chimera project, Vase would have celebrated this outcome. Why did it have to be Janzi's mech, though? Was there any fairness in this cosmos? Chapter 3039. New food. It took some time for the extensive discussion to end. Master Willix had to hold a lengthy lecture in order to make sure that Vase and the others knew how to handle resonating exotics. In most cases, resonating exotics directly replaced some of standard materials in certain systems and components. This allowed the journeyman to design the expert mechs in the same manner as standard mechs. The only difference was that Master Willix would swoop in and substitute some materials for resonating ones. This is not the most ideal approach to designing expert mechs, but the barrier is low enough to allow journeymen like you to design the mechs you envisioned without too many issues. Master Willix stated, the burden of trying to integrate the resonating exotics into the expert mech designs while ensuring that their performance does not grow worse falls squarely on my shoulders. You can trust me to give you as much space to display your design skills. I will not interfere unless your design choices result in excessive drawbacks or interference. In other words, Master Willix affirmed that she was not going to hold their hands too much. This was supposed to be their work, not hers. The performance of the expert mechs would definitely be worse off, but Vase didn't mind this at all. As long as he was able to retain sufficient ownership of their designs, then he would still feel satisfaction when they succeeded in battle. After asking a bunch of questions, Vase and the others needed no more clarification for the moment. They were all looking forward to Master Willix to add the resonating materials to the draft designs and move on to the more important phases of the design projects. Only by knowing what they were working towards would they be able to put their full skills into play. Vase eagerly sought to impart the expert mech designs with life. Gloriana wanted to perfect every single element of the designs. Juliet wanted to optimize the mobility of the designs as much as possible. Kedis wanted to arm each expert mech with sharp and unfailing blades. In short, each of them couldn't wait to express their unique strengths in the strongest mechs that they would ever have the privilege of designing in the current period of time. Who knew when they would be able to design something better? Unless Vase was able to find a replacement for Master Willix and get his hands on high-quality resonating materials, it might take decades before he could top these works. The master keenly felt their eagerness and enthusiasm. To her, the young journeymen of the Larkinson clan all resembled little chicks. They were overflowing with so much youth that they didn't realize how difficult it was to design a successful expert mech. Just because she was willing to solve the most difficult aspects of an expert mech didn't mean the rest was easy to cope with. Mechs that performed as extreme as this were never simple. The forces they had to withstand and the stresses they had to cope with all meant that there was much less tolerance for error and weakness. A major, uncorrected flaw could easily doom an expert mech along with its accompanying expert pilot during a crucial battle. While journeymen were quite competent in designing mechs, the ones under the employ of the Larkinson clan were still too young and inexperienced. Her eyes finally fell upon the ambitious face of Gloriana. The main reason why Master Willix was willing to take part in these unorthodox projects was because of the young lady who insisted on perfection. With Gloriana, the Larkinsons actually stood a decent chance of succeeding without requiring Willix to bail them all out. While the MTA master would not allow everyone to waste their time and fail the projects, it would be a pity if she had to override the design choices of these young and naive mech designers. Seeing that you understand all you need to know at this point, I will take my leave now. Master Willix declared. Everyone stood up in respect. Ah, would you like us to show you around before you go? Gloriana spontaneously offered. We have quite a lot of curiosities for you to see. Vase has stashed a bunch of interesting organic statues in his personal workshop, for example. What? Vase tried his best to refrain himself from storming over to his wife and press his palm against her mouth. Though he didn't hide the existence of the aspects of Lufa, two of them were more controversial than others. Vase didn't know how Master Willix would react to the aspect of rationality, but he could definitely not afford to let her know about the aspect of transcendence. Fortunately, Master Willix didn't look interested. I have already spent more than enough hours on this ship. She spoke without too much interest. My path to promotion leaves me with little time for leisure or distractions. Do not be surprised if I am not able to contribute to your projects for several weeks at a time. You will have to rely on your own to solve most of the problems regarding your design projects. I have already commanded my crew to transfer the resonating exotics that I have brought to the cargo hold of this ship. Make sure to secure them all. Do not underestimate their difficulty and do not get complacent. Also, do not forget to increase your manpower. When everyone nodded, Master Willix returned to the ubiquitous force in the most efficient manner possible. Her form grew fuzzy before fading away as she teleported straight back to her personal ship. Everyone paused for a moment. I will head down to the hangar bay in order to sort out the new resonating materials. Juliet said and left the room. I'll go with her. I'd like to take a look at Bisonot and see what is so special about this resonating material. Kedis quickly followed suit. That left Vase and Gloriana. Both of them remained in deep thought as the lessons they learned today deeply affected their views towards the design projects. Gloriana eventually turned around and left as well. I will start on adjusting our drafts and wait for Master Willix to show me how she plans to integrate the resonating exotics in the designs. Okay, have fun, I guess. Once she left, Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin for a moment. He had to adjust his perspective on each expert mech design project to a substantial degree. After all, the addition of so many resonating materials profoundly altered their performance profile and substantially increased their impact on the battlefield. Though Vase had to take a lot more troublesome variables into account, he embraced the challenges. As long as he gained more power at the end, he was not afraid of dealing with a couple of complications. Hours passed as Vase and the Larkinsons dealt with the aftermath of the brief visit of Master Willix. The ubiquitous force had already portal jumped out of the star system shortly after her owner returned. As the clan returned to normal business, Vase met with Calabast yet again. Meow. Lucky floated alongside Vase and looked up at the mech designer with cute, glowing green eyes. I said no, your memory isn't that bad, so don't pretend you forgot. I will not allow you to take a single bite out of all of those resonating exotics. You're not an expert pilot, Lucky. You don't possess any extraordinary will like Kedis either. What do you think you'll be able to accomplish if you snack on a material like GT-535? It takes entire tons to form a decent gravity well, and that is only when you have enough resonance strength, which you do not have at all. Quit dreaming. The greedy gem cat wasn't satisfied with that answer. Lucky flew closer and pressed his front paws against Vess's chest. Meow meow meow. Just because I have a surplus of resonating materials doesn't mean that the excess is for you to snack upon. We need to keep them in reserve for years if not decades in order to ensure we have enough to draw upon if we need to perform repairs. Lucky angrily hissed and distanced himself from Vase. Miuo. Vase sneered. Master Willix has given me a manifest that states exactly how much of each substance she transferred to us. Don't think you can sneak in and take a bite out of my resonating materials. I will prepare a special sensor that will detect whether you have been near the place where they are stored. I'll also make sure that my stash is measured on a daily basis. If even a single gram is missing from the stockpile, I know who to look for in order to cough up the missing material. Meow. Seeing that Lucky still wasn't satisfied, Vase knew that he had to offer a compromise. If not, who knew if Lucky would disregard the warnings and eat some of the resonating materials anyway. Vase knew his first cat quite well. Lucky was an intractable bastard who continually failed to keep his urges in check. The gluttonous metallic beast possessed a bottomless stomach for new and shiny objects and would not feel sorry if he broke the rules. I'll order Benny to procure a batch of cheaper and more abundant resonating materials. Vase said in a softer tone. I hope you can get it out of your system after you have tasted these odd exotics. They're nothing different from normal exotics if you take their resonating properties out of the equation. Meow meow. Lucky finally cheered up a bit after hearing that. At the very least, Vase was a bit more confident that his cat wouldn't sneak off and eat any forbidden food. After settling his cat, Vase reached Calabast's familiar workspace and entered it. He sat down on the chair across the spymaster's desk without a word and only cast a brief glance towards Arnold. The dim-witted exo-beast wasn't hugging or licking Calabast's boots for once. Instead, he was lying comfortably on a pillow while dozing off. The woman working quietly behind her desk terminal occasionally reached out and brushed the plump animal's head. Vase went straight to business. Did you check out the details of the 20 MTA mech pilots that Master Willix has dumped into our lap? She chuckled. That's an odd way to describe an opportunity to earn MTA merits. This should be an easy task for you. You managed to foster 5 expert pilots in just a brief moment of time. You know as well as I do that there were special circumstances behind that. It won't be as easy as this time. If I truly want to succeed, I might have to push our guests harder than I did my own clansmen. What I want to know is if there is anything I should watch out for. From my brief impression of the 20 men and women, none of them are average. That's a given. General Verl has already put them through some simple tests. Their skills are extremely good. So good in fact that they can even approximate the performance of expert candidates and expert pilots in some areas. That good. From what I've been told, there is still a gap, but it is a lot smaller than with others. Calabast stated in a serious tone. These mech pilots have already gone through excellent training. Our clan simply can't match that, and that will become a major problem over time. The disparity is so big that the mechers will quickly become dissatisfied with our primitive methods. You need to take that into account and find ways to retain their confidence in their new training programs. She made a very good point, as always. Vase hadn't put sufficient thought on this angle. He simply assumed that the MTA mech pilots would be disciplined enough to endure the relatively low standards of the Larkinson clan. Evidently, he was wrong. Maybe this was why so many of them chose to design their own training programs. Vase whispered. Chapter 3040. Divided guests. Though the new MTA mech pilots did not really expose any notable information about themselves, the black cats keenly observed them as they went through introductions. Not enough time had passed for the Larkinsons to get a good sense of the traits of every mech pilot that aimed to become more. However, through scans and observation by behavioral experts, the agents answering to Calabast gleaned a lot of clues from the 20 individuals. My first impressions of our guests are that they are quite unprepared for this assignment. Unprepared? Vase raised his eyebrow. Yes, unprepared. Calabast smirked as she scratched Arnold's funny ears. Squeak, squeak. Arnold enthusiastically responded. When Master Willix initially introduced this mission to Vase, he gained the impression that she had only recently begun to build relationships and increase her qualifications. Before the Crown Uprising broke out, she didn't really seem to be in a hurry to gain the appreciation of her superiors. A sinking feeling overtook Vase. So these guys are actually a lot less willing to go along with us than we initially expected. I wouldn't say that. I am merely stating that they look unprepared or bamboozled. They have been thrust into a very dubious training program that they never asked for. They look as if they are here only because their patrons or commanders told them to and not because they have undying confidence in our ability to transform them into expert pilots. This has resulted in a noticeable enthusiasm gap. That sounded very troublesome to Vase because turning any of them into expert pilots was not a simple task. They all looked to be around 30 to 40 years old. While this was the prime period for mech pilots, it was extremely late for them to develop spiritual potential by themselves. From what Vase had observed from other people, teenagers and humans in their 20s had the best chance of developing spiritual potential. After that, those who never accomplished this would have to climb uphill. While Vase did not completely rule out the possibility of success, he felt the chance was too small for any of the 20 mechers to overcome this impossible hurdle. That meant that they needed help. Vase happened to have a way to place some stairs in front of this hurdle that would make jumping over it a lot easier. The problem was that the stairs in question were covered in sharp and lethal spikes. If anyone stepped on it without care, they would just impale their own feet and fall down to the ground. What Vase needed to do was to refine the design of these stairs and reduce the danger to such a degree that a trained athlete could at least place his toes in the areas where there were no lethal spikes. This metaphor generally described his current challenge. Unless he was able to reduce the lethality of the aspect of transcendence, he would probably be unable to make any progress in the mission that Master Willix dumped onto his lap. I must say your strategy to divide them into different training groups is an apt way to handle these privileged mech pilots. Calabast leaned forward a bit. The MTA's reputation is unassailable in human space. Its members derive a lot of confidence and conceit from that. Even if they have been told to hide their identities, they are not professional spies and thus cannot shake their original mentalities. Arrogance and superiority towards space peasants is rooted in their bones. If they form a united front, it will be extremely hard for you and the rest of the Larkinsons to control them while they remain our guests. I see. Vase frowned. Even I would feel hesitant to push them too far if all 20 of them take issue with my approach. This is why dividing them into different groups is such a genius idea. Calabast grinned. You not only separated them by their degree of willingness to play along with us, but also set the stage for further division between the groups. Explain. It's quite simple. From the moment they split up into 3 groups, a competition has essentially formed between them. You forced each of the mechers to make a difficult choice that has a great impact on their lives. Now, they are motivated to do their best and make as much progress as possible to vindicate their choice. Don't you see? These highly trained individuals who have always been told that they are the best can't bear the thought of losing. This was human psychology. No one was immune to envy, jealousy, regret and other selfish emotions. In this new situation, the MTA mech pilots divided into 3 new groups would naturally work hard in order to prove that their judgment was right and that the others were wrong. If Vase had deliberately set out to divide and set the MTA mech pilots against each other, he would have patted himself on the back. As it was, he completely overlooked this dynamic. If Calabast hadn't pointed out this situation, he would have remained ignorant. Fortunately, now that he knew about it, he could tailor his future plans with these underlying tensions in mind. Competition was a powerful driver, and the developing rivalry between the 3 groups would ensure that the guests wouldn't expend all of their energy making trouble for the Larkinsons. In fact, their eagerness to one-up their rivals might drive them to cooperate even better with the clan. Vase smiled. You just made my day a little better. Do you have any advice on how to manage the groups better? Well, out of the 3 groups, which one do you wish to succeed the most? Do you have to ask? I don't want those 9 dummies who chose to form their own training schedules to get ahead of the rest. It is somewhat more acceptable for the 7 mechers who chose to keep an open mind and listen to the advice of our people to succeed. What I really want is for the 4 fellows who put all of their trust in us to make the most progress. If all 4 of them advance to the rank of expert pilot within 5 years, then that would ensure the rest would become convinced of our methods. Calabast hummed and nodded. That is the most ideal scenario. If you can succeed in transforming the group of 4 into expert candidates, then that will already prove your ability. What you need to do now is to make sure that you can actually get them that far. Tell me honestly, do you think you can succeed? He refrained from giving her a spurious answer in order to reassure her. She knew him well enough to know when he was lying. As one of his confidants, she deserved to know the truth. I'm not that confident at all at the moment. He sighed. It was difficult for him to admit his doubts and fears, but he had to do it in order to give her an accurate picture of the future. I have to perform some very dangerous experiments in order to refine my method. The problem is that I am currently lacking in test subjects. If I stayed on Prosperous Hill a little longer, I might have been able to refine my method. The woman sitting opposite to him looked sharper at him. She even stopped petting Arnold, much to the exobeast's chagrin. Squeak, squeak. You need to make progress sooner or later. MTA merits are vital to our development. You can never have too many of them. Do I need to procure more test subjects on your behalf? A shudder ran through his spine. Vase had the feeling that Calabast would start something very dangerous if he said yes. He quickly shook his head. Let's not head in this direction. I don't want to be caught messing around with this stuff. Besides, the study I have in mind doesn't necessarily require humans. I think I can obtain accurate and representative results if I perform them on exobeasts instead. They just have to be smart and sentient enough. I've already tasked Drive, Rania Woden to procure suitable batches of exobeasts. The Dragon's Den has a lot of impressive biomes but few creatures to populate them. This ship has to show her value. In fact, the Dragon's Den was already paying for herself. All of the former citizens of the Life Research Association absolutely adored the partial biovessel. The highly skilled doctors and other biotech professionals who had settled on this grand research vessel were already providing invaluable services to the rest of the Larkinson clan. That said, the Larkinsons had yet to maximize the value of the Dragon's Den. As long as he could fill her biomes with lots of beasts, Vase would be able to advance his spiritual engineering a lot further. Vase and Calabast spoke a bit more about what he needed to accomplish in order to pave the way for the MTA mech pilots to transcend their mortality. I have several different ideas in mind, but I'm not in a hurry now. He spoke. Right now, I think it is fine to rely on conventional methods to stimulate the mechers. I need to devote most of my time on developing our first batch of expert mechs. They're all incredibly promising and I can already feel my passion firing up. I don't want to get too entangled by other issues while I am devoting my entire time towards my main pursuit. Calabast frowned a bit. 5 years is a long time, but if you squander a year or two, you will have a lot less time left to make significant progress. I know that, but I can only handle so many priorities at once. Vase helplessly shrugged. I will have plenty of time to try out serious solutions on the lucky 4 mechers who have volunteered to become my test subject in a couple of months maybe. I won't waste the year-long period that they have given me. In the meantime, I'll just hand them over to our instructors and our expert pilots and see if they can do something to whip these mechers into shape. To be honest, he didn't expect much out of this. The MTA mech pilots already enjoyed some of the best training that mech pilots could ever enjoy. Their skills were already top-notch among regular mech pilots, so not even expert pilots would be able to help them in this aspect. The only area these mechers truly needed to develop was their mind and will towards their vocation. This was a more individual and esoteric field. No successful systematic training existed in human space that impart any regular mech pilot with the qualifications to become an expert pilot. Enough about this topic. Vase tiredly waved his hand. General Verl has already made the necessary arrangements. He will be the one who will determine our treatment of these powerful mech pilots. Tell me something good this time. I may have found a lead on a suitable diplomat to take charge of our new foreign relations department. Vase immediately sat up straighter when he heard that. He had long wanted to find a diplomat that could forge deals with difficult trading partners, establish new friendships with powerful organizations and prevent the clan from provoking new enemies during its travels. The problem was that he had set his standards too high. He wanted to obtain a diplomat who was both incredibly competent but also fully committed to the Larkinson clan. Apparently, finding someone that could satisfy both these requirements was rare. This was why Vase became very intrigued by Calabast's claim. If she was confident enough to reveal this news to him, then she was definitely confident about her lead. She tapped her terminal and activated a projection. Vase instantly recognized the Winged Serenade star sector. She tapped once again to show a single second-rate state. Have you ever heard of the Grand Loxic Republic? I have. Vase nodded. That is where the parent organization of the Infinity Guards are headquartered. The Star Strider security group is a big force over there. Well, the Star Striders aren't doing so well lately, and so is the rest of the Grand Loxic Republic. The Crown Uprising has caused a lot of cracks to form in this second-rate state. Vase looked skeptical. The Crown terrorists are very difficult to stop, but they can never deal enough damage to shake the foundations of a state. Are you sure about that? What if the crown terrorists managed to assassinate the leader of the state? That would do it, I guess. Chapter 3041, Pernis family as vase and Calabast. Spoke about serious matters. Lucky leisurely sniffed around as he moved across the office. He smelled plenty of interesting devices in the office. The Grand Loxic Republic is a prosperous state, but one that has not seen much war, as Winged Serenade does not see much open warfare. Calabast patiently explained. That has caused a lot of contradictions to accumulate over time. The unexpected outbreak of the Crown Uprising has inflamed the existing tensions and frayed the nerves of every faction. Just recently, the Crown terrorists managed to blow up the official estate of the Loxic president, killing both him, his family, his closest staff and many other officials who controlled the affairs of the state. The sudden beheading has left a large power vacuum at the top and prompted many organizations and factions to vie for power. If you want to understand the roots of this conflict, you will need to learn about the three main factions. Vase yawned. Let's just skip that. I don't need to know the details of their petty localized squabbles when we are just flying past this state. I'm just interested in this diplomat that you are serious about. Is he willing to join us wholeheartedly, and can we pick him up without getting entangled in a massive power struggle? Survival trumps all interests, Calabast said as she idly pampered Arnold by stroking his back. The furry creature arched his back in pleasure. The chaos at the top has caused every individual and organization who staked their bets on the former head of the Grand Loxic Republic to lose their greatest assurance. The rival factions have all taken advantage of the momentary chaos to assail the greatest supporters and pillars of the former ruling faction. Vase grew ugly. So it's a repeat of what happened in the Life Research Association. He did not have good memories of his time at the previous state he visited. Even though he came away with an enormous harvest, that didn't mean he was ready to dive right into a similar situation. It's not as bad as you think. The power players of the Grand Loxic Republic aren't that stupid. They are much more prudent and don't want to set off too many waves. At the very least, the fighting hasn't spread to the cities or affected the lives of civilians all that much. The battles are all constrained to a narrow degree in order to determine which faction gets ahead. One of the main faults of the Life Research Association was that much of the decision-making power rested with scientists who mainly specialized in biosciences rather than governance. The Grand Loxic Republic was a much more normal state in comparison. The Winged Serenade star sector was always seen as an administrative and economic center of the Yena star cluster. Every powerful second-rate state here was highly developed, and this prestigious state was no exception to that rule. As the provincial snobs of this corner of space, there was no way the Loxians wanted to tear their own castle down just so they could plant their flag atop the rubble. I don't understand. Vase frowned as he tried to understand the situation. If a civil war hasn't broken out, large-scale fighting shouldn't be possible. The moment anyone breaks out the big guns, all hell will soon break loose. No one rational enough would want their state to descend into the same chaos as we have seen in the Life Research Association. That is why the actual fighting has so far been limited to small-scale skirmishes and lots of secret operations. The spymaster let out a bloodthirsty grin. Assassination and sabotage are rife within the state. Fathers wake up to find their sons killed. Wives fear their husband will never return home. Entire organizations are being disrupted as their trade secrets and financial dealings get spilled in public. Though the damage being done is not as bloody as we have witnessed in the past, don't underestimate the ferocity of this kind of war. Mechs and mech pilots aren't the only ones who can wage war, you know. The conflict unfolding in the Grand Loxic Republic obviously made her excited. It was rare for her profession to show off its might during any conflict. Usually, the work of intelligence operatives always gets overshadowed by mech pilots. The latter was the ultimate protagonist of the age of mechs, while spies like her were invisible at best and despised at worst. While the current situation in the Grand Loxic Republic didn't change this equation, Calabast nevertheless directed a lot of professional interest in the conflicts taking place out of the sight of most civilians. Meow tilde. Lucky landed next to Arnold and rudely pushed the eight-legged exo-beast aside. With the gem cat's strength, the poor alien creature didn't stand a single chance. He dropped from the desk and fell onto the deck with a meaty plop. Squeak. Nobody seemed to notice Arnold's distress. Lucky squirmed his body onto the warm spot on the desk with a satisfied glint in his artificial eyes. Calabast's thin but strong fingers soon began to scratch his metallic plates at a comfortable rhythm. Meow. If Vase was the most powerful human in the Larkinson clan, then Lucky was definitely the strongest pet. No cat, dog or any other creature could stop him from enjoying the pleasures he sought. As for Arnold, he quickly adjusted himself and squirreled over to Calabast's boot and began to rub his face across its shiny black surface. He felt more at home when he was below Calabast. Squeaked Tilda. After she briefly outlined the current unrest in the Grand Loxic Republic, she activated a projection that showed a family emblem. The emblem resembled a traditional heraldic shield with yellow and red stripes on one side and an orange fox on the other side. "What am I looking at?" Vase asked as he observed the pretentious symbol. This was the age of mechs. Heraldic shields went out of style millennia ago. The only organizations that used them to represent themselves were usually pretentious people who clung way too much to the glory of the past. This is the symbol of the Pernus family. Its descendants trace its roots to an aristocratic clan from the Greater Terran United Confederation. In fact, if all of their claims are to be believed, they even have a faint connection to Old Earth. Every human has a connection to Old Earth. If you go back far enough, our earlier ancestors all came from the birthplace of humanity. Vase flatly stated. Calabast shrugged. Regardless of whether the Pernus family is tied to the Terrans or not, it has been doing quite well for itself. The apparent pedigree of the Pernuses has given them a substantial advantage in their orientation towards public service. While the Pernus family is not one of the ruling powers of the Grand Loxic Republic, many of its descendants occupy influential middle-level positions in the state's expansive administration. This was not a trivial accomplishment. Second-rate states were large, powerful and wealthy. Even if the second-rate states of Winged Serenade were not as large as the ones from the Komodo Star sector, the higher degree of development meant that the military and economic might of each of the former was not inferior. Under these circumstances, it was quite impressive that the Pernus family managed to hold on to so much power for such a long time. So the Pernus family is in trouble at the moment. The woman gave him a humorless smile. The Pernuses lost their greatest backing. The ruling faction is in disarray due to the critical assassination, and some forces have quietly stood up in order to prevent the Pernus family from surviving this small storm. As long as the Pernuses are eliminated from the stage, the influential positions they used to occupy will inevitably fall into the hands of their rivals. In other words, this was just a bog-standard power struggle. Vase had witnessed plenty of them. He got caught in a few as well, much to his displeasure. Humans were the same everywhere. As long as a group showed weakness, the hyenas would definitely enjoy another feast. What makes the Pernus family special is their professional focus. While it has over 2,000 Trueblood members who serve in many different government institutions, their emphasis leans towards foreign relations. Their family head along with many of their most prominent members are all diplomats or experts in foreign relations. Many Pernuses are actually serving in foreign missions abroad. Ah, so they are those kinds of diplomats. Vase wasn't sure whether he should be interested in the Pernus family. These guys sounded like career diplomats who dedicated themselves to serving the state. They were much like the Larkinson family in the past, and that made Vase wary. He knew it wouldn't be easy to shake their old loyalties. Credibility was one of the most valuable assets of a diplomat. None of them would be able to do their job effectively if they generated too much distrust. While many Pernuses may be serving elsewhere, the family head and many important family members still reside on Trident II, their traditional home planet. Many families live there as well, which makes it very important to keep them all alive. If they're in trouble, why don't they leave? They can't. They tried. Every time the Pernuses attempt to escape from the planet, the shuttles or other vehicles they are traveling on somehow crashes or gets shot down by unknown assailants. Unknown assailants? Black mechs that don't bear any identifiable marks. Calabast switched the projection to a shaky image of the mechs in question. These mechs have been showing up every now and then to disrupt any actions initiated by the Pernus family that are too big to be stopped by a couple of operatives. Vase carefully studied the designs of the black-coated mechs. He could already tell that their designers did their best not to leave any identifiable marks behind. As someone who once tried his best to obscure his own personal touches in a design, he knew that it was extremely unlikely for Vase or anyone else to determine the true origin of the black machines. So what is the current state of the Pernus family? The family members who live and work outside of Trident II have all evacuated from their original locations in order to reach a safe location in a different state. However, the core of the Pernus family still remains stuck on their home planet with no effective way out. The unknown enemies have effectively formed a blockade. This is also why the Pernus family can't pay a visit to us even if they have become desperate for help. They can only contact us by remote, but I'm not sure how long we'll be able to. The dark hand behind the scenes has already started to sabotage the planet's communications infrastructure. That sounds pretty serious. Vase furrowed his brows. We can't fight against a force that is powerful enough to dominate an entire planet. It's not worth it to provoke such a powerful enemy just so we can pick up a single useful family. There are plenty of other fish in the sea. We don't need to insist on grabbing one out of the jaws of a shark. His words did not make Calabast happy. She stopped stroking Lucky's back and leaned forward over her desk. Look, our clan is desperately lacking a diplomat. You always complain to me that we have been taking way too long to find one. We have now identified a golden opportunity to pick up not just an excellent career diplomat that has served for decades on behalf of a prestigious second-rate state, but we also have the rare opportunity of gaining the complete loyalty of a large collection of highly trained foreign relations workers, middle-level bureaucrats and administrators, commerce managers and more. These are exactly the kind of professionals our clan is lacking at the moment. Vase was aware of the strain the clan administration was facing. It was not so easy to foster the kind of managers and officials that were needed to control the middle and lower levels of the clan. He understood why Calabast found the Pernis family so attractive. As long as the expeditionary fleet dropped by the Trident system, the trapped Pernises would finally be able to get out alive while the Larkinson clan was able to fill some of its critical shortages. It was a win-win arrangement that sounded quite attractive to both sides. Vase became more intrigued. Can we beat the aggressors at Trident 2? Trident 2 is a relatively modest paradise planet. While the standard of living over there is high, it isn't large or developed enough to host powerful outfits. With our strength, we have the capital to smash aside the opposition. Since we are just performing a quick evacuation operation, we can be gone by the time the hidden enemies can muster reinforcements, if they are even willing to fight us in the first place. There were always risks to any operation on foreign soil. Calabast's intelligence might be wrong and she might be underestimating the opposition the clan might face. Yet the reward was sufficiently attractive for Vase to take this matter seriously. Get in touch with General Verl and start making plans. If I think they are good enough, I approve them. The risks have to be controlled though, and we need to minimize the negative impact as much as possible. It is not that difficult to accomplish this. We merely have to leave the sphere of influence of the Grand Loxic Republic and the Winged Serenade Star Sector to avoid all of the repercussions of rescuing the Pernis family. Calabast confidently stated. He nodded. She made a good point. I guess it's time our mech forces go on another exercise. We have absorbed a lot of new mech pilots, but none of them have been baptized in combat as a Larkinson as of yet. Those MTA mech pilots also need to be thrown into active combat in order to witness our power and stimulate their potential. Since those mechers wanted to become expert pilots so badly, then subjecting them to battle was the best way to spark a change. Hopefully these superior mech pilots knew how to pilot second-class mechs. Chapter 3042, Rescue Force. The ships of the Golden Skull Alliance suddenly took a slight detour from its original route. While the expeditionary fleet was still heading in the direction of the Antilla star cluster, its course change caused it to swing past several densely populated star systems. The Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers were straying deeper into the core regions of the Grand Loxic Republic. If Vase wasn't in such a hurry, he would have wanted to slow down and visit a portion of the many famous planets and tourist destinations of the powerful second-rate state. The Grand Loxic Republic possessed a different culture and set of customs from the states that Vase had visited in the past. It was a proud and cosmopolitan state that attracted many foreign people and organizations. As one of the central nodes of the Yena star cluster, its military forces were extremely developed by the standards of the surrounding star sectors. A robust and long-established mech industry played host to intense competition at every single level of the mech market. Since the Living Mech Corporation didn't compete in any second-class mech markets, the Larkinsons knew far too little about the exact conditions of the Grand Loxic Republic. While Calabast and many other clansmen were doing their best to do their research and shore up their understanding of the Loxians, the Larkinsons were ultimately strangers to this grand but divided state. Fortunately, the established factions and powers of the Grand Loxic Republic had no attention to spare for the travelers that passed through its space every day. As an open state that depended heavily on trade, commerce and influence to thrive, the locals did not have a habit of accosting foreign visitors. Not even the Crown Uprising was able to turn this policy around. At best, the Loxians just imposed more restrictions on its visitors and prevented them from bringing too many dangerous assets to settled planets and space stations. The distance to the Trident system was not that long. General Verl and all of the forces under his command had to make hasty preparations in order to prepare for their upcoming operations. According to the preliminary battle plan, the bulk of the Mech forces would remain in space in order to guard against threats directed towards the fleet. Only a smaller rescue force consisting of several thousand Mechs would descend from orbit and reach the Violet Estates, the ancestral home of the Pernis family. During one of the planning sessions of the upcoming operation, a very important matter emerged. Who would be the ones to dive from the heavens aboard combat carriers that might or might not encounter hostile fire? Who would be the ones to fly over the Violet Estates and carefully escort the evacuating Pernisers back to orbit? Who would be the ones to fight directly against the hidden hand on Trident II, whose strength was still unknown? The Glory Seekers and Crossers wouldn't be taking part in this private action. This was purely the business of the Larkinson clan. It wasn't shameless enough to drag its allies into a conflict that did not involve them directly. The Larkinson clan had to earn all of the gratitude of the Pernis family in order to earn the respect of its members. As for the Infinity Guards, they were solely paid to protect the Larkinson clan and its fleet. Engaging in offensive operations was not under their purview. Besides, their contract would soon run out at the end of the month and the clan did not intend to renew it any further. Who do we send down to the surface? Vase asked. A wave of silence followed among the gathered commanders. I am favoring two different options. General Verl's projection stated. First, we can take the safe route and send in a mix of our established Mech forces. With the Avatars, Vandals, Penitent Sisters, Sword Maidens and so on leading the way, they can show off the might of our clan in a splendid fashion as long as the opposition is within our expectations. With their current level of strength and completely armed with the latest bright warriors, our elite Mech forces will be able to make a profound impact on not just the Pernis family, but also the tens of thousands of new clansmen who have yet to witness our might in battle. That was a good idea. Too many clansmen who originated from the Life Research Association or the Heavensward Association did not have a solid idea of the strength of the Larkinson clan. They heard stories and watched lots of archival footage of past battles. Yet witnessing these battles after the fact simply didn't convey all of the fears, hopes, desperation and exaltation of victory of seeing a fight unfold up close. It was only when the observers had an actual stake in the battle that they would truly appreciate the outcome of victory or defeat. What is the second option, then? We could send in our new Sword Maidens and Sword Associates. Miss Keddies has brought 10,000 Mech pilots into the clan. Even if not all of them have their own dedicated Mechs, they are still a force to be reckoned with. If these new Larkinsons along with the recent recruits of our other Mech forces are dispatched to the surface, they will gain an opportunity to get bloodied under controlled circumstances. We only need to dispatch enough veterans to keep the rookies in line. That sounds risky, Vase said in a hesitant tone. Swordsmen do not fear danger. Commander Sendra's projection firmly spoke up. The Heavenswarders are all highly trained warriors. They might not be accustomed to fighting under the banner of our clan, but that does not mean that they lack any mettle. General Verl briefly paused before he gave his opinion. I do not doubt the skill of the Heavenswarders, but I am less confident in their readiness. They have yet to master how to fight as a Larkinson. Many of them are still assigned to their original Heavenswarder Mechs. Performing this rescue operation with non-Larkinson Mechs will send the wrong message. We need to make absolutely clear that we are sending our best. This meant that they would have to consider the first option presented by General Verl. The issue that followed was determining the force composition of the roughly 2,000 Mechs that would break the invisible blockade of Trident II. The Mech commanders spent 10 minutes advocating for their men to take part in the upcoming action. Only Commander Casella Ingvar remained silent. The living Sentinels weren't suited to perform a rescue operation. Her Mech pilots were better off sticking close to the fleet in order to guard against any threats in space. As the competitive discussion progressed, Commander Valerie Chansey of the Penitent Sisters and Commander Abis Firelight of the Flagrant Vandals were making a good case for their respective Mech forces. Our Valkyrie Redeemers are built for war and operate well under atmospheric conditions. They excel in quick and devastating strikes. No cowardly black Mech will be able to escape our gaze of death. Chansey argued. Don't forget that we are still the most highly trained second-class Mech pilots of our clan. Sending in my women will maximize the odds of success of this rescue operation. The projected form of Abis Firelight slightly shook his head. While I respect the battle prowess of your women and your fantastic Mechs, the conflict taking place in this state and on this planet specifically mostly takes place in the shadows. Your Valkyrie Redeemers may excel at defeating open targets, but so what? Will you be able to detect and take down a hidden sniper mech that is about to shoot down a transport carrying important VIPs? Will you be able to scout the terrain around the Violet Estates and root out every trap and hidden enemy in time? The penitent sister commander sent a displeased glance at the leader of the flagrant vandals. What are you suggesting, Commander? Our flagrant vandals haven't enjoyed a good exercise for a long time. Let us take the lead. We have received the largest quantity of ferocious piranhas. Only we can reach our objectives the fastest and respond to unexpected incidents with the least amount of delay. We can also deploy a sufficient amount of slower mechs to cover the main evacuation vessels. Vase looked back and forth between the two projected commanders. He was not sure who to rely on more for this operation. While he could give equal weight to both, he had a suspicion that this would lead to an excessive amount of division. In order to ensure the Pernissers were rescued as smoothly as possible, the rescue force had to be unified in command, and that meant giving much more room for one mech force in particular. It was at this time that the projection of Commander Melkor stood up. He looked calmly into everyone else's face before he made his case. The avatars of myth must be the ones to lead this operation. Vase, let my men prove their worth. For a long time, we have been overshadowed by others. While I do not begrudge the penitent sisters and the sword maidens for performing fantastically in battle, I don't want my men to be left behind. We are the first elite mech force of the Larkinson clan and we represent its values and ideals the closest. We are the iconic fighting force of our clan and it is only right for the Pernisses and any outside observers to witness our exclusive bright warriors overpowering all opposition and giving the Pernissers a golden sight that they will never forget in their lives. He was right as well. Vase knew that he had been neglecting Melkor and the avatars of myth for a very long time. The expert pilots, the penitent sisters, the sword maidens and so on had all become shinier toys to him in recent times. This had caused him and other Larkinsons to subconsciously decrease their regard towards the avatars of myth. Vase did not make a decision, though. He instead directed a look towards General Verl. The most qualified person should be the one to make the decision. Vase was just a layman in these matters, so he did not think it was wise for him to make such an important decision. It took a minute for the general to make up his mind. This operation is not just an opportunity to rescue and absorb the Perniss family, but also to accomplish other objectives, such as raising the morale of our clansmen and impressing outsiders of our combat prowess. In light of these additional goals, the avatars of myth are the most suitable soldiers to take charge this time. We need to show our Larkinson demeanor in the best possible fashion, and fielding thousands of bright warriors will certainly do that. Commander Melkor is also right in that the avatars of myth are most in need to validate their identity in battle, though I could also say the same for the flagrant vandals. The penitent sisters did not need any pepping up. They were doing quite well in the Larkinson clan and it would take a very long time before their morale began to erode. In the end, General Verl chose to allow the avatars of myth to act as the main force and the flagrant vandals as a secondary force for this operation. Both Commander Melkor and Commander Firelight smiled in satisfaction. They quietly stared at Commander Chansey and Commander Sendra. The men felt a great need to show that the clan did not need to rely completely on its female warriors to fight its battles. Melkor soon made a sincere bow. Thank you, General Verl. Thank you, Vase. My men and I truly need this opportunity. We will not disappoint your high expectations. I will be entering the field myself in order to ensure my avatars will perform up to standard. Better yet, we won't fight like Hexers or Heavenswarders. We shall fight like Larkinsons. That was a good enough reason for Vase. Chapter 3043, The Only Truth. The Grand Loxic Republic was a proud state. Though the Winged Serenade Star Sector was divided into 7 second-rate states, each of which possessed their own strong heritage, the Loxians rightfully felt pride in their own prosperity. Much of that had to do with their favorable and central location. With multiple highly developed port systems in its grasp, the Grand Loxic Republic stood out as a nexus of trade and influence building. Many organizations whose influence stretched across the entire galactic rim or even the galaxy chose to establish their branch offices in the Grand Loxic Republic. The concentration of so many powerful but distant companies, foundations, research institutions, foreign offices and more caused the state to consider itself more cosmopolitan than the rest of the Yena star cluster. The Winged Serenade Star Sector and more specifically the Grand Loxic Republic was much more connected to the rest of the galaxy than anywhere else in the vicinity. Other star sectors such as Komodo, Vicious Mountain and Majestic Teal may have developed their own strengths, but the Loxians pretty much considered those regions to be the backwater star sectors. With so many interests intertwined with the Grand Loxic Republic, a lot of competition had formed between the locals who were qualified to take a piece of the pie. Still, for a long time, the Loxic president and the Hegenarian party he led for decades remained in power. The Hegenarian party had long been in power in the Grand Republic. It advocated for a conservative policy that attempted to rock the boat as little as possible. As long as everything went well, there was no need to go out of their way and introduce too many changes to their society. The Hegenarian party's emphasis on wealth generation and influence building led to many decades of stability and peace. The residents quite liked that and only rarely elevated others in power. Yet the longer the Hegenarians grasped the levers of power, the more eager their rivals wanted to pull them down. The problem with that was that the Loxic president was immensely capable. As the greatest Loxian statesman, he not only ensured slow but constant growth for his state, but made sure that every crucial stakeholder benefited from the status quo. It was very difficult to shake his position when he made so many people happy. In the end, it took outside intervention to pull him off his throne. The inexplicable crown uprising had caused the state, which had long been quiet, to turn restless and unsafe. The frequent terrorist attacks that erupted on many different planets disrupted a lot of the trade and influence building that the Grand Loxic Republic relied upon to remain prosperous. This had immediate effects on its short-term economy. A recession had swept over the state without any warning, causing many people and organizations to be caught off guard. Though the Hegenarian party did everything it could to stem the losses and give comfort to those who lost their relatives or their jobs, the downside to staying in power for so long was that they always took the blame for everything. The Loxic president and his inner circle faced the greatest challenge of their careers. Their plans all became outdated as the galactic storm ignited by a hidden organization more powerful than anything they had dealt with easily swept aside the status quo. Yet just as the Loxic president was about to tackle the ongoing crisis without backing down, the Crown terrorists managed to infiltrate his presidential palace and blow him up along with many other important ministers. The consequences immediately became apparent. With the Hegenarian party in disarray due to the loss of so many important leaders and its inability to determine a new leader in a short amount of time, the other political parties smelled weakness and struck. Though the Grand Loxic Republic could not be allowed to descend into civil war and scare away all of the foreign allies and business partners it heavily relied upon, that did not mean the killing stopped. It just moved into the shadows. Though no insider in the powerful state was ignorant of the fact that a lot of fighting took place, the fact that the fighting was mostly contained in the shadows ensured that everyone had enough reason to pretend the state was doing fine and dandy. A shuttle crashed into the body of a powerful mayor of a major trading city. The Crown terrorists were at fault. A huge space station that belonged to a major backer to one of the political parties broke in half. The Crown terrorists were at fault. Some weird black mechs were killing off the descendants of a family that was noted for its public service. The Crown terrorists were at fault. The Crown Uprising was a transgalactic event that happened in every settled part of human society. The flood of terrorist attacks appearing in the news was so torrential that people soon grew numb to the mass-produced tragedies. The sheer quantity of destructive events also caused many investigative bodies to stop looking into the truth behind the incidents. There were simply too many of them to investigate all of them properly. This was why the tragedy befalling the Pernis family made so few ripples in the Grand Loxic Republic. "How come we have fallen to this point, Father?" a sophisticated voice asked with a touch of despair. The light of the local star shone warmly on the glittering oceans that covered much of Trident II. The small but pleasant paradise planet was famed for its aquatic bounty and luxurious resorts. The Violet Estates occupied one of the more noteworthy islands that dotted the planet. The series of structures were designed for beauty rather than defense, so they occupied a relatively high hill that took great cost to erect. The different estates could easily be recognized from afar due to its eye-catching location and brightly colored facade. Right now, the Pernis family felt that it had been a very foolish decision to place their main homes on such an open and vulnerable site. The family had to remove powerful shield generators from their other properties and move them all back to the Violet Estates in order to protect it from long-range bombardment. Even now, the Pernises were still in the process of setting up fortifications across their island. The rather limited number of mechs under their control were looking out at the water, on guard for any danger that might emerge from below the surface. Within the solar of the main structure of the Violet Estates, a man wearing an elegant but understated business suit looked towards the older man seated next to the high windows that looked out over the island and the seas beyond. Former Ambassador Sheddarin Pernus was tired. As a man who was 140 years old, he had gone through several major waves in his long and accomplished life. He slowly adjusted the green robe that helped him convey a calm and peaceful demeanor. Yet the current wave sweeping towards the Violet Estates was like a tsunami that could potentially sweep across the entire island. Has the Rydholm Corporation responded to my inquiry? The ambassador's light but dignified voice asked. No, Father. Our communication capabilities have become increasingly intermittent, but the few times we succeeded in sending a message to the company representative, we have not received any acknowledgement. The ambassador smiled wryly as the filtered sun rays streamed down on his face and body. It is to be expected. Expected. Councillor Nalivin Pernus momentarily lost control. We have worked hard to introduce the Rydholm Corporation to the local industry and helped forge several favorable trade deals over the years. Director Asphalt Rydholm owes several favors to our family. The former councillor that had followed in the footsteps of his prestigious father managed much of the important communications of the family during this crisis. The lack of favorable replies had frayed his mind. The burden of saving the Pernus family largely relied on the success of his mission. Sheddarin Pernus directed a lazy eye towards his son. What is the fastest way to get rid of a debt? Repay it straight away. Obviously, this was the wrong answer. Fortunately, Novalon was not stupid at all. It took less than a second for him to realize a more frightening answer. By defaulting on it, he trailed. Indeed, Sheddarin's smile grew more humorless. In the rules that previously governed our society, credibility was the primary currency that formed the basis of every transaction. Regretfully, the rules of the game have changed. Do you know what has supplanted the importance of credibility in this new and turbulent period? Novalon Pernus thought for a moment. I would say value. Those centuries of loyal and diligent service has given us a great reputation, much of that is built upon the glories of the past. If we no longer consider this factor, our actual value has severely plummeted. Our great friendship with the former Loxic president and our comfortable status in the Hegenarian party are no longer worth anything now that both of them no longer have any meaning. The Hegenarian party was not going down quickly, but it had too many enemies. No one was willing to bet on its future when there weren't any strong leaders who could rise up and unite the former power base of the assassinated president. The old and stately ambassador let out a deep breath. All of our work into deepening and fostering our bonds with the Hegenarian party has gone to waste. Should it be any surprise that the wealthy Rydholm Corporation no longer values what we can bring to the table? In fact, Director Asphalt Rydholm benefits most from seeing our family fall. The debts he owes to us has long worn down his shoulders. Novalon clenched his fist. Such a disgraceful turn would have caused the director to fall into disrepute at any other time. Credibility was everything, and no one wanted to do business with traitors and ungrateful bastards. Ambassador Sheddarin seemed to accept the Rydholm Corporation's abandonment with few emotional fluctuations. Let us move on, then. What of the Primdal family? Bonds of blood are often more dependable than written contracts and unwritten favors. The marriages between our families are not trivial. The son of the older man hesitated. We did not receive any response either, but I managed to obtain word of one of our agents within the Primdal family. According to what I heard, the Primdals are willing to lend a hand to us, but the patron they answer to has put a stop to those attempts. The expression of the old ambassador sank. We can count the Primdals out as well, then. They are at the mercy of greater forces just like us. At least they are lucky enough that their backers still retain their power. The Pernus family had worked hard to forge several bonds with the Primdal family. Even though the two answered to different political parties, there was no rule that stated that they had to avoid each other. As long as they did not make any major moves together, a few marriages between their family members never caught much attention. The Pernuses befriended the Primdals as a form of insurance. If the Hegenarian party ever faded from power, the Pernuses could rely on the help of the Primdals to swing to a different influence. The reason why the Primdals were willing to play along was because they had the same intentions. If the Primdal family ever got in trouble one day, it could request the Pernuses to bring them into the Hegenarian party. It was too bad that the Loxic president and the rest of his power base fell too quickly to make the transition worth it. The Pernuses had become poison and not even bonds of blood could persuade the Primdal family to fulfill its original obligation. Do you know where we have gone wrong as a family? Sheddarin asked his son. We are good at making friends, but our friends can't be counted in this dangerous time. Novalon steadily answered. We shouldn't have focused so much on forging bonds based on nebulous concepts such as credibility or blood ties. We would have been much better off right now if we established ties based on solid interests. The father let out a disappointed sigh. You still don't get it, son. You keep approaching the problem from the same lens that you have been trained to view in our society. What did I get wrong? The old ambassador looked out the window and raised his head to gaze at the cloudless blue sky. We should have developed our own strength. Do you think we would be bullied as heavily as now if we invested more attention and resources into building up our military might? Our family has been too naive. All of the years of peace in our state and the stability offered by the wuxia president has made us complacent. We have relied so heavily on borrowing the power of others that we never sufficiently developed our own might. In the end, the only truth in security lies in strength. Strength was the only truth in the galaxy. Chapter 3044. Times have changed. Though Ambassador Sheddarin Pernus recognized that strength was the only truth that could be counted upon, his family did not have the qualifications to act on this basis. It was too weak. The Pernus family was only a small cog in the giant machine of the Grand Loxic Republic. It was not easy to cultivate a large force of mechs, especially when the Pernuses lacked a foundation in the military and other related sectors. The main foundation of the Pernus family had always rested on its many interconnected relations. Even if the turbulent wave that had struck the Grand Loxic Republic caused all of these bonds to fray, the family had no choice but to continue to rely on them. The Pernuses really had nothing else to rely upon to tide them over this crisis. It was their own fault for not taking enough contingencies into account and preparing for a devastating turn of events like the one that had recently destabilized human space. The Pernus family developed over 100 solid ties to different families, companies and other organizations. Novalon Pernus had already reached to each and every partner that could lend a hand to them, but as he and his father went through the list, they received distressingly little good news. The Markham family has promised to assist us. Novalon formed a rare smile, but it quickly turned brittle. Alas, they are dealing with their own challenges. From what I have heard, the Markhams can only secretly transfer funds into our accounts. While that will help with alleviating the huge debt that we have incurred in order to erect our hasty defenses, it will not help us climb out of our hole. It is better than nothing. The stately father replied with a whisper. Ambassador Groven Markham is a good friend of mine. He still holds himself to the old ways even if there is no compelling reason to give us a hand. Accept his grace. We truly need the funding and we cannot ask for more. This remark caused his son to feel even more frustration. The Markham family was substantially stronger than the Pernus family and could have absolutely offered more aid. What was even more notable was that Sheddarin Pernus and Groven Markham used to be friends since they attended the same university more than a century ago. They never drifted apart after they entered service. They were practically brothers at this point. Yet even that wasn't enough for the Markhams to do more than lift a finger to aid the Pernuses. Groven Markham, Novalon spoke the name between gritted teeth. Leave it be. Sheddarin spoke in a stronger tone of voice. The Markhams are in danger of getting toppled at any time. If I were in their place, I would prioritize my own safety as well. After all, no one can deny the fact that our Pernus family has become dispensable. Novalon Pernus had no choice but to go even further down the list of friendlies that they had called upon for assistance. Yet no matter how much energy and effort the Pernuses had expended into courting them, the situation facing the family was so unfavorable that few provided any significant assistance. Multiple generations of Pernuses painstakingly formed hundreds of friendships with many different economic, industrial, political and ideological powers. Even a fraction of them were more than powerful enough to relieve the crisis that had beset the family. Unfortunately, what little token help that Novalon Pernus got back was as useless and feeble as trying to douse a star by throwing a bucket of water in its direction. Ambassador Sheddarin Pernus patiently listened as his son detailed the exact responses of the family's former relations. The answers ranged from bad, awful and total silence. Even though the head of the Pernus family could already predict all of the responses, he still had to hear them in person in order to carve this monumental failure to his weary heart. If he and the Pernus family ever survived this great crisis, he would ensure that the Pernuses would never make the same mistake twice. Once Novalon finished the exhaustive list, he looked as if he had drained all of his energy. This was their only lifeline, yet no matter in which direction they cast the line, no one picked up the other end. Keep contacting all of our old friends and acquaintances. Sheddarin commanded. Their answer will likely remain the same, but there is always a chance the situation might change, though we shouldn't bet on this outcome. The Pernices could do little else than that. Solving the crisis with their own feeble power was wholly out of the question. We need a real solution, Father. I've spoken to all of those contacts and representatives and I have not heard any sincerity in their tones. I know for certain that some of them know who is behind the black mechs that are blocking our way out, but the fact they are keeping mum despite our prior friendships is an ominous sign. The older man paused before slumping in his comfortable seat. The Hegenarian party is completely over. What currently stands for it is already rotting from within. Forget about relying on the partners who are tied to it. We need to set our sights further. We must put our emphasis on obtaining outside help. About that, Father, go on. Novalon Pernis hesitated a bit. We have put some effort into doing as you just said. In every situation, we received a negative reply. No foreign organization wants to meddle into the internal affairs of the Grand Loxic Republic or get in the middle of a power struggle. Of course this is the case. The Grand Loxic Republic and whoever gets to rule it controls the gateway into the Yena star cluster. Any local power will find themselves choked out of many favorable trade deals and greater networks if they put themselves opposite against the rising trend. We did get one oddly positive response, though. The older man directed a serious look at his son. Since you decided to bring this to my attention, it must be credible. Tell me, which fool is stupid enough to value a worthless family like ours and is willing to offend many powers who will soon have a great say over the star cluster? It's the Larkinson clan. To be honest, we merely cast a wide net and contacted many random foreign organizations. Even if the chance of winning the jackpot is just 1 out of several billion, it is still worth it for us to make repeated bets. It doesn't cost us much except for a moment of our time to spam our help requests. Novalon Pernis sounded genuinely surprised that such a brain-dead plan actually bore fruit. However, when the son of the family head beheld the spiky fruit he grasped, he didn't know whether he should take a bite. Who knew if it could make him sick? Ambassador Shedderin knew his son well. Do you have faith in the Larkinson clan? Their representatives sound sincere enough. Novalon spoke. In fact, they sound downright enthusiastic. Apparently, their clan has grown too quickly and urgently needs the diplomatic and administrative personnel that we have in spades. Considering how unsophisticated they all sound, I have the impression that they do need our help. A brief moment of silence followed as Shedderin dredged up what he knew about the Larkinson clan. He dug up a few news articles about notable events surrounding both the clan and its very brazen patriarch, but that was not enough for him to weigh this development. Give me what I need to know about the Larkinson clan, he commanded. Yes, Father. A very quick wireless transmission followed. Novalon Pernis knew exactly what information his father sought, so he already collected and condensed every relevant piece of data into a succinct and easily digestible report. It only took a minute for Shedderin Pernis to absorb all of the information and process the many implications of what he had just received. The Larkinsons are certainly colorful, he mildly stated. That's an understatement. Novalon contemptuously scoffed. They are too young, too brash and too reckless. Their shallow foundation originated from a tiny family from an inconsequential third-rate state. Though I have no doubt that their leader is a talented mech designer, his ability to govern and make wise decisions leaves much to be desired. Yet for some inexplicable reason, all of the other members of his clan are all supportive of his deficient leadership. Ambassador Shedderin softly chuckled. The Larkinsons are not ordinary, that is for certain. Perhaps it will help if you view them as a mutated version of a vicious mountain clan. The two operate in much of the same manner. Aside from the lesser emphasis on expert pilots, the person at the top is still the greatest authority regardless of whether he actually knows how to run a clan of this scale. There were many questionable points about the Larkinson clan. How in the hell did it remain stable and coherent after absorbing over 100,000 people in the span of just a couple of years? How did they keep growing stronger instead of weaker by integrating so much diversity? How did the Larkinsons keep pulling off miracles in battles that were so unfavorable that defeat was the expected outcome? The Larkinsons are strong, I will grant them that, Novalon begrudgingly said. However, their meteoric growth and progression resembles a shuttle helmed by a drunk fool. It can crash into other ships at any moment and I'm not sure if it will be able to dock at its destination without crashing into a space station. Obviously, Novalon Pernis took a dim view on the upstart clan. From the perspective of his family, the Larkinsons were like shooting stars. There were many of those in the galaxy, but they never lasted long enough to stand the test of time. Only stable, Long-lasting organizations led by wise and steady figures like his father were worthwhile enough to befriend. You need to cut those thoughts out, son. Pardon, you are still operating by the old rules. Stop that. Times have changed and our family's situation has changed as well. Perhaps in the past we have ample justification to look down on this eccentric clan, but we are living in the present now where everything is different. They have strength while we have none. We have diplomats and administrators while they have a lot of vacancies in those positions. Even someone who lacks our training can tell this is a win-win arrangement. Our ship is breaking apart, son. We need rescue from every avenue we can get, and if the shuttle dispatched by the Larkinsons looks shaky, it doesn't matter because it is better than dying in space. The Larkinsons don't actually intend to rescue us, father. They intend to annex us and make the Pernis family disappear. Novalon raised his voice. They are like pirates stumbling upon a derelict ship. Upon finding us, they want to drag us back into their pirate ship and force us to become one of them. In every single round of negotiation, they have not let up their excessive demands. They intend to swallow us entirely and absorb us into their clan in total. The Pernis family and its long heritage that stretched back all the way to Old Earth would become history if that happened. Sheddarin Pernis merely shook his head. We are at the cusp of losing all of our lives. What will happen to our family, do you think? The only difference from what you have said is that no one will remember us when we become history. If we accept the goodwill extended by the Larkinson clan, we will at least be able to honor and remember who we descended from. In addition, it would be nice not to lead all of our sons and daughters to their deaths. The Larkinsons were brutes whose minds were filled with martial thoughts. They exhibited a distressing lack of culture and refinement and clashed against the Pernises in many other ways. Yet the current situation made it so that the Pernises had no choice but to take shelter underneath those uncouth mech-obsessed muscleheads. Chapter 3045. Pre-battle planning. The Larkinson clan did not immediately look forward to rescuing this unknown Pernis family. Vase and the clan had already stumbled several times when they became involved in great, statewide affairs. The clan and its 20,000 mech pilots may be incredibly powerful compared to many other private organizations, but it was impossible for its forces to catch up against the military might of entire states. The Larkinsons only had to make one mistake before they set off the military of an entire state against them. Seeing as how the Pernises were likely under attack by forces that might become the next ruling power of the Grand Loxic Republic, the probability that the military might intervene was not zero. It will be fine, Vase consoled himself. The Loxians really don't want to escalate the unrest in their state too much. There are several other rival second-rate states in the Winged Serenade Star sector that can easily attract a lot of organizations that might get cold feet if they think that the Grand Loxic Republic is no good anymore. Besides, dispatching a lot of official military units against the Larkinsons might end up in disaster, as the latter had already toppled a military strike force in the past. This time, the effective strength of the Larkinsons and its allies had grown drastically. Any reasonable military strategist who studied all of the information available in public would conclude that not even an entire mech division would be enough to destroy the entire expeditionary fleet. It was not worth it to dispatch even more forces and suffer guaranteed losses in return for allowing a troublesome family to leave the sphere of influence of the Grand Loxic Republic. At least, that was what Vase hoped. Who knew if the masterminds behind the attacks on the Pernis family were irrational or had other goals? The Larkinsons might not even be able to complete its operation without suffering substantial losses if the opposition was much greater than expected. If we had more mechs, we wouldn't be stuck in such an awkward position. He muttered. The fundamental strategic problem was that the safety of the expeditionary fleet had to be guaranteed at all cost. If the clan dispatched all of the mechs that it could field down to the surface, who would protect all of the immensely valuable and vulnerable ships in orbit? Any assailant could easily deal crippling damage to the Larkinson clan by downing lots of sub-capital ships or destroying just a single capital ship. Meow. Lucky sagely commented as he clung on Vess's shoulder. You're a cat. What do you know about our strategic considerations? Stop thinking about stuff beyond your expertise and worry about the next time you need to use the toilet. Meow. Lucky hissed. Vase ignored his cat's displeasure and exited his shuttle now that it had touched down. The graveyard was a big ship, and one that possessed a distinctly different architecture and atmosphere than Hexer-built vessels like the Spirit of Bentime. The best way for him to describe the overall interior design of the graveyard was that it was quite basic and industrial. Even though she was a thick and heavily armored capital ship, her original owners did not spare much thought or attention on increasing her splendor. Though that made the graveyard unsuitable as a platform to receive foreign visitors and dignitaries, she possessed a no-nonsense air that ensured that everyone aboard remained focused on their respective tasks. Right now, there were no opportunities to put much of her salvaging capabilities to use, so the combat side of the graveyard was the most active at the moment. An abundance of mech pilots and combat crew were moving about. They were working a little harder than before as they had all received word that they would soon take part in a new combat operation. The graveyard wouldn't be descending from orbit, though. Her formidable defenses were essential in defending the fleet, and she was too big and massive to survive atmospheric descent anyway. Vase moved past the hangar bay and navigated to the upper decks on his own. He had downloaded the complete map of the graveyard and visited the vessel enough times to know his way around. He didn't require any special guidance from the crew either. "Hello, Patriarch." "Hi, Lucky." "Whoa, the boss is here." The Larkinsons he came across greeted him with varying degrees of formality. Vase merely nodded to each of them before moving past. He was not obligated to do anything more, and he was on business anyway. Gloriana did not allow him to stay out of the design lab for long, so he had to make sure he could conclude his upcoming meeting in return before he exhausted his quota. He eventually entered a spacious strategic planning compartment. Dozens of Larkinsons who specialized in many important areas such as logistics and tactics were already planning and gaming out their upcoming deployment on Trident II. It was rare for the Larkinsons to hold the initiative for once. Since they weren't getting ambushed by enemies coming out of the blue, the clan was determined to make extensive preparations. "Over here, sir." Commander Melkor Larkinson waved from the other side of the giant projected battle map in the middle of the compartment. "You came just at the right time. We have just settled most of the details." Vase approached his cousin while Lucky jumped from his shoulder and explored another area of the compartment. He carefully looked over at the projection, which seemed to show the entire globe of Trident II. He could see the entire expeditionary fleet maintaining orbit while staying as far away from other artificial satellites over the Paradise planet. Since Trident II did not attract a lot of business, it only had some commercial space stations and some other inconsequential assets above its skies. The threat posed by these civilian-oriented assets was minimal, but that didn't mean the Larkinsons could afford to get complacent. A brief animation played. It displayed a score of combat carriers separating from the main fleet before descending to the surface. Their entry was rather hot as the ships all had to reach the Violet Estates as quickly as possible in order to prevent the Black Mechs from launching a preemptive attack on the Pernis family. When the combat carriers came close enough, a substantial swarm of mechs emerged from the hangar bays. Their markings made it clear that 75% of them consisted of Avatar mechs while the remainder belonged to the Flagrant Vandals. The latter all began to split up and fan out over a wide area. The light mass and swift speeds of the ferocious piranhas allowed them to cover a lot of distance. This was very useful as the mechs were very suited to act as scouts and monitors. Their sensors had even been modified to increase their ability to scan for large objects beneath the surface of Tridenti's oceans. However, the Avatars unquestionably played the main role. They were the ones to approach the Violet Estates. They were the ones who escorted the evacuating family members back to the combat carriers of the Larkinson clan. They were the ones who flew alongside those same combat carriers until they reached a high enough altitude to eliminate most opportunities to intercept the escaping Pernices. "Looks like you have everything well in hand," Vase commented. "Don't be fooled by this display, Vase. This is just the ideal scenario. There is a substantial possibility that the Black Mechs will not let the Pernicers leave just like that. Even if the hidden force lurking in the depths of Trident II cannot contend against our entire expeditionary fleet, they still have a chance of killing lots of Pernicers during a chaotic evacuation." The prestige and reputation of the Larkinson clan was at stake in this operation. Failing or botching the rescue operation would not only affect the attitude of the rescued people towards the clan, but also affect the public's perception of the clan's combat prowess. Therefore, a lot was riding on Melkor's shoulder. He assumed the main responsibility of keeping as many Pernicers alive as possible. "What is your greatest worry?" Vase softly asked. Melkor pressed his lips. "I have many worries. What if there are 10 times as many Black Mechs than we anticipated? What if there is a second or third force lurking in the vicinity? What if the Pernicers get eliminated before we even arrive? I have to think about so many scenarios that I can't single out any of them. They are all bad in their own way. Will you be able to cope?" "Oh, certainly. I trust you, Vase, so I am not afraid to voice what I am really feeling. I'd be lying if I told you that I am not concerned." "If that is the case, why not bolster your rescue force? We still have plenty of enthusiastic Larkinson mech pilots who are jumping to take part in the rescue operation. No, I've already discussed all of the reasons. The avatars really need a moment to prove their worth. They need to burnish their credentials as elites by completing their mission and defeating any opposition in the most effective manner possible. Bringing along the flagrant vandals is already the limit that I can bear. Vase turned to Melkor with a frown. I recently heard that you have rejected the support of our expert pilots. Are you sure about that? Just one of them in their prime mechs can still serve as a powerful backstop. The air between the two Trueblood Larkinsons grew a little tense. I have not made this decision on an impulse. Even though this will likely lead to greater casualties among my men, it is necessary for them to learn how to stand up for themselves. This is one of the few operations that I can afford to apply additional pressure on my avatars without getting bothered by the additional losses. Vase didn't want to give up, though. While I am sure that those are good reasons, it makes me feel ill at ease if you don't have any immediate backup within reach. It takes too long for one of our prime mechs to reach the Violet Estates from orbit. So what? At least allow the Bright Beam Prime to ride on one of the combat carriers on reserve. Venerable Davia Stark can instantly intervene from afar if anything goes seriously wrong. Melkor frowned. He felt that bringing in a prime mech as a reserve would serve as a safety blanket for his men. He didn't want them to pray for rescue from Venerable Stark when they should have sought to get out of trouble themselves. However, he knew that Vase was making too much sense for him to deny the request. I will allow it. She should not take action unless we risk getting overturned, though. There is no need for her to go into action to rescue individual avatars. That's understandable. I think General Verl will be quite happy with your assent. The current Bright Beam Prime was not exactly like the old one. When Vase developed the enhanced version of Luminaire crystals, he had already squeezed enough time to fabricate some mech-grade batches before integrating them into the rifle of the Prime Rifleman mech. If it ever had to go into action, the ranged mech would be able to catch many enemies by surprise. After they decided on this topic, Melkor asked one more question. You didn't take the trouble to come all the way over to the graveyard to ask me if I would be okay with bringing a prime mech. You wanted to ask me something else, is that correct? You guessed correctly. Vase raised his eyebrow. To be honest, I wanted to do something for you before you enter the field in person. Oh, I don't have time to design a custom mech that is exclusively tailored for you, but would you be willing to participate in a little experiment of mine? I think it will be quite helpful in making you stronger. Melkor looked oddly at Vase. Why would I possibly say yes? Chapter 3046. Humility. Chapter 3046. Humility. The avatars of myth may have faded from prominence in the Larkinson clan, but they were not out. As the original elites of the Larkinson clan, the avatars all had pride carved into their bones. Sure, the penitent sisters fought like banshees, but were they fighting on behalf of the superior mother or her son? The Sword Maidens, at least the original ones, truly sacrificed much for the Larkinson clan, but the strong-willed women were only willing to pilot a very limited section of mech types. Right now, the prestige of these two female-dominated mech troops far surpassed that of the avatars of myth, but Commander Melkor intended to change that. He knew that the competition was ferocious, but as a Larkinson, how could he back down from a challenge? He did not put his all into this goal just to prove he wasn't a failure of a commander. It was more than that. As a Larkinson, he felt duty-bound to propel a mech force that best represented the Larkinsons in their totality as their premier elite soldiers. Perhaps the greatest criticism directed towards the avatars of myth was their lack of defining characteristics. Everyone immediately knew what the Penitent Sisters and the Sword Maidens were like, but no one was quite able to identify any common labels to the avatars of myth other than that they were elite and made up of Larkinsons. This was quite bad, and Melkor had thought long and hard about this problem. He did not wish to rashly define an identity to his men for fear that it would box them into a corner. He eventually constructed a grand if tentative vision for the mech force he led. In his greatest ambition, the avatars of myth distinguished themselves from the other Larkinson mech pilots by living up to their name. Of course, defining what this meant and turning it into reality was incredibly hard. This was Melkor's driving mission, and he knew that he would need several decades in order to fulfill his dreams and complete an accomplishment that would allow him to be remembered. What complicated this outlook was that there was no guarantee that Melkor would remain as the head of a force that had already surpassed the size and strength of an entire military mech regiment. In the Mech Corps and other professional military branches, The people who were qualified to lead such huge and powerful units were senior officers with the rank of colonel or similar. These leaders had worked hard to stand out from the officer class. They rose up the ranks through merit and expanded their competences through both academic study and learning from experience. Only the best, or the most politically connected, were able to climb over the heads of countless other officers and gain the power and authority to affect the future of an entire state. When Melkor thought about the power he wielded, he felt unworthy of the huge amount of responsibility thrust on his shoulders. He didn't deserve his current position. He knew that very well. He originally started off as a dropout from the Mech Corps. Perhaps his original Larkinson heritage allowed him to command a couple of dozen or even a few hundred Avatar mech pilots without too many issues, but the current mech force was incomparably greater nowadays. A mech regiment did not just center around its mech pilots. There was a vast hierarchy of combat and non-combat personnel under his command. Numerous officers took charge of essential and highly technical matters such as ship command, mech maintenance, supply management, pilot support services, finances and many other matters. Did Melkor have the experience, knowledge and competence to lead all of these departments? Nope. Even though he had done his best to study in his free time and build up the vast quantity of knowledge required to lead such a huge and powerful military organization, he was not particularly talented in leadership and management. He was just a mech pilot. If he didn't join the Larkinson clan at the beginning and witnessed its meteoric growth in size and scope, he would have just been serving as a regular mech pilot for a security company or something. This was why he always approached his increasingly more important responsibilities with humility. He distinctly recognized that he wasn't the best at anything. This prompted him to copy Ves's approach and find capable officers who could do the jobs he could not with skill and confidence. So far, it was working. The avatars of myth remained stable and there were few problems that were truly concerning. Everything was running fine, but that was not enough. Any decent leader could offer stability. A great leader accomplished more. The avatars may function well enough to contribute to the strength of the clan, but they failed to live up to their promise. As long as this was the case, Melkor would continue to look for more solutions. There had to be a way for the avatars to distinguish themselves and adopt a fighting method that was wholly theirs. The upcoming battle was not only meant to bloody the avatars and ignite their fighting spirit, but also served as a trial where they could test some of the new ideas that Melkor had painstakingly worked upon. His mind was almost completely occupied by the surprises he had in store. He did not expect to consider a brand new variable in the form of an offer from Vase. As much as I respect your accomplishments, you do not have a good reputation when it comes to your experiments. He slowly responded to his powerful cousin. Vase looked taken aback at Melkor's skepticism. People talk about my experiments. That's impossible. Much of what I do is confidential. We Larkinsons aren't blind, you know. A few clever clansmen can roughly guess what goes in and what goes out of those labs of yours. I don't know if any of these ridiculous-sounding rumors have any merit, but what I do know is that you have shown fewer and fewer scruples over the years. You're the guy who would gladly push the button to nuke an entire planet if you can accomplish your goal. If every problem could be solved by pushing buttons, then Vase would gladly press them as many times as needed. He was tired of dealing with intractable issues all the time. Look, I'm not trying out something completely new and unknown here, Melkor. I have come up with various ways to strengthen people and I would just like to give you a gift in return for all of the hard work you have done over the years. The Avatar commander shook his head. I don't deserve any gifts. At least wait until I have completed this mission and come back from Trident II before offering me any rewards. That is kind of late. The reason why I came here is because I want to improve your odds of success. I don't need the help. Look, I have personal as well as professional reasons to reject your offer. You know what I think about my current position. I have to prove I am still the right person for the job. I need to prove my own worth without cheating or taking the easy way out. In addition, any changes I experience might affect my performance or distract me from the overall situation in the field. I can ill afford to deal with new variables when I already need to keep track of so many existing ones. All of the arguments that Melkor presented sounded logical, but Vase had a feeling that his cousin was afraid of what would happen if he said yes. To be sure, his fears weren't unfounded, but Vase felt upset that he was being blocked. He looked steadily at Melkor. The Avatar commander calmly made his stance clear and continued to stand his ground without any sign of flinching. Vase could have pushed harder if need be. He was the devil tongue for a reason. Yet, Melkor was more than just an average Larkinson. He was a blood relative and a supportive helper who had always backed Vase up. The least he could do was to reciprocate the respect he received. Fine, Vase replied in a glum tone. Have it your way. We'll talk more about this after we have concluded the upcoming operation. They eventually returned to the main topics at hand. They discussed how to configure the bright warriors taking part in the operation and how to respond against varying levels of resistance. There is a possibility that most of our preparations might go in vain, Melkor mildly remarked. While the Grand Loxic Republic is quite large and very powerful, most of their military assets are concentrated elsewhere. The Trident system simply isn't strategic or valuable enough to merit a lot of attention. Whatever black mechs are lurking underwater might only amount to a handful of mech companies or something. There isn't really any need for more to inflict a slow and gradual death upon the Pernus family. Melkor had a good point. Human space turned into a much more dangerous place after the Crown Uprising began. Mechs and mech pilots became the prime guarantees of safety. Many powers tried their best to gather as many of them as possible in order to ensure their own survival in these trying times. Who would be stupid enough to dispatch many hundreds if not thousands of mechs to conduct a very slow and sluggish extermination campaign? The Pernus family may have been influential once, but according to the latest intelligence, their prestige and importance had fallen off a cliff. The Pernuses wouldn't be able to do anything meaningful for a long time. Vase shrugged. If we don't get the fight we expect, then just treat this excursion as a light exercise. We should show off some of our might in order to make others take us seriously. The further we travel from the Komodo Star sector, the less our reputation is able to impress the locals. The news just doesn't radiate well across further distances. It couldn't be helped as the galaxy was too big. There were so many different celebrities and famous organizations in every star sector that the residents all tended to favor local powers. After all, compared to a strange and foreign clan like the Larkinsons, a local organization exerted a lot more influence on their daily lives. The avatars of myth didn't just have to complete the mission perfectly. They also had to look good while doing so. Image mattered, and the Larkinson clan still had a lot of work to do in order to establish their credentials as powerful warriors who should never be provoked. I kind of miss one of the quirks you used to add to your mechs. Do you remember the festive cloud generator you often integrated in your mechs? You imparted all kinds of cool effects to your early mechs with the help of the colorful mist it generates. Vase briefly cast his mind back to the past. Ah, I forgot about that myself. I know what you mean, but I've matured since then. My mechs don't need to work so hard anymore in order to attract attention. The modern signature look I've established is a much more elegant and less obtrusive way to brand my mechs. You mean the third eye that is always surrounded by a hexagon for some reason? That last part is Gloriana's signature, not mine. You know that's kind of disturbing, right? Some of my men complain that every time they deploy into the field, they feel like they are parading around while wearing a hex or brandmark. I thought we were supposed to be a part of the Larkinson clan instead of the Hexadric hegemony. It's just a small design element. There is no underlying message behind this visual element. Vase insisted. You should stop worrying about irrelevant matters and focus on the matter at hand. According to our current schedule, we should be arriving in Trident 2 in a couple of stops. If you need to make any further preparations, you need to get everything done quickly because we'll be going into a fight quite soon. Vase looked forward to seeing his men in action again. It always gave him a rush of power to see his subordinates piloting his own mechs in a serious operation. Hopefully, the black mechs that they would likely be fighting against wouldn't get scared off too quickly. His thirst for blood needed to be sated. Chapter 3047. Treatment Editions. Chapter 3047 Treatment Editions. So we're actually doing this? Gavin Newman skeptically asked. Yes, we're actually doing this. Vase affirmed with a grin as he looked up at the results of his latest completed side project. While most of our clan has been investing its energy on growing and expanding its combat capabilities, I have not forgotten about our commercial activities. The sales of my mechs continue to support our growing ambitions, but with the way our expansion is progressing, our income is gradually unable to keep up with our expenditures. There were many mech pilots waiting to receive their own mechs. While Vase intended to limit this expansion because he did not want to add more useless sub-capital ships to the already bloated expeditionary fleet, there were plenty of combat carriers that had yet to fill up their capacity. The mech models that the Larkinson clan adopted were all premium second-class mechs. Suffice to say, they weren't cheap. For example, the two main mech models that the Larkinsons intended to deploy on Trident II were the Bright Warrior IB, which cost around 500 million hex credits per copy, and the Ferocious Piranha IB, which cost around 400 million hex credits per copy. The Living Mech Corporation had to sell several hundred if not 1,000 third-class mechs to fund the production of those expensive second-class mechs. With over 20,000 mech pilots and counting, the Larkinson clan had to spend an enormous sum of money in order to equip them all. This did not even take into account the more expensive specialized models such as the Eternal Redemption, which cost a whopping 800 million hex credits per copy. This was not the only major economic pressure that the clan had to cope with. Maintaining and supplying hundreds of ships, including several enormous capital ships the size of cities, had become even more burdensome now that the Larkinsons had to feed the hungry graveyard in the Dragon's Den. Of course, with several empty capital ship slots, the Larkinsons were obliged to invest trillions of credits in acquiring new capital ships. Whether the Larkinsons ordered the construction of brand new vessels or spent their money in the second-hand market, ships this size that were still space-worthy were never cheap. The surprisingly huge influx of personnel and assets from the Life Research Association and the Heavensward Association didn't help either. While Vase was very glad to see the clan double in size and strength in one go, such an explosive expansion also entailed an explosive growth in expenditures. Even if Vase rarely checked up on the business side of the clan these days, he was well aware that the growth of the LMC had reached a plateau. Aside from saturating the market with living mechs, the main cause of this was that the company had set up too many branches in too many star sectors as of late. Not enough time had passed for the LMC's local branches to develop a strong identity and sense of loyalty to the parent company. A lot more time had to pass before the dust settled down. I can't deny these mechs are effective, Vase, but Raymond Billingsley Larkinson looked dubiously at the two latest products that the LMC was supposed to bring to market. These are very different products from the ones we sold before. Vase and a small group of influential Larkinsons had all gathered at one of the large storage compartments of the Spirit of Bentime. They did so in order to view the two new mech models that were supposed to insert some vitality in the stagnant LMC and direct a lot of much-needed cash back into the clan coffers. It's strange to look at a mech designed by you that isn't designed to fight. Gavin commented, "This is a deviation from your usual style, do you know that? Previously, you were all serious and principled about sticking to the primary intent of mechs, which is to make war machines that are explicitly designed to fight." What could Vase say to that? He merely shrugged. "Times have changed, Benny. Our circumstances have changed as well. Our clan has grown too quickly and we need more funding immediately. Rather than waiting for at least 2 entire design cycles to come up with a commercial mech design with high earning potential, it's easier and more convenient to design some variants of one of my existing designs. About that, boss, I still think you could have settled with publishing the original Sanctuary design. Our various departments have already prepared for an eventual launch and mass production of the new Sanctuary. While you initially designed it to counter glows, it performs the same functions as one of the variants here. You're not looking at this the right way. My original Sanctuary design is purely designed for combat. Whatever non-combat purpose it might be able to fulfill is secondary. That is not suitable for our current situation since the latter has become a lot more important than the former to the mech market. As a mech designer, Vase couldn't stand his products being used outside of his original intention. A specific need should always be fulfilled by a product meant to address it whenever possible. I think the Patriarch has made the right choices with regards to these new variants. Raymond waved his hand at the pure and holy white-coated variant and the warm and welcoming green-coated variant. These Sanctuary variants are more long-lasting and more marketable to non-combat organizations. The latter is quite important as many hospitals and medical groups won't even consider the possibility of purchasing a war machine. Repackaging the war-purposed Sanctuary into 2 peaceful variants was mainly meant to encourage the market to treat them differently. The ultimate goal of going through this trouble was quite ambitious. Gavin finally couldn't hold it any longer. "Boss." "Yes, Benny." Vase curiously turned to his assistant. "No offense, but I am growing more and more uncomfortable with the pricing strategy of these new Sanctuaries. There's a difference between earning honest pay and shameless profiteering. I know I sounded a bit more supportive in our previous meetings, but now that I look at them, I feel like we are crossing a very big ethical boundary. I won't deny the utility of its different glows, but..." Vase looked annoyed. "I have already compromised on this issue twice. I originally planned to charge 200 million hex credits for a copy of one of these variants, but you guys managed to convince me to pare it down to 100 million hex credits. When that also proved to be too controversial, I agreed to lower it to 50 million hex credits. What do you want now that I have made these concessions? Do you want to lower the price to 25 million hex credits? Our clansmen will soon begin to starve if we sell our mechs that cheap. Both Gavin and Raymond looked at Vase with dubious expressions. 25 million hex credits might not sound like much for a second-class mech, but the problem was that the new treatment editions of the Sanctuary product line cost a total of 3 million hex credits to produce. This was actually a million hex credits more expensive than the base model. Vase had generously allocated extra money to incorporate more durable components, more long-lasting systems and additional cosmetic finishes. What was important to note was that the so-called treatment edition mechs were still fully combat capable. Though they were too weak and fragile to take part in second-class mech battles, there shouldn't be too many problems for them to participate in third-class battles. The main complication was that Vase had to limit their glows for safety reasons. Have you tested whether the 5-minute interval is both practical and safe enough to make these Sanctuary variants usable? The 5-minute interval referred to the times when the glows of all of the treatment editions were active. In order to prevent the glows from being misused or generating too much addiction, Vase artificially limited the time they remained active. The rule was very simple. The glows stayed online 5 standard minutes before switching off for 5 standard minutes. After that, it switched back on for the same period of time. Though Vase had initially experimented with more complicated timings, he felt it was simpler and more user-friendly for everyone if he stuck to a single, consistent time interval. Tests conducted with the prototypes show no major issues. Raymond steadily responded, "It's not really a comfortable middle ground, though. Any shorter and no one ever enjoys the glow long enough to feel satisfied. Any longer, and the delays grow too annoying. 5 minutes is just barely satisfying and the rest interval is short enough that people can still grow addicted if they insist on staying within range." The COO of the LMC directed a lot of attention to this matter. Risk assessment conducted by the company showed that there was great potential that these new treatment editions could spark a lot of controversy that could muddy the brand reputation of the company. What was even more dangerous was that the new sanctuaries could even make Vase and the LMC liable to any serious injuries or other forms of damage that the new glows could cause. Even though the glows of the so-called tranquility and healing variants were purely meant to be benign, everything turned into poison once they exceeded specific limits. This was a very new and untested business direction for the LMC. While the Larkinsons possessed extensive knowledge and expertise on mechs, entering the alternative treatment industry was like stepping onto a new continent. The small group of Larkinsons test drove the new glows. They spent 5 minutes under the influence of the Tranquility variant before waiting 5 minutes so that they could briefly enjoy the healing variant. Ah, the oldest among them sighed in relief. That feels good. It's like I've reversed my age by a few decades. Vase snorted. You aren't that old by today's standards. You might belong to the same generation as my grandfather, but you have access to a lot of new treatments now that we took on a lot of clever lifers. Not even age-prolonging treatment is out of your reach nowadays. Raymond sighed. I am quite aware of that. You sound hesitant. I am not. My grandson will be happy to see me around a few more decades longer, that is for sure. It's just unnatural. Do you know how much time I have spent on contemplating my own mortality? I have lived through a nearly complete life cycle. I have outlived many Larkinsons who are much more deserving than me but died on the battlefield or all kinds of other causes. I have passed on my bloodline and even see one of my greatest grandsons become a hero. I would not feel sorry if I hung up my cap and went to sleep forever. Vase narrowed his eyes at Raymond. Did his brief session with the Tranquility and Healing put the elder Larkinson into a suicidal mood or something? He did not want Raymond to go too soon. Even if the old man was no longer the best choice to effectively lead the LMC, he was still a familiar relative who was worthy of trust. Don't retire too soon. There is still much more work to be done. For example, is our company ready to bring these new variants to market within the month? Raymond slowly nodded. It will be tight. We have a large number of branches in multiple different star sectors. Every local market and every different locale has different customs and laws, so I cannot guarantee that the Sanctuary variants will be available everywhere we can reach. We might need a couple more months to introduce them to the more difficult and less accessible markets. Vase dismissively waved his hand. That's not a big problem. Right now, We need to prioritize earning money quickly. I don't want this to be a problem until we have successfully reached the Red Ocean. Have I made myself clear? Crystal, sir. Chapter 3048, Future Business Concerns. Vase officially published the treatment editions of his unavailable Sanctuary Mech design. Both new variants immediately sparked controversy among market watchers due to the insane prices the LMC listed for the new Mech models. A lot of people thought that the Living Mech Corporation had gone mad after trying to sell its new third-class Mech models at second-class rates. Everyone with a passing familiarity of mechs could figure out that the product margins of the Tranquility and Healing variants were insanely high. Third-class clients thought that the new mechs were way too expensive for what they claimed to accomplish. Second-class clients were not pleased at all to find out that the Sanctuary was completely incapable of withstanding the pressure of second-class mech combat. Since no one liked the thought of getting scammed, initial sales of the odd new mechs were abysmally low. Vase didn't feel concerned, though. The LMC's reputation had grown more than enough to cultivate a group of diehards who would always try out a new product regardless of its qualities. The Living Star Club is having quite a lot of success in marketing these Sanctuary variants. Kelsey Dornbos reported to Vase during a morning briefing. Though not many of our members have a need for the benefits offered by the two variants, they are still willing to acquire the mechs for reasons other than necessity. Well, as long as our fans are enthused about our new products, they can help drive up the hype. The Living Star Club was an important tool to promote the new and odd mech models. Just like the LMC, Vase hadn't paid attention to the growing club. He initially set it up just to prevent him from paying greater compensation. Yet now that it brought together hundreds of thousands of very loyal customers, it had taken on a life of its own. How is the club doing in general? Do you have any concerns about the future? It's doing well enough, but it will be a lot harder to keep up the enthusiasm once we leave this star cluster or the entire galaxy for that matter. Once you travel away far enough, there will be fewer and fewer people who will be able to remember that the LMC is native to the Yena star cluster. Eventually there will be more people who think of the LMC as a foreign company rather than one that is native to the region. It's fine. Vase did not look concerned. These matters are trivial compared to the value my mechs can bring. That won't change no matter how far I travel from this star cluster. The mainstream mechs sold by giant trans-galactic mech companies are popular here as well, despite the fact that their headquarters are situated all the way in the galactic center. What matters is that my mechs continue to get used and that we keep earning money from doing so. Just do your best to convert our customers into loyal fans. We'll do our best, though I think we need to consider how to break into the Red Ocean's mech market instead. What is your business strategy for the Red Ocean? Kelsey asked. I haven't thought that far yet. I know that others in my company have already viewed this issue from different angles, but the situation over at the Dwarf Galaxy is still in flux. Who knows if the plans we make today are still relevant in a year? Even if that is the case, we should still settle on an overall approach. For example, will you continue to service the third-class mech market once you reach the Red Ocean? Vase leaned back on his chair and thought about his answer. Lucky didn't help much as he floated down to his shoulder and patted his ears for some reason. Meow. You're only saying that because you want us to buy more expensive food. Meow meow. Yes, I know. What is Lucky talking about? Kelsey asked. He thinks it's time for me to sell my mechs to the second-class mech market. I'm very hesitant about that. I think I explained the reason for that during an earlier meeting. You told us that you wanted to avoid encroaching on the interests of other, more powerful mech designers and mech companies. Vase nodded. Those reasons will still remain valid when we reach the Red Ocean. In fact, they will become even more relevant. Do you know why? No, because competitors in the Yena star cluster must show a lot of restraint when they plan to do something for us, but business rivals in the Red Ocean can just seek us out and destroy us outright. Do you think it is possible for a bunch of pissed-off mech companies to band together and track us down in order to eliminate us entirely? That sounds far-fetched, sir. I think we just have to make enough precautions to avoid getting cornered. You can't hide a fleet as big as ours. I would still like to be able to travel freely in the Red Ocean without needing to look over my shoulder all the time. We could earn vastly more money if we enter the second-class market. We'll be able to use the proceeds to rapidly increase our strength to the point where the scenarios you have painted become infeasible. We would have to grow huge for that to come to pass. Vase skeptically answered. If we had 1 million clan members, then maybe you're right, but we simply can't grow that fast without losing control. Look, it's not that I am opposed to earning more money, but we have to guarantee our safety first before we have the capital to give into our greed. Our strength must always be proportional to our earnings in order to avoid attracting retaliation from any rivals. This is a lesson that I have deeply carved in my bones. Then what do you intend to do instead? I'm not sure we will be able to fuel all of our ambitions if we sustain ourselves solely with third-class mech sales. She said, the biggest issue is that the Red Ocean's mech market is still very rudimentary and fragmented. It won't be so easy to establish a lot of branches that can serve as reliable sales channels. The Red Ocean was still a frontier in many senses. The Larkinsons would have to get used to operating in a region of space where they couldn't buy and sell the goods as easily as before. Vase had a tentative plan for that, though. I have long been considering the idea of relying on direct sales to pay the bills. He waved across the entire compartment. We acquired the spirit of Bentime for a reason, Calci. Our factory ship can pump out a steady amount of mechs a month and probably more if we upgrade her production lines with higher tech versions once we reach the Red Ocean. That will allow us to sell substantial batches of high-end mechs to private clients. I am sure that we can convince enough people to embrace our living mechs. He didn't need to state that he would be inserting many safeguards into the living mechs sold to others. He didn't want his clients to turn around and use the mechs he designed against the Larkinson clan. Vase thought quite highly of this strategy, but Calci did not seem in favor. I know something about different mech markets ever since I have become the director of the Living Star Club. I believe there is a limit to how many overpriced mechs you can sell by going from customer to customer like an ancient door-to-door salesman. Then what would you have us do instead? I think you should really consider taking a plunge. She recommended. If you are so worried about getting attacked or something, then try and find a backer. There are large trading alliances and other cooperatives that are meant to address these concerns. In fact, our Golden Skull Alliance could grow into such a cooperative union as well if you add in more mech companies. I don't trust easily, Calci. We have a history of getting betrayed. I don't want us to depend on others to remain safe. One of the major reasons why we have unshackled ourselves from any state is because we don't want to dance to the tune of others. Vase was being very intractable towards one of his earliest employees. Calci's persistent loyalty and contributions from the early days was the only reason why he was willing to be patient enough to explain his arguments. Calci wasn't satisfied with that. She was convinced that the Living Mech Corporation and the Larkinson clan could do much more if it adopted a bolder business strategy. The problem was that she wasn't clever enough to find a solution to the various issues that Vase had posed. All she could hope for was to wait until the Larkinsons rescued and integrated the Pernus family. From what she heard, the Pernuses were good at making deals, including business deals. Perhaps the business-minded people of the family would be able to present much more tolerable choices to a stubborn leader like Vase. The two eventually concluded their briefing. Calci left his office while Vase shook his head before preparing to head to the design lab. Before he was ready to complete another intensive but fulfilling design session, he briefly paused and allowed Blinky to appear from his mind. Murrow. The purple cat swished his black-tipped tail with great enthusiasm now that he got out again. His star-streaked purple fur rippled as Vase grabbed his latest cat and brought their faces closer together. Murrow, I'm not going to kiss you. That would be like kissing myself. Yuck. Blinky didn't seem very comfortable at the moment, which was strange since the companion spirit was essentially another part of Vase. You've been growing and getting accustomed to your new form for a while. Have you made any substantial progress in figuring out how to control the wuxia crystal that you've absorbed? Murrow, that did not sound like a confident answer. Can you show anything to me that won't lead to injuries or anything? Murrow. Blinky squirmed from his grasp and floated higher in the air. The spiritual cat adopted a pensive expression as he tried to channel something. Vase patiently waited as a dozen seconds passed by. Soon enough, the miniaturized wuxia crystal that was stuck on Blinky's forehead began to glow in a dazzling fashion. The high-level energy cycle inside Ves's chest began to fluctuate, causing him to grow a little nervous. What are you doing? Blinky was concentrating too much at the moment. Fortunately, the energy cycle still remained under control. What the companion spirit did was not that drastic. As the forehead-embedded crystal became brighter, Blinky was eventually ready to channel his newly invented move. Murrow. Boom. A loud and violent thud echoed in his office. Vase immediately dove behind his desk as his past trauma reminded him of an attack. Get down, sir. Nida yelled as she and a handful of bodyguards standing quietly by the sides immediately moved forward in order to cover their charge. It's okay. Calm down. I'm not under attack. Though Vase was incredibly surprised at what had happened, he knew that he wasn't the target. Vase carefully peeked his head over the desktop and looked at a distinctly cat-sized hole in the bulkhead. It was as if someone fired a railgun that was aimed straight at the side of his personal office. This attack, Nida looked astonished as she put down her heavy assault rifle. It looks strong enough to pierce through a mech. Moreau, the living projectile responsible for damaging his office, slowly flew out of the hole. The cat looked a lot dimmer than before. The crystal on his forehead looked faded and the star trails running through his body had also dimmed to an extent. Evidently, this primitive but destructive attack took a lot out of the companion spirit. Good job, Blinky. Chapter 3049. New field of study. Ever since Vase created Blinky, he developed a hope that he would finally have a way to utilize and solve the hidden dangers of the high-energy cycle in his chest. Though it initially sounded amazing to possess a special organ that was capable of producing the same type of energy as one of the most powerful sentient species in the galaxy, the problem was that Vase was still a human by nature. Not only that, he was also a mech designer, not a gun-toting warrior. Therefore, the wuxia energy running through his body posed a serious long-term threat to his health. Who knew what kind of sick and crazy ideas drive Jutland had in mind when he developed his crazy organ? With the man's death, Vase was forced to explore his unnatural capabilities on his own. This was difficult because Jutland's inventions were so far beyond conventional biotech science that most doctors simply didn't know what to do with them. The main organ that had somehow taken over his heart was such a giant puzzle that the LRA could probably spend centuries trying to figure out its depths. This was why he was glad that Blinky and his wuxia crystal was able to interact with the energy cycle in some way. As long as there was a solution, it didn't matter if his companion spirit had to start from scratch. He was grateful that he was finally starting to move forward on this issue. I didn't think I would crash head first into a bulkhead, though. Vase muttered as his guard slowly relaxed. Vase stepped closer and studied Blinky's exhausted form. When he tried to sense what his spiritual cat had gone through, he only got a confusing mess of unexplainable thoughts and emotions. Whatever his cat did was largely instinctual and devoid of systematic methods. In other words, Blinky had just blindly channeled the wuxia crystal in some way and let nature take its course. The result of this stupid and reckless approach was apparent. If Vase was the one who became the vessel to all of that expended energy, then maybe his body would have smacked against the side of his personal office compartment. Unlike Blinky, whose body was entirely spiritual and therefore not subject to inertia, Vase suspected that he would not be able to make a clean person-sized hole through the solid metal barriers. It depended on what exactly happened when Blinky turned into a cat-sized projectile. Due to Blinky's spiritual form, his body should have phased through the bulkhead without damaging anything material. However, as Vase tentatively brushed his fingers alongside the torn metal, Blinky had somehow been able to affect physical matter. It was unlikely that spiritual energy could accomplish such a drastic result. Wuxia energy was the second energy type that Blinky was able to harness, so this was the only answer that made sense. Vase knew he had made a major discovery. Spiritual energy was good at affecting the immaterial, but not that great at affecting physical reality. While he had witnessed a lot of powerful spiritual entities do so anyway, he was nothing like his mother or a dark god. Wuxia energy therefore provided him with a possible answer on how he could affect the material realm without relying on any external sources. It's just, Vase sighed. This was yet another useless ability. He did not need to possess the capability to pierce through mech armor by using his own companion spirit as a projectile. If he wanted to shoot something down, he could always rely on his trusty Amastendira. Since Vase had disavowed himself from getting embroiled in the middle of dangerous crises, there was no way that he would ever be in a position where he would send out Blinky in this fashion. He had an army of bodyguards and tens of thousands of mech pilots between him and any enemies that wished to do him harm. Good job, Blinky. Vase smiled and stroked his purple cat's head. You can go back and rest now. Moreau, when the companion spirit returned to his home and fell into slumber, Vase spent a brief moment of time analyzing the brief event. He pulled up the security footage and any relevant sensor readings and calculated the attack power based on the physical damage dealt to the bulkhead. Though the interior of the Spirit of Bentime was not made to be as tough as actual mech armor plating, certain sections enjoyed more protection than others. The bridge and engineering bays were good examples. Their importance was so critical to the functioning of the ship that it was worth it to splurge a lot of money on wrapping them up with thick and strong protection. Vase knew for a fact that the grand staterooms were also luxuriously protected. In fact, after he and Gloriana claimed one of themselves, the crew had quietly bolstered its defenses and made sure that anyone who wanted to attack the clan patriarch in his moment of weakness would have a very hard time getting through all of the layers. And now, a single cat nearly managed to burst through all of that in an instant. Meow. Oh, I haven't forgotten about you as well, Lucky. No barrier can stop you from going through. Meow. The gem cat arrogantly lifted his head. In truth, Lucky had a harder time going through energy barriers than physical matter. If every point of entry was surrounded by active energy shields, then Lucky might not be able to go through depending on the energy levels. Vase wondered if Blinky also suffered a weakness against energy shields. He suspected this might not be the case considering the very clear evidence. I should get someone to fix this hole. In the end, Vase dismissed this brief attempt as a preview into the usage of wuxia energy. From all of the amazing stories that humanity had documented about the mighty Alsha race, he knew for certain that there were a lot more sophisticated ways to channel this potent energy type. It was similar to how he started off with spiritual engineering. He started off with the X factor. Then he moved on to creating rudimentary design spirits. Now he had blossomed to making highly impactful spiritual networks. The only factor that made him feel a bit depressed was that he was at the starting line when it came to exploiting wuxia energy. It would probably take years or decades for him, or rather Blinky, to develop any useful applications. Fortunately, Vase himself did not need to spend much time and effort on this matter. Blinky could figure most of it out himself. Even if his companion spirit mainly had to resort to trial and error and using himself as his test subject, all of this would eventually bear fruit. Once he wrapped up his brief analysis, he left his office and went down to the design lab. Though Gloriana looked upset that Vase was slightly tardy again, she soon went back to business. Out of the 6 expert mech design projects that we are working on, we agreed we would prioritize the Disruptor project first. It's the smallest expert mech and its compact dimensions means that it takes less work to complete it. I've just finalized the final draft for its design after Master Willix got back to me with her proposal on how to integrate the resonating exotics into the expert mech. Oh, let me take a look. Vase had observed expert mechs before. He even had the opportunity to study partial or complete ones as well. His gains were limited, though. While he was able to figure out the more conventional design aspects of these powerful machines, the ones related to resonating materials and other abnormal elements were no different from black boxes in his eyes. When Gloriana projected a fairly detailed and thorough draft design, he meticulously scanned through every wireframe detail. He already recognized the changes that Master Willix had made. He was surprised that she managed to limit her influence on the design to a very high degree. As a rational mech designer, she possessed the capability to dampen her passion to a very low degree. One of the consequences was that Master Willix was able to tinker with any mech design without imposing her design philosophy on the work. This was quite impressive as masters were usually too strong to eliminate their powerful influence. Just touching a mech design a few times was enough for them to leave an unremovable imprint behind. Vase wasn't here to study this method, though, so he quickly turned his attention to the design elements of the draft design. It largely matched up with the earlier drafts that Gloriana had made with input from others. The only major difference was that a considerable proportion of the original structural materials used in the design were replaced by resonating substitutes. Perfidious steel featured prominently in the inner structure of Venerable Tus's future expert mech. This treacherous-sounding material would enable the expert mech to evade a lot of long-ranged attacks by distorting the perception of its actual coordinates. What the eye can see is a lie. Vase muttered to himself. This is a powerful ability, though a costly one as well. The cost of perfidious steel was not the highest, and only a couple of 100 kilograms were enough to impart the Disruptor project with a powerful resonance ability. However, the availability of this resonating alloy was rather low. Only specific companies made this product, which meant that perfidious steel could only be found in the areas where those companies operated. This was a common downside to many resonating alloys. Special niche products were often localized because they weren't developed and marketed by huge trans-galactic corporations. It was extremely hard to push any product onto the galactic market, so most smaller companies didn't even try. Besides, the raw materials required to make specialty products like perfidious steel were rarely available in every star sector. I'm a bit concerned about the robustness of the inner structure of our expert light skirmisher. Vase spoke after he had made some estimates based on the draft he was looking at. Perfidious steel is not the hardest or toughest material. It is actually weaker than the briar alloy and all of the other materials that make up the internal architecture of our mech. His wife pointed her finger towards some key components. We have some key structural components made out of unending alloy to make sure the mech won't collapse too easily on the inside. I can see that, but this is a limited solution, honey. The fact of the matter is that our light mech is weaker on the inside than before. It used to be a hard-boiled egg. Now it has turned into a soft-boiled egg. Gloriana looked unfettered. You don't think I know that? I don't like this trade-off either, but we have to live with it. Don't forget that the Disruptor project mainly relies on evasion to avoid getting hurt. Enhancing this aspect at the cost of suffering more damage if it receives a powerful knock is worth it most of the time. I even took the trouble of making detailed calculations based on all kinds of battle scenarios. I discovered that Master Willix has struck the right balance. Was it worth it to sacrifice 10% defense in exchange for 50% better evasion? What about giving 20% of the former in exchange for 150% of the latter? These were the kind of trade-offs that they had to contemplate when working with a resonating exotic like perfidious steel. In the end, Vase did not object to this implementation. Master Willix herself was responsible for establishing the current balance, and she must have good reasons to select this particular compromise. The implementation of the other key exotic was not as controversial. Bisonot paired well with the daggers. Unending alloy still remained as the main material for the weapons, but combining it with Bisonot allowed Venerable Tusa to empower his blades with a very sharp cutting edge. Kedis will be happy to work on the daggers. Vase smiled. Chapter 3050. Gloriana Therapy. Perfidious steel and Bisonot weren't the only resonating materials that Master Willix integrated into the Disruptor project. They were the most potent and prominent ones that would determine how the expert light skirmisher fought and became known for. They were the reasons why the work on the project would result in a middle-tier expert mech rather than a low-tier product. The materials we invest in, not just the Disruptor project but all of the other ones as well, are not common at all. Gloriana self-satisfyingly explained. Though our expert pilots will have to endure greater challenges in mastering their upcoming machines, in time they will realize the potential that we are painstakingly trying to add to their designs. Their approach differed from convention. Military organizations like the Mech Corps and the Hex Army always started off with designing an easy and basic expert mech for newly promoted demigods. Though it would be nice to hand over more powerful machines to them, the cost and effort required to do so was excessive at a larger scale. Therefore, expert pilots had to make do with low-tier expert mechs and steadily train until they outgrew their first expert mechs. As long as they survived and performed well enough to prove they deserved a greater machine, the military would eventually come around and provide them with a middle-tier expert mech. Though this was not the most luxurious treatment, it ensured that the military and the state did not waste an excessive amount of money on an expensive expert mech only for it to get trashed in the first battle. There were many differences between expert pilots. While they started off at roughly the same level of strength at the beginning, their growth over time might have followed wildly different trajectories. One of the reasons why Venerable Foster received so much attention was because her talent was exceptionally high compared to the vast majority of other mech pilots. Even advancing to expert pilot was not enough for her to exhaust her potential. In those cases, it was not a mistake to hand her a better expert mech. The expert pilots of the Larkinson clan were not as talented as Venerable Foster, though. Their genetic aptitudes definitely did not come close to matching her A grade. Even if this factor became less relevant after undergoing apotheosis, the advantages that the most talented mech pilots enjoyed in the past did not disappear so easily. What all of this meant was that Vase and Gloriana had no guarantee that the expert pilots they were servicing would ever live up to the potential of the expert mechs in development. Still, Vase had his own thoughts on the matter. Unlike their peers who served in other organizations, the expert pilots of the Larkinson clan had the benefit of receiving special assistance. Whether they powered up with the help of Ves's spiritual engineering or other forms of aid from his helpful design spirits, the Larkinson expert pilots did not have to figure out everything on their own. As Vase and his wife continued to discuss different aspects of the Disruptor project, they did not see much reason to reconsider the major design choices that they had already made. Sure, they had plenty of disagreements about the smaller details, but they could steadily work them all out when they commenced with the main phases of the design project. What mattered most at this point was to lock in all of the essential, high-level decisions that could not be changed once the project progressed past this point. The lack of defenses can be excused by the fact that it is good at evasion and is clad with a layer of unending alloy. Gloriana eventually concluded, "This is not a mech for the faint-hearted," which Venerable Tusa is definitely not. From the moment he chose to specialize in piloting light mechs, he committed himself to a career where he needed to dance on the edge of a knife every time he deployed into battle. That won't suddenly change now that he has become a lot more valuable than before. He wants this. He thrives when he knows that his mech cannot afford to take too many hits. Vase sighed, "I know all of that. I guess I'm just too nervous about dispatching one of my relatives to battle in a relatively fragile shell." He recognized that he was being irrationally worried about this issue. Unlike many other light mechs, the Disruptor project was clad with sufficient unending alloy to fend off most attacks. The biggest concern was that enemies might come up with all kinds of strange and unusual attacks that could bypass the protection of this hardy material. Gravitic weapons, for example, could completely ignore physical defenses and deal substantial internal damage unless protected by special materials. Fortunately, gravitic weapons that were effective enough to be used in battle were not common in second-class mech battles. The wielders of these fragile and expensive weapons had to get very close to their targets in order for them to be lethal enough, and that was quite dangerous. Expert mechs were able to wield other strange effects. Humanity had lots of different resonating materials at its disposal. Both natural and artificial ones could achieve amazing effects when they resonated with the right expert pilots. One of the main reasons why the combination of expert mech and expert pilot earned such a high regard was that it could break the rules. Common sense and the regular laws of nature no longer applied as strictly as before once expert mechs began to clash. Though the strong willpower of expert pilots granted them some protection against reality-defying effects, Venerable Tusa would definitely get into a lot of trouble if he faced a high-tier expert mech. "You need to trust in your men," Gloriana softly said. "As mech designers, we can implement as many safeguards as we want, but all of them come at a cost. It is not our purpose to surround our customers with dozens of layers of protective materials. You'll just end up with a big, fat ball of metal that is so unwieldy that it is slower than the shield of Samar. The established design conventions exist for a reason and there is no reason why we should deviate from them for this project." Vase closed his eyes and pressed his fingers against his face. "I know you are correct, but we are talking about family here. Each and every decision we make will directly affect whether Venerable Tusa will be able to survive a future battle. If he inadvertently falls against a strong opponent because of a compromise we made or a vulnerability that we have overlooked, I don't know if I will be able to forgive myself." He thought he had lost the ability to feel guilt. It turned out that he was wrong. Gloriana recognized that Vase was going through a difficult moment. Her expression softened further. She sat down next to Vase and pulled him into a warm and loving embrace. Her pleasant, fruity scent peppered him up a bit. "I know what you're going through, Vase. I feel the same way whenever I prepare to work on my brother's expert mech. The work we do have an enormous influence on the performance and the survival chances of the people who use our work. That has always been a part of a mech designer's life. You never felt this way when you designed Larkinson exclusive mechs like the Bright Warrior and the Transcendent Punisher, but the outcome is similar. Why do you not feel nervous when you worked on those past projects?" Vase shrugged as he enjoyed his wife's attention. "I guess it's more personal this time. Back when I designed both versions of the Bright Warrior, I always had a more abstract audience in mind. Sure, I was designing a mech that would have a huge influence on the lives of a lot of Larkinson mech pilots, but when I treat them as a group, it is kind of hard to imagine the consequences to any single individual. I mean, just think about the last round of design projects we completed. Tens of thousands of clansmen will be piloting our Larkinson mechs while millions of hexers are depending on the new mechs we designed for their use. In contrast, our current round of design projects will only service 6 individuals. 7 if we count in my brother." Vase nodded. "Exactly. We will spend months, maybe even a year on just a small number of mechs. No other copies will be made after we have created the originals. I don't know about you, but I don't want to invest so much time in trying to design an expert mech only for it to be an outcome that I have tried my best to avoid." Gloriana smiled and grasped his hands with her own tender fingers. "You're not wrong for having this worry, Vase. The fact that you are worrying yourself sick means you care. That is an important quality to have for a mech designer, especially one who designs custom mechs for individual mech pilots. Don't think you are wrong to doubt yourself. You just have to push yourself harder in order to minimize the possibility that your fears come true. She had gone through a similar moment as well in her career. It was quite frightening to realize that one's work on war machines would have far-reaching consequences to the survival of those who operated them. Yet mech designers and any other weapon developers for that matter could not allow these fears to cripple them. From the moment they chose their professions, they threw away their right to feel guilty about this issue. Empathy was important, but what mattered more was performing their jobs. At this point, it was too late for people like Vase or any other mech designer to feel guilty or concerned about the consequences of their decisions. Gloriana did not say anything more, but her silent presence provided enough comfort in itself for Vase to get back into gear. Though he had not managed to get rid of all of his concerns, he resorted to a solution that had often worked for his problems. He shoved them to the back of his mind and tried his best to forget about them. As long as he didn't actively think about any unpleasant thoughts, his mood no longer deteriorated. "Are you ready to get back to work?" Gloriana asked. "Sure." Vase kissed Gloriana's cheek, causing her to release a pleasant giggle. She soon switched back to work mode though as she returned to studying the latest documents on the Disruptor project. "I have already gathered enough feedback from Juliet and Kedis to know what we have to watch out for when we design this expert mech. In general, we always have to make sure we prioritize its mobility but not to the extent of sacrificing too much in other areas." "That's easy to say," Vase scoffed. "We have very wide ranges to consider, especially since the performance of expert mechs are so good. Who determines what level of performance is good or bad?" Gloriana smirked and crossed her arms. "That's my job. You don't need to worry about that. I already ran a lot of numbers and have set some overall guidelines on the performance of every expert mech in development. Don't dip any lower than the minimum specifications that I have set and you'll be fine. Just try and do your best to exceed them if you can. Anything extra that we can get will give us a lot more leeway." At the end of the day, the Disruptor project was the first one to pass to the next design phase. While Vase and the others aimed to progress the other expert design projects as well, there was no doubt that they wanted to complete the expert light mech design first. According to Gloriana's estimates, they might be able to finish the design in just 4 months if they poured all of their attention on it. However, a more realistic completion date was 6 months as they could not afford to neglect their other design projects. Chapter 3051, a Larkinson holiday. Faint ripples began to spread across a patch of space. Those ripples soon grew into waves. The waves grew even further to the point where space almost folded in half. The nearby listening beacons that were close enough to monitor the obvious gravitic fluctuations with minimal delay quickly parsed the readings and calculated that an extremely sizable fleet was transitioning into the star system. Those tiny beacons immediately transmitted their alarming data and preliminary conclusions to a larger automated listening post. Unlike those tiny beacons floating in space, the listening post was a more robust facility that had a lot more processing power at its disposal. Most of that was being used to double-check and confirm the preliminary conclusions. Once its automated systems became assured that the incoming readings weren't the result of a glitch, it transmitted an alarming message through its quantum entanglement node. Word soon spread across the Trident system that a huge fleet was about to drop into the local neighborhood. Just as the local authorities as well as every major stakeholder tried to figure out the motives of the arriving people, a swarm of hundreds of ships poured in like rain. What frightened the local observers a lot was that more than half of the ships consisted of combat vessels. The remainder all served to support them in some way. There were very few civilian vessels among the large and rather eclectic fleet. The only noteworthy element that did not fit in was the capital research ship, which was emphatically not designed to venture into battle. Regardless, any local resident who looked at all of the combat carriers and even larger fleet carriers would have no choice but to shudder in fear. Had the Crown terrorists managed to swarm together in order to form a destructive fleet? This was not an unheard of phenomenon. In some rare cases, the Crown terrorists secretly converged together in order to form a large force that could directly raid unsuspecting planets that possessed relatively few defenses. Fortunately, the identity of the fleet soon became known. The expeditionary fleet belonged to a relatively unknown group called the Golden Skull Alliance. In order to assure the locals that the new arrivals meant no harm, the Alliance took the initiative to contact the local authorities in order to smooth everything over. "How is it going?" Vase asked Calabast as he sat in his designated chair on the enormous bridge of the Spirit of Bentime. Do the locals suspect our true purpose? The intelligence leader pressed her lips. That's difficult to say. We have secretly coordinated a story with the help of the Pernis family. Ostensibly, we are merely travelers who are on our way to a different star sector. Due to the stresses that we have suffered in the past, we thought it would be good if all of our personnel get to enjoy some shore leave. Since we don't feel safe in large and crowded star systems, we decided to go off the beaten path a bit and allow our crew to enjoy a vacation at a more quiet and less crowded vacation destination. Vase tilted his head. It sounds plausible. I mean, we did go through a lot of stuff. Even I feel like I need a vacation after I barely managed to crawl away from Prosperous Hill V. Surely the Tridenters are accustomed to receiving big customers, right? They are, but that was then and this is now. We live in a time where the Crown Uprising has already made its mark on society. People tend to get very spooked when large fleets filled with enough mechs to raise an entire planet gets close. In fact, I have just received word that the local traffic authority is requesting us to leave most of our vessels in the outer system. Heck no, Vase instantly responded. We've learned our lesson. We will not agree to any restrictions on our freedom of movement. We're bringing our entire fleet close to Trident 2 and that's it. They can fine us if they want. We'll pay it if the amount is not too excessive. I doubt that settling a fine will assuage their concerns. Right now, our communication officers are trying their best to stall and confuse the traffic agents, but we don't know whether this will lead to a more drastic response. What is your estimate? Calabast grinned. The Tridenters are powerless to stop us. Compared to the rest of the Grand Loxic Republic, this star system is just a rural location. The military garrison here is too weak to force us to comply with any rules. The only way the local government officials can pose any threat to us is if they call in backup from another star system. Even Vase knew how ridiculous that sounded. It will take days for reinforcements stationed at a nearby star system to reach the Trident system. Besides, in order to threaten a fleet of our size, the Loxians must mobilize at least 1.5 mech divisions in order to put sufficient force behind their commands. Who the hell is willing enough to lower the defense of a major star system with a lot of residents and critical industries in this day and age? The Crown Uprising had led to a lot of worsening circumstances, but the changing times also made some actions more convenient. Vase would have been a lot more hesitant about throwing his weight around in the past. Though the Larkinsons and the Tridenter officials never stopped talking, the fleet continued to soar closer to the inner system without slowing. Many people could feel the tension rising in the star system as the hours went by. The Larkinsons and their allies did their best to reassure the spooked Tridenters that this was just a casual tourism-related visitation. They even went as far as spending lots of money to book a large swath of resorts and other luxurious venues. It seemed that the foreign visitors were already planning out their holidays. From snorkeling to riding old-fashioned sailing boats, the Larkinsons were spending serious money in order to receive the best possible treatment. As soon as the money started flowing into the pockets of the local businesses, the local authorities soon started to lower their posture. Defending Trident 2 from Crown terrorists and foreign raiders was important, but supporting the local economy was even more vital, especially when the Crown Uprising caused a lot of tourists and regular visitors to cancel their scheduled holidays. It turned out the power of money was still strong enough to trump suspicion. As the fleet leisurely began to approach the orbit of their destination, nothing unusual had occurred. The Black Mechs hadn't even increased their attack frequency, considering that the incoming arrivals mostly intended to enjoy their shore leave on the opposite side of the planet. There was no logical reason for the Golden Skull Alliance to get involved in local squabbles. The story might be different if the Larkinsons and so on intended to settle in the Grand Loxic Republic, but their desire to reach the Red Ocean was well known. Unfortunately, even the best of excuses failed to hold up eventually. 2 hours before the fleet reached high orbit of Trident 2, the situation on the surface changed abruptly. The Black Mechs are attacking the Violet Estates in force. Damn, Vase cursed as he was going over the latest battle plans in the command center. I was afraid of that. The central projection soon switched to a live view of the site in question. A lot of thick and powerful shields overlapped across a relatively small location as hundreds of Black Mechs emerged from the water in order to assault the home ground of the Pernis family. Vase made some rapid estimates based on the quantity and power of the mechs. When he compared them to the defensive power of the energy shields that the Pernisers had erected, he came to a rather pessimistic conclusion. Those shields won't hold long enough before we arrive. He did not want to go through all of this trouble only to come away empty-handed due to circumstances outside of his control. He tried to rack his brains for possible solutions. Many other Larkinsons were doing the same as well. Yet the fact of the matter was that there was still a lot of distance between the fleet and the planet. Even if they sent out their fastest combat carriers first, it wouldn't make a lot of difference. Unless, I have an idea. General Verl's projection stated as it faced Vase. It's a bold one and a dangerous one, but if done correctly it will get our mechs to Trident II fast enough to prevent a complete collapse of all of those defenses. Explain. As you assuredly know, in-system space travel is not constant. Since there is no air resistance limiting the speeds of our vessels, they can continue to accelerate without limit. If we just push them forward all the time, we can easily reach our destination a lot faster than usual. Vase widened his eyes. He immediately knew what General Verl was aiming at. General space travel isn't about accelerating forward all the time. Doing so will just cause our ships to fly so fast that it will result in relativistic shenanigans relative to our target or destination. Also, once we reach a given coordinate, we'll shoot right past it with dazzling speed. It will take hours if not days for us to slow down and fly back in the other direction. This was why ships stopped accelerating forward short of their destination. They instead turned around so their rears faced their destination and started to accelerate in the opposite direction, thereby slowing their forward advance so that they could come to a complete stop when they reached the right coordinate. There were other ways to go about this problem. The ships could boost forward for a short amount of time before cutting their thrusters, thereby allowing them to coast forward endlessly with minimal fuel and energy consumption. It took a very long time to get anywhere with this approach, though. This was why the fleet was actually taking the earlier, more standard approach. All of the ships had to slow down in order to enter the orbit of Trident II without shooting past. Yet what if they stopped bothering to do this? What would happen if a select number of ships cut their thrusters or even turned around to accelerate forward again? Wouldn't the combat carriers slingshot around the planet and shoot past? Anyway, just in a different exit trajectory. Vase skeptically asked. That is certainly possible, but General Verl called up a tactical interface and began to set up a quick model of the maneuver he had in mind. He picked out the toughest, more durable combat carriers of the Larkinson clan and proceeded to command them to accelerate forward again. The selected vessels quickly separated from the main fleet and approached Trident II like incoming projectiles. They soon neared the planet, but instead of orbiting it or slingshotting past it like normal ships, the combat carriers instead cut through the atmosphere like a knife. Suffice to say, this maneuver was very dangerous and did not do the longevity of the starships any favors. Due to their relatively high speeds as they rapidly descended from orbit, the humongous air resistance produced a lot of pressure and heat that battered the hulls of those vessels. Though the combat carriers were quite tough and could take a beating, they were not designed to resist such all-encompassing forces at such considerable levels. However, as long as the ships made it through the worst period, their surface systems would probably be crippled, but the mechs and crew inside of them would probably be dizzy but okay. Carriers are designed to deliver mechs to the right destination, General Verl stated with a grim smile. Combat carriers are especially noteworthy because they are designed with hostile conditions in mind. While the scenario I've painted is a bit more extreme than what the shipwrights have in mind, I believe they will hold up when it matters. Vase remained doubtful. You are putting a lot of faith in those vessels. Also, even if the combat carriers manage to survive entry, they will probably be trashed to the point that we are better off scrapping them. That is a lot of expensive hardware that we will be throwing away. Do you value our combat carriers or do you value the Pernis family more? General Verl asked in a serious tone. We can buy replacement vessels everywhere, but we won't find many opportunities to absorb valuable groups like the Pernisers. Vase looked pensive. He had to make a difficult decision. Though he was inclined to greenlight the radical new plan, it didn't mean he liked it. The price of rescuing the Pernis family had just risen drastically. These stupid diplomats better be worth the sacrifices we are making.